Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Dark Metal Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In a world where 80% of the population possessed extraordinary abilities known as quirks, a young boy named Izuku Midoriya found himself in a hospital room, anxiously waiting with his mother, Inko Midoriya. The air was thick with anticipation as they awaited the doctor's arrival with the results of Izuku's quirk examination. Moments later, the doctor entered the room, bringing a mix of hope and anxiety. Inko leaned forward, her voice trembling with eagerness as she asked, "Doctor, what are the results?" The doctor smiled and delivered the news. "Congratulations, your son has a quirk." Joy erupted in Izuku's heart. He had always dreamed of becoming a hero, and now that dream felt within reach. Inko's face lit up with pride, and the doctor continued, "Your quirk allows you to cover your body or objects with a dark metal. However, the peculiar thing is that this metal is not found in the periodic table or any known records." Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Great!" After the meeting with the doctor, they left the hospital, their spirits high as they headed to the train station to return home. However, their journey took a dark turn. As they rode the train, a fierce battle between two colossal villains unfolded outside. In the chaos, one villain was thrown onto the train tracks, causing the train to derail and crash into a nearby building. Hours later, the news broke. The villains had been captured, but the aftermath was devastating. A train accident had left 300 injured and claimed 80 lives, including that of Inko Midoriya. A year passed, and in an orphanage, a young Izuku sat alone in the garden, staring at the sky with vacant eyes. He picked up a sheet of paper and, using his quirk, covered it with the dark metal. Seeking distraction, he wandered to a piece of wood, enveloping it in metal and mimicking sword movements, lost in his own world. As he played, an observer noticed the boy's solitary figure. The stranger, clad in a long coat and a red haramaki, approached Izuku, intrigued by the flicker of life in his empty gaze. "Hey kid," he called out. Izuku turned to face the stranger, his expression serious. "What do you want? Are you okay?" the man asked, concern etched on his face. Izuku, feeling anger bubble within him, retorted, "Do you see me well? I'm not." "What's happening?" the stranger pressed, taking a step closer. With a heavy heart, Izuku returned to the tree, sitting down to recount his story. He expected the man to lose interest halfway through, just as others had, but to his surprise, the stranger listened intently until the very end. "Tell me, child," the man urged. Izuku took a deep breath and introduced himself. "Izuku. My name is Midoriya Izuku. Do you still want to be a hero?" the stranger asked gently. Tears welled in Izuku's eyes as he nodded, "Yes. I don't want anyone to go through the same thing as me." A small smile crept onto the stranger's face. "Then come with me. I will help you achieve it." Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaped towards Zoro, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "What's your name?" he asked, his voice filled with curiosity. "Roronoa Zoro," the man replied, a hint of a smile forming on his lips. After completing the adoption paperwork, Izuku followed Zoro to his new home. As they approached, Zoro spoke. "We arrived." Izuku took in the sight before him. It was a dojo, a place of training and discipline. "I'm tired, it took us a long time. Do you have any sense of direction?" he remarked, feeling the fatigue of their journey. Zoro chuckled softly. "Don't worry, he's just a kid." Izuku then asked, "Do you live in a dojo?" "Yes," Zoro confirmed. "I am the teacher here, and I teach a style of sword combat that is somewhat different from the others." "Seriously? What's it called?" Izuku was eager to learn. "It's called Santoryu, or three-sword style," Zoro explained. "Santoryu?" Izuku repeated, intrigued. "I'll show you," Zoro said, leading him to the backyard, where a log stood firmly in the ground. Zoro retrieved one of his three swords from his haramaki and positioned himself. "Observe," he instructed. "Itoryu. Sanjuroku Pondo Ho." With a powerful swing, he unleashed a strike that shattered the trunk. Izuku watched in astonishment. Great. It's part of his quirk, he thought, but Zoro quickly clarified, huh? Not at all, I'm quirkless. He noticed the surprise on Izuku's face. I gained this power through training. Afterward, they returned inside, and Zoro placed his swords carefully on the wall. They shared dinner, during which Zoro recounted his story to the green-haired boy. He spoke of his training starting at the age of 10, the loss of a friend and rival, and his ongoing journey. Since then, I traveled the world, becoming a bounty hunter to make a living, Zoro explained. I sought out strong swordsmen to challenge, but there was one I couldn't defeat. They call him Mihawk, and he is considered the strongest swordsman. He gave me this cut, he said, pointing to a scar on his torso. Then I trained with him and became stronger, but still not enough to defeat him. Izuku listened, his fascination growing with every word. After that, I decided to build a dojo to teach someone, but since the appearance of quirks, no one is interested in swordsmanship, Zoro lamented. Izuku, feeling a surge of determination, performed a dejiza, bowing deeply. Please teach me. Zoro chuckled lightly. I didn't say I would help you be a hero. Rage decided to teach you for a long time. Izuku exclaimed, jumping up to hug him once more. With a slight drop of sweat forming on his temple, Zoro thought, I don't think I'll ever get used to being called Dad. From that moment on, Izuku began training under Zoro's guidance, despite his teacher's warnings. Regardless of the weather, be it snowy, scorching, torrential rains, or hurricane winds, he committed himself to training outdoors. His regimen consisted of running, lifting weights, and engaging in combat simulations with Zoro. During his training at school, he encountered a gray-haired boy named Katsuki Bakugo. Over the course of 4 years, Izuku trained relentlessly, mastering both Itoryu and Nitoryu. One day, Zoro approached him, ready for another session. Ready, Izuku? He asked, wielding 3 wooden swords. Ready, Izuku replied, holding 2 swords. Wait, why don't you use 3 swords? I just need this one, Zoro responded, a confident grin on his face. Izuku stood silently, his mind focused on the task at hand. Zoro, his teacher, positioned himself, ready for their sparring session. With determination, Izuku charged forward, their swords clashing with a resounding sound. The struggle began, and it was evident to Izuku that he was facing a formidable opponent. Zoro remained unfazed, applying more force and pushing Izuku back. In a moment of quick thinking, Izuku maneuvered skillfully, managing to knock Zoro's sword to the ground. Nitoryu! Hiramiki! Izuku shouted, executing a horizontal attack, but Zoro dodged effortlessly. Confused by the outcome, Izuku exclaimed, What? Good try, Zoro replied, launching a series of successive attacks toward his student. Izuku dodged some blows but was struck by others, letting out a frustrated yell as pain shot through his shoulder. Undeterred, Izuku pressed on, engaging Zoro in a rapid exchange of strikes that blurred into a whirlwind of motion. After several intense minutes, both fighters stepped back, breathing. Not bad, Zoro remarked, raising his sword above his head. But you're missing a lot. He then unleashed a powerful cut aimed directly at Izuku. Realizing the danger, Izuku quickly crossed his swords in front of him. He grunted as he managed to stop the attack, but the force shattered his swords. Well done, you managed to stop the attack, Zoro acknowledged as he approached his student. Izuku, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him, replied, Yes, but determination alone isn't enough. He turned away from his emsu, leaving the dojo and stepping into the garden, seeking solitude to reflect on his training. 2 months passed, and Zoro noticed a significant change in his student. During meals, Izuku barely appeared, often looking exhausted from his relentless training. One day, as Zoro served lunch, he asked, Are you okay? Dad, let's have a fight now, Izuku insisted. First eat, Zoro replied firmly. After the meal, they returned to the dojo. Zoro picked up a wooden sword and asked, Ready? You better use 2 swords, teacher, Izuku challenged, a new energy radiating from him. In an instant, he closed the distance between them. Nijirai, he shouted, his swords poised horizontally and dangerously close to Zoro. Zoro deftly evaded the attack and countered with a vertical strike, only for Izuku to block it. The clash that followed was unlike any before. They were now evenly matched. "You changed very quickly in a short time," Zoro noted, a hint of admiration in his voice. "I just doubled my training," Izuku replied, a smile lighting up his face, his eyes shining with determination. Zoro, impressed by his student's progress, thought, "This boy," and then with a grin, declared, "Okay, let's get more serious." He pushed Izuku back and swiftly drew another sword. "Come." "Yes." Izuku responded, and the two engaged in a fierce duel, moving at superhuman speed that left only flashes in their wake. They finally stepped back, both breathing heavily. "Wow, you improved a lot," Zoro began, but his words were cut short when he noticed Izuku taking a familiar stance. "Nanajuni! Pondo ho!" Izuku shouted, unleashing a powerful cut straight toward Zoro. In response, Zoro mirrored his attack, shouting, "Nanajuni! Pondo ho!" Their strikes collided, creating a dense smoke screen between them. As the smoke cleared, both warriors stood facing each other, swords pointed at their heads. "You advanced in such a short time." "You impress me," Zoro said, lowering his sword. Izuku smiled, pride swelling within him. "But," Zoro added, tapping Izuku lightly on the head, "don't worry me like that again. I almost thought you were on the wrong track." Izuku winced at the playful hit. "Iti," he protested, yet a smile remained on his face, knowing he had made his teacher proud. Izuku sat in his room, deep in sleep as dawn broke on a Saturday morning. The sound of his soft snoring filled the air, a small bubble forming at his nose. Suddenly, the door swung open with a loud bang, and Zoro stepped into the room, exasperation written across his face. "Up, Izuku, it's time," he declared. The green-haired boy stirred but remained in a sleepy haze. With no other option, Zoro unleashed a fierce intensity, shaking Izuku from his slumber. Startled, Izuku instinctively grabbed a bakken that seemed to materialize from nowhere. "Dad," he mumbled, still half asleep. "Come to breakfast." "We have to go to the Kendo family dojo," Zoro replied firmly. "Do we really have to go now? Can it wait 5 more minutes?" Izuku pleaded, already drifting back to sleep. Zoro's patience thinned. A vein appeared on his forehead as he shouted, "Above," before delivering a light smack to Izuku's head. After a hastily eaten breakfast and a bump on the head, Zoro and Izuku set out for the Kendo dojo. Zoro was dressed in a long, open dark green coat, cinched at the waist with a red sash, and his black bandana was tied around his left arm. In contrast, Izuku wore a white short-sleeved shirt, loose blue jeans, and bright red sneakers. "This way," Zoro instructed, turning left. "No, Dad, it's later," Izuku corrected him, a hint of mischief in his voice. Zoro sighed, realizing that Izuku had not inherited his sense of direction. "Why do we have to go to the Kendo dojo?" Izuku asked, curiosity getting the better of him. "I liked the guy the first time we met," Zoro replied. "You won't say that he is your favorite drinking buddy?" Izuku teased. "Hee, you do know me," Zoro chuckled. "Though the first time you met him was quite interesting." As they walked, a flashback took Izuku back to 2 years ago. He had been training in the Santoryu style with a practice dummy when a voice interrupted him. "Hello. Zoro, are you here?" a woman's voice called out. Curious, Izuku went to investigate, his guard instinctively up. "Who are you?" he demanded, readying himself. "Who are you? And that position, where did you learn it?" the woman challenged. They both stood their ground, neither willing to back down. "Answer me, who are you?" Izuku pressed. "I am Tashigi, and I come to challenge Zoro to a duel," she announced confidently. "I'm Roranoa Izuku," he replied. "Are you his son?" she asked, shocked. "Yes," he confirmed, placing the wooden swords down. "Now that I see it properly, you are very cute," Tashigi said, patting him on the head. "By the way, where is Zoro?" "He said he was going to buy sake." Izuku trailed off, realizing he had completely forgotten about his father's poor sense of direction. In a flash, he ran to change into long black briefs, red sneakers, and a white t-shirt emblazoned with the word shirt. "Please take care of the dojo." See you, he called out as he dashed away, leaving Tashigi momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Zoro wandered the streets of the city, clad in his characteristic attire and clutching a bottle of sake. It must be around here, he muttered to himself as he walked aimlessly. After some time, he stumbled upon a dojo. I arrived, he said, filled with determination. Without glancing at the sign that read Kendo Dojo, he stepped inside. Inside, he was greeted by a man dressed in a white gi with orange hair. Who are you? The man asked. Who are you? Zoro countered. I am the MSTR of this dojo. Who are you? The man replied, confusion evident. Zoro's eyes widened as he took in the unfamiliar surroundings. Ah? I'm sorry, I was leaving, he stammered, but the orange-haired man stopped him. Wait, he said, intrigued. Meanwhile, Izuku continued his search for his teacher, growing increasingly frustrated with each passing moment. God, where have you been now? He lamented. Just then, a young woman with orange hair approached him. Excuse me, are you okay? She asked. HM? Sir. I'm Roranoa Izuku, he responded. Kendo and Izuku walked towards the dojo, engaging in a lively conversation about various topics. As they approached their home, Izuku turned to Kendo with a curious question. Do you also live in a dojo? He asked. Kendo nodded. Yes, I am good at martial arts. Wait to... Izuku smiled. Yes, the Roranoa dojo. There we teach Santoryu? Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by laughter emanating from the dojo. That voice! Izuku exclaimed, breaking into a sprint towards the building. Upon entering, he was met with a bizarre scene. Zoro and an orange-haired man, both covered in bandages, were drinking sake. Dad? Kendo called out, equally bewildered. Izuku and Kendo exchanged glances, thoughts racing in their minds. What happened here? 2 years had passed since that strange day, and Izuku still found it hard to believe that Kendo and Zoro had forged such an unexpected friendship. Friendship arises in any situation, Zoro remarked with a shrug. If you say so, Izuku replied, still skeptical. As they arrived at the dojo, they found Mr. Kendo intently watching a combat simulation between 2 of his students. Oh, sir. How long has it been? Mr. Kendo greeted. Hello, old man. I brought sake, Zoro said, raising the bottle triumphantly. Just in time. I need your help, Mr. Kendo replied, a serious look on his face. I already told you that I don't know martial arts, Zoro protested. It's not that. My students believe that Santoryu does not exist, Mr. Kendo explained. Zoro's expression shifted to one of surprise mixed with irritation. Ah, you'll see. Izuku, let's have a fight. Izuku yawned, still waking up. No? I still haven't fully woken up. Zoro smirked. If you beat me, I'll let you use Shusui for a day. Let's have that fight. Izuku exclaimed, his motivation surging. The 2 quickly prepared, each wielding 3 swords, standing in the center of the ring as all eyes turned to them. Just then, Kendo appeared in his gi. Hello, Dad. Why are Izuku and Mr. Roranoa here? He asked. They are about to show us a fight with Santoryu, Mr. Kendo replied, his gaze fixed on the 2 fighters. Kendo observed Izuku, who was completely focused, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. Start! Zoro commanded. Izuku charged forward, their swords clashing with a resounding clang. How fast, a student remarked in awe. Not bad, Zoro said, pushing Izuku away. Ashibari. He crossed his arms and held his swords like the antlers of a bull, charging straight at Izuku. With agility, Izuku jumped, dodging the technique, and executed his own move, Sanjuroku Pondo Ho. But Zoro countered with a horizontal slash that cancelled Izuku's attack. Maguma! Zoro shouted, unleashing a powerful strike toward Izuku. Ichigaraira, Enai Garaira. Izuku responded, his muscles bulging as he powered up. Nigarizake! Their attacks collided, creating a gust of wind that sent nearly all the students flying backward. What incredible power! Mr. Kendo and Kendo thought in unison as they watched the display. The 2 green-haired fighters separated and took a moment to catch their breath. Good move, you made a lot of progress, Zoro complimented. Thanks for the compliment, Izuku replied, a hint of pride in his voice. After a brief exchange, they closed the distance once more, and a rapid sword fight erupted. The only visible signs of their intense battle were the flashes of clashing swords and the blur of their movements, their arms moving too fast for the eye to follow. Are they human? One student exclaimed, astonished. According to the Kendo MSTR. Yes, another replied, equally amazed. Kendo watched, his expression one of shock and admiration, utterly impressed by the spectacle unfolding before him. Both green-haired men halted their movements, yet their swords continued to clash in a fierce struggle. Zoro, breathing heavily, remarked, "You get stronger every minute. Tell me, can you use that?" Izuku hesitated for a moment before replying, Do you want to do that?" "Yes," Zoro affirmed. They paused the fight and stepped back slightly, each stretching out their arms as they began to rotate their swords, one in a clockwise motion and the other counterclockwise. Izuku called out, "Santoryu," while Zoro shouted, "Crazy bread." They charged at each other with remarkable speed. In unison, they proclaimed, "Sanzen Sekai." The moment hung in the air as they faced away from one another, their swords now still, a profound silence enveloping the scene. Suddenly, Izuku's sword shattered, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Zoro's swords also broke, but he merely fell to his knees. Mr. Kendo observed the aftermath and stated, "That, guys, is the Santoryu." He rushed toward Izuku, concern etched on his face. "Izuku," he exclaimed. "Don't worry," Zoro interjected, "just the news of a coup." Mr. Kendo promptly carried Izuku to his room for treatment. As Mr. Kendo approached Zoro, he asked, "Are you okay?" "Yes." "It was just a blow," Zoro replied. "Safe?" Kendo pressed. "Yeah," Zoro muttered under his breath. "That hurt." In Kendo's room, Izuku began to regain consciousness, feeling disoriented. As he moved his hand, he thought to himself, What is this?" He shifted his hand slightly, noting how soft the surface felt. Kendo blushed and stammered, as Izuku, realizing he was touching Kendo's chest, squeezed a little more, responding, "Yup, it's soft." A moment later, Kendo delivered a playful yet firm blow, one reminiscent of those from women capable of putting even the toughest characters in their place. "I'm glad you're okay," Kendo said, relief flooding his voice. "Yes. I noticed," Izuku replied, gingerly touching the bump on his head. "What brings you here?" "My dad wanted to visit your father, and I came as a guide, although he doesn't want to admit it," Izuku explained. "Well," Kendo whispered shyly, "I'm glad you came." Izuku raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "By the way, have you decided which high school you will go to?" Kendo asked. "I guess the same as you," Izuku smiled. "Yay!" Kendo exclaimed with joy. "We are going to be heroes." "Yes," Izuku said, allowing Kendo to hug him warmly. After their visit to the Kendo dojo, both green-haired men made their way home, stopping to purchase wooden swords. They needed replacements not only for the ones broken during their training at Kendo's dojo but also for those that had met their end in Zoro's dojo, an unfortunate but common occurrence. It was a hot day as Izuku walked with his Kendo friend toward school. Though they attended different places, they always took the same path. Kendo inquired, "How is your father?" "Good. He's with Tashiji at the dojo. I think they're talking about work," Izuku replied. "I see," Kendo said thoughtfully. "Yes. I hope he doesn't get into trouble," Izuku added. Kendo giggled lightly. "I guess he's a magnet for trouble." Izuku often found himself busy trying to avoid the chaos that seemed to follow Zoro. There had been times when he fought Kendo's father or got involved with some yakuza. Defeating them was never an issue, but dealing with the aftermath was always a hassle. As they reached their parting point, Izuku smiled. "Here we part, see you later?" "Yes," Kendo replied, pulling Izuku into a hug. Izuku felt puzzled by the embrace. "Why the hug?" Kendo smiled, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks. "Because I wanted to." Izuku arrived at school, ready to face another day of classes. After enduring a series of boring lessons, he found a moment of respite and settled down for a nap. The teacher, eager to engage the students, broke the silence. Okay, everyone is in 3rd grade. This is the time to think about your futures. Now, I will pass around the document of aspirations for the future. With a flourish, the teacher tossed the documents into the air, causing a flurry of papers to scatter. But hey, almost everyone wants to go into the hero section, right? In an instant, the classroom erupted with excitement as the students began to showcase their quirks. The teacher scanned the room and announced, "From what I see, Katsuki Bakugo has enrolled in UA." The announcement caught everyone off guard, their surprise palpable. The UA Institute? You need a score of 79 to get in this year, right? One student exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. And they say the entrance exam is incredibly difficult, another chimed in. Bakugo, filled with pride, stood on his desk, declaring, "Exactly. I'm the only one who can enter UA." The teacher then continued, "Oh, and Izuku Orinoa is also coming in." The room fell silent, and all eyes turned to Izuku, who was still asleep. As expected from high school number 1, one student commented, recalling the study sessions Izuku had with Tashigi. Fueled by jealousy, Bakugo prepared to unleash his fury on Izuku's desk, but Izuku's instincts kicked in. He executed a judo hold, followed by a takedown, stopping Bakugo in his tracks. "Sleepy, what's wrong?" Izuku mumbled, still half asleep. He looked at Bakugo, who was seething. "What's wrong, Bakugo?" "Diamen." Bakugo shouted, springing to his feet, ready to attack. "Stop. No fighting here," the professor intervened, restoring order to the classroom. Once the tension dissipated, the classes resumed as normal. When the final bell rang, Izuku gathered his backpack and sword case and made his way to the exit. However, he was intercepted by Bakugo. "Din, if you think you can enter the same academy as me, well, you're wrong, Shiny," Bakugo threatened. Just as Bakugo lunged at him, Izuku deftly evaded and struck him in the stomach with the handle of the bakken that protruded from his case. "Détente, Bakugo," Izuku said calmly. Bakugo clicked his tongue in annoyance, ignoring Izuku as he walked away with his entourage. Izuku sighed, reflecting on the pride of some people, before heading into the city, engrossed in a notebook. As he walked, the soothing sounds of birds singing and the tranquility of the path enveloped him. However, as he entered under a bridge, a strange noise emanated from a nearby drain. Curiosity piqued, Izuku approached, but suddenly the drain exploded, revealing a sludge creature with eyes. "Invisibility cloak, size M," the creature announced ominously. Izuku gasped, startled. The sludge lunged at him, but he quickly jumped back, tossing aside his backpack to draw a bakken from the case. "Ah, a wooden sword is useless against me," the creature taunted. Izuku, undeterred, responded, "Then how about 3? He pulled out 2 more bakken, surprising the villain, and placed one in his mouth. "It's just as useless," the creature shouted, charging at Izuku once more. Izuku dodged skillfully, observing the creature closely. Without a physical body, it's composed of mud. No physical attack will be enough. "I need more power," he thought, positioning his swords horizontally, aligning them with his mouth. "Come here," the creature roared, launching another attack. "Tatsu. Maki!" Izuku countered, executing a dragon spiral move that sent the mud flying while delivering rapid cuts, ready to face whatever came next. The battle raged on as the villain, composed of mud and debris, lay shattered on the ground, his pieces slowly reassembling. "I'm not possible," he muttered, struggling to regain his form. Izuku, the green-haired young man, stepped closer, determination in his eyes. "So you're not completely invincible," he declared. Just then, a powerful voice echoed through the air. "Texas Smash." All Might unleashed a wave of air pressure that tore the villain to pieces once again. "Hello." All Might greeted Izuku as he reformed the villain's remnants and sealed them within a bottle. Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Give me your autograph," he exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. All Might chuckled, already handing him a signed notebook. "I already did it," he said. "Thank you," Izuku replied, his heart racing. All Might then leaped into the sky, soaring high as if he were flying. Izuku watched in awe. "Incredible," he whispered before turning his attention back to the city ahead. In the bustling streets of the city, Bakugo walked alongside some classmates, his expression fierce. "Hey Bakugo, what's your story with that Roronoa boy?" one of his partners asked, puffing on a cigarette. "I was also wondering the same thing," another chimed in, mirroring his companion's habit. "Don't mention that idiot, and stop smoking. Do you really want me to destroy you?" Bakugo snapped, his irritation evident. The other boys were taken aback, but their confusion stemmed not from Bakugo's anger, but from the ominous figure looming behind him. Meanwhile, Izuku strolled through the city, lost in thought about a study session planned with Tashigi. She had taken care of him over the years, and he regarded her with a sense of maternal affection. "Sad mom," he murmured, recalling his real mother. He quickly shook off the sadness, reminding himself that she wouldn't want him to dwell on it, and he wiped away a few tears. As he continued walking, he noticed a crowd gathered around an alleyway. Curiosity piqued, Izuku approached and saw heroes attempting to subdue a villain. "But that's not the villain that All Might caught, is it?" he pondered. Among the murmurs of the crowd, one civilian spoke up. "Why are the heroes still here? Did they catch a boy?" another asked. "That villain. Isn't he the one All Might was chasing?" someone else chimed in. Amidst the crowd, a thin figure with blonde hair and baggy clothes staggered. "I reached my limit," the boy coughed, blood spilling from his mouth. As Izuku pushed through the throng, he finally identified the captive. It was Bakugo, pain etched across his face. "Relax, brat," the villain sneered, using Bakugo as a shield. "In a few seconds, you won't feel anything anymore." The heroes surrounding them were at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, Izuku emerged from the crowd, his resolve unwavering. "What are you doing, kid? Stay away, it's dangerous," Kamui Woods called out, but Izuku ignored him. He quickly removed his backpack and school clothes, leaving only his shirt. From a case, he drew 3 bakens, placing one in his mouth as he prepared for action. The villain's eyes narrowed. "You again? This time it won't be like the last," he threatened, launching an explosion towards Izuku using Bakugo as leverage. Without hesitation, Izuku charged into the blast, leaving onlookers shocked. Emerging from the smoke, his swords ablaze, he attacked with swift, precise cuts that freed Bakugo from the villain's grip. "Ding, no," Bakugo exclaimed, surprised by Izuku's boldness. "Then you complain," Izuku shot back, tossing Bakugo next to the heroes as he redirected his focus on the villain, ready for the next confrontation. The villain called out, "Come here," as he unleashed a flurry of tentacles toward Izuku. Without even glancing at the incoming attack, Izuku deftly evaded the tentacles, slashing with his sword while leaning back on one foot. With remarkable agility, he maneuvered himself behind the villain, leaving multiple cuts across the villain's body. Those who witnessed the scene were left in bewilderment. Ironically, it's called Santoryu. "Turo Nagashi," Izuku announced after completing his swift movements. The villain stammered in disbelief, "I impossible," as he realized what had just happened. Izuku noticed that his bakens were slightly burned and covered in slime. Concern washed over him as he thought to himself, "They are going to break." The villain, frustrated, shouted. In a clever distraction, Izuku tossed his swords into the air. "Nitoryu! Tatsumaki!" he shouted, managing to lift the villain off the ground. The pro-heroes nearby watched in astonishment as Izuku soared through the air, jumping from wall to reach the villain. Seizing the moment, he retrieved his 3 swords and declared, "Santoryu, stop!" The villain pleaded, terror etched on his face. But Izuku was already in motion, executing a 3-step attack known as Gari. In a swift and decisive move, the villain was cut into several pieces, while Izuku's swords shattered due to the earlier damage from the fire. After the fierce battle, Izuku received praise but also a scolding from the heroes. Bakugo, however, enjoyed the admiration without any reprimand, while the villain was left traumatized and compliant as he was arrested. As the sun began to set, Izuku made his way home and encountered his friend Kendo. "So, are you going to train until the exam?" Kendo asked. "Yes," Izuku replied. "I want to take advantage of the time to master one of Dad's techniques." But the techniques you already know are quite powerful, Kendo pointed out. True, but these are ones I used before training with someone named Mihawk, Izuku explained. They continued their conversation until they reached Kendo's house, where they exchanged goodbyes. Upon arriving home, Izuku greeted Zoro, who was waiting with dinner. They discussed the recent battle with the villain, which filled Zoro with pride for his son. I see. Are you sure about going to UA? Zoro asked. I've been thinking about it. And yes, I want to go to that academy. With my grades, it shouldn't be a problem, Izuku replied. Make sure to thank Tashigi the next time she visits, Zoro said. Yes, Izuku acknowledged. By the way, Tashigi needs my help against a peculiar villain, so I won't be around for the next few months, Zoro informed him. Wait, who will help me train? Izuku asked, his voice tinged with concern. From what I've seen in our previous fights, you can train alone. I want you to master all the techniques from Utoryu to Santoryu, including, that's technique. I'm not talking about Sanzen Seikai, Zoro replied firmly. Izuku felt a bit discouraged but nodded. Wise. Zoro placed a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder. Don't worry, I'll be back before the entrance exam. And I will have a special gift for you. Seriously? Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, just wait until then, Zoro smiled. As the day came to a close, Izuku felt a mixture of determination and anticipation for the challenges ahead. Linzef bid farewell but not before leaving a brief additional scene, a moment of levity amid the unfolding story. It was an ordinary day during Izuku's first year of high school. He was in the garden at home, diligently training while his friend Zoro took a much-needed nap nearby. Suddenly, Tashigi arrived, searching for the two green-haired boys. She found Izuku's backpack and, out of curiosity, decided to open it. What she discovered did not please her. Inside, Izuku was focused on his training, repeatedly striking a mannequin. Okay, stop hitting the mannequin. Time to rest, he said to himself. Just then, Tashigi greeted him with a kind voice. Hello guys, she called out. Hello, Tashigi, W. Izuku exclaimed, barely managing to block Tashigi's sudden attack. Why was that? Holding up his homework, which was marked with poor grades, Tashigi demanded, explain this to me. Izuku, feeling nervous, stammered, W. Listen to me, Izuku, Tashigi continued, her tone firm. From now on, if I don't see good grades, you won't train. You'll dedicate yourself to studying. But, Dad, save me. Izuku pleaded, glancing toward Zoro, who remained blissfully unaware, snoring in his sleep. Now come here, Tashigi said, dragging him into the house. Since that day, Izuku dedicated himself to studying, determined to avoid Tashigi's extra classes. Over the next 5 months, Izuku trained diligently. His teacher had gone on a mission with Tashigi, requiring his assistance. One day, feeling exhausted and surrounded by broken wooden swords, Izuku sighed heavily. He decided to head to his room and lie down on his bed. Just as he settled in, his cell phone rang. It was his friend Kendo. Hello, Kendo, what's going on? He answered, his curiosity piqued. Hello, Izuku, Kendo replied nervously. I was wondering if you would like to help me look for some things for the dojo? Izuku thought for a moment before responding, sure, see you in the park? See you, Kendo said, relief evident in her voice before they ended the call. Meanwhile, Kendo sighed in relief after hanging up. Her father, Mr. Kendo, peeked through the door of her room. But we don't need anything in the dojo, he remarked. Kendo exclaimed, startled. So, you like the boy? Mr. Kendo teased. Kendo felt her cheeks flush. She stammered. I'll only tell you one thing, he said with a smile. Kendo, blushing deeply now, pushed her father away and quickly closed the door. Back with Izuku, he headed straight to the bathroom for a shower after the call. Once refreshed, he dressed in a green short-sleeved t-shirt, long black briefs, and red sneakers. As he gathered his belongings, wallet and phone, he stumbled upon an envelope labeled for Izuku, in case you need it. Beneath it lay another envelope, marked in case you break any more swords while I was gone. Izuku let out a long sigh, his expression one of exasperation. He took the second envelope and left for the park. After a short walk, he met Kendo and was surprised by her attire, a dark green sleeveless t-shirt, blue short jeans, and green sneakers. How cute. What did I just think? He mused, shaking off the thought as he approached the orange-haired girl. Hello, Kendo. He greeted her warmly. Izuku greeted Kendo with a friendly smile, noting, Hello, Izuku. Why do you keep calling me by my last name? Kendo's tone was playful yet curious. Sorry, Itsuka, Izuku replied, a hint of sheepishness in his voice. Much better, Kendo responded, a satisfied grin spreading across her face. Izuku hesitated for a moment before adding, San. Kendo pouted slightly, shaking her head. But without honorifics, she said, playfully patting him. Sorry, Izuku chuckled, I just like it when you act cute. Kendo felt a rush of embarrassment at his words, her cheeks flushing. So, what things should we look for at the dojo? Izuku asked, shifting the topic to their outing. Kendo's eyes widened as she realized the truth behind her invitation. True. I invited him with that excuse, she thought nervously. Ah well. They wandered through the city, searching for items for the dojo while enjoying their day together, sampling snacks and visiting various shops. Hey look! Izuku exclaimed, pointing at an arcade. Why don't we go in there? Good idea. Kendo replied enthusiastically. Upon entering the arcade, Izuku's gaze was drawn to the prize area. That's it, he thought before turning to Kendo. Hey Itsuka, what do you want to try first? Kendo considered her options for a moment. Let me see. I challenge you to air hockey. The loser will owe the winner a favor, she declared, pointing to the game. Izuku smirked. I see. Forward. The game commenced, with Kendo launching the puck at impressive speed. However, Izuku's quick reflexes, honed through training, allowed him to respond skillfully, scoring point after point. As the final score flashed, Kendo looked devastated, kneeling on the ground. It's my defeat, she admitted. Okay, next, Izuku said, leading them to a fighting game, where Kendo managed to claim victory over him, though they had made no bets this time. I'll go get some soft drinks, Izuku said, heading toward a vending machine. Yes, Kendo replied, waiting for her friend. While she stood there, a group of boys approached her, smirking. Hey appealing, are you alone? One of them said, his smile sinister. If you want, we can keep you company, another added. Just as one boy reached for Kendo's arm, Izuku intervened, stepping in front of her. Any problem, boys? He asked, his voice steady. Yes. You guys, he replied, pushing the first boy back. The second boy attempted to hit Izuku, but he deftly evaded the attack, instead delivering a swift kick that sent the boy reeling. The third boy, now frightened, pulled out a knife. Izuku approached the knife-wielding boy, ready to act. He blocked the attack with his arm, which was surprisingly covered in black metal. Bad idea, he said, locking eyes with the boy. You will pay for this, the boy stammered, retreating with his friends. Izuku turned back to Kendo, concern evident in his voice. Estes bien Itsuka? Yes, she assured him, though a hint of disappointment lingered. Although I could have beaten them. I know, but I didn't want them to hurt you, he admitted, scratching his cheek with a finger, a light blush coloring his cheeks. Kendo's heart fluttered at his concern. How cute, she thought, captivated by the green-haired man's expression. After leaving the arcade, they strolled through the city. As dusk settled, they arrived at Kendo's home. Thank you, Izuku, for joining me, she said, her voice warm with gratitude. Don't thank me. Oh, by the way, he said, reaching into his bag. He pulled out a small gift and handed it to her. Kendo's eyes widened in curiosity as she set her bag filled with dojo equipment on the floor and opened the gift. Inside, she found a small model of a Harley-Davidson. Great, she exclaimed, her surprise evident. I'm glad you liked it, Izuku said, his smile broadening. I saw it at the arcade and was able to get it, although I was lucky that the receptionist accepted money instead of tickets. I love it, but I don't have anything for you, she said, feeling a bit discouraged. Izuku stepped closer, placing a hand on her cheek. Kendo felt a deep blush spread across his cheeks as he listened to Izuku speak. The truth is, I was a little bored at home, Izuku admitted, his smile brightening the room. I just studied and trained. But going out with you today, I really liked it. Overwhelmed by the green-haired man's words, Kendo decided to act on impulse. She leaned in and gave Izuku a quick kiss on the cheek, surprising him. Izuku, he murmured softly, still processing the unexpected gesture. Thanks, see you. Kendo exclaimed, quickly grabbing her belongings and running home. Izuku remained still for a moment, his hand resting on the cheek where the kiss lingered. His mind raced as he tried to comprehend what had just happened. Meanwhile, Kendo dashed to her room, leaping onto her bed. She buried her face in a pillow, attempting to shield her embarrassment. What a shame, she thought, overwhelmed by the warmth of the moment. As Kendo hid her flushed face, Izuku made his way home, searching for more wooden swords. As he walked, he replayed Kendo's kiss in his mind. He placed a hand on his chest, feeling a warmth that startled him. The warmth, he mused. 10 months passed, and the entrance exam was now looming on the horizon. Izuku sat reading a book after a long training session. Initially, he had read out of obligation, but now he genuinely enjoyed studying. With a sigh, he noted, "It's already getting dark." Suddenly, the sound of a door opening broke the silence. "We're back," Zoro and Tashigi announced in unison. Izuku approached them, curious. "Welcome. Who is it?" he asked, noticing a silhouette behind Zoro and Tashigi. Zoro stepped aside, revealing a young girl with green hair, dressed in tight black shorts and a striped tank top. "This is Monet," Zoro said, "and she will stay with us." "Eh?" Izuku exclaimed, taken aback. Minutes later, everyone sat together, sipping tea. "First of all, don't kidnap her," Zoro warned, glancing sternly at Izuku. "I already know that," Izuku replied, turning to Tashigi. "Are you okay? You've been frowning since you came." "Confused, she has been like this after finishing her work," Zoro added. Izuku observed a scene that seemed to provide the answer to Tashigi's mood. Monet was hugging Zoro's arm, while Tashigi pouted and looked away. "Anyway," Zoro continued, "before coming here, I managed to get permission from UA for you to use this for your exam." He placed a long box on the table. "What is this?" Izuku asked, intrigued. "A gift from me and Tashigi," Zoro replied. As Izuku opened the box, he was surprised by its contents. "Great!" he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The next morning dawned bright and clear. Izuku woke early, donning his high school uniform before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. To his surprise, he found breakfast already laid out. He approached the kitchen and saw Monet, dressed as she had been when she came home, wearing an apron. Noticing his presence, Monet smiled at him. "Good morning, Rorono-kun." Izuku felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. Call me Izuku. It might be a little confusing otherwise." "Está bien, Izuku-kun," Monet replied sweetly. As they sat down together at the table, Izuku remarked, "I see you settled in well." "Yes," Monet replied. "This place is certainly better than my old home." Izuku nodded, feeling a sense of camaraderie as they shared the morning together. After a heartfelt conversation, Izuku bid farewell to Monet and set off for UA. On his way, he encountered Kendo, and together they made their way toward the academy. From that day forward, Kendo found it increasingly difficult to meet Izuku's gaze. Upon arriving at the academy, Kendo expressed her nerves. "We arrived somewhat nervous," she said. "Are you ready, Itsuka?" Izuku asked, a hint of apprehension in his voice. "Yes," she replied, though uncertainty lingered in her tone. As they prepared to take their first steps inside, they stumbled simultaneously, closing their eyes in anticipation of the impact that never came. When they opened their eyes, they discovered they were floating. A brown-haired woman appeared before them, apologizing for using her quirk. "I'm sorry for using my quirk, but I thought it would be a bad omen if you fell," she explained before releasing them. "Good luck." Suddenly, Bakugo approached, his demeanor aggressive. "What are you doing here, he exclaimed, grabbing Izuku by his shirt. "Diamen," Izuku muttered, taken aback. Kendo, confused, looked on. Hey, she protested, but stopped when Izuku gestured for her to remain calm. Step back, Itsuka, Izuku said. Worried it's okay. See you later, Kendo replied, heading into the building. Turning back to Bakugo, Izuku spoke firmly. Listen, Bakugo, I came here with the same goal as everyone. Please let me go. Bakugo released his grip, glaring at Izuku. Don't get in my way, do you understand? He warned before storming off into the building. Izuku sighed, muttering to himself, this will be a long day. After the written exam, they entered a room where the energetic present mic commanded attention. Everyone say I, he shouted, but was met with an awkward silence, only amplified by the sound of crickets. Listen, my dear listeners, present mic continued, the exam will take place in our city district replicas. He gestured to a screen displaying cities labeled A to G. You can choose the one you want. The test will last 15 minutes. Your objective, take down as many villains as you can. There will be 3 types, 1 point, 2 points, and 3 points. A student suddenly stood up, interrupting. Excuse me, he said loudly, the brochure mentions 4 types. And you? He pointed at Izuku, who had been engrossed in a book. You should pay more attention to present mic. Izuku replied nonchalantly, I do, until you interrupted him. The student, taken aback, quickly bowed. I'm so sorry, present mic, he apologized, bending at a 90-degree angle. Don't worry, present mic reassured him. As for the 4th villain, this one has a value of 0 points. It will only act as an obstacle, so don't worry about that. Enough talk, let's get to the main event. In the UA area designated as the City District Zone, Izuku stood amidst a crowd of students, dressed in his sports uniform. His long dark green breaths featured 2 black stripes along the sides, and he wore a black sleeveless shirt with a red sash that secured 3 swords at his side. With a determined smile, Izuku drew one of the swords. A flashback transported him to the previous night. He opened a box, revealing a sword inside. Great, he said, taking it out. Zoro, who stood nearby, grinned. I knew you would like it, he said, pulling out the other 2 swords. I had them made for you, but it took a while since I was so busy. This sword has no edge, he explained as he unsheathed it, but with it, the Santorio techniques will be more powerful than when you use it with a Bakken. Also, he sheathed the sword again, a soft sound echoing in the air. You can lock it for use with the scabbard. This way, you can hit them like a blunt weapon. Don't worry about strength, these weapons are made of a graphene mixture, so they are quite resistant. With renewed confidence, Izuku prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. Izuku gazed at his sword, contemplating its connection to his quirk. Memories of a conversation with Zoro, a skilled swordsman, echoed in his mind. Zoro had inquired if Izuku had trained his quirk, expressing his interest in seeing the results. Izuku had promised to demonstrate, but only after the exam. He sheathed the sword just as a blue-haired man with glasses approached him. Hey you, the one with the swords, the man called out. Izuku, confused, responded with uncertainty, what's happening? The man introduced himself as Ida. Bladed weapons are not allowed on this property. The UA regulations say so. Izuku quickly clarified, but this is classified as a blunt weapon. He unsheathed one of the swords and held it up for inspection. I have permission from UA to use them here. Ida nodded, realizing the misunderstanding. I see. In that case, I am very sorry. No problem, Izuku said, understanding Ida's role in enforcing the rules. I'm Rorinoa Izuku. Ida Tenya, Ida replied, extending his hand for a handshake. Suddenly, Present Mike burst onto the scene with enthusiasm. And, yeah. His excitement was infectious, prompting Izuku to instinctively dash into the city, where the exam had already begun. The other students looked on in confusion. What are you waiting for? In real life, there will be no countdown. Present Mike shouted. 10 minutes passed, and robots began to fall one by one. Some were destroyed by Ida's powerful kicks, others by laser blasts, but the most impressive were the ones cut down by Izuku's clean sword strikes. In the observation room, a heroine remarked, "This year's students are promising." Another figure responded skeptically, We still can't be sure. The thing that will really test their potential? She pressed a red button, and the scene shifted back to the city. Izuku, exhausted after scoring 70 points, leaned against a building, letting out a sigh. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. He looked to the horizon and saw a massive robot towering over the buildings. Run! It is the 0-point obstacle, a student cried out in panic. Izuku watched as his fellow students fled, including Ida. He was about to join them when a faint of pain reached his ears. Turning, he spotted a young woman with orange hair lying on the ground several meters away from the robot. "Kendo!" he exclaimed, recognizing her. She was unable to get up, and the robot's hand loomed ominously above her. Izuku's expression hardened. He placed a sword in his mouth, grasped the other two, and charged straight at the robot. "Ichigaraira, Enigaraira," he shouted, his muscles bulging as he unleashed his technique. "Santoryu, Nigarizake." The clash between his attack and the robot's hand halted its movements. Kendo, surprised, called out, "Izuku." As Izuku struggled against the robot's strength, he yelled, "Don't touch her." With a fierce effort, he managed to deflect the robot's hand away from Kendo. The robot shifted its focus to Izuku, who stood defiantly, his hair partially obscuring his eyes. To those watching, it seemed as if one of his eyes glowed with a crimson light, and in that moment, the robot experienced an unfamiliar sensation: fear. "Can you move?" Izuku asked Kendo, concern etched on his face as he continued to stare down the robot. "And no, I hurt my ankle," she replied, wincing in pain. "I see. Don't worry, I'll take care of this," Izuku reassured her. "Close your eyes for a moment." His swords shimmered with a dark metal, enhanced by his quirk, making them sharper and more resilient. With determination, Izuku leaped onto the robot's arm, sprinting toward its head. The robot attempted to swat him away with its other hand, but he deftly sliced through it, scattering pieces in all directions. "That boy is crazy," one student remarked, awed by Izuku's bravery. "Yes, but look closely. He is protecting the girl," another replied. "I heard she yelled at the robot not to touch her. Will she be his girlfriend?" a third student speculated. "I hope not," a girl chimed in, blushing at the thought. Ignoring the chatter, Izuku reached the head of the robot, ready to finish what he started. Izuku jumped straight toward the robot's head, declaring, "Santoryu." The robot, quick to react, pulled out a flamethrower from its head and aimed a direct shot at the green-haired boy. In the observation room, Kendo gasped in horror. "Izuku," she screamed, her worry palpable. Amidst the chaos, a woman shouted, "Who forgot to deactivate the flamethrower?" "Calm down, Midnight," another voice responded. "Surely Recovery Girl can cure him." Midnight turned her gaze towards Power Loader, accusingly. "So it was you, Power Loader?" He remained silent, a quiet acknowledgement of his mistake hanging in the air. Meanwhile, Izuku emerged from the flames, mostly unscathed except for some burns on his sleeveless shirt, his swords ablaze. "Yaki! Onigiri!" he exclaimed, executing a triple cut to the robot's head, igniting it further. He then descended the same arm he had climbed, crossing his swords for a finishing move. "Santoryu! Dai Butsugiri!" As he descended, he made clean cuts along the robot's arm. When he landed, the robot fell backward, its broken arm lying uselessly beside it. "Time is up." Present Mike called out, his voice echoing in the arena. Izuku turned to Kendo, extending his hand with a smile. "Come, Titsuka." Kendo was taken aback when Izuku lifted her in a bridal carry. "Put me down, Baka," she protested, hitting him lightly. "Tranquilize yourself, Itsuka." "Ow," Izuku replied, wincing as he adjusted his grip. The boys nearby admired the display of masculinity, while the girls watched with envy. "Can go home now, guys. The wounded can come closer," said an elderly woman who approached. She was none other than the heroine, Recovery Girl. "Excuse me, could I help you?" Izuku offered. "Let me see." Recovery Girl observed. "She has a wound on her ankle. Are you sure you don't want me to heal you first?" "I'll be fine." "Please," Izuku insisted. "Hi Pai," Recovery Girl replied with a nod. As she tended to Kendo, Izuku felt an odd sensation of being watched but chose to ignore it. Okay, take a break and then you can go, Recovery Girl instructed. Thank you, Kendo said gratefully. Now you, young man, Recovery Girl said, turning her attention to Izuku. After administering treatment, she declared, Listo. Thank you, Izuku replied, relief washing over him. Kendo then hesitated, her cheeks flushing. This. Izuku, she began, her voice shy. Could you see what to do? With your top? Izuku glanced down to find that his tank top and part of his breeds had been burned in the battle. Kendo averted her gaze, blushing, while the girls around them couldn't help but stare. I have my high school uniform in the locker room, he said, trying to brush off the situation. After the exam and a change of clothes, Izuku and Kendo walked back toward their homes. Izuku, Kendo called out, her voice a mixture of nerves and uncertainty. Yes, he replied, glancing at her. With a shy demeanor, she fiddled with her index fingers. What did you mean when you yelled, don't touch her? Izuku took one of Kendo's hands gently. Well, because I would feel very bad if something happened to you. Kendo tried to look away, her cheeks burning red as she struggled to hide her embarrassment. They continued their conversation until they reached Kendo's house. Well, we arrived, Izuku said, pausing at her doorstep. Yes. You can let go of my hand, Kendo replied, her voice barely above a whisper. The atmosphere hung thick with unspoken words, the only sounds being the gentle wind and the distant chirping of birds. Is it necessary? Izuku asked, surprised to hear his own words. Kendo's eyes widened, taken aback by his question. In that moment, Izuku stepped closer, closing the distance between them. Izuku stood nervously, his heart racing as he approached Itsuka Kendo. Itsuka, he murmured, his eyes locked onto hers. Idatsuku, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. They continued to close the distance between them, anticipation building, until suddenly, someone tackled Izuku from the side. Woh, Roranoa-kun, the newcomer exclaimed, breaking the moment. Izuku blinked in surprise. Es Senior Kendo? Kendo looked equally astonished. Dad? Mr. Kendo, clearly angry, glared at Izuku. Why didn't you tell me you were dating my daughter? Both Kendo and Izuku exchanged confused glances. They said in unison. Mr. Kendo softened slightly. You don't know how happy I am. Since that date they had a while ago, my daughter has been occasionally distracted by her training. Kendo blushed deeply. Izuku scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Really? I'm sorry. Don't apologize, I'm happy, Mr. Kendo continued. I thought I would never see my daughter with a boyfriend. I thought I would be alone forever. Kendo, unable to take it anymore, hit her father on the head. Idiot dad. After a brief explanation, Mr. Kendo left for the dojo, nursing a bump on his head but appearing calmer. God, sometimes I don't understand, Kendo sighed, shaking her head. Izuku chuckled lightly. Although, to tell the truth, it ruined the atmosphere. Kendo replied, puzzled. Well, I wanted to tell you a couple of things. First, you had a leaf in your hair. He held up the offending leaf, showing it to her. Kendo's face flushed. Bibaka, why didn't you tell me? Izuku laughed softly. I thought it was kind of funny. In a playful gesture, Kendo tried to hit him, but he effortlessly stopped her blow with one hand. And the other thing is, would you like to go out with me? He asked, a hopeful smile spreading across his face. Kendo stammered, It's sudden, I know. You can take your time to answer. Izuku was cut off when Kendo leaned in and kissed him on the lips. Why yeah, she finally replied, her voice barely a whisper. Izuku beamed, leaning in for another kiss. This one lingered for a few precious seconds before they reluctantly pulled apart. They both wished the moment could last longer, but time was not on their side. The next day, Izuku sat reading a book, occasionally replying to messages from his friend and now girlfriend. He glanced at his phone, a slight smile gracing his face. Just then, Zoro opened the bedroom door. Hey Izuku. It seems that the romance affected you a little. Izuku chuckled, Zoro rolled his eyes. Whatever. Here, I got this from Yue. He handed Izuku a letter. Do you want to see it alone or do we both see it? Come on, let's see it together, Izuku replied eagerly. The two green-haired boys opened the letter, revealing a round device that lit up to display a hologram of a bear-rat creature. Greetings, young Roronoa, the hologram began. I am contacting you to inform you about your entrance exam. According to your written exam, you obtained a grade of 99, and in the practical exam, you scored 70 points, plus an additional 50 for being modest toward the young woman. Congratulations, you have been accepted to UA. We are waiting for you here in 3 days. As the hologram deactivated, Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Approved. Zoro clapped him on the back. Congratulations, son. Now let's go eat before Monet gets angry. Hi, Izuku replied, his heart still soaring with joy. As they left the room, a question lingered in the air. How did Monet end up in the Roronoa dojo? If one was not curious, they could simply skip ahead to the next chapter. It all began 10 months ago when Tashigi sought out Zoro for assistance on a mission. She approached him, greeting him with a casual, Zoro? Zoro, sitting with a bottle of sake in hand, looked up, intrigued. Tashigi explained her need for help, presenting him with a file. Curiosity piqued, Zoro opened the file and began to read, while Tashigi waited in silence for 5 long minutes. Finally, Zoro finished reading, let out a sigh, and said, I see. Excuse my lack of hospitality, I'll make you some tea. Tashigi, surprised, stammered her thanks, thinking to herself how strange it was for him to be so accommodating. Normally, he would have left her waiting much longer. Zoro placed a cup of green tea on the table and assured her he would take on the mission. Seriously? She exclaimed, taken aback. Zoro, slightly puzzled, asked why she was surprised. You usually refuse instantly, she replied. The truth wouldn't help you, but I feel like I'm getting rusty, he admitted. They plan to leave in 3 days. As the departure date approached, Zoro informed Izuku of their journey with Tashigi. After months of planning, Tashigi successfully triangulated the position of their target, Caesar, a scientist known for his work with chemical weapons. They learned that he was developing a biochemical weapon called Medusa, which had the potential to turn people into stone. As they traveled through a desolate, snow-covered landscape, Tashigi urged Zoro to stop drinking sake, warning that it would impair his ability to handle his swords. Zoro shrugged off her concern, claiming that alcohol warmed the body, a lesson he had learned from a friend in Russia. Their conversation shifted to the specifics of their mission. Tashigi explained the gravity of their task. If Caesar's weapon were released in a major city, it could leave them as statues forever. Suddenly, Zoro spotted metal doors embedded in a mountainside. They exited their vehicle, donned white coats to blend in, and managed to pry the door open. Inside, the installation was a maze of tubes and conduits. Zoro whispered to Tashigi, "Okay, let's go," but she firmly reminded him that his sense of direction was terrible. After a brief stare-off, Zoro reluctantly agreed to let Tashigi lead the way. As they navigated through the base, the temperature began to rise. They reached a fork in the hallway, and despite Tashigi's reservations, they decided to split up. "Don't get lost," she warned him. "I won't," Zoro assured her before they parted ways. As Zoro moved through the area, he encountered several guards. One by one, he knocked them out quietly, avoiding any unnecessary noise. After dispatching the 10th guard, he came across a door labeled daycare. Puzzled, he picked up a notebook nearby and flipped through its pages, revealing photographs of individuals marked with the words deceased in bold red letters. His heart sank when he found a familiar name. The image of a green-haired woman with striking yellow eyes caught his attention. The accompanying information detailed her quirk, a capacity to generate snow, along with alarming notes about the serum used on her, which had rendered her obedient and devoid of will. Anger surged within him as he realized the depths of Caesar's depravity. Determined to confront the truth, Zoro sliced through the door as if it were butter, unaware that his actions triggered a silent alarm. In the base's control room, a thin man with dark blue hair was conducting experiments when he heard the beep from the computer. Approaching the monitor, he noticed the alarm originating from the daycare. With a sinister laugh, he decided to send Monet after the intruder, activating the microphone to relay his orders. "Take care of the intruder, Monet," he commanded, pressing a button to initiate the next phase of this dangerous encounter. Upon entering the dimly lit room, Zoro was immediately struck by the sight of multiple cryogenic capsules lining the walls. Inside each capsule lay deceased individuals, their frozen forms a chilling reminder of the experiments conducted within these walls. He shivered slightly and muttered, "This place gives you chills?" Suddenly, one of the capsules hissed open, revealing a girl with striking green hair. She wore a white tank top emblazoned with the word gas, paired with matching shorts and a metal necklace. Zoro observed her with a dull gaze, the dead look in his eyes betraying his concern. "Yup, they brainwashed you," he said flatly. Without a word, the young woman lunged at him, wielding two short swords with deadly intent. Zoro quickly unsheathed his own swords to block her strikes. "Hey, calm down," he urged, trying to de-escalate the situation. The girl, identified as Monet, retreated momentarily before summoning a blizzard that engulfed the room, blinding Zoro. Impressive, he thought as he tried to regain his footing. He attempted to initiate his own counterattack, but Monet was swift, striking from behind. Zoro stepped back, creating distance between them, acknowledging her speed. Meanwhile, in another part of the facility, a young Tashigi navigated through a series of rooms filled with ominous equipment and dangerous chemicals, enough to imprison Caesar for life. Her determination led her to a room guarded by two men. "Caesar must be there," she whispered to herself. With a clever distraction, she caught the guards off guard and swiftly incapacitated them with precise strikes. After handcuffing them, she crept toward the door, only to find Caesar absorbed in mixing liquids, unaware of her presence. But just as she was about to act, he turned, a knowing smirk on his face. "You thought I wouldn't notice?" he taunted, leveling an unusual gun at her. Back with Zoro, the battle with Monet raged on, but he suddenly recalled a technique. "That's it," he thought, deflecting her attack and once again distancing himself. He steadied himself, focusing. "Notoriu! Concentrate!" As Monet charged at him, Zoro unleashed his attack. "Takanami!" he shouted, sending two waves of ki slicing through the air. The energy cut cleanly through the sides of her necklace, causing her to halt in her tracks. She fell to her knees, her swords clattering to the ground. Zoro sheathed his blades and knelt beside her. "Sirius, are you okay?" he asked gently. In a surprising move, Monet hugged him tightly, resting her head on his chest. "Thank you," she sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Zoro softly stroked her hair, comforting her. "Come, we have to go." "Yeah?" he urged. She nodded, wiping her tears as she fell in step behind him. "Monet," he began, glancing back at her. "See," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "Could you guide me to where Caesar is?" he asked, noticing the tremor in her body at the mention of his name. Zoro placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry, I won't let him hurt you anymore," he promised, flashing a warm smile. Monet blushed slightly, her voice trembling as she replied, "I'll take you there." Together, they raced through the hallways, taking down guards as they went, until they reached Caesar's control room. Zoro pushed the door open and was met with a shocking scene. Caesar had Tashigi by the hair, her face bruised and a gaping hole in her shoulder. "Ah, so you survived, Monet," Caesar sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. "What a pity. She had so much potential, but I suppose that thing didn't have enough power." Zoro's expression hardened. "Monet, stay outside and don't look," he whispered urgently before entering the room, donning a black scarf to conceal his identity. "Not one more step," Caesar warned, brandishing his gun. "This weapon can pierce anything. If you don't want her to have a hole in her head, lower your swords." Zoro stood firm, his hands poised on the handles of his swords, ready to fight for Tashigi and confront the monster that was Caesar. Caesar relished the chaos around him, reveling in the power he held. Tashigi, aiming her weapon at Zoro, warned him of the pain to come. Zoro, unfazed, prepared himself, invoking the stance of Notoriu, ready for what lay ahead. In a swift motion, Tashigi managed to kick the gun from Caesar's grip, creating a moment of opportunity. In an instant, Zoro was behind Caesar, his swords drawn and 2 fresh cuts marring the scientist's torso. With a calm demeanor, he sheathed his swords, declaring, "Rashomon." The scientist crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Zoro rushed to Tashiji's side, calling her name. As he leaned down to pick her up, the sound of a trigger pulled him back. He instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a shot that appeared to be a laser. Caesar muttered in frustration before collapsing, leaving Zoro with a small graze on his arm. Minutes later, Tashiji stirred awake, surprised to find herself sitting on the floor of the laboratory, wrapped in Zoro's embrace. "I see you woke up," he said, his expression a mix of relief and concern. Flustered, she quickly pulled away, stammering an apology just as a white-haired man approached them. "How are they?" he inquired, drawing closer. Tashiji's eyes widened in recognition. "Smoker-san?" "You took a long time," Zoro remarked casually, taking a sip of sake. After Tashiji and Zoro reported their encounter to Smoker, he glanced at a message on his phone. "I see. Well, here's the information you asked for, Zoro. I have bad news as well. Monet's family was apparently murdered, and she has been reported missing. We'll have to arrange for her to go to an adoptive home." At that moment, Monet, who had been giving her testimony to one of Smoker's soldiers, rushed over and hugged Zoro tightly. Smoker observed with a bemused expression, lighting 2 cigars. "I think she's gotten attached to you," he noted. Zoro sighed, an anime-like drop appearing above his head. "And you say that?" Smoker continued. "There's also the option of letting her live in your house." Zoro considered this as he looked at Monet, who smiled back at him. "That's fine. She can stay at my house," he finally decided, which made Monet beam with happiness. "By the way, you paid?" Smoker prompted, and Zoro replied, "I already talked about that with Tashiji." "It's true," Tashiji confirmed, holding up a piece of paper that displayed the plans for 3 special swords. "Interesting. They are certainly not for you," Smoker remarked, and Zoro chuckled softly, agreeing. As dawn broke, Zoro prepared for his first day at UA. Standing before a mirror, Izuku admired his reflection in the UA uniform. After packing his notebooks and gray swords into his backpack, he ventured to the kitchen, where he found Zoro and Monet sharing breakfast. He joined them, and after the meal, he bid them farewell before heading to the Kendo dojo. Upon arrival, he met Kendo's father, who greeted him with a smile. "Hello," Mr. Kendo said, and Izuku replied, "Hi. She will be down in a moment." "We can talk," Mr. Kendo suggested, and Izuku nodded in agreement. "I'm really glad you decided to go out with her. I certainly wanted her to have a boyfriend, but I would be worried if I didn't know that person well," Mr. Kendo continued. "Don't worry, Mr. Kendo. I will take care of your daughter," Izuku reassured him. "I know you will," Mr. Kendo replied with a smile. "By the way, another thing. When I said that I don't want grandchildren, a murderous aura surrounded him, though he maintained a smile that didn't quite fit the situation. "Seriously, I mean no." Izuku stood quietly, sensing a familiar aura around him that reminded him of his father. A hint of fear crept into his heart as he replied, "Wait." Kendo greeted him with a smile, and Mr. Kendo, her father, advised them to take care of themselves before returning to his usual demeanor. Izuku noted the impressive shift in Kendo's energy, feeling a mix of admiration and relief. "Yes. Let's go," Kendo said, playfully pulling Izuku along. "Why, yeah," he responded, a bit flustered. As they walked toward Yue, their conversation drifted to trivial matters. In a moment of boldness, Izuku reached for Kendo's hand, making her blush slightly. They were still new to dating, and Izuku found her reaction adorable, though he too felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Upon arriving at UA, Izuku searched for his classroom. "Here it is," he said, spotting the door of room 1A. He turned to see Kendo walking away. "Where are you going, Itsuka?" "I will study in 1B, she replied. "I will certainly feel somewhat lonely," he said, scratching the back of his neck. "You must be more sociable, yes?" she suggested, leaning in to kiss him on the cheek. Blushing, she added, "Good luck," before smiling and leaving. Izuku smiled to himself, reminding himself that he could manage this. He opened the door to find a gray-haired boy in an argument with Ida. "Don't put your feet on the table. It's disrespectful to the heroes who studied here," Ida insisted. "Don't bother me with extra cheap. Where did you come from?" Bakugo shot back. "I come from Somei High School. My name is Ida Tenya," Ida replied, standing firm. "Somei? Then you are an elite. Now I have a reason to destroy you," Bakugo taunted. "Destroy me? What nerve? Don't you plan to become a hero?" Ida retorted, noticing Izuku's presence. "Roronoa-san." "Hello, Ida-kun," Izuku greeted. "Better give up, he won't change." "You know him?" Ida asked. "Yes, Izuku began, but was interrupted. "Oh, it's you!" Uraraka exclaimed, her surprise evident. "I am Uraraka Achiko," she introduced herself. "Roronoa Izuku," he replied. After a brief exchange, a yellow caterpillar appeared in the room, and from it emerged a disheveled man with long hair. "Take 8 seconds to calm down. I am the teacher assigned to this class, Aizawa Shoyuda. It is a pleasure." "No." He pulled out a UA sports uniform. "Put this on and immediately go to the exit of the campus." Minutes later, Uraraka asked, "Quirk compression exam? And what about the ceremony?" Aizawa replied, "If you become heroes, you won't have time for absurdities." "Well, let's see." "Roronoa." "Hi." Izuku responded, stepping forward. "You came first in the practical exam. Come here," Aizawa instructed. Izuku approached, curious. "How long was your pitch in softball?" Aizawa asked. 68 meters, Izuku answered. "Good. Now throw this ball with your quirk." "Hi," Izuku replied, standing in the circle. He thought to himself, "My quirk doesn't work for this. I better use brute force." He threw the ball with all his strength. Aizawa displayed the distance on his phone, 608.6 meters. The room erupted in excitement, but then Aizawa added, "They think so because the last place in this exam will be instantly expelled." With that warning, the test commenced. In the 50-meter race, Ida finished first at 3.04 seconds, followed closely by Izuku at 3.40 seconds, and Bakugo at 4.15 seconds. In the pressure force test, a student named Shoji stood out with an impressive 540 kilograms, but Izuku was not far behind, showcasing his strength with a solid 500 kilograms. The atmosphere was charged with competition, and Izuku felt the thrill of proving himself among his peers. The test continued until the moment of the launch test. Aizawa called out, "Roronoa Izuku, throw again." Izuku, taken aback, responded. Aizawa, holding Izuku's case, explained, "I saw the practical entrance exam, so I know you didn't use all your strength." With a sigh, Izuku conceded, "You're right, but I need one thing." Aizawa raised an eyebrow and said, "You mean this?" He revealed Izuku's case. "Ha!" Izuku approached eagerly and took his case, from which he retrieved 3 gray swords. Mina exclaimed, "Swords?" Siro added, "Is he a samurai?" Kaminari and Kirishima looked on in awe, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Izuku unsheathed his swords, skillfully covering them without creating an edge. He placed one sword in his mouth and prepared to throw the ball. With both swords positioned behind him on one side, the sword in his mouth was perpendicular to the others. "Tora," he called out. Time seemed to slow as the ball neared him. "Gari," he shouted, executing his move, Tiger Hunt. Both swords struck the ball, sending it flying far into the distance. The crowd, except for Aizawa, erupted in cheers. "Great!" they exclaimed, not merely impressed by the distance the ball traveled but by the grace of Izuku's movements. Aizawa silenced them with a stern gaze. 1,200 meters, he announced. Everyone was taken aback by the feat. Bakugo, fuming, shouted, "Hey! How dare you surpass me?" He charged at Izuku with explosions, only to be restrained by Aizawa's bandages. In that moment, they realized that their teacher was none other than the hero of the underworld, Eraserhead. Once Bakugo had calmed down, Aizawa continued, "It's time for the results. It would take too long to explain, so I'll just show you on the screen." He turned on the display. The rankings appeared. Todoroki Shoto. Roronoa Izuku. Bakugo Ketsugi. Hagakure tour. Hagakure let out a disheartened, "No." Aizawa added casually, "By the way, the expulsion thing was a lie." Gasps filled the room. "It was just a trick to make you do your best," he explained. Everyone except Izuku was shocked. Izuku, however, contemplated, "It makes sense." Momo, curious, asked, "Did you also notice?" Izuku, feeling slightly nervous, replied, I had my suspicions, although I have the feeling that he meant it." Momo introduced herself. "By the way, my name is Yaoyorozu Momo. I'm Arorinoa Izuku," he stammered in return. After a few classes, Izuku's first day at UA came to an end. He stood outside the academy, conversing with Ida. "I must say, Aizawa-sensei really surprised me," Ida remarked. "I thought, so that's how things are at the best academy? Now I see that a professional can encourage you through disappointment." "You really are honest and diligent, Ida-kun," Izuku replied. Just then, Uraraka approached, asking, "Wait, you are heading to the station, right?" Izuku and Ida replied in unison, "Infinity Girl." Uraraka blushed and protested, "Don't call me that, it's embarrassing." "So, are you going to the station?" Izuku shook his head, explaining, "No, in fact, Ida is accompanying me to wait for someone." "Really?" Uraraka said, glancing at Ida, who nodded. At that moment, a voice called out, "Izuku!" A girl leaped forward to hug him. "Itsuka," he said, returning the embrace. Then he turned to his companions, "I present to you Itsuka Kendo. We study in 1B. Kendo smiled and said, "Nice to meet you." "Likewise. I am Ida Tenya." Ida introduced himself, moving his arms robotically. Uraraka chimed in with a smile, "I'm Uraraka Ochiko." Izuku Midoriya was still processing the events of his first day at UA High School. As he walked home with his girlfriend, Kendo, they exchanged thoughts about their experiences. Kendo mentioned that her teacher, Vlad King, was fun and her classmates were nice, though one student, Monoma, was a bit annoying. Izuku chuckled and shared his own experience with Eraserhead, highlighting the challenges he faced in class. Their laughter filled the air as they reached Kendo's home, and she bid him goodbye, promising to see him the next day. Upon arriving home, Izuku noticed some commotion coming from the dojo. Curious, he approached and found Zoro training with Tashigi and Monet in an intense one-on-two combat session. He watched for a moment before retreating to his room, feeling a mix of admiration and determination. Once in his room, Izuku dropped his backpack and pencil case on the floor, then lay down on his bed. He gazed at the calluses on his hands, reminders of the sword training he had undertaken, and sighed, acknowledging the long road ahead of him. As dawn broke, Izuku awoke, feeling the weight of exhaustion from the previous day. He changed his clothes and made his way to the kitchen, where he found Monet chatting with Zoro. A yawn escaped him as he greeted them. They returned the greeting, and Izuku noticed his breakfast already laid out for him. As he ate, Monet mentioned that Kendo had called to say she would arrive early at school. Izuku nodded, continuing to eat. Zoro then handed Izuku his yellow backpack and sword case, reminding him of the time. Izuku glanced at the clock and turned pale, realizing he was running late. With a frantic shout of, "I'm leaving!" he dashed out of the house, leaving Zoro and Monet behind, shaking their heads with bemusement. "Poor Izuku-kun," they sighed in unison. "It's the first time in years that I've seen him so exhausted from school," Zoro laughed as he enjoyed a sip of sake. Monet smiled and asked, "Do you want to try?" As the day progressed, Izuku hurriedly entered UA, bursting through the door to his classroom just as Present Mike was about to start the lesson. "I'm sorry I'm late," he exclaimed. "Just in time. You can pass," Present Mike replied, waving him in. "Thank you," Izuku breathed out in relief. Meanwhile, in Class 1B, Vlad noted the noise from Izuku's entrance, prompting a relieved expression from Kendo. "What a relief," she sighed. "Are you okay, Kendo-san?" Shiozaki asked, concern in her voice. "Now I am," Kendo replied, though Shiozaki looked on, confused by the exchange. After classes, the students made their way to the cafeteria, where Lunch Rush, the hero cook, was busy at work. During the afternoon classes, a voice suddenly rang out, "I'm here." announcing the arrival of another student who entered with a flourish. All Might stood before the eager students of Class 1A, his presence commanding the room. "Listen carefully," he began. "For your hero preparation, we are going to build your heroic foundations through rehearsals. For this class," he said, pulling out a card designed by Battle, "we will conduct a battle rehearsal." The students' excitement was palpable, especially Bakugo, who contemplated the idea of a rehearsal. Izuku felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Battle, he thought, nervous about what lay ahead. "Now, for your first battle," All Might continued, pressing a button that triggered the walls to reveal multiple suitcases, each labeled with a number. "You will wear your hero suits. Go change and we'll see you at the beta camps. Remember, from now on, all of you are heroes." The designated area for the rehearsal, known as the beta field, was an urban environment, perfect for a practical demonstration of their skills. As the students began to gather, it became apparent that one was missing. "Have you seen Roronoa-kun?" Uraraka asked, scanning the crowd. "I haven't seen him," Ida replied, looking around. Just then, Izuku appeared, clad in his hero suit. It consisted of black gloves, breaths, and a jacket adorned with green accents. A scarf draped over his left arm, and he wore distinctive red shoes. His gray swords were sheathed at his side. "Sorry for the delay," he exclaimed. Uraraka's eyes widened as she took in his appearance. "Aranon, you look good," she stammered, feeling a bit shy as the jacket highlighted his physique. Despite the impressive builds of her classmates, except for Mineta, Izuku's looked particularly striking. "Thanks, Uraraka-san," Izuku replied, flashing his trademark smile. He turned to Ida. "Is that your hero suit, Ida?" "Yes," Ida confirmed. "You look great," Izuku said, giving a thumbs up. He then noticed the scarf on his own arm. "Why the black scarf?" Ida asked, curious. "Oh, this?" Izuku responded. "It's because of my teacher. He wears a similar scarf on his head for two reasons: to intimidate his opponent and when he decides to fight seriously. One day, I hope to make him fight at his full strength." Just then, All Might returned, surveying the group with pride. "I must say, I like the style of each of you," he declared. "Excuse me, Sensei," Ida interjected. "Isn't this where the practical entrance exam takes place?" "That's correct, but today we will conduct an indoor battle rehearsal," All Might explained. He elaborated on the importance of simulating scenarios that heroes might face against villains. "For this test, you will be divided into teams of 2, acting as heroes and villains. Your classmates will be decided by lottery." "Are we really going to do that?" Ida asked, a mix of excitement and apprehension in his voice. Izuku nodded, understanding the significance. Heroes often have to team up with others they don't know well, so this rehearsal is a good test of that. "Always keeping our eyes on the future," Ida said, bowing deeply in respect. The teams were announced as follows. Team A, Roronoa and Yaoyorozu. Team B, Todoroki and Shoji. Team C, Uraraka and Mineta. Team D, Ida and Bakugo. Team E, Aoyama and Ishido. Team F, Ojiro and Hagakure. Team G, Tokoyami and Lida. Team H, Code and Sat. Team I, Kaminari and Jair. Team J, Siro and Kirishima. With their teams established, the students prepared for the challenges ahead, their hearts filled with determination and the spirit of heroes. All Might stood before his students, outlining the scenario for their training exercise. Now, the villains must guard a nuclear weapon while the heroes must stop them before it is too late. To secure the bomb, the heroes must use this, he announced, holding up a white ribbon. If they place it on the bomb or capture the villains, they win. Conversely, if the villains guard the bomb until time runs out or capture the heroes, then they win. Izuku Midoriya approached Momo Yaoyorozu with a friendly smile. "Let's get along," he said, his expression brightening the atmosphere. "I say the same," Momo replied, returning his smile. All Might continued, placing his hands into 2 boxes labeled Hero and Villain. "Now, the teams will be Team A, Heroes, and Team D, Villains." A brief pause ensued as the scene shifted to the villains inside the building, already stationed to guard the bomb. Ida, eager to strategize, asked, "Well, what's the plan? Bakugo, brimming with confidence, replied, you take care of the bomb, I'll take care of the demon Roronoa. Meanwhile, Izuku was focused, memorizing the layout of the building. There are many blind spots. We will have to be attentive to ambushes, he noted, his brow furrowing in concentration. Yes, Momo agreed, then hesitated. By the way, Roronoa, call me Izuku, he said, smiling a little. Momo blushed slightly. Izuku, what is your quirk? If we know each other, we can work together better. Izuku explained, well, my quirk is called black metal. It allows me to create a black metal, which I can use as armor or to enhance my sword's strength and edge. He demonstrated by showing how his arm was covered in the dark metal. Awesome, Momo replied, intrigued. My quirk allows me to create things using the lipids in my body, but I need to know the mechanism or composition to create the object. That's really impressive. Let's see. I have an idea that might work, Izuku said, feeling a spark of inspiration. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the speaker system. Indoor battle rehearsal begin. Izuku and Momo moved stealthily through the building, Izuku in the lead with a shield crafted by Momo. They crept down the hallway until Bakugo launched a surprise attack with an explosion. Izuku instinctively blocked the blast with his shield, and as the smoke cleared, he found himself holding Momo by the waist, pulling her close to protect her from the debris. Are you okay? He asked, his gaze still locked on Bakugo. Weiss, Momo stammered, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Now you know the plan. Go. Izuku urged, releasing her. Hi. Momo replied, darting toward the bomb. Bakugo, not one to let her escape, shouted, as if I'm going to let you. He lunged at her, but Izuku intervened, pushing him back with his shield in a maneuver reminiscent of Captain America. Diamen. Bakugo cursed. Come on, Bakugo. Izuku called out, sprinting in the opposite direction. Come here. Bakugo yelled, chasing after him, using explosions to propel himself forward. In the surveillance room, All Might and the other students observed the unfolding battle. Kaminari speculated, could Roronoa predict Bakugo's movements? But it's strange that he doesn't use his quirk, Todoroki added, puzzled. Why is that? Mina inquired, her eyes glued to the screen. All Might pondered, observing Izuku closely. That young man seems to have a sharp mind. He knows how to avoid damaging the structure, so he limits his power. But exactly how powerful is he? And why does he want to be a hero? Momo had already arrived in the room when Ida approached the door. He found Ida lost in his own thoughts, pondering the role of a villain. I have to take on the role of villain, Ida declared, his voice taking on a macabre tone. To become a splendid hero, there will be situations in which you have to think like a villain. He paused for dramatic effect, then continued in a darker voice, now I'm very bad. Momo, taking the essay assignment seriously, suppressed a laugh, careful not to reveal herself. Only All Might, who was nearby, could hear their conversation, and even he found it hard to stifle a chuckle at Ida's theatrical performance. Sitting on the floor, Momo began to create something. Within moments, she crafted a fragile-looking bag about the size of her hand. A flashback played in her mind, recalling a conversation with Izuku. Izuku, this is my idea. Bakugo will face me. For some reason, he has always felt hatred toward me, Izuku had said, looking somewhat confused. So I will entrust the bomb to you. Do you have any ideas against Ida? Yes. I was thinking about this. Momo had replied. Returning to the present, Izuku managed to catch the attention of his classmate as he entered another room. Okay, here we go, he said, steeling himself for what was to come. Hey, Roronoa. You should take our fight seriously, Bakugo challenged him. Why do you hate me so much? I don't even remember doing anything to you. Izuku exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. Bakugo ignored the question, focusing instead on the mechanics of his quirk. You probably know that my quirk allows me to create explosions through my nitro sweat. So, if they manage to make these to my specifications, he said, taking the safety off his wristband grenade launcher, then I can store my sweat and… Stop, Bakugo. You could kill him. All Might interjected from the sidelines. If you dodge it, it won't kill you. Take this, Roronoa. Bakugo shouted, removing the trigger and launching a torrent of explosions toward the green-haired boy. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, the other students watched in alarm. Worried for Roronoa, they exclaimed, their concern palpable. A trip down memory lane revealed a moment from their childhood. Hey, villain, give up. Bakugo had taunted as a younger boy, tears streaming down his face, whimpered, I don't want to play anymore. Suddenly, Izuku stepped in, wooden sword in hand. Stop, he shouted, positioning himself between Bakugo and the frightened child. Bakugo smirked, and what will you do to prevent it? The two engaged in a brief scuffle, resulting in a draw, one bearing scratches and bruises while the other had burns. In another memory, during their first year of physical education, the teacher tossed Bakugo a ball. Your turn, Bakugo, he said. The gray-haired boy stepped into the circle and threw the ball with impressive force. 66 meters, the teacher announced. Impressive, murmured one student, while another commented, nothing wrong, Bakugo. Bakugo smiled proudly at the praise. Follow you, Roronoa, the teacher instructed, handing the ball to Izuku. The green-haired boy stepped up and threw it. 68 meters, the teacher declared, and a chorus of awe erupted from his classmates. Wow, they cheered. You're impressive, Roronoa-kun. However, Bakugo's pride was stung. As he thought to himself, I can't free myself, he struggled against a slime villain. He had heard a hero warn a young boy to stay away, but when he saw who it was, he fought desperately to escape, only to realize the green-haired boy had already freed him. Then you complain, Izuku had said, but that moment marked a turning point for Bakugo, who recognized that Izuku was superior to him. Returning to the present, Bakugo's earlier attack had left part of the building in ruins. Smoke filled the air, and when it cleared, half of Izuku's torso was covered in ashes and burns from his suit, a testament to the explosive confrontation that had just unfolded. Bakugo stood in disbelief, his mind racing. What? How is this possible? I should be on the ground, he thought, feeling the rush of adrenaline. A voice cut through his confusion. Bakugo Shonen, if you launch another attack like that again, I will have to suspend the rehearsal, warned sternly. Concerned, Roronoa turned to Izuku. Are you okay? Izuku nonchalantly brushed some dust off his suit, crossing his arms. This is nothing, he replied, exuding a calm confidence that contrasted with the chaos around him. Bakugo, fueled by determination, shouted, Fight seriously. Izuku understood that to end this standoff, he needed to step up. He removed the scarf from his arm, placing it on his head like a bandana, enhancing his intimidating appearance. In the surveillance room, Todoroki observed in disbelief. How can he continue with those injuries? He questioned. Mineta, eyes wide, added, more importantly, doesn't he look like a villain now? Back with Izuku, he called out, Dude, just as Bakugo charged at him. The gray-haired boy launched himself forward but suddenly fainted, retreating before attacking again, leaving Izuku wounded. What's wrong? Bakugo taunted. Izuku remained silent, strategizing his next move. As Bakugo pressed forward, Izuku received a message through his communicator. Izuku, I managed to defeat Ida, Momo informed him. But let's finish this, Izuku said, drawing a sword from its sheath. He positioned himself with the blade half behind him, the hilt at head height. Itoryu. Bakugo growled, and charged at Izuku again. In a blink, Izuku vanished, moving with such speed that not even the cameras could capture it. With a resigned sigh, he sheathed his sword. Sure, son, he declared, and Bakugo fell unconscious to the ground. The announcement rang out. The heroes win. All Might proclaimed. Izuku felt a moment of relief, but it was short-lived as the building began to collapse under the damage from the battle. He quickly grabbed Bakugo, hefting him over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Momo, create 2 ropes and a hook launcher. I'm on my way, he instructed into his communicator. Sigh, Momo replied, gathering her supplies. Izuku raced up the stairs and upon reaching the top, he spotted a pile of marbles and an unconscious Ida. Calm down. I have an idea, Izuku reassured Momo. He swiftly tied the two unconscious boys and the bomb together, then broke a couple of windows to launch the hook towards the nearest building. Gripping the rope with one arm, he held the other two ropes in his mouth and took Momo's hand with his free arm. Together, they jumped from the collapsing structure. Izuku maneuvered expertly, crashing into the adjacent building while protecting Momo from harm. When All Might and the others arrived, they found Izuku lying on the ground, with Momo using his lap as a pillow. Mineta watched from a distance, his eyes filled with envy. "Lucky idiot," he muttered, feeling a pang of jealousy. Momo blushed and stammered, "See, can you call the nurse?" "Don't worry, the robots will come to take the young man to the infirmary," All Might reassured her. As everyone else returned to the rehearsal, Momo's friend Jairu approached her. "You could have created a pillow," she teased with a mocking smile. Momo stammered, "When we hit the ground, he fell unconscious and I didn't know what to do." Suddenly, the robots appeared with a stretcher, whisking the green-haired boy away to the infirmary. The rehearsals continued without him, the energy slightly dimmed in his absence. Hours later, Izuku stirred awake in a hospital bed, the sterile scent of the infirmary filling his senses. As he blinked away the haze, an elderly woman approached him, her expression a mix of concern and irritation. "You should be more careful, young man," Recovery Girl scolded, tapping him lightly on the head. Izuku felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him as he lay in the infirmary. Recovery Girl had just finished healing the wounds on his back and the burns on his left arm. "You will feel very tired because of my quirk, so call someone to," she began, but her sentence was cut short when the door swung open. "Izuku!" Kendo exclaimed as she rushed in, enveloping him in a tight hug. In her eagerness, she pressed against him without realizing the awkwardness of the situation. "Itsuka, I can't breathe," he stammered, feeling a mix of embarrassment and unexpected pleasure. The thought flickered through his mind that he certainly didn't want to die in this manner, not now. Kendo quickly released him, her cheeks flushed. "I'm sorry," she said, stepping back to give him space. "How much sleep did I have?" Izuku asked, trying to gather his thoughts. "Don't worry, you just woke up. Your classmates must be in the room now," Recovery Girl reassured him. "But thanks for the treatment," he replied, swinging his legs over the side of the bed. As he stood, he noticed Kendo's face had turned a deeper shade of red. "What's wrong? Why your uniform?" "You should change," she stuttered, her gaze shifting away. Izuku felt a cool breeze on his skin and glanced down to see that his torso was exposed except for the bandages. A grin spread across his face. "If you want to touch, I wouldn't mind," he joked, only to receive a playful smack on the head from Kendo. After changing, Izuku made his way back to his class. He opened the door to find his friends waiting for him. "Hey, Roronoa. Good job back there," Kirishima called out, his excitement palpable. "Although I couldn't hear what they were talking about, it was a passionate fight, man. My name is Kirishima Ijiro. Amina Ishido. What was that technique you used in the finale?" "I couldn't see a single movement," she added, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Well," Izuku hesitated, unsure how to explain. "Roronoa-kun, are you okay?" Uraraka chimed in, concern etched on her face. "Yes. Recovery healed my burns and scrapes," he said, smiling. "By the way, where is Bakugo?" Once he found out where Bakugo was, Izuku rushed toward the exit of UA, spotting the gray-haired boy walking away. "Bakugo," he called out. Bakugo turned, a scowl already forming. "What? But why the hate towards me? I don't remember bothering you before," Izuku asked, trying to understand. "Listen to me, Roronoa," Bakugo growled, his intensity palpable. This will be the last time you will beat me. From now on I'm going to be number one. Don't you dare think you'll beat me again." Izuku frowned but then replied firmly, "That won't happen." Bakugo's eyes widened in surprise. "Ha! I will be number one. But if you want, we can decide that with a fight," Izuku proposed. Bakugo's frown shifted into a smirk. "I hope you don't take it back," he said, turning to leave UA. Izuku watched him go, thinking that perhaps having a rival was better than having an enemy. After their brief exchange, He waited for his friends to finish their conversations before heading home. The next morning, Kendo decided to check on him, just in case he had fallen asleep again. As dawn broke, she opened the door to Izuku's room. "Izuku," she called softly. She found him sleeping soundly, his torso uncovered by the blankets. Her heart raced at the sight. "See, calm down," she whispered, gently shaking him. Izuku stirred slightly but then grasped Kendo's hand, pulling her closer and enveloping her in an embrace. "Zzz," he mumbled. "Izuku, you're going to wrinkle my uniform," she protested, trying to free herself from his grasp. "I love you," he murmured in his sleep, causing Kendo's cheeks to flush with warmth. She secretly enjoyed the moment, admiring his peaceful face, but it was abruptly interrupted when Monet burst into the room. "Kendo-san, could you wake up?" Monet started, but her gaze fell on the scene before her. "I'm sorry to interrupt," she said calmly before quickly closing the door. Kendo felt her heart race as embarrassment washed over her. Determined to wake Izuku, she used her. Kendo turned around, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and walked away from the green-haired boy. Before leaving, she whispered, "Saturday at 5 p.m. in the park. Don't be late." Izuku clearly heard her words. He got up, making a mental note not to bother Kendo too much. Despite her cute and tender appearance, he knew she possessed a punch that could knock out a dragon. As he approached the entrance to UA, Izuku noticed the throngs of journalists waiting outside. Ignoring their questions, he stepped inside the school and heard a metallic sound behind him. He turned to see a metal door closing, effectively blocking the journalists from entering. Once inside, he made his way to his living room and settled into his seat. A familiar voice broke the silence as Mina approached him animatedly. "Hey, Rorano-kun, can I ask you something?" "Yes," Izuku replied, curious about what she wanted to discuss. Mina leaned in closer, her excitement palpable. "By chance, when I was walking here, I noticed you hugging a girl. It was the most romantic scene I've ever seen." Imaginary hearts seemed to float around him as she spoke. Those words caught the attention of a raven-haired girl nearby. Izuku, slightly taken aback, responded, "That's not a question," his confusion evident. "I'm sorry," Mina said quickly. "My question is, who was the girl?" She leaned in even closer, her curiosity unmistakable. Izuku contemplated his answer for a moment, a sly smile creeping onto his face. What would happen if... He gently placed his hand on Mina's chin, teasingly asking, "If I told you, would you keep it a secret?" A lilac blush spread across Mina's cheeks. Mina stammered, "I won't tell you," Izuku said with a playful smile just as Professor Aizawa entered the room. "I hope you all took a break from yesterday's rehearsal," Aizawa began, his tone serious. "I took the liberty of reviewing your notes and evaluations. Bakugo, you waste your talent acting like a 7-year-old. "I know," Bakugo replied, his expression stoic. Aizawa turned his attention to Izuku. "Roranoa, I really have nothing to say about your performance, but I believe you could have avoided the structural damage." "I think so too," Izuku responded with determination. "I will work harder." "Well, let's continue," Aizawa said, pausing for a moment. "I'm sorry to have to say this, but..." Everyone except Izuku groaned, expecting another pop quiz. Izuku, however, was lost in thought, wondering if he should teach his dad how to use the GPS. "We need a class president," Aizawa announced. Everyone except Izuku perked up, finally feeling a sense of school spirit. Izuku thought to himself, maybe it's impossible. In a flurry of enthusiasm, students began to run for the president position. Realizing it was becoming chaotic, Ida proposed a vote. Initially hesitant, the group eventually agreed to the idea. The results of the vote were as follows. Izuku received 4 votes, Types got 3, Ida received 2, and the rest received 1 each. Izuku, feeling a mix of disbelief and resignation, thought, "What if... Can I resign from the position?" But Aizawa's voice cut through his thoughts. "Too late. I already made it official. Roranoa Izuku will be the president, and Yaoyorozu Momo will be the vice president. I expect a lot from you." Izuku sat in stunned silence, his expression a mix of surprise and disbelief. After classes, The cafeteria buzzed with excitement. Izuku sat at a table, enjoying a bowl of katsudon while reflecting on his recent election as class president. "I can't believe I was elected president," he said, a hint of disbelief in his voice. "I thought Ida would be the one to win." Ida, sitting across from him, nodded in agreement. "I think it was the right choice. Your courage, good judgment, and mental acuity are exactly what we need. That's why I voted for you." Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. "So it was you," he replied, a smile breaking through his initial astonishment. Uraraka chimed in, her voice warm and supportive. "I also voted for you for the same reasons. Plus, you looked great saving Ida, Momo, and Bakugo." "Thanks for the compliment," Izuku said, gratitude lighting up his expression. "But now I'm curious about those other 2 votes." He closed his eyes momentarily, savoring a bite of katsudon. By this time, Ida interrupted with a question. "By the way, why did you save the bomb?" Izuku scratched his head, contemplating his response. "Well, I thought it would be like the entrance exam, with a hidden test." Ida raised an eyebrow. "Did you know that the bomb was fake?" "Really? Now I understand why it felt so light," Izuku admitted, his realization dawning on him. Ida and Uraraka exchanged glances, disbelief evident on their faces. "You didn't know?" Suddenly, a loud alarm pierced through the chatter in the cafeteria, signaling a level 3 security breach. Ida quickly approached an older student. "Hey, what does level 3 mean?" The student looked alarmed. "Someone has infiltrated the school. This hasn't happened in 3 years." Panic spread as students began to push toward the exit. Izuku managed to reunite with Kendo and spotted Momo nearby. Approaching the raven-haired girl, he asked, "Yairozu-san, could you create 2 megaphones?" "2?" Momo queried, slightly puzzled. "Trust me," Izuku insisted. Momo created the 2 megaphones, and Izuku instructed his companions, including Uraraka, to cover their ears. He stacked 1 megaphone behind the other and spoke calmly into them. "Hey!" To the students' surprise, his voice boomed through the cafeteria, calming their nerves despite the chaos. As they covered their ears, he removed one of the megaphones. "Thank you. Now, if everyone looks at the window to my left, you'll see that it's just the press. We are at UA, so let's act like the students we are." As the initial panic subsided, Izuku received praise from his peers. However, Kendo raised a critical eyebrow. "Was it really necessary to use 2 megaphones? I thought they might hear me better over the screams," Izuku said, scratching the back of his neck sheepishly. Kendo sighed, "You could have done that away from me. I almost went deaf." "I'm sorry," he replied, placing a hand gently on her cheek. "Are you okay?" Kendo hesitated for a moment, her cheeks flushing slightly. The school bell rang, signaling the start of the next class. Izuku's friends gathered around him. "See you at the exit," he said, leaning in to give Kendo a quick kiss on the cheek before walking away. The gesture left her slightly flushed. Later, as classes came to an end, Aizawa informed the students of Class 1A that they would be going to USJ the next day for rescue rehearsals. He reassured them that there was no need to worry about permissions, as the school had taken care of it. The following day, Izuku woke up early and joined his classmates in front of UA, preparing for the trip to USJ. While on the transport, Uraraka noticed something. "Hey, Rornikan, where's your hero suit?" she asked, noting he was still in his gym uniform. "It was badly damaged during the test, so the support company is fixing it. The handkerchief is all that survived," he explained, pointing to the cloth tied around his arm. Tsuyu, sitting nearby, addressed him directly. "Rorinoa, I always say what I think, no matter what's on my mind." Izuku responded, "Okay. You are Ajin, right?" "Call me Tsuyu," she replied. "All right, Tsuyu. You can call me Izuku," he said, smiling. Tsuyu then pointed to the Swords Inn. Izuku took a deep breath, preparing to explain the origin of his combat style. "In fact, that's not my quirk," he clarified. "It's a combat style that my father taught me." Kirishima, joining the conversation, looked puzzled. "What are you talking about?" he asked. Izuku continued, "My quirk?" He covered his arm in black metal, demonstrating its power. It allows me to cover my body and objects I touch in metal, but that comes with a downside. I gain weight. Tsuyu nodded in understanding. That explains why you only covered the edge of the Karo swords. Kirishima, eager to connect, chimed in. Your quirk is very similar to mine. He stiffened his arm, showcasing his own ability. Izuku smiled, appreciating his friend's quirk. Your quirk is great. In a show of camaraderie, they bumped fists, both using their quirks in the gesture. After a few minutes, the students arrived at the USJ, where they were greeted by the Space Pro hero, No. Hey 13, where is All Might? Izawa asked, looking around. He couldn't come because he ran out of time, number 13 replied, holding up 3 fingers. Apparently he's resting at UA. Izawa sighed, shaking his head. Esse tipo. Before they could begin, number 13 had some important information to share. I must tell you 1 or 2 things. Or 3. Or 4. The students listened intently as number 13 explained the gravity of their quirks, emphasizing how they could save lives but also endanger them. As they moved inside, they noticed various types of natural disasters simulated around them. Okay now, Izawa started, but then noticed a portal appearing in the middle of the area. Out of it emerged figures with an unfriendly demeanor. What is? Kirishima began, but Izawa cut him off. Everyone, gather in one place and don't move. We are being attacked by villains. From the portal, a thin man with light blue hair, covered in hands, stepped forward. So All Might is not here. Will he show up if we kill any of you? He said with a menacing tone. Protect the students. I'll take care of them, Izawa commanded. Izuku, filled with determination, approached Izawa. Sensei, let me help you. Izawa glanced at him, his expression firm. No, I'll handle this. But before he could finish, Izuku leaped toward the villains. What is this? Do they take us as a joke, sending a child? A villain scoffed. Izuku remained silent, focusing as he wiped his forehead with a handkerchief. Hey, are you deaf? Don't ignore me, the villain shouted, but Izuku remained unfazed, drawing a sword and swiftly knocking the villain out with a single blow. Dim, muttered another villain as he and others rushed toward the green-haired boy. However, 2 of them were suddenly tied up with bandages around their necks, incapacitated by Izawa. Stay close to me, understood? Izawa instructed. Hi, Izuku replied. Together, Izawa and Izuku fought off the villains without trouble. Izawa used his quirk to erase the villains' abilities while Izuku employed his Notoryu style to take them down. Meanwhile, number 13 worked to evacuate the students. Just as they began to escape, a villain resembling a dark mist appeared in front of the exit. I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to leave. You can call me Kurojairi, and... Before he could finish, Bakugo and Kirishima lunged at him, but their attacks were futile. Run! Number 13 shouted. Kurojairi responded, I'm sorry, but... He enveloped everyone in dark mist, scattering the students throughout the USJ. Some remained in the same spot, while others were dispersed. Izuku, aware of the chaos, realized he had to help his classmates. DMN. I must help them, he thought. Izawa-sensei, I'm going to assist the ones who were scattered. Okay, Roronoa. Take care of yourself, Izawa replied, continuing his battle against the villains. Izuku affirmed, determined to move toward the areas where his friends needed help. In the flood zone, Tsuyu and Mineta found themselves on a yacht, surrounded by villains whose quirks gave them an advantage in the water. What are we going to do? Mineta exclaimed. Chaos erupted as the villain shouted, What's happening? Tsuyu, taken aback by the scene, remarked, How rare. Mineta agreed, yes, while Izuku observed the unusual circumstances and noted, Yes, it's strange, it appears all wet. The tension in the air was palpable as Tsuyu and Mineta exchanged glances, and Izuku watched them intently. Mineta broke the silence, asking, What are you doing here? I came to save them, Izuku replied confidently. Tsuyu, curious, questioned, How did you get there? Swimming. Anyway, I have a plan, Izuku stated, determination etched on his face. Suddenly, one of the villains severed the yacht in half, causing it to sink rapidly. Quick, Mineta. Throw more of your spheres into the water. Tsuyu, take Mineta when I'm done, Izuku instructed. Without hesitation, Mineta began tossing his spheres into the water while Tsuyu carried him effortlessly. Izuku prepared his attack, shouting, Nitoryu. Nanajuni Pondo Ho. He unleashed the powerful strike into the water, creating a hole that bewildered everyone around them. The villains, undeterred, charged toward Izuku. With swift precision, he placed his sword in his mouth and declared, Santoryu. Tatsumaki. He spun around, generating a whirlpool that pulled the villains into its grasp, causing them to collide with one another and the spheres. Minutes later, Tsuyu and Mineta stood far from the center of the USJ, where the battle had raged. Suddenly, Izuku emerged from the water, concern etched on his face. Are you okay? He asked. Thank you, Roronoa. Mineta exclaimed gratefully. Tsuyu smiled and added, Thank you. Izuku returned their smiles, relieved they were safe. His gaze fell on a sphere stuck to his uniform. Mineta, when do these things come off? He asked. They will take off in one day, Mineta replied. I see, Izuku said, removing his uniform to reveal a black tank top beneath. I have to go. Take care. Tsuyu felt a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks at the sight of the green-haired boy. Where are you going? She asked, her voice a mix of curiosity and concern. I have to look for the others, Izuku replied, starting to run toward the mountainous area. In the mountainous area, Momo, Jairu, and Kaminari found themselves cornered by several villains. One villain leered at Momo, taunting, Just look, you're sure she's a student? The others laughed wickedly at the comment. What do we do? Jairu asked, his voice tense. It takes a little time to make something that big. Ready, Momo replied, her suit tearing from behind to reveal what appeared to be a blanket. What is that, a shield? One villain scoffed. What you are seeing is a 100 mm insulating sheet. Your turn, Kaminari, Momo declared. But 1.2 million flips. Kaminari shouted, unleashing an electric discharge that coursed through the battlefield, incapacitating the villains as they fell into chaos. Ready. Now we must meet the rest, Momo said, but Jairu noted, Momo, you have a very big rip in your suit, his gaze inadvertently lingering on her. I'll make another suit, don't worry, Momo assured him, preparing to repair her outfit. Just then, a villain emerged from the ground, grabbing Kaminari, who was still dazed from his earlier overuse of his quirk. It would be better if you don't move or use your quirks if you don't want this child to die, the villain threatened. Kaminari, Momo cried out. Diamen. Jairu cursed under his breath. Kaminari, still in his dazed state, whimpered, Hiwi. Jairu stealthily attempted to connect one of his jacks to the speakers on his legs, but the villain warned, I wouldn't do that, bringing his hand closer to Kaminari's neck. Jairu clicked his tongue in frustration, while the villain commanded, Now, put your hands up. Jairu complied, raising his hands, while Momo lifted one hand, the other instinctively covering her exposed skin. Both hands, the villain insisted, amusement hidden behind his words. Momo was about to comply when suddenly, from above, a familiar voice echoed. Nitoryu. Maguma. The green-haired Izuku descended from the air, his swords aimed downward, striking the villains squarely in. Aizawa stood weary and drained, recognizing the formidable creature before him. It's Roronoa, he murmured, struggling to comprehend the situation. Izuku, trying to reassure those around him, flashed a quick smile before his expression turned serious as he observed the monstrous Nomu. Shigaraki, with a hint of amusement, remarked, So, a new competitor. I'll tell you what, Nomu is powerful enough to defeat the symbol of peace. His words trailed off as he noticed the creature's arm, marred by multiple cuts. Izuku watched in disbelief as Nomu began to regenerate. Accelerated regeneration? He pondered, quickly placing a sword in his mouth. Santoryu, he muttered as Nomu charged at him. With swift precision, Izuku ducked under Nomu's attack and executed 3 sharp slashes before sheathing his swords. He leaped into the air, delivering a powerful vertical kick aimed at Nomu's head. However, the creature barely flinched. In one swift motion, Nomu caught Izuku's leg and slammed him into the ground, sending him crashing into the nearby trees. Uraraka cried out, "Rorinonin," as she witnessed the state of Aizawa, who lay injured. Mina, her voice trembling, could hardly believe what was happening. Shigaraki, watching the chaos unfold, smirked at the prospect of one of Yue's beloved students potentially meeting his end. "I should have told him about shock absorption," he said, delighting in the unfolding drama. Izuku, rising from the ground, contemplated the implications of shock absorption. Emerging from the trees, he gripped his 3 swords firmly. "Then you just have to make him reach his limit," he thought. He enhanced the edges of his swords and charged toward Nomu. "Nitoryu Nijirai! Turu!" he shouted, performing 2 upward slashes followed by a downward strike. With a horizontal slash, he executed Hiramiki and leapt past Nomu, making 2 diagonal cuts. As Izuku stepped back, he watched Nomu regenerate the damage he had inflicted. "Tisk," he muttered, frustrated. Nomu retaliated with a series of powerful blows, which Izuku defended against using his swords. He narrowly dodged a final strike and countered with Tatsumaki, creating a whirlwind that inflicted multiple cuts on Nomu's body. Despite the assault, Nomu pressed on, landing a heavy blow to Izuku's torso that sent him staggering backward. The green-haired young man dodged yet another attack and launched a flurry of strikes across Nomu's body. Meanwhile, Uraraka was busy tending to the injured Aizawa, helping him to safety with the other students. Breathing heavily, Izuku felt the pain coursing through his torso and arms. He dodged another attack from Nomu, instinctively pointing his sword at the creature's neck, momentarily catching Shigaraki off guard. Kurogiri asked, "Your entry, est bien?" To which Shigaraki replied, "Yes," his gaze lingering on the shadow of 2 additional swords in Izuku's hands, perplexing him. Back in the fray, Nomu ignored the sword aimed at him, advancing slowly toward Izuku. As the blade began to pierce the creature's neck, it showed no sign of distress. "But what?" Izuku exclaimed in disbelief. Nomu hurled a punch at him, which Izuku narrowly avoided. The creature continued its assault, landing a powerful hit that sent Izuku tumbling toward the stairs. The separated students managed to regroup, and Momo called out, "Izuku," as she attempted to rush to his side. "Don't come close," Izuku shouted, causing Momo to flinch. The pain in his torso and arms was becoming unbearable. Just as Nomu approached, ready to deliver a final blow, a loud noise echoed from the main entrance. The students turned to see that the door had been sliced apart. What is happening here?" an unfamiliar voice inquired, echoing through the chaos. Izuku felt a chill as the figure entered the facility and made its way toward the stairs, ignoring the students in disarray. "Son, what is happening here?" the stranger demanded, the tension in the air thickening. Izuku lay on the stairs, trying to endure the pain that coursed through his body. His father, Zoro, watched him with a mixture of concern and curiosity. "Hey son, are you okay?" Zoro asked, his voice steady despite the situation. Izuku let out a groan, half-heartedly responding, "What do you think? They hit you a lot, but that's how you prevented that thing." Zoro pointed toward the monstrous Nomu, "from hurting more people." Izuku managed a weak chuckle. By the way, what are you doing here?" he asked, attempting to rise. "Well, I was going to look for Sake," Zoro admitted. Izuku smirked. "And you got lost?" A brief silence hung in the air before Zoro replied, "No, Daddy." Izuku whined playfully. Zoro fell silent, and Izuku continued, "You should use a jeeps." Their banter continued, drawing the attention of those around them. Uraraka turned to Mina. "So he is Rorinoa-kun's father?" "You can see the resemblance," Mina replied, nodding. Meanwhile, Shigaraki observed the unfolding chaos from a distance. "Enough. Nomu, kill them," he commanded, and the creature lurched toward Zoro. Zoro reacted swiftly. "Nitoryu. Tatsumaki." He conjured a tornado that pushed the Noma back. "Tell me, Izuku, can you fight?" Izuku struggled to his feet, wincing in pain. "Little." He reached for his swords, but they shattered in his hands. "What?" "Here," Zoro said, handing him Shusui. "Deal with this one." Izuku's eyes sparkled with determination. Great. Concentrate, Zoro instructed. Hi, Izuku replied, and they both took their positions to confront the Nomu. Zoro initiated the attack. Nitoryu Nijirai. Hiramiki. He executed horizontal cuts, deftly dodging a counterstrike from the creature. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku sliced at Nomu's shoulder, crippling its arm. Nomu retaliated, but Izuku narrowly evaded the blow. As Zoro struck again, Nomu managed to grasp one of his swords with its remaining arm. Now! Zoro shouted. Izuku slid beneath the creature and targeted its knees, causing it to kneel. Zoro wrested his swords free and retreated alongside Izuku. Combination IAI, Zoro said, offering Shusui to Izuku. Okay, Izuku replied, positioning the swords at his sides, arms crossed. Zoro prepared himself. Itoryu. Nitoryu. Izuku chimed in. IAI, they both exclaimed in unison. Nomu struggled to rise, its regeneration faltering. In a swift movement, Zoro and Izuku appeared behind it. Rashomon! Izuku shouted. Sure, sons. Zoro added as he sheathed his sword. 2 deep cuts marred the Nomu's torso, one vertical and another diagonal. Zoro and Izuku approached, ready to deliver the final blow, but Nomu executed a sudden 180-degree turn, striking both of them and sending them sprawling. Zoro groaned as he pushed himself off the ground. What happened? He regained mobility in that arm, Izuku said, struggling to his feet. But his other injuries are taking longer to heal. Good. That means we only need one more hit, Zoro replied, determination shining in his eyes. Yes. Izuku echoed. Pass me Shusui, Zoro instructed. Aye, Izuku said, handing the sword to Zoro. Zoro positioned the swords on his right side, placing Shusui in his mouth. Santoryu Ugi. Rokudo no Suji. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Nomu, delivering 6 slashes across its chest. Izuku turned to face their enemy, but in an instant, Nomu struck Zoro, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. Impossible! He can still move even with those injuries, Izuku thought in disbelief. Nomu charged at Izuku, launching a barrage of attacks that he barely managed to evade. Izuku fought back, encasing his arms in the heavy black metal to match the creature's strength. Meanwhile, Zoro struggled to regain his senses. What happened? He groaned. Are you okay? Uraraka asked, concern etched on her face. I think I broke a couple of ribs, Zoro admitted, wincing. The scene was tense as the boys, teachers, villains, and Zoro witnessed the fierce attack launched by the green-haired young man Izuku. Kane! He shouted, executing the flying dragon flare. Izuku struck the Nomu squarely in the torso, but in the heat of battle he couldn't evade the creature's counterattack. The blow landed hard, and the pain radiated through him as he felt ribs crack. He was propelled backward, crashing through the dome and tumbling toward the trees outside. The Nomu landed without a hitch, but moments later, green flames erupted from its wound, engulfing its entire body. After a few minutes of struggle, the monstrous creature collapsed, utterly defeated. Meanwhile, Shigaraki was in a frenzy. He scratched at his neck, agitated, and turned his attention toward the UA students. As he approached, 2 shots rang out. One hit his leg, the other his hand. Kurogiri rushed to his side, and they both retreated, leaving the students in a state of relief as the heroes, led by All Might and UA Principal Nizu, arrived to rescue them. Minutes later, emergency authorities arrived, bringing with them a medical team. The students were mostly unharmed, save for a few notable injuries. Teachers Aizawa and 13 were treated for serious wounds. Momo approached a detective, her anxiety palpable. Excuse me, she began hesitantly. Tsukachi Naomesa, the detective introduced himself. How are Izuku and his father? The older one is fine, he only has broken ribs. As for the younger one, well, reports indicate his arms are fractured and his ribs are also broken, Tsukachi explained, gesturing toward the Nomu being loaded into an armored truck. You were inside. Can you tell me who defeated the creature? Momo's expression turned somber as she replied, they were both green-haired. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have survived. The detective noticed her sadness. Don't worry about them. They are being treated by Recovery Girl, he assured her. At that moment in the UA infirmary, Recovery Girl was finishing her treatment on Zoro, who appeared far from pleased. "Chew," she said, concluding the session. Zoro, with a blue face and a look of defeat, muttered a depressed, "Thank you. Be nice to her, at least she can help you." Izuku chimed in, indicating the bandages wrapped around his head, torso, and arms. "I'm sorry, young man, but you don't have the energy to use my quirk right now," Recovery Girl replied. "Don't worry, this pain doesn't compare to my father's training," Izuku reassured her. "You shouldn't do that to your son," she said sternly. Zoro simply sighed in response. "Now that you're feeling better, you can go." "Here," she said, handing Zoro some sweets. "Thank you," he said, bewildered, a comic drop of sweat forming on his forehead. "Son," he added with a small smile before leaving the infirmary. Izuku smiled as he settled back into the bed, allowing himself to drift off into a brief sleep. While he rested, Recovery Girl prepared to step out of the infirmary. Just as she opened the door, a raven-haired woman appeared, her hand raised to knock. Nervous, Momo stammered, "Sorry for bothering you." "Oh, are you here to see how Roronoa-kun is doing?" Recovery Girl asked. "Why's? Right now he's sleeping. Could you keep an eye on him while I go get some things?" "Sure, no problem," Momo replied, grateful for the opportunity. "Thank you, young lady," Recovery Girl said before leaving. Momo approached the sleeping Izuku and noticed the sword resting beside his bed, the very weapon he had wielded during the fight. She smiled, feeling a sense of satisfaction. "I'm glad it worked," she murmured to herself. In a flashback, Momo recalled the moment during the battle against the Nomu. Zoro had been determined to fight, convincing her that he was fine. Just as he was about to launch his attack, she had interrupted him, breathless. "Excuse me," she had said, fatigue evident in her voice. "What's wrong, girl?" Zoro had replied. "Could I give this to Izuku? I noticed that their swords were broken. I would do more, but I've reached the limit of my quirk." Zoro had taken a moment to analyze the sword. "Impressive. It's not as good as Shusui, but it's almost at its level." "Thank you." Momo gazed at the sleeping face of the green-haired boy, Izuku, a soft smile spreading across her face. She gently stroked his hair, lost in the moment, until the door to the infirmary swung open. Kendo entered, looking for Izuku, and paused to observe the scene. "Excuse my intrusion," Kendo said, her eyes wide with surprise. Momo quickly halted her gentle caresses, stammering, "I know, no one can resist Izuku's sleeping face," Kendo replied, a knowing smile creeping onto her lips. Momo felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Just then, Izuku began to stir, his hand moving slightly. Kendo's instincts kicked in. "Oh no, be careful," she exclaimed, stepping in front of Momo to shield her from Izuku's movements. Izuku, still half asleep, murmured, "What is this?" He absent-mindedly squeezed Kendo's arm, still lost in his dreams. As his eyes fluttered open, he realized what he was doing. Kendo turned beet red, her face contorted with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Momo, surprised by the turn of events, covered her mouth in awe. "This, Kendo?" Izuku asked, blinking in confusion. Kendo pouted, her cheeks still flushed. "Deserve that, Izuku?" A few moments later, Izuku found himself on a stretcher with 3 noticeable bumps on his head. "I'm sorry," he said, a hint of irritation in his voice. "I only deserved 1 hit. Why did you give me 3? Kendo raised 1 finger. "You did the same thing to me last time," she said, holding up 2 fingers. "And you almost did it to her." Izuku frowned, curious about the 3rd bump. "And the 3rd? "Because I wanted to," Kendo said, looking away with a pout. Izuku chuckled softly. "I see. By the way, what are you doing here, Momo?" Momo hesitated for a moment before answering. "I came to see how you were feeling. The whole room is worried about you." "I'm glad the sword worked." Izuku's eyes widened in realization. "The sword? Did you make it?" "Weiss," Momo replied shyly, her cheeks turning a deeper shade of pink. It's perfect, Izuku said, his eyes sparkling with admiration. The edge, the weight. I've never believed a sword like this existed apart from my father's. Momo's heart raced at his words. Gee, thank you, she stammered, fiddling with her fingers and avoiding his gaze. Can I keep it? Izuku asked, his expression earnest. Momo nodded, though uncertainty lingered. Yes. You're sure? I could make a better one. No, he said, shaking his head. This is perfect. Thank you. His smile radiated warmth. Kendo cleared her throat, drawing their attention. Well, since I'm here, you can go back to class. I'll take care of Izuku. Sure, bye, Momo said, her cheeks still flushed as she glanced back at Izuku. Goodbye, Izuku replied with a smile as Momo exited the infirmary, leaving him alone with Kendo. Jealous? Izuku asked playfully, observing Kendo's demeanor. Oh, she replied, her eyebrows raised in surprise. Were you jealous? He probed further. Kendo grew flustered, waving her hands in denial. What are you talking about? Izuku took her hand gently, pulling her closer. He wrapped his arms around her in a warm embrace. You don't need to be jealous, you know that I only love you, he said, planting a soft kiss on her forehead. Kendo's face turned completely red as she buried her face in his chest, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Izuku chuckled softly and continued to slide her hair. By the way, do you still want to go out tomorrow? But what about your wounds? Kendo stammered, concern etched on her face. Don't worry. Look, Izuku said, moving his arms to show he could still function. I can still move. But, Kendo began. Izuku interrupted her with a determined look. If we go out tomorrow, I will recover faster. That doesn't make sense, Kendo argued. For me it does. So, he said, hugging her tighter. Izuku, she exclaimed, squirming slightly. I won't let you go until you say yes, he teased, holding her close. They remained in that embrace for several moments. Izuku's heart raced as he and Kendo stood together, their shared moment interrupted by the voice of the eldest member of their group. Embarrassment washed over them, though neither dared to show it. After changing his clothes, Izuku walked home with Kendo by his side. As they reached his doorstep, he turned to her, ready to say goodbye. Are you sure you don't want to go out another day? You should rest, Kendo said, concern etched on her face. I already told you that I'm fine. Don't worry, Izuku reassured her. But, Kendo started, but her words were cut off as Izuku leaned in and pressed a tender kiss to her lips. See you tomorrow, he said, stepping inside his house, leaving Kendo momentarily stunned. Inside the Rorinoa residence, Izuku called out, I arrived, but was met with silence. Confused, he made his way to the kitchen, where he was greeted by an unexpected sight. Tashigi was on top of Zoro in a compromising position. Izuku's expression remained stoic, his poker face masking his surprise. Zoro stared blankly, caught off guard. Tashigi, blushing, stammered, Ito. Izuku inhaled and exhaled slowly, attempting to maintain his composure. I'm sorry for the interruption, he said, gradually closing the door behind him. Izuku! Tashigi called out, her voice filled with embarrassment. Minutes later, the three of them sat around the dinner table, the atmosphere heavy with awkwardness. Monet had apparently taken a babysitting job, leaving the three to dine in silence. Sensing the discomfort, Izuku decided to break the ice. Well, he began. I can explain, Tashigi interjected, her tone earnest. Izuku raised an eyebrow, curious. Really? True, she said, her mind drifting back to a recent memory. In the flashback, Tashigi and Zoro were busy preparing dinner. Could you pass me some sake? Zoro asked. Tashigi, Zoro, you shouldn't drink while cooking, she replied, shaking her head. Okay, then pass me the wine. I'll make a flambé, Zoro insisted. As Tashigi reached for the wine in the cupboard, an insect landed on her hand, causing her to scream and lose her balance. Zoro reacted swiftly, catching her before she fell, but they both ended up tumbling to the floor. When Tashigi opened her eyes, she found herself face to face with Zoro. Hey, are you okay? He asked, concern in his voice. Tashigi, feeling a rush of courage, slowly leaned toward Zoro's lips. Just then, Izuku walked in, and they abruptly halted, their surprise evident. Back in the present, Izuku chuckled, I understand. The truth is, I wouldn't mind calling you Mom. Tashigi's eyes widened. She blushed, her mind racing with thoughts of a wedding. Don't make those jokes, Zoro said, shaking his head. Okay. Izuku replied, trying to suppress a grin. Zoro continued, first, you will marry Kendo, then we will see what happens. Izuku nearly lost his composure at the comment. Dad, he exclaimed, catching Zoro and Tashigi off guard. Their laughter filled the room, and soon Izuku found himself laughing along with them. After dinner, Izuku decided to train a little more before bed, eager to improve himself. The following day, Izuku awoke late, the result of his late-night training. He groaned in pain. I shouldn't have trained. His arms and torso ached, a reminder of his stubbornness despite recovery's warnings. Nevertheless, he had a date with Kendo to prepare for. He made his way to the bathroom, undressing and stepping into the shower, hoping the warm water would soothe his sore muscles. Once he finished, he emerged wrapped in a towel and headed to his room. Dressing in his casual attire, a red long-sleeved shirt, black breathes, and his signature red sneakers, he felt ready to face the day. After having lunch and bidding farewell to Zoro, Izuku set out for his date, anticipation and excitement coursing through him. In the park, a young man with striking green hair sat on a bench, anxiously waiting for his girlfriend. Nervousness washed over him, an unfamiliar feeling that had been absent for quite some time. To distract himself, he pulled out his phone, but soon after, he received a message. Sorry for the delay, came the text from Kendo, his girlfriend. Hello, Itsuka? He replied, surprised when he finally saw her approach. The outfit she wore was completely different from her usual style, catching him off guard. Izuku? Are you okay? She asked, noticing his silence and looking a bit confused. With a long sigh, he slumped onto the bench, muttering, girls are scary. Kendo frowned slightly. I knew I shouldn't have worn this. It looks bad on me, she said, her confidence wavering as she caught his reaction. Quite the opposite, Izuku quickly reassured her, meeting her gaze. You look appealing, so much so that my heart can barely handle it. He turned his head away, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Kendo's eyes widened at his words. He's embarrassed. So cute, she thought, unable to hide her smile. Okay, come on, Izuku. Wise, he stammered, taking her hand. Kendo raised an eyebrow. Surprised, huh? Izuku, feeling a bit bewildered, asked, do you dislike it? It was the first time he had seen her look that way. Oh. Just surprised, embarrassed, and blushing, she admitted. I see, he replied, thinking, it's so cute. As the couple strolled through the streets of the city, their evident embarrassment drew the attention of passers-by. Some onlookers seemed to be overwhelmed by the sweetness of the scene, while others couldn't help but smile at the sight of the adorable couple. I think we are attracting a lot of attention, Izuku remarked, glancing around. Do you think? Kendo replied, noticing the curious glances of civilians. When Izuku caught their eyes, they quickly looked away, trying to hide their interest. Yes, I believe so. He pointed to a nearby family restaurant. Do you want to eat something? I'll treat you. No, Kendo replied, surprising him. He exclaimed. Half and half, she clarified. I'll pay, he insisted. Kendo and Izuku exchanged a long stare before he sighed in defeat. Half and half it is, he conceded, and Kendo smiled triumphantly. Izuku thought to himself, why can't I beat her? Their meal at the restaurant passed quietly, though several boys attempted to approach Kendo. Each time, Izuku would subtly release a hint of bloodlust, warding them off. Once they left the restaurant, Kendo spoke up. You didn't need to do that. I could have handled them. I'm sorry, but I didn't want our date to be ruined, he replied, guilt creeping into his voice. Kendo took his arm affectionately. I like that side of you, she said, and Izuku looked away, his face turning red. Their outing continued to the shopping center, where they browsed the merchandise in various stores. However, they were unaware that they were being watched. Girls, a voice exclaimed. What's happening, Mina? Came a response from a set of floating clothes. Yes, you scared us, another voice added. Mina pointed in the direction of the couple. Uraraka, Hagakure, look. Uraraka squinted, trying to recognize the boy. It's not Ice. Roronoa-kun? It's him, but who is the girl with him? Hagakure wondered aloud. Mina's eyes widened as realization struck her. Wait a second, it's the same girl who was with Izuku the other day. Uraraka and Hagakure exchanged puzzled glances. I'll explain later. For now, let's follow them, Mina said, putting on a dark beige hat and sunglasses. Incognito mode. Uraraka crossed her arms, a playful smirk on her face as she observed Hagakure. That doesn't work, she remarked, a drop of anime sweat trickling down her brow. Look at Hagakure. You look like a cosplay of the Invisible Man. The brown-haired girl chuckled lightly, amused by Hagakure's attempt at incognito mode. Hagakure giggled, her embarrassment evident. Wait a minute. I'm already invisible, she exclaimed, laughter spilling out. Meanwhile, a group of girls began to follow a couple discreetly. They were surprised to see Izuku Midoriya, who didn't seem to fit the mold of a romantic. He was more known for his kindness, dedication to training, and intense study habits. As they trailed behind, they spotted the couple sitting on a bench, enjoying ice cream. Delicious, Kendo said, savoring her chocolate ice cream. Izuku chuckled softly. It's strange to see you act like this, Itsuka. Kendo looked at him, confused. What do you mean? Izuku grinned. At home, you act so mature, and at school, you seem like the older sister to Class 1B. She tilted her head, curious. And how am I acting now? Like someone childish, he replied with a smile. Bibaka. Kendo playfully hit Izuku on the arm. He laughed, glancing at his ice cream, which was flavored with rum and raisins. Well, I'll be right back, he said, leaving her momentarily. As Kendo waited, she eyed Izuku's ice cream. What flavor is it? She took a small taste and liked it, sneaking 3 more spoonfuls. Delicious, she mused. I'm sorry for the delay, Izuku said as he returned, noticing Kendo swaying slightly. Itsuka? She replied, her smile tender. Are you okay? Kendo reassured him. I'm fine. Izuku's concern deepened as he observed the dwindling ice cream in her cup. Is she drunk? But how? He then posed a question, holding up 2 fingers. Love, how many fingers do you see? Kendo stared at him, her gaze unfocused. I see 3, Izukus. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. This is very bad. I have to go get water. He stood, but Kendo tugged on his shirt. Don't go away, she pleaded, her eyes resembling those of a scolded puppy. Calm down, Itsuka, I'm just going to get water, he urged. Nai, stay, she insisted, her grip tightening. Izuku hesitated, feeling a mix of affection and urgency. Suddenly, he found himself seated beside her again, Kendo resting her head on his arm. Hey, Itsuka, he said softly, but she was already asleep. DMN. Mina appeared, handing him a glass of water. Here, she said with a smile. Thank you, Izuku replied, turning back to Kendo. Hey Itsuka, wake up? He was processing his surroundings when he noticed Mina. Mina? Hello, she greeted cheerfully. Izuku's gaze drifted behind her, spotting Uraraka and some floating clothes. Uraraka? Hagakure? Hello, Roronoa-kun. What are you doing? Hagakure asked. Kendo stirred, opening her eyes slightly. Izuku, are you fooling me? She exclaimed, a hint of alarm in her voice. Izuku felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. You're wrong, Itsuka, he stammered. Don't get close to me, Izuku, she said, clinging to him. Izuku felt a strange warmth at her touch, trying to shake off the feeling. What is this softness? I think I've felt it somewhere, he thought, struggling to remember. Mina chimed in, to Izuku? Minutes later, after Kendo had recovered from the effects of the rum and raisins, Izuku turned to his friends. So, why were you spying on us? Mina chuckled. It's your fault for not telling me about your relationship with her, she said, gesturing to Kendo, who was leaning on Izuku's shoulder. I had every right to hide it, he retorted, feeling defensive. Mina pouted, and Izuku continued, by the way, were you all following us? Uraraka stammered, and nervous? PP not at all. Isn't that right? Uraraka scratched the back of her neck, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. We were just following Mina, she murmured. Izuku remained silent, his expression unreadable. Kendo stirred awake, her voice laced with sleepiness. What happened? She asked, blinking her eyes open. Nothing, Izuku replied. You just ate a little bit of my ice cream and got drunk? Kendo's face flushed with color. Getting drunk. I didn't do anything wrong, right? Izuku thought for a moment before shaking his head. Nope. Kendo felt a sense of relief. Less bad, she said softly. But then Izuku added, you only told Mina and my classmates that it was you, Izuku? Kendo's confusion lingered for a moment until memories of her drunken antics flooded back, turning her cheeks a deep shade of red, almost like a tomato. Mina's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she observed the pair. With a sigh, Izuku introduced them. Girls meet. Itsuka Kendo. She studies in Class 1B at UA, and she is my girlfriend. Kendo blushed even more, her shyness evident. It's a pleasure to meet you, she stammered. After the introductions, the girls began to chat amongst themselves, leaving Izuku feeling a bit uncomfortable on the sidelines. Once their conversation wrapped up, the girls said their goodbyes, leaving Kendo and Izuku to walk home together. I'm glad you made good friends, Izuku said, glancing at her. Me too, Kendo replied, although we only talked about you. He responded, a hint of surprise in his voice. Tell me, who is Yaoyorozu? Kendo teased, a playful smile on her lips. Izuku stammered, this. Kendo laughed lightly, finding amusement in his flustered expression. I'm just kidding. They just told me they admire you a lot for what you did at USJ. I understand. Izuku nodded, his thoughts elsewhere. Kendo playfully hit his arm. I said to make a lot of friends, but not to make girls fall in love with you. Ouch, why is that? He protested, rubbing his arm. Oh, you're very cute when you get angry, he said, pulling her into a gentle hug from behind. Kendo didn't resist, despite her embarrassment. But I still don't know what you're talking about. As far as I know, I only love you, and no one else is in love with me, he added with a smile. Kendo couldn't help but think, how can you be romantic and dense at the same time? As they approached Kendo's house, Izuku decided to take the initiative. He leaned in and pressed a tender kiss to her lips. The moment was brief, interrupted by the intense gaze she fixed upon him. He pulled away, feeling nervous. See you later, he stammered. Weiss, Kendo replied, her cheeks still flushed. After a few minutes of walking, Izuku arrived at his house, only to find a mysterious figure standing in front of the door. Who are you? He asked without hesitation. The figure turned to him, revealing black hair and a scar under his left eye. He wore a red long-sleeve jacket with 4 buttons and blue breathes, a yellow band tied around his waist. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. Is Zoro around? The figure inquired with a bright smile. Izuku's brow furrowed. What do you want with my teacher? Teacher? So you're a student of Zoro. How wonderful! Luffy exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. Izuku felt a strange sensation. While he didn't sense any bloodlust, something in his gut told him to remain cautious. Well, where is Zoro? Luffy continued, looking around in confusion. Did he get lost? Suddenly, Zoro appeared, hitting Luffy on the head. Who got lost? He growled, clearly annoyed. That's painful. Luffy complained, rubbing the bump on his head. Then you didn't get lost? Zoro turned to Izuku, the annoyance fading from his expression. Hello, son. Did it go well? Luffy's eyes widened in shock. VH? Is this your son? He exclaimed, his mouth dropping open in disbelief. Izuku stood in the dining hall, watching a somewhat comical scene unfold before him. He was surprised by the sheer volume of food that Luffy, the man with the straw hat, was consuming. Wow, that's enough, Izuku remarked, his eyes wide in disbelief. Luffy looked up, holding a large piece of meat, clearly confused by Izuku's reaction. Zoro, seated nearby, sighed and said, "You can't even imagine. He even eats in his sleep?" Luffy blinked, genuinely puzzled. "Oh really? Why are you surprised?" Zoro replied, shaking his head. Izuku, still curious, asked, "Who are you? And how do you know my father?" Luffy grinned. "Oh right. My name is Luffy. I met your father when we were part of a group." "A group?" Izuku echoed, intrigued. "Yes, a group of bounty hunters called Mugiwara. We were the best. We even saved cities," Luffy explained proudly. "Brilliant!" Izuku exclaimed, impressed. "But then we had to separate. Despite being strong, many groups were looking for us. You could say that now we protect people in the shadows," Luffy continued. "I see. And how did you meet Dad?" Izuku inquired further. Luffy thought for a moment before replying, That day, I was looking for companions, and your father had an incident with the son of a high-ranking officer. He ended up tied to a post. So I approached him and asked if he wanted to be my nakama. He said if I got his sword, he would think about it, so I got them, and that was it." Izuku's eyes widened in realization. "Wow, to think that Dad would have problems with an officer." Zoro interjected, "I could have defeated him, but I didn't want to cause problems for the town." Izuku turned to Luffy. "Dig aim, Monkey-san. Just call me Luffy." "I don't like honorifics," Luffy replied, waving his hand dismissively. Izuku hesitated for a moment before asking, "Luffy, can you fight me?" Both Luffy and Zoro looked at him in surprise. "I want to know how strong you are," Izuku explained. Zoro chuckled, Hi, no Creo? Okay, we will fight," Luffy said, a wide grin spreading across his face as he laughed. They made their way to the dojo. Izuku picked up 3 wooden swords, while Luffy opted to fight with his bare hands. The green-haired man watched Luffy with confusion. Zoro leaned in, explaining, "It's his fighting style." "Don't trust yourself," he told Izuku. "Okay," Izuku said, determined. With a burst of energy, he charged at Luffy, attacking with the 3 swords. Luffy effortlessly dodged the attack with a jump and retaliated with a swift kick. Izuku managed to block it before retreating. "Just about," he muttered to himself. They continued to exchange blows for a while, each testing the other's skill. Eventually, they stepped back from one another. "Not bad," Luffy said, stretching his arms. "I guess I should be a little more serious." His body began to glow a bright pink, steam emanating from him. Gear second. In an instant, Luffy vanished, only to reappear behind Izuku. "Jet pistol," he shouted, throwing a punch at the speed of a bullet. However, Izuku was quick enough to block it with the hilt of his sword. "Not bad," Luffy remarked, impressed. Izuku, feeling the adrenaline, gritted his teeth and unleashed a technique. "Tatsuki," he called, creating a small tornado of cutting winds. Luffy managed to back away just in time to avoid the damage. "Sanjiroku Pondo Ho," Izuku shouted, launching a powerful cut, but Luffy dodged again. "It's too fast," he thought, frustration creeping in. "Shishishi, poor Poco," Luffy laughed, clearly enjoying himself. "Not yet," Izuku declared, determination shining in his eyes. "Takanami." He launched 2 ki-infused cuts, successfully hitting Luffy. "Yes." Izuku cheered, feeling a surge of triumph. But Luffy was quick to respond, unleashing a barrage of punches with his jet Gatling technique. Izuku blocked the attacks with his swords but still took damage from the relentless assault. In a split second, Luffy seized Izuku's shoulders, and his body appeared before the green-haired man, except for his head. "But what?" Izuku gasped. The fight persisted for several minutes, with Luffy sustaining only minor injuries, save for a significant blow to his face. In contrast, Izuku appeared more injured and utterly exhausted. Luffy, stretching his arms, remarked, that was fun." "You are strong, Izuku." Gasping for breath, Izuku replied, "We still haven't finished fighting." Luffy raised an eyebrow in confusion. Suddenly, the green-haired man began to release a dark spirit from his body. "Wait, son," Zoro shouted, alarmed. Izuku continued to channel the spirit, but just as He was about to unleash his technique. He collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Zoro rushed to his son's side and lifted him effortlessly, carrying him to his room. Gently, Zoro laid Izuku on the bed and turned to Luffy. "How are you?" Luffy asked, concern creeping into his voice. "Don't worry," Zoro reassured him. "He's just exhausted. He hasn't fought like that in a while." "I see. By the way, the technique I was about to use..." Luffy began, trailing off. "Yes. It was Ashura," Zoro confirmed. "Nanny! Is it that strong?" Luffy exclaimed, his surprise evident. Zoro chuckled. "It's the first time I've seen you surprised by something like this. What did you expect?" "He's just a boy," Luffy retorted playfully. Zoro nodded. "It's not far from the age you were when you found me. He's 17 and you're 19, they're not very far apart." Luffy fell silent, contemplating the similarities. "Are you staying to talk?" Zoro asked. Luffy's attention shifted. "Do you have meat?" "Yes," Zoro replied. "Okay," Luffy said, and the conversation drifted off. As dawn broke, Izuku stirred awake, feeling a slight pain in his arms from the previous day's combat. "I should be more careful with my body," he sighed, the pain gradually fading. After a quick shower and a change of clothes, he made his way to the kitchen, where Monet was serving breakfast. "Good morning," Monet greeted him with a smile. "Good morning," Izuku replied, taking a seat. "Sit down, breakfast is ready," Monet said cheerfully. "Thank you," Izuku responded, biting into a piece of toast topped with a fried egg. "And Dad?" Monet hesitated before pointing outside. "Well..." Curious, Izuku peered out the window to see Zoro and Luffy sprawled on the floor, covered by a blanket, both in a deep slumber. A balloon dangled from their noses, emitting a comical sight, while empty sake bottles lay scattered nearby, accompanied by dirty plates and bones. Izuku frowned. "Were you here all night?" "I think so," Monet replied, shrugging. He approached Zoro and gently shook him. "Dad, wake up." But all he received in return was a loud snore. Frustrated, he wondered how to rouse him. "I think Tashigi knows something," Monet suggested, picking up her phone to call her. "When did you become friends?" Izuku asked, puzzled. Monet turned to him, a playful smile on her face. "Hi, Mitsu," she said, referring to their secret connection. After a brief conversation with Tashigi, Monet returned to Izuku with a peculiar solution. "Are you sure?" Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. "She told me," Monet affirmed confidently. With a resigned sigh, Izuku inhaled deeply. "There's a swordsman with a plate of meat." The words echoed in the air, sending a jolt through both sleeping figures. Zoro stirred, muttering, "Awakening swordsman." Luffy, still half asleep, mumbled, "Niku?" Izuku wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, astonished. "I can't believe it worked." The day was calm, and the sun shone brightly overhead as the green-haired boy listened attentively to the story of the Mugiwara and its members. He learned about the best navigator, Nami, known for her exceptional skills in searching for targets and treasure. There was Chopper, the half-animal doctor with a sweet tooth, and Usopp, the lying expert marksman who always found his will to fight in the most critical moments. Frankie, the carpenter, was celebrated for creating an arsenal of weapons, while Nico Robin, the archaeologist, dedicated her life to uncovering the whole story of the world. Sanji, the cook, was known for his fierce protection of women and his ability to kick men with precision. Brook, the pantyhose-loving swordsman, added a unique flair to the crew, and Roronoa Zoro, the three-sword warrior, often seemed to lack guidance. Finally, there was Monkey D. Luffy, the RBB captain who, like Zoro, also wandered without a clear direction. Izuku, the green-haired boy, marveled at their stories. "Brilliant," he remarked. Zoro, sitting nearby, asked, "And what about them?" Luffy replied, "As far as I know, Sanji opened a restaurant in Mustafesu, and Chopper is somewhere here in Japan, though I don't know exactly where. I haven't had contact with the others." Zoro nodded, "I see. They're probably close, since they tend to appear at any time." With a hint of concern, Luffy asked, "Secure?" Zoro chuckled, "Heh, you showed up, right?" Luffy laughed, "Well, when you see someone else, tell me this." He handed Zoro a black cell phone adorned with a snail sticker. It's a pleasure to see you again, Captain, Zoro said. Also you, Zoro, Luffy replied, and they exchanged a very manly handshake. Turning to Izuku, Luffy said, I know you will be as strong as Zoro. Take care of him. He gets into trouble. Izuku stammered, Shark. Luffy smiled and left the dojo, stepping outside to the blue sky above. As he walked away, he thought to himself, I think you will be even stronger than him, young man. As the week began, Izuku found himself in Yue's classroom, struggling to stay awake when their teacher, Aizawa, arrived. The students gasped in shock at his appearance. He was completely bandaged, with his arms in casts. Good morning, Aizawa said, his voice calm despite his condition. Mina asked, Are you okay, sensei? Uraraka added, I don't think we should call it fine, her concern evident for Aizawa. He reassured them, Don't worry about me, worry about yourselves because the battle is not over for you. Bakugo interjected, The battle? While Izuku, confused, asked, What do you mean? Kaminari exclaimed, Should we fight more villains? Aizawa responded, The sports festival is close, boys and girls. Suddenly, the realization hit the students, except for Izuku, who thought, Oh yes, this is a school. The UA Sports Festival was an event where students showcased their skills and potential to the public and professional heroes, an event that overshadowed even the Olympics. To calm the students' nerves, which had been rattled by the villains attacking USJ, Aizawa explained that security this year would be 5 times stricter. After his explanation, the students' nerves transformed into excitement and anxiety, with Uraraka appearing the most enthusiastic. In the cafeteria, Ida exclaimed, For money? Uraraka blushed and explained that she wanted to give her parents the comfortable life they deserved. Bravo, Uraraka! Ida clapped, drawing the attention of other students. Izuku watched his friend with a drop of sweat on his temple before turning to Uraraka. You are really incredible, Uraraka, he said sincerely. She stammered, Gracias, Roronokuin, pulling away, embarrassed. Call me Izuku, he replied with a bright smile. Flustered, Uraraka responded, Kuin, her face turning even redder as Izuku smiled gently at her, causing her embarrassment to deepen. After a lengthy conversation, the students returned to class and continued their day in a calm manner. However, by the end of the day, the entrance to the classroom was crowded with students from Class 1B and other sections of the school. Among them was a purple-haired boy named Shinso, who seemed to have declared war on Class 1A. Surprisingly, Bakugo appeared unusually calm. He simply walked toward the crowd and pushed his way through. Hey, don't ignore me, a Class 1B student shouted, trying to get Bakugo's attention. Kirishima intervened, saying, Don't do that, man. You only make things worse. Bakugo shrugged, That doesn't matter. Once you're at the top. He then retreated into the throng of students. Kirishima clenched his fists, almost shedding a tear. How simple and manly, he exclaimed. Kaminari, confused, responded, Sato nodded, I see. Kaminari repeated, Tokoyami chimed in with a thoughtful tone. La Sima, Kaminari warned, Don't let yourself be convinced that easily. Before everyone departed, Principal Nizu announced that the students would have a week off from classes to prepare for the upcoming festival. Reactions varied, some were surprised, while others paid little attention. After class, the boys headed home. Izuku, however, lingered a bit longer to tidy up a few things, making him the last to leave UA. DMN. At least I was able to warn Itsuka so she wouldn't wait for me, he muttered to himself. 3 days later, at the kendo residence, a young woman in a white dogi and black belt rested on the dojo floor, surrounded by a pile of broken wooden boards. She had been training both her skills and her quirk. Catching her breath, Kendo stood up just as her father entered the room. Daughter, are you okay? Mr. Kendo asked, concern etched on his face. Kendo replied, slightly exhausted, Why, I'm just resting. I see. Well, could you take this to Zoro? He said, presenting a bottle of Junmai Daijinjo sake. Kendo perked up, Weiss, and with renewed energy she took the bottle from him. After a quick shower and a change of clothes, Kendo made her way to Roronoa's house. She knocked on the door and was startled when Zoro answered, wearing only the lower half of his green coat, revealing his bare torso. He looked somewhat worn out. Nervous, she greeted, Hello, Roronoa. Oh, hello, Kendo. What brings you here? Zoro replied in his characteristic tone. Calm now, my father sends you this, she said, holding out the bottle. Oh, just what I needed, Zoro said, taking the bottle, uncapping it, and taking a hearty swig, exhaling in satisfaction. Well, I must go, Kendo said, ready to leave. Do you want to come in? Zoro surprised her. I know you're dating. He's back training. Happens. Excuse me? Kendo stammered. Upon entering the house, she proceeded straight to the garden, where she found Izuku, wearing gray breathes and a black tank top, lifting weights that were abnormally large for most. Kendo attempted to get his attention, but he was too focused on his workout. Izuku, she called out, her frustration evident. Whoa, he exclaimed, losing his balance and dropping the weights. Hello, Itsuka. Sorry, but you weren't listening to me, she replied, crossing her arms. Hee, don't worry, he said, standing up and looking for a towel to wipe off the dust and sweat. He then approached her. How are you doing with your training? Kendo sighed and sat on the grass. Good, although I haven't trained my quirk much yet. I feel like I've reached my limit. Silently, Izuku stood in front of her. Hit me. Huh. Kendo was taken aback. Do it cold, he instructed. Nervous, she asked, are you sure? He nodded firmly. Kendo rose, positioned herself, and delivered a direct blow to Izuku. The impact echoed in the air as she watched, astonished, that Izuku had stopped her punch with just one hand. Good. Let's train, he said, his expression serious. What? You can't judge my skill with one hit, Kendo protested. You're right, but I received more. Kendo felt a rush of embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed a deep red as she stammered, Pervert. Her anger was palpable, but Izuku responded with a light-hearted laugh, his smile managing to diffuse the tension between them. After their small argument, the green-haired hero offered Kendo comfortable clothes, preparing her for their training session. Their training focused on combat simulations, quirk practice, and physical exercises. At times, Kendo took breaks, resting while she watched Izuku lift heavy weights with determination. They trained tirelessly until night fell, and as they walked home together, they engaged in a conversation about how to better utilize their quirks. Days passed, and the sky was painted a clear blue as the UA Sports Festival approached, marked by the brilliant bursts of fireworks that filled the air. Outside the UA Stadium, Mount Lady and her friend Kamui Woods were enjoying the lively atmosphere at the food stalls. Mount Lady relished her takoyaki when, unexpectedly, someone from the crowd bumped into her, causing her to stumble. Just as she was about to fall, a man swiftly caught her by the waist, saving both her and her beloved snack. Are you okay? He asked, his gaze intense and marked by a scar above one eye. Mount Lady found herself momentarily speechless, taken aback by his intimidating presence. Whyus, she managed to reply, albeit hesitantly, as she found herself captivated by his expression. You should be more careful, he said in a neutral tone. Mount Lady took a moment to gather herself. Could you, she began, but he anticipated her request and handed her the takoyaki. Thank you, she said, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. Just then, a young woman with blue hair shouted, Zoro, did you get lost again? Zoro, visibly annoyed with a vein popping on his forehead, muttered, See you, before turning to leave with the girl. Kamui Woods approached Mount Lady, concern etched on his face. Are you okay, lady? Yes, she replied, her cheeks still flushed. It's cute. Kamui noted the time. It's getting late. We should go. Inside the stadium, the atmosphere was electric. After President Mike introduced the 11 classes, the audience was treated to the presence of the +18 heroine, Midnight. Now our best student will give a speech. Take the stage, Roronoa Izuku, she announced. Izuku immediately attempted to flee, but Ida intercepted him with determination. Roronoa, you should be happy, It is an honor to give the festival speech. I don't want to. Izuku protested, his strength failing to match Ida's resolve as he was dragged toward the stage. The scene sparked laughter among the students and heroes, including All Might, who found the spectacle amusing. After some encouragement from Kendo, Izuku reluctantly agreed to take the microphone. With a deep sigh, he addressed the crowd. Listen. Don't stop trying just because you reached your limit, since you are the ones who create it. Break that limit and go further. Plus, Ultra, the crowd roared in unison. As he stepped down, his classmates showered him with praise. Kendo beamed at him, her smile bright and encouraging. Izuku felt a swell of pride. Seeing her happiness made the moment worthwhile. Midnight clapped her hands, signaling the next event. Very good. Now we are going to our first event, she announced, revealing the screen that displayed the details of the obstacle course. The track is a 4 kilometers ring. You can use your quirks, just stay within the track, and by the way, there are some traps. All the classes prepared for the race, gathering at the starting line. As Izuku readied himself, he was approached by Todoroki. Roronoa, Todoroki said, his expression serious. What's going on, Todoroki? Izuku replied, curious. In terms of quirk power, I'm above you. I don't know how you managed to defeat the USJ villain, Todoroki stated, a hint of challenge in his tone. Izuku stood before Todoroki, his expression serious. You must be talking about that humanoid chicken on steroids. Nomu, right? He said, attempting to gauge Todoroki's thoughts. Without waiting for a response, Todoroki declared, I'll just tell you that I'm going to defeat you. Izuku sighed and took a step closer, looking directly into Todoroki's eyes. Listen to me, Todoroki. I watched the recordings of the battle rehearsal, and I noticed something surprising. Todoroki remained silent, his gaze unwavering. I'll save the explanation, Izuku continued, and just say this. If you want to defeat me, use all your power. At that moment, Midnight called out, ready? Start. The students surged forward from the starting line, quickly confronting their first obstacle, a narrow exit. They struggled for a moment until Todoroki, with his bicolor hair glinting in the sunlight, emerged, leaving a trail of frozen feet behind him. Bakugo and Momo followed closely. As time passed, more students from Class 1A and 1B began to filter through, among them Izuku. Taking the lead, Todoroki pressed on, with Bakugo right behind him. Suddenly, Mineta appeared, clinging to Todoroki's hair. Now you'll fall, pretty boy, he taunted, only to be met with a swift blow from what seemed to be a robotic hand. The group halted, their eyes widening at the sight of an army of zero-point robots looming before them. Present Mix's voice boomed over the chaos, dubbing the scene Robo-Hell. Todoroki quickly assessed the situation and activated his quirk, preparing to unleash ice upon the robots. However, just as he was about to act, Izuku leaped forward, wielding a metal stick reminiscent of the one Momo had used earlier. With determination, Izuku coated the stick with his quirk, transforming it into a sharp-edged nodachi. He launched himself toward the nearest robot, slicing through its head with a single, fluid motion. As he continued his assault, a line of decapitated robots fell behind him. Witnessing this display, Todoroki sprang into action, maneuvering past the fallen bodies and freezing any approaching robots in his path. The race surged on, and as they reached the second obstacle, the standings were clear. First place went to Izuku, followed closely by Todoroki, Bakugo, and then Mineta. The rest trailed behind, their positions uncertain. As they approached the next challenge, Izuku was still in the lead, but he soon halted at the sight of the second obstacle aptly named the Fall. It featured platforms connected by ropes, and the stakes were high. Anyone who fell would be out of the competition. Izuku scrutinized the setup, momentarily distracted, which allowed Todoroki and Bakugo to surge ahead of him. DMN. Here I come, Izuku exclaimed, regaining his focus. He took a few steps back, gathering speed, and leaped from platform to platform. Present Mix's voice rang out, incredible! Todoroki and Bakugo have taken the lead. But wait, Roronoa Izuku is closing in on them. Aizawa observed the unfolding events, noting, Apparently, Izuku was distracted by the second obstacle, losing his lead. "Diamen," Izuku muttered as he continued to leap, using the ropes as springboards to propel himself forward, regaining momentum. As he landed safely on the other side, Present Mike announced, "The next obstacle. Can they overcome it?" Brought directly from the movie Rambo 3, a minefield. Clarification: the mines won't kill, but they could knock you unconscious? The tension in the air heightened as the students braced themselves for the challenge ahead. Todoroki walked slowly, carefully checking each step he took. This cautious pace allowed Bakugo to catch up with him, igniting a small scuffle as they moved forward. Their bickering drew the attention of the other students, who, ignoring the earlier warning, began to step onto the hidden mines scattered around them. Among those arriving was the young Roronoa Izuku. "I arrived," he declared, stopping in his tracks as he noticed the almost invisible protrusions on the ground. "A minefield. I have it." "What are you doing?" Todoroki asked, glancing back at him. "I'm just trying to win," Bakugo shouted, launching an explosion in Todoroki's direction. The bicolor-haired boy swiftly dodged. In the midst of their confrontation, a mine detonated between them, triggered by Bakugo's explosive attack. The blast stunned both boys momentarily. "What was that?" Present Mike exclaimed, eyes wide. "Look," Aizawa replied, directing Present Mike's gaze towards Izuku, who had unearthed a couple of mines, holding 4 in hand, one of which he had already thrown towards the 2 leaders. Roronoa used the mine trap to his advantage, Aizawa noted, observing the unfolding scene. As both teachers watched, Izuku confidently walked past Bakugo and Todoroki, 3 mines in his possession. Regaining their composure, the 2 boys raced after him. "Come here," Bakugo shouted. They entered the tunnel, drawing closer to the stadium. Izuku had a plan. "I'm sorry," he said with a grin. Once inside the tunnel, the green-haired boy tossed 2 mines ahead and hurled the third towards Bakugo and Todoroki, forcing them to dodge and lose momentum. He then activated his black metal ability on his legs and leaped toward the mines. "This is going to hurt," he thought, a nervous smile on his face. As he landed, the mines exploded, sending a plume of smoke billowing through the tunnel. In the stadium, spectators held their breath, eagerly anticipating who would emerge victorious. With a loud crash, someone was propelled out of the tunnel, skidding to a halt in the middle of the stadium and kicking up dirt. As the dust settled, the winner was revealed. "The winner is Roronoa Izuku," Present Mike announced, his voice booming with excitement. Cheers erupted from the crowd, celebrating the green-haired boy's impressive performance. Among the teachers, All Might observed with admiration. "This boy is impressive. He doesn't rely solely on his quirk, he uses ingenuity and strategy to overcome obstacles," he thought, watching as Izuku rested on the ground. Gradually, the other competitors made their way back. Todoroki finished second, while a furious Bakugo trailed in third. Izuku spotted Momo approaching, but she looked exhausted. Concerned, he hurried over to her. "Hey, are you okay?" he asked. Momo was indeed weary, and as Izuku looked closer, he noticed Mineta clinging to her clothes, using his quirk to stick to her. Izuku frowned, tearing Mineta away and holding him suspended from his uniform. "Hello, Roronoa," Mineta stammered, clearly nervous. Izuku shot him an angry glare. Mineta responded with a sheepish smile. Without a word, Izuku dropped Mineta to the ground, and the little boy quickly scrambled away. Izuku looked at Momo with concern. "How do you feel?" he asked softly. Momo hesitated for a moment before responding, "I'll be fine. I just have to rest." Izuku's nervousness was palpable as he urged her, "You should close your uniform." He averted his gaze, feeling slightly embarrassed. Realizing her uniform was slightly open, Momo quickly covered herself, but as she shifted, exhaustion took its toll, and she lost her balance. In a split second, Izuku caught her, allowing her to lay her head gently against his chest. "You're really fine," he reassured her, though uncertainty lingered in his voice. "Yes," Momo replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "But can I stay like this for a while?" Just then, an unexpected voice cut through the moment. "What is happening here?" A chill ran through Izuku's body as he turned to see his girlfriend, Kendo, standing there. Kendo time, he stammered. Kendo's smile didn't quite reach her eyes. Izuku, could you explain to me what is happening here? Izuku felt a knot tighten in his stomach. Fitus. She's exhausted. That's all. Kendori's. An eyebrow, her gaze piercing. Really? Well, your face tells me something else. Izuku's eyes widened as he noticed Momo blushing, concern flooding his mind. She must have a fever, he thought. Kendo's glare shifted towards him. Or maybe it's because he's looking at your hand, she said, her tone sharp. Glancing down, Izuku realized his hand was resting in a precarious position, and panic set in. What? Take your hands off Momo, he exclaimed, pulling away. I'm sorry. And no, it's my fault, Momo said, separating from him, her cheeks flushed. Kendo shot Izuku an annoyed look, her expression a mix of anger and confusion. As the tension dissipated, the group moved on to the cavalry battle, which unfolded similarly to the anime. Except this time, Izuku managed to recover the 10 million point band and even steal another one from Todoroki, securing their standings. Team Izuku. Team Bakugo. Team Todoroki. Shinso's team. After the battle, Midnight announced the third event, the fighting competition, and she began explaining the rules. 5 minutes of explanation later, Midnight concluded, and that would be all. Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that he had heard something similar before. Okay, now to choose your opponents. Midnight continued when a voice interrupted. Excuse me. I don't want to participate, Ojiro said, joined by a student from Class 1B who also decided to withdraw, citing their reasons. They relinquished their spots to Tetsu and Shiozaki Ibara from Class 1B. Izuku approached Kendo, his orange-haired girlfriend. Are you sure about this? He asked. Yes. They worked hard and did more than my team, Kendo replied confidently. Hearing her words brought a smile to Izuku's face, but a thought made him chuckle. Kendo narrowed her eyes, her irritation evident. Why are you laughing? I'm sorry, 1B's older sister, he joked, and she blushed, playfully hitting him on the arm. Midnight then explained how they would choose their opponents, but first, they would take a break to allow for the usual festivities of the sports festival. During the intermission, Izuku found a quiet room to rest. Suddenly, the door swung open. What are you doing here? He exclaimed, startled. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, Mineta and Kaminari were deep in conversation when they noticed the USA cheerleaders. An idea sparked in Mineta's mind, and he rushed off to gather the girls from his class. However, upon reaching their table, he found them engaged in a conversation with an older woman. Wow, look at that beauty, Kaminari remarked, his attention entirely captured by the woman's striking features, her green hair, amber eyes, and alluring figure. Nearby, Jiru was getting to know the woman. So you live with Izuku? The woman smiled gently. I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself sooner. My name is Monet, and yes, I live with Izuku and Zoro. Mina perked up, intrigued. So, what are you to Izuku? Monet paused, contemplating the question for a moment before responding with a smile. I would be his older sister. Izuku and his father, Zoro, made their way toward the cafeteria, searching for the green-haired girl, Monet. As they walked, Izuku broke the silence, asking, So, you were looking for Monet and got lost, right, Dad? Zoro remained quiet, prompting Izuku to interpret his silence as an affirmation. What are you doing here? Izuku inquired, curious about his father's presence. Zoro replied that he was there to support his son, ruffling Izuku's hair affectionately, and that Tashigi needed assistance. When Izuku asked what Tashigi needed help with, Zoro explained that following the attack at USJ, UA had increased security measures. With the upcoming festival, extra security was required, and Tashigi had been hired to help, but she couldn't manage alone, so she recruited him and Monet. I understand, Izuku said, piecing it all together. Monet was hungry, so you went looking for her and got lost. Zoro conceded, albeit with a hint of reluctance. As they approached the cafeteria, Izuku warned Zoro that there would be no sake inside. Zoro, already aware, merely nodded. Good, Izuku affirmed, just as Zoro revealed a hidden bottle of sake, showcasing it with a smirk. Before they could enter, a voice interrupted them. Rorinoa Izuku? Izuku turned to see Todoroki standing there, and after a brief moment of recognition he asked, "Can we talk?" Izuku glanced back at his father, cautioning, "Don't get lost." Zoro responded with confidence, insisting he knew how to navigate. Izuku shrugged, still wary. After a short exchange, Zoro stepped into the cafeteria while Izuku followed Todoroki to a quieter spot. "What do you want to talk about?" Izuku asked, intrigued. Todoroki began sharing the story of his quirk, detailing its origins, his parents' tumultuous relationship, and his relentless drive to surpass all might, even revealing the scar on his face. Izuku listened in shock, unable to fathom how a hero could act so cruelly. "In short," Todoroki continued, "I'm facing you not for my own reasons, but to prove to my father that I can be number one without using his power." Izuku remained silent, absorbing the weight of Todoroki's revelations. Todoroki concluded, "I will surpass you using only my right side. I'm sorry for taking your time." He turned to leave, but Izuku called out, "Yo." Todoroki paused. Izuku took a deep breath. "I've always received support from everyone around me. I'm here because of them." He thought of Zoro, Tashigi, and their friends who had aided him during the cavalry battle. "My dream of being a hero is a promise I want to keep, so I will repay you in kind." "Your declaration of war against me," he said, clenching his fist, "I will surpass you." The two boys exchanged determined gazes before parting ways, each resolved in their own path. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, Kendo sat with her classmates when the topic of relationships arose. "Tell me, do any of you have someone special?" Setsuna asked, eliciting surprised reactions and accidental spills from the others. Ibra blushed and asked why Setsuna brought it up, while Yui shyly admitted she wasn't thinking about it. Setsuna encouraged the group to share, asserting it would help them know each other better. They hesitated but decided to continue the conversation, reminiscing about past failed attempts at dating. Just as it was Kendo's turn to share, the girls were distracted by someone entering the cafeteria. "Oh, look girls," Setsuna pointed out. "He looks strong." Yui chimed in, admiring the green-haired newcomer's appearance. Kendo quickly turned, expecting to see Izuku, but was surprised to find Zoro instead. "What are you doing here?" "Students aren't allowed in the cafeteria," she exclaimed nervously. Zoro noticed Kendo and approached her, causing the other girls to feel uneasy. "Oh, Kendo," he greeted casually. The girls, confused, exchanged glances. Kendo stammered, "How are you, Rorinasan?" "I'm fine." "Are you okay?" "You look worried," Zoro observed. Kendo hesitated, unsure how to explain her anxiety. "You think I got lost and ended up where I shouldn't be, right?" he teased, and Kendo nodded. Zoro then explained his presence, detailing the help he was providing to Tashigi and Yue. "I understand, Kei." Kendo was startled when she heard a familiar voice call out to her. "Rorinasan." The girls around her were staring at the young man with a mix of curiosity and intrigue. Kendo was ready to scold Zoro, but he had already made his way over to where Monet was standing. This left the orange-haired girl vulnerable to the onslaught of questions that she had been dreading. "How did you meet?" one girl asked, followed by another inquiring, "How did he propose to you?" The barrage continued, each question more personal than the last, until one girl finally turned to Kendo and asked, "When did you know you fell in love with him?" Kendo hesitated for a moment before responding, "Well, it was 1 year after meeting him." The eagerness in Reigo's expression was palpable, though she maintained a calm demeanor. Kendo took a deep breath and began her story, recalling a memory from a year after meeting Izuku. In her flashback, Kendo remembered that she had been out buying supplies for the dojo. As she walked, she noticed a head of green hair in a nearby park. "Evening? No, it's not too late," she thought. A young boy's voice broke her reverie. "Izuku is great," he exclaimed, and Kendo's heart skipped a beat as she recognized the green-haired boy. Approaching the park, she saw Izuku playing with several children, a tender smile gracing his face. Kendo couldn't help but admire this side of him. "I've never seen that side of him. 'Tis tender and cute," she thought, suddenly questioning her own feelings. Izuku, a child called out, interrupting her thoughts. Who is she? She's very pretty. Is she your girlfriend? Kendo felt a flush creep up her cheeks at the innocent question. Izuku chuckled and replied, No, she's a friend. My first friend, as he ruffled the boy's hair. Kendo felt a mixture of happiness and an unfamiliar discomfort in her chest at the words. After a while, Kendo joined in the play, enjoying the laughter and joy of the children alongside Izuku. As the children's mothers began to arrive to collect them, Kendo watched with a smile as they said their goodbyes to the green-haired boy. Izuku turned to her and asked, Why do you smile? It's just, I never saw you smile like that, Kendo admitted. Izuku laughed softly. I understand. The thing is, I'm happy for the little one. He then shared the story of how he had found the boy sitting alone in the park, afraid to join the others because of his quirk. I encouraged him to show it to them, and now they get along quite well, he explained. And what was his quirk? Kendo inquired, intrigued. Apparently he can transform any part of his body into a dragon. He even grows a tail, Izuku replied, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Kendo's eyes widened in realization. Like the Ryukyu heroine? She asked. Yes, only he doesn't grow and turn into a giant creature, Izuku clarified, his smile bright and infectious. Kendo found herself captivated by his innocent charm, unable to look away from his warm, genuine smile. Suddenly, Izuku stepped closer, and Kendo's heart raced with nervousness as he approached her seriously. She stammered, feeling her cheeks heat up again. Izuku took her bags from her, a thoughtful expression on his face. Sorry if I didn't realize it before. Should they have weighed? Did you get everything you were looking for, Kendo-sen? He asked, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. In that moment, Kendo felt a rush of emotions, realizing just how much she cherished the time spent with him. Kendo pouted slightly, her expression revealing a hint of frustration. She turned around and began to walk away, her mind focused on getting home. Where are you going? Izuku called out, curiosity evident in his voice. At home, she replied, a bit surprised by his question. But without your bags? He raised both of his hands, gesturing at the items she had left behind. Kendo felt a flush of embarrassment as she approached the green-haired boy, attempting to snatch the bags from him. However, he held firm, refusing to let her take them. That's not very ladylike, she mumbled, a playful tone in her voice. No, Izuku countered. First, I'll buy you something. Kendo paused, slightly taken aback. You look exhausted. I invite you to some crepes, he suggested, his enthusiasm shining through. But she hesitated. Or do you prefer ice cream? He added quickly. Kendo contemplated for a moment, then relented. But only for a while. And I want a crepe. Understood. By the way, you should smile more, he said, glancing at her with encouragement. She replied, surprised by his compliment. I think you have a pretty smile, he added, beaming at her. Kendo stood still for a moment, her cheeks flushing as she processed his words. They both made their way to a crepe stand, where Izuku chose a choco banana crepe while Kendo opted for a strawberry one. They settled on a nearby bench, chatting about trivial matters. Tell me, Izuku, have you already chosen where to study? Kendo asked, genuinely curious. Honestly, I think any place would be fine for me, he answered. I will become a hero one way or another. Kendo felt a surge of admiration for Izuku's determination, but then a realization struck her. Isn't this a date? Her face turned as red as a tomato. Izuku noticed her sudden change in demeanor. Are you okay? He asked, moving closer to her, placing a hand gently on her forehead. You don't seem to have a fever. Kendo's heart raced at his proximity. Why, you're very close, she stammered. What if, he began, lifting her bangs and bringing their foreheads together. The warmth of the moment made Kendo's cheeks burn, and she felt as though steam was rising from her. Their NTMT gesture drew the attention of those around them, but neither seemed to notice. As twilight descended, Kendo and Izuku walked toward her house, the evening air filled with a comfortable silence. I'm sorry for wasting your time, Izuku said, breaking the stillness. You don't have to apologize. I actually needed this, Kendo replied, a hint of vulnerability in her voice. Really? He asked, intrigued. Well, you could say that today was a bad day, she admitted, forcing a nervous laugh. They arrived at her home, and as Kendo prepared to say goodbye, she hesitated. Well, see you, she said, stepping toward her door. But Izuku stopped her. Kendo, I think it will help you if you have another one of those bad days, he said, handing her an envelope. Kendo opened it, her eyes widening in surprise. Inside was an appealing pendant shaped like a clover. This is... Do you like it? He asked, a proud smile lighting up his face. I thought it would look good on you. Tears welled up in Kendo's eyes as she whispered, Izuku, thank you, a genuine smile breaking through her earlier tension. They locked eyes for a moment, the world around them fading away. Just then, a voice interrupted their moment. Am I interrupting something? A man asked, causing both to jump. Kendo turned, startled. Dad? Oh, hello, Mr. Kendo. Izuku greeted her father with a respectful nod. Hello, Izuku. Daughter, where were you all day? Mr. Kendo inquired, his tone stern yet curious. Kendo stammered, though. Don't blame her, Mr. Kendo. She was just helping me look for some things, Izuku said, winking at Kendo without her father noticing. Mr. Kendo seemed to accept this explanation. I understand. Itsuka, come in, it's time for dinner, he instructed, ushering her into the house. Wise. Kendo replied, still flustered as she turned to leave. Before she entered, Izuku called out, Hey. Kendo Ibara felt a rush of embarrassment wash over her. Her cheeks flushed as she recalled the story she had just shared. Reigo, her friend, offered a reassuring smile, attempting to ease the tension. Yui, another friend, nodded in agreement, providing silent support. However, Kendo remained oblivious to the presence of someone who had overheard her confession. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind her, sending a jolt of shock through Kendo. So, you fell in love with me at that moment? The familiar voice sent her heart racing as she turned to see Izuku Midoriya, his green hair unmistakable. Aye, Izuku. How much did you hear? Kendo stammered, her embarrassment deepening. From the park side, Izuku replied, his tone serious. Kendo's mind raced. Had he heard everything? I'm sorry I didn't notice your feelings a long time ago, Izuku continued, his expression softening. And don't. Kendo began to protest. But before she could finish, Izuku stepped closer, his hand gently caressing her face. The warmth of his touch surprised her. As his lips inched closer to hers, Kendo succumbed to her overwhelming embarrassment and fainted, her face bright red and steam practically rising from her head. Izuku's eyes widened. Oops, I think. I overdid it. He caught Kendo before she could fall, cradling her gently. While he held her, Mix's voice called out to the participants of the third and final event. Panic set in for Izuku. He wanted to join the others but couldn't leave Kendo unprotected. Are you Izuku? A voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see a girl with green hair standing beside him. Yeah. And you are? He asked, curious. I'm Setsuna Tokage, one of Kendo's friends. She introduced herself, studying him. Izuku sensed no hostility from her. I see. If you want, the girls and I will take care of her until she wakes up, Setsuna offered, her friends nodding in agreement. Really? Izuku asked, relief washing over him as he smiled at them. The warmth of his smile made the girls' hearts flutter. Grateful, he decided to leave Kendo in their care and dash toward the stadium. Meanwhile, the activities of the sports festival were in full swing. Present Mike noticed something unusual happening. What the hell is Class 1A doing? He exclaimed as he spotted the girls dressed as cheerleaders. Momo looked exasperated. How could you trick us, Mineta, Kaminari? Jairu chimed in, embarrassed by the situation. Idiots. Come on, girls, we have time until the next event. We can relieve stress with this, Toru encouraged, her spirit infectious. You really have fun, Toru, Uraraka said, joining in the enthusiasm. The girls embraced the unexpected cheerleading opportunity, joining the other cheerleaders despite Mineta being bandaged up with tape, thanks to Siro. Kaminari barely escaped their clutches. Izuku arrived at the center of the stadium just in time to witness the chaos. What? He thought, confusion flooding his mind as he took in the sight of his classmates. Kaminari, what happened? Where were you? He asked, his eyes searching for answers. Well, things happened, Kaminari replied sheepishly. The girls took charge. Izuku clenched his fist, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Where is he? Calm down. The girls took care of it, Kaminari reassured him. As the activities wrapped up, the anticipation for the third event grew palpable. Midnight appeared on screen, announcing the matchups for the 1 versus 1 combat. The combinations were set: Izuku versus Shinsho, Mina versus Tokoyami, Kirishima versus Tetsutetsu, Ibra versus Kaminari, Momo versus Aoyama, Uraraka versus Bakugo, Ida versus Mei, and Todoroki versus Zero. Present Mix voice boomed through the stadium. Hey guys! Are you ready? The crowd erupted with excitement, the stage set for the battles to come. The crowd erupted with excitement as the first battle was about to commence. Present Mike, with the ring ready, announced, "Let the first students enter." 2 young contestants stepped into the arena, drawing the audience's attention. Present Mike continued, "His grades are not bad at all, and his look shows unwavering determination. This is Rorinoa Izuku." The green-haired boy entered the ring, bumping his fists together in front of him, a symbol of his readiness. And his opponent, Present Mike added, is a normal student who hasn't done anything remarkable yet, Shinzo Hitoshi. Shinzo approached the ring, his gaze fixed on Izuku. Midnight signaled the start of the match, and both contestants began to observe each other in silence. Eventually, Shinzo broke the tension. "I see that you are really strong. Is it your quirk?" Izuku remained silent, a blank expression on his face as if he were under some kind of control. Present Mike shouted in confusion, "What is this?" Rorinoa Izuku is static and staring into space. "Victory is mine," Shinzo declared, his eyes locked on Izuku. "Now, get out of the ring." The audience gasped, realizing that Shinshu's quirk allowed him to control his opponent. Izuku began to walk out of the ring, but halfway there, he abruptly stopped, surprising Shinzo. "What are you doing?" "Reluctantly get out of the ring," Shinzo commanded. Izuku trembled, then turned around, finally facing Shinzo. One of his eyes was white, while the other remained green. "I'll tell you something, Shinshu-san," Izuku said slowly as he walked toward the purple-haired boy, still partially controlled by Shinshu's quirk. "My quirk is the same as Kirishima-kun's. I got my strength by training non-stop to fulfill my dream. And a promise." He struggled to regain control of his body. Shinzo listened intently, but he instinctively began to back away. "You know, your power is perfect for heroes," Izuku continued. "What?" Shinzo replied, surprised. "I'm sure that if the entrance exam had been combat against heroes or rescue, you would have entered Class 1A. Shinshu's eyes widened at Izuku's words, triggering a memory from his past. In a brief flashback, young Shinzo sat at his desk surrounded by classmates. "So your quirk allows you to control people?" "Brilliant," one companion remarked. "It's true. You could commit crimes and get away without consequences," another chimed in. Shinzo chuckled nervously, feeling both pride and disgust at their reactions. Hearing Izuku now speak positively about his quirk made him realize that perhaps the opinions of his classmates didn't matter as much as he thought. However, that moment of distraction provided Izuku with the opportunity he needed. He reached out, placing his palm on Shinshu's chest. "Win," Izuku said with a smile before pushing Shinzo, causing him to tumble out of the ring. Present Mike announced, "The winner of this match is Rorinoa Izuku." Izuku, exhausted from the battle, let himself fall back onto the ground. As he landed, he noticed a lightness in his body. Processing the situation, he realized that the impact had deactivated Shinshu's quirk. He face-bombed, thinking, "I should have tried that." After the fight, Shinshu's classmates congratulated him, though he felt slightly upset by their remarks about his quirk. "Oi," he called out to Izuku, "one day we will have our revenge." Izuku nodded, remaining cautious of Shinshu's abilities. "Hee, you have learned," Shinzo said with a grin as he left the stadium. Meanwhile, Izuku returned to his teammates, who were watching the next match unfold. Mina and Tokoyami were already entering the ring for the second fight. In that match, Mina skillfully dodged Dark Shadow's attacks and managed to reach Tokoyami, throwing him out of the ring and securing her victory. The audience erupted in cheers as the battles continued. The arena was buzzing with excitement as the first round of the tournament came to a close. In the match between Kirishima and Tetsu, the two fighters clashed like reflections of one another. Kirishima utilized his hardening ability, while Tetsu coated his body in metal. After enduring relentless blows, Tetsu emerged victorious in a battle of endurance, and a bond of brotherhood began to form between them. Midnight, watching the match, couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, youth!" Next up was the fight between Kaminari and Ibra. Staying true to the events of the anime and manga, Kaminari unleashed his quirk at full power, but it backfired, causing a short circuit in his brain. Ibra skillfully countered his attack with her vine hair, securing her victory. In another match, Momo faced off against Aoyama. Aoyama launched an assault with his naval laser, but Momo narrowly dodged the blasts. She quickly conjured a tube and wielded it like a spear, striking Aoyama's belt with precision. The impact was enough to disable his quirk, prompting the blonde to surrender. The intensity continued with Uraraka battling Bakugo, where Bakugo's prowess mirrored the battles seen in the anime. Next, Ida went up against Mei. The fight dragged on, as Mei took the opportunity to showcase her support tools to the businessmen in attendance, much to Ida's frustration. "You used me," he exclaimed, disappointment and anger evident in his voice. With a playful smile, Mei replied, "Hee, I'm sorry." Todoroki then faced Shiro, freezing him into a mountain of ice before apologizing as he defrosted him. After the first fights concluded, the winners took a break. As the green-haired Izuku made his way to the break room, he heard a familiar voice from behind a door. "I just wanted to give you and Mom the comfortable life you deserve, as soon as possible," a voice said, followed by a soft cry. Feeling determined not to interrupt, Izuku continued on his path, only to cross paths with the pro-hero Endeavor. "Hello," Izuku said, his tone indifferent as he recognized the hero. "Roronoa, right? I've seen your fight. You're too awesome not to use your quirk," Endeavor remarked. Izuku simply nodded and walked past the pro-hero, but Endeavor called out, "My son, tasked with dethroning All Might. Fighting with you will give him good combat experience. Try not to disappoint me, child." With that he slowly walked away. "Listen to me," Izuku said, a firm tone in his voice that stopped Endeavor in his tracks. "I don't know exactly what's happening with your family. Or with you." The temperature around them rose as Endeavor's flames flickered, but Izuku remained unfazed. "But what I do know is that you are not your son. And he won't be like you." Endeavor glared at Izuku, his expression unreadable, as Izuku turned to continue toward the break room. Minutes later, Present Mike prepared to make an announcement. "The break is over, and it is time for the second round of this event." The crowd erupted in cheers. "Now we will show you the following matchups." The screen lit up, and Izuku stared in surprise at the name of his next opponent. Izuku stood quietly, observing the matchups displayed on the screen. The pairings were clear. Izuku would face Tetsu, Mina would go against Todoroki, and Bakugo would battle Ida. As he absorbed the information, the announcer, PM, initiated the event. "Let those who will face each other now rise." PM called out, his voice echoing through the arena. The two students stepped into the ring. "He still doesn't use all his power in this event. He probably just uses brute force." From Class 1A, Roronoa Izuku. Izuku sighed internally. Was the introduction really necessary? Contra. Brave and passionate at heart, he and his former opponent became friends after a bare-handed combat. From Class 1B, Tetsu. PM announced, his enthusiasm evident. "Very good." Tetsu shouted passionately, drawing Izuku's attention. The name was certainly peculiar, and Izuku couldn't help but think about it. PM continued, "It will be a spectacular fight? We'll see that." Midnight, the referee, called for the match to begin. Tetsu immediately covered his body with gray iron and charged at Izuku, aiming to strike. Izuku deftly dodged and countered with a blow to Tetsu's torso, forcing him to retreat. "Wow, you're strong," Tetsu exclaimed, visibly impressed. In the stands, students from both classes watched intently. Momo turned to her friends, her brow furrowed with concern. "Do you think Izuku-kun will win?" Jairu raised an eyebrow, questioning Momo's hesitation. Mina, overhearing the conversation, approached with a reassuring smile. "It's probably because both quirks are similar," she suggested. "Yeah, that's why I'm worried," Momo admitted. Mina confidently replied, "You shouldn't worry. We know Izuku-kun is strong." Momo felt relieved by Mina's words but soon noticed Kirishima sitting quietly, his usual cheer replaced by seriousness. "By the way, what's wrong with Kirishima-kun? He is very quiet and serious," Momo asked. "Fast summer. You don't know how to cheer up Izuku-kun or Tetsu-kun," Mina replied with a playful tone. Back in the ring, Tetsu unleashed a flurry of punches, but Izuku skillfully blocked them with his metal-covered arms. Tetsu shouted, "Bara!" with each strike. Suddenly, Izuku absorbed one of the blows, stopping Tetsu in his tracks. "I understood that reference," he yelled, before delivering a swift punch to Tetsu's face that sent him staggering back. "Impressive!" Roronoa knocks his opponent back with just one hit. PM exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. Tetsu gasped, clearly taken aback. "You impress me," he admitted, breathing. Confused, Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. "That blow was very manly," Tetsu shouted, causing a stunned silence among the spectators. Izuku chuckled lightly, "Hyuke. Let's continue." He resumed his fighting stance, covering his forearms once more. "Wait, why don't you cover your entire body?" Tetsu asked, puzzled. Izuku replied seriously, "I'll tell you." The atmosphere shifted, thick with tension. "What is this?" Young Roronoa suddenly became serious, PM commented, intrigued. "You see," Izuku began, drawing everyone's attention. "I didn't think of that," he said sheepishly, scratching the back of his neck. Everyone fell anime style, overwhelmed, except for Tetsu, who took it in stride. I see. I'll explain," he said. After 5 minutes of explanation, Izuku nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. It's okay, I'll try it after the festival," he decided. "What? Do it now, to be equal?" Tetsu challenged. "Don't worry," Izuku assured him, once again covering his forearms. "We are even." He fixed Tetsu with a determined gaze. Understanding the message, Tetsu charged forward, continuing his relentless assault. The fight appeared even, but Izuku was gradually gaining the upper hand, deflecting Tetsu's strikes and countering with precise blows. The young man stood close to Izuku, exuding confidence that he could block Tetsu's incoming blow. However, just as their fists were about to connect, the gray-haired man halted his attack and swiftly struck at Izuku's vulnerable point with his other arm, forcing him to retreat. In the stands, Tashigi watched in disbelief. "What? Izuku is backing away," she exclaimed. Zoro, unfazed, replied, "It's normal." "Normal?" Tashigi questioned, confusion evident in her voice. "Yeah?" Zoro explained. "Izuku didn't train much in hand-to-hand combat. He practiced a bit with Kendo-san, but he hasn't mastered it yet." Tashigi's concern for Izuku deepened as she watched him continue to receive blow after blow. "Izuku," she murmured, worry etched on her face. As the fight progressed, Izuku found himself on the defensive, retreating further with each strike. "Wow. Were you able to learn my movements?" he asked, astonishment creeping into his voice. Tetsu, caught off guard, responded. "What are you talking about?" Izuku's mind raced. "Is it just instinct?" He wondered as Tetsu closed in again, preparing to land another hit. To the surprise of the onlookers, Izuku remained calm and seemingly off guard. "Oriya!" Tetsu roared, launching a powerful attack. But Izuku met the blow with his hand, now covered in dark metal. "What?" Tetsu exclaimed, his expression shifting to confusion. Izuku locked eyes with Tetsu and smiled. "Kuro Tetsu, omoikabushi," he declared, delivering a heavy strike to Tetsu's abdomen. The force of the blow sent Tetsu flying out of the ring, leaving cracks in his body as he landed. Midnight announced the outcome of the match. Since Tetsu ended up outside the ring, the victory goes to Rorinoa Izuku. Gah! Tetsu gasped, losing his breath as he deactivated his quirk. "I should have eaten more iron." Struggling to rise, he noticed a hand extending toward him. "You fought well," Izuku said with an epic smile. Tetsu returned the smile. "You didn't fight badly either." They shook hands, and Tetsu managed to stand, calling Izuku Aniki. Izuku was puzzled by the term. "Aniki," he thought, still processing the camaraderie. After the fight, Izuku and Tetsu made their way to the infirmary. While Izuku had only sustained light scratches, Tetsu required treatment from Recovery Girl. Once their injuries were addressed, they headed to the stands, where they met up with Kirishima. The three of them, bonded by their similar quirks, formed a friendship marked by energetic banter, with Izuku being the more laid-back one among them. "My days of tranquility are over," Izuku thought with a nervous smile as they settled into the stands. As the trio watched the subsequent matches, Tetsu returned to his companions, and they observed the ongoing fights, including the one between Mina and Todoroki. The match began with Mina skating toward Todoroki using her acid. In response, Todoroki froze the ground, forcing Mina to leap into the air. Just as she was about to land on him, he created a wall of ice between them. Mina crashed into the wall, but quickly used her acid to begin melting it. However, by the time she managed to break through, Todoroki had already encased her in an icy box. "I give up," she shouted from within her icy prison. Upon hearing her surrender, Todoroki released Mina, who emerged shivering from the cold. "I'm sorry," he said, his tone indifferent yet tinged with concern. "Don't worry," she replied, managing a shaky smile despite her discomfort. Todoroki emerged victorious in the first round, having successfully defeated his opponent. Meanwhile, the battle between Ida and Bakugo commenced with Ida activating his calf motors, propelling himself swiftly around Bakugo. Just as Ida prepared to launch an attack from behind, Bakugo raised his hands above his head and shouted, "Stun grenade." The resulting explosion blinded Ida momentarily, providing Bakugo with the perfect opportunity to counterattack. As Ida struggled to regain his sight, he uttered, "What?" before Bakugo unleashed a powerful explosion that sent Ida flying out of the ring. The crowd erupted in cheers as Bakugo was declared the winner of the match. In another bout, the fight between Ibra and Momo began with Ibra joining her hands and closing her eyes. Momo rushed toward Ibra, but suddenly sensed a tremor beneath her feet. With quick reflexes, she created a tube in her palm, allowing her to ascend just in time to avoid the grasping vines. However, the vines snagged the tube, causing Momo to lose her balance and fall to the ground, becoming entangled. Struggling against the tightening vines, Momo gasped, "I give up," surrendering to Ibra's victory. As the excitement of the matches settled, the announcer declared a brief intermission before the semifinals. In the stadium hallways, Uraraka, Tsuyu, Hagakure, and Mina strolled together, engaged in conversation. Their attention was drawn to a half-open door, and Uraraka stepped forward to close it. Peeking inside, she spotted Izuku, who had dozed off in a chair after a lively chat with Kirishima and Tetsu. "Look, girls, it's Izuku," Uraraka said quietly, inching closer to confirm his slumber. "It's impressive how easily he can sleep." Tsuyu nodded, "That's true," while Mina observed with a mischievous grin. "He looks quite relaxed," she said, pulling out a black ink pen. "What are you doing?" Uraraka whispered in alarm. "It's just a joke," Mina replied, her tone conspiratorial. Coincidentally, Momo passed by and heard her classmates' whispers. Spotting Izuku asleep, she approached silently. "Mina, stay away." "Quick," she urged. "Why so worried?" "Just being a bro," Mina replied, only to freeze when Izuku instinctively took her arm in his sleep. Izuku? Still in the realm of dreams, Izuku mumbled, "Soft." soft, as he caressed Mina's head, oblivious to the chaos he had caused. Mina gasped in shock, her silent scream barely contained. What's happening? Uraraka whispered, her eyes wide. How daring, Hagakure murmured, both embarrassed and impressed. Tsuyu exclaimed, Jero? Momo's face flushed as she recalled Izuku's tendency to pull anyone close to him into his slumber. Izuku has bad sleeping habits. Take anyone or anything close to him and then… She remembered a previous incident in the infirmary involving Izuku and Kendo, her cheeks warming further. The other girls quickly grasped the situation, while Mina began to squirm under Izuku's embrace. We should help her, Momo suggested. Yeah, the others agreed. After several attempts, the girls finally managed to free Mina from Izuku's grasp, all the while surprised that he hadn't awakened amidst the commotion. They decided to take Mina away to cool off, leaving Momo alone with Izuku. Momo approached Izuku's face, her heart racing. How can you fall asleep right now? She mused, inching closer until she was just inches from his lips. Just then, the speaker blared to life, shattering the moment. It was time for the semi-finals, and the excitement in the air was palpable. Momo, surprised by the announcement, took a step back, her cheeks flushing. In her flustered state, she tripped and fell to the ground, the sudden movement startling Izuku from his slumber. He mumbled sleepily, stretching as he tried to shake off the drowsiness. Momo? Hello, Izuku, she stammered, blushing even more. They are calling those participating in the semifinals. I understand. Thanks for waking me up, Momo. He reached out his hand to help her up. No problem, she replied, accepting his assistance. I promise I will pay you for the sword, Izuku said earnestly. Momo pouted slightly, a hint of annoyance in her voice. I told you there's no problem with that. Izuku chuckled softly. PFFE. Why are you laughing? She asked, puzzled. It's just, you look pretty cute pouting, he said, flashing her his trademark smile. The combination of his smile and the compliment caused Momo to blush furiously. See you later, Izuku said as he dashed off to prepare for the next fight. Once he was gone, Momo knelt down, covering her face with her hands in embarrassment. What was I about to do? She thought, her face as red as Kirishima's hair. The announcer's voice boomed over the loudspeaker. It's time for the semifinals. The crowd erupted into cheers. We have seen great battles, and the following students stood out among the rest. The remaining participants entered the ring. Now we will show you who will fight next, the announcer continued, the screen lighting up to reveal the upcoming matches. Bakugo vs. Ibra and Izuku vs. Todoroki. As Bakugo and Ibra took their positions in the ring, Izuku and Todoroki made their way to the stands. Along the hallway, Izuku ran into Kendo, and they paused to chat while Todoroki continued on his way. Hello, Ken, Izuku greeted, but Kendo quickly interrupted him. Are you okay? She asked, her eyes scanning Izuku's body for any injuries. He chuckled, placing a hand gently on her cheek to calm her. Don't worry. As their faces inched closer, the moment was interrupted. Izuku! Momo called from a short distance behind Kendo. Izuku turned to her, surprised. Hello, Momo. What's the matter? Why, they asked me to make these for you. She handed him something wrapped in a cloak. Curious, Izuku unwrapped the cloak to reveal two black bokkens, their designs resembling carbon fiber, complete with sheaths. They are appealing, he said, lifting one to feel its weight. But I can't use them in the competition. Momo, she interjected. Todoroki asked me to make them. He wants you to fight with all your power. Hearing this, Izuku clenched his fist, determination flashing in his eyes. If the opponent agrees, you can use support elements. In this case, your katanas, Kendo added. Demon, Izuku muttered under his breath. But, thank you, and… He took Momo's hand, his expression sincere. I'm sorry I got you into this. Momo, she said, surprised. Roronoa is come to the ring for the fight, the announcer called. See you later, Momo. He leaned in and kissed Kendo's cheek before leaving. Momo was left speechless, her mind racing. Excuse me, she whispered, bewildered. Kendo looked at her, curious. What is your relationship with Izuku? As the semifinals progressed, the atmosphere in the arena was electric. The fight between Bakugo and Ibara was intense. Ibara had strategically placed her vines under the ring, launching a surprise attack to ensnare Bakugo. However, he quickly countered with his explosions, cutting through the vines before closing in on her. Unfazed, Ibara created a barrier of vines between them, but Bakugo easily burned and sliced through them. Expecting a blow, she closed her eyes, only to find herself hoisted into the air by Bakugo like a sack of potatoes. With a powerful throw, he sent her flying out of the ring, securing his victory. Midnight announced the victory, declaring it for Katsuki Bakugo, a student from Class A. As Bakugo made his way to the stands, he was approached by a gray-haired man. It was Ibara, who hesitantly called out to him. "Be Bakugo-sen," Ibara stammered, a look of gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you for being kind in combat." Bakugo turned, slightly confused. "Huh. I mean, you only cut my vines, but you didn't hurt me," Ibara explained, his voice wavering. Bakugo's expression hardened. "It's obvious that I won't hurt you. You didn't fight well at all. When I approached you, you didn't even think about a counterattack. I don't hurt those who can't keep fighting." The moment of admiration that had sparked in Ibara's chest vanished, replaced by indifference and disappointment. "I'm leaving. I must rest for the next fight," Bakugo announced, his tone as foul as ever. After some repairs to the ring, aided by cement, it was time for the next match. Next up, he has shown us his quirk and acted like a real man in the previous fight. "From Class 1A, Rorinoa Izuku," proclaimed the announcer. Izuku stepped onto the stage, muttering to himself, "Well, at least I fixed the presentation." The announcer continued, "And his opponent, from the same class, is his classmate. He locks in and defeats his opponents just by freezing them. Please welcome Todoroki Shoto." As Todoroki entered the arena, he noticed that Izuku was equipped with bakens, clad in a green haramaki. "So, did Momo give them to you?" Todoroki asked, scrutinizing Izuku. "I hope you fight with all your power." Apparently, since Todoroki accepted, Rorinoa Izuku can use swords. "Ready, start," Midnight declared. Todoroki wasted no time, using his quirk to create ice that advanced toward Izuku. However, as the ice neared, Izuku shattered it with one of the bakens he wielded. "If you don't fight with all your power, then neither do I," Izuku replied, covering the baken with Kurotetsu and executing his technique, Itoryu, Sanjuroku Pondoho, or 36-pound cannon. The powerful cut Izuku unleashed was met by an ice wall, which cracked under the force. Todoroki, realizing the strength of his opponent, quickly conjured a second barrier to block another attack, but it too shattered. The two-tone hero created more ice, and Izuku, recognizing the growing threat, leapt to avoid the incoming attack. However, Todoroki managed to create a pillar of ice that struck Izuku, pushing him back and into the remnants of the ice. Sighing, Izuku stood, stretching his neck as it popped. "That hurt a little, but at the same time, it was refreshing," he said with a slight smile, before glancing around at the ice walls surrounding him. So, this was his plan. To trap me in ice, he thought, feeling the temperature drop around him. Todoroki continued to use his quirk, creating a cell of ice to contain Izuku. The announcer exclaimed, "Incredible! Rorinoa Izuku is trapped." The students watched in awe at Todoroki's skill. On the Class B side of the arena, Tetsu called out, "Vamos Aniki, salda ahi?" "Why do you support Class A?" Minoma questioned. "I don't support Class A. I support my bro, Aniki." Tetsu replied. Kendo, observing their bickering, turned her attention back to the fight, concern etched on her face. "Izuku," she whispered. "Back in Class A," Kaminari said, "you should stop this. Too much." "I doubt it," Bakugo scoffed, noticing the confusion among his classmates. "What are you looking at, extras?" Todoroki relentlessly froze the walls of Izuku's icy prison to lower the temperature, hoping to force him to surrender. Suddenly, one of the walls exploded as Izuku broke through with a heavy blow technique. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed forward, striking Todoroki in the abdomen and sending him sprawling. That was close. Izuku exhaled, sneezing. I'll need some hot chocolate. Todoroki rose from the ground, his expression unchanged. Izuku called out, Todoroki-kun? Todoroki replied, still. The words of the green-haired man stirred a long-buried memory within Todoroki, awakening a side of him he had kept dormant. With a surge of energy, he tapped into his fire powers, causing the ice around him to melt away. The announcer exclaimed in disbelief, "What is this?" Roronoa Izuku just provoked Todoroki Shudo to use all his power. Izuku stepped back, feeling the intense heat radiating from Todoroki's flames. He shielded his eyes from the blinding light, muttering to himself about the overwhelming warmth. Really? Todoroki said, his tone both incredulous and impressed. What's wrong? Izuku asked, puzzled. You're really crazy to help your opponent, Todoroki remarked, raising an eyebrow. Izuku let out a soft laugh, shrugging off the comment. I decided to help a classmate? He pulled out 3 bakens, gripping 2 in one hand. Now that you've used all your power, he continued, placing one of the bakken in his mouth, I'll do it too. He readied himself for an attack. Both young warriors stood face to face, fully prepared to unleash their strengths. The heat from Todoroki's flames was palpable, and the announcer struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. What is this? The heat reaches here. A voice suddenly shouted, left. It was Endeavor, who then launched into a speech about acceptance and surpassing him in power, leaving everyone present in a state of confusion. The announcer thought to himself, he is a father. Very loving, yet confused. Todoroki, now unfreezing his right side, unleashed his ice with renewed vigor. Izuku leaped into action, but not high enough to evade the oncoming attack. He planted his bakken into the ice, using it to propel himself upward. However, the massive ice formation was headed straight for his companions. Santoryu, Dai Butsugiri! Izuku cried, executing a powerful slice that broke the ice into manageable pieces, avoiding disaster. Sliding across the icy surface toward Todoroki, he noticed his opponent preparing to launch a flare. Izuku quickly dodged to the side and landed on solid ground. That was close, he exclaimed, only to see another ice attack closing in on him. I had no escape, Santoryu. Tatsumaki. He conjured a whirlwind that shattered the ice and cleared a path, but the resulting haze gave Todoroki the perfect opportunity to strike. I got you, Todoroki said, successfully encasing half of Izuku's body in ice. Oh. I have you. Hitoryu. Sanjuroku Pondo Ho. Izuku countered, unleashing a powerful cut aimed at the ground between them, forcing Todoroki to retreat. Seizing the moment, Izuku activated Kuroitetsu to amplify his strength, shattering the ice that bound him and making his escape. Todoroki, determined, thought to himself, I'll finish this. Izuku, sensing the impending clash, steadied his breath, preparing for what was to come. Nearby, Tashigi watched in confusion, asking, What are you doing? Zoro, deep in thought, pondered the situation. After finding his calm, Izuku began to channel his spirit, creating the illusion of multiple selves. Kiki Kyutoryu, Azura, he announced, transforming into a striking figure with 6 arms and 3 heads. The transformation astonished all the heroes, teachers, and students present. What the hell? One exclaimed, adjusting his glasses in disbelief. Aizawa confirmed the spectacle, yes. Izuku tripled himself. Both warriors stood poised, ready to unleash their ultimate attacks. Todoroki placed a hand in front of him, contemplating the moment. Roronoa, he thought, gratitude washing over him. I'll show you my best. Kotoryu, Azura. Izuku declared, channeling his power for the decisive blow. With a final burst of energy, Todoroki released a torrent of flames, and Izuku prepared to respond with his own powerful technique. The arena crackled with tension, each fighter determined to give their all in this climactic showdown. The arena was alive with tension as both Izuku and Todoroki unleashed their strongest attacks. When their powers collided, a blinding explosion erupted, engulfing the ring in a cloud of dust and debris. As the minutes passed, the dust began to settle, revealing the aftermath of the fierce battle. Izuku stood on shaky legs, one of his bakken planted firmly in the ground for support. His clothes were tattered, remnants of ice fragments scattered across his form, a testament to the intensity of the explosion. Nearby, Todoroki lay slumped against a wall of ice he had created at the edge of the ring, his attire in a similar disarray. "Impressive," announced the commentator, the excitement palpable in their voice. "Both students remain in the ring and are still conscious." Izuku and Todoroki exchanged exhausted smiles, laughter bubbling between them, when suddenly, the ice that held Todoroki gave way, sending him tumbling out of the ring. And with that, as Todoroki Shoto falls out of the ring, the winner is Roronoa Izuku, the commentator declared. Just as Izuku prepared to raise his arm in victory, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he collapsed onto the ground. Nursing robots swiftly arrived, carrying both students to the infirmary for treatment. Aizawa, observing the situation, announced, "Since both students are quite injured, there will be a 30-minute break before deciding the third place." The commentator, astonished, remarked, "It's surprising to see you so quiet during the previous events." Aizawa merely shrugged, his expression unchanged. In the infirmary, Recovery Girl tended to Izuku, wrapping bandages around his arms. He winced, the pain evident in his groans. "Don't be a crybaby," she chided lightly, applying alcohol to his wounds. "You really impress me with your knack for getting hurt. But these are minor injuries, so I won't hit you this time." Izuku had used his Kuroitetsu technique on the front of his body just after the explosion to avoid serious harm, but it had not been enough to prevent injury entirely. "If it had been the finals, I probably wouldn't have done that," he admitted with a nervous chuckle. "Just like your father," she replied, tapping him lightly on the head with her cane. Izuku laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. "By the way, how is Todoroki-kun?" "He's fine. Just needs some rest," she said, pulling back a curtain to reveal Todoroki sleeping peacefully, bandages adorning his arms and torso. Izuku let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness," he said with a smile. "You're quite strange," Recovery Girl remarked, handing him some candy. "You're the first student I've seen who cares more about helping a friend than winning the festival." "I see," he responded thoughtfully. "Now go rest," she instructed, gently ushering him out of the infirmary. Once outside, Izuku decided to look for a new uniform. As he walked, he unexpectedly bumped into Kendo. "Is that you, Kendo?" he asked, surprised. "Oh, hello, Izuku," she said as she picked herself up from the ground. "How are you feeling?" "Don't worry, I'm fine. Recovery Girl says I'll be ready for the finals," he replied with a smile. Kendo beamed at him, and in a spontaneous gesture, Izuku wrapped his arms around her in a hug. What are you doing?" she stammered, taken aback. "I'm sorry. I just wanted to do it," he said sheepishly. Confused but touched, Kendo hugged him back. However, when she looked closer, she realized he had fallen asleep in her embrace. A flicker of annoyance crossed her face, but she quickly decided to move him to one of the rest rooms. Lucky for her, the room had a sofa, where she gently laid him down before placing a bag with a sports uniform on the table. As she studied Izuku's sleeping face, a small smile crept onto her lips. "His sleeping face is cute," she thought, leaning in closer to him. Just as she was about to kiss him, the door burst open, revealing two of her friends. "Setsuna! Ibra!" Kendo exclaimed in a hushed tone, startled. The girls immediately tiptoed back out, trying not to wake the green-haired boy. Meanwhile, Izuku stirred slightly, his cheeks flushing at the unexpected turn of events. "Didn't expect that," he mumbled, getting up from the couch and heading to the table to change into his uniform, leaving behind the torn one. Minutes later, the arena was. In the center of the ring, two young fighters stood poised for their final clash, each determined to give their all. Bakugo, with his fiery spirit, suddenly broke the tension. "Shut up, narrator," he exclaimed, prompting confused looks from those around him. "You're not using all your power," Bakugo continued, his tone challenging. Izuku, puzzled, responded, "What do you mean?" Bakugo smirked. "You know, Azura." Izuku opened his mouth to explain, But his words were cut short as Bakugo leaped toward him, launching an explosion aimed at his abdomen. "Back up? Hell, let me talk," Izuku uttered, but Bakugo was relentless. "Fight!" Bakugo shouted, his energy palpable. With a resigned sigh, Izuku took out 2 bakens, placing one in his mouth as he prepared for the onslaught. Without hesitation, Bakugo charged, unleashing a series of explosions that prevented Izuku from counterattacking. In a swift maneuver, Bakugo grabbed Izuku by his uniform, attempting to blast him in the face. Seizing the moment, Izuku struck both sides of Bakugo's torso with his bakken, forcing him to let go. "Notoriu Nijirai. Turu," Izuku called out, performing an upward strike that connected with Bakugo. They soared into the air, poised for another attack, but Bakugo countered with an explosion between them, causing them to separate. As they landed, both fighters stood still, exhausted and injured. Izuku bore several burns, while Bakugo clutched his side, wincing in pain from what seemed like a broken rib. Catching his breath, Izuku rushed toward Bakugo, who instinctively pointed his hand at him to create another explosion. Izuku dodged, momentarily suspended in the air, but Bakugo took advantage of the situation, creating a massive explosion that caught Izuku off guard. The crowd gasped as Izuku's body fell to the ground, shrouded in ashes. He appeared unconscious, prompting Bakugo to approach, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Suddenly, Izuku rose, taking a deep breath. "Itoriu! Sanjiroku Pondo Ho," he shouted, unleashing a burst of energy that struck Bakugo directly, forcing him back. "Nitoriu! Nanajuni Pondo Ho." Izuku continued, the second gust more powerful. Bakugo attempted to counter with an explosion but was pushed back further, nearly teetering on the edge of the ring. "Santoriu! Hayakuchi!" Izuku declared, summoning his strength. "Not this time," Bakugo retorted, bracing himself. "Get over it!" Bakugo shouted defiantly, raising his sore arm to confront Izuku. Izuku groaned in pain, "Ichigaraira. Enigaraira. Santoriu." Bakugo grunted under the strain, unwilling to relent. "Hayakuniju." Izuku pressed on, determination fueling his resolve. "Shiny!" Bakugo roared, launching one final explosion. "Pont ho!" Izuku cried out, the 2 attacks colliding fiercely in the center of the ring. The force of their clash created a cloud of smoke that obscured the view. As the smoke began to clear, both students stood with their arms drooping, physically spent from their exertions. They exchanged a long, intense look before charging at one another, their punches colliding painfully. Both recoiled, wincing from the impact. Izuku, undeterred, tightened his grip on his bakkens, determined not to show his pain. "I will use everything in this attack," he vowed. Bakugo, sensing the gravity of the moment, smirked arrogantly. "Get over it," he declared, raising his arm to prepare his final strike. With a groan, Izuku began his own attack. "Ichigaraira. Enigaraira. Santoriu." Bakugo growled, pushing through the pain. "Hayakuniju." Izuku pressed on. In a moment of desperation, Bakugo launched one last explosion, but Izuku countered with a technique that combined the power of his previous attacks. "Sanjiroku. Pondo ho." The 2 forces collided once more, creating an explosion that sent shockwaves through the arena, leaving a thick cloud of smoke behind. As the dust settled, Bakugo found himself at a breaking point, exhausted and unable to maintain his attack. Just then, Izuku appeared before him, swiftly delivering a decisive blow to Bakugo's abdomen with. After taking some time to gather his thoughts and get dressed, Izuku stepped out of his room and made his way toward the stands. However, a teacher intercepted him along the way, requesting that he accompany him and Todoroki. "What's happening?" Izuku asked, curious. "They're going to give us the medals," Todoroki replied. "Oh, I see. You already had a fight for 3rd place," Izuku noted, realizing the significance of the moment. Todoroki nodded in acknowledgement as they walked together. As they made their way through the venue, the professor encountered a gray-haired man who was emerging from the infirmary, looking somewhat exhausted. After a brief conversation, the professor managed to persuade the gray-haired boy to follow him. Minutes later, the atmosphere was electric as fireworks erupted in the sky. Midnight stepped onto the stage to introduce the students who were to receive their medals. Platforms with numbers emerged from the ground, each representing a position. And the one who will hand out the medals is, Midnight announced dramatically. I'm here, a voice boomed from the top of the stadium. The crowd erupted in cheers as the number 1 hero, All Might, leaped into the air, performing somersaults before landing heroically in the center of the stadium. All Might approached Todoroki first, presenting him with the bronze medal. You did it, young man. I'm happy to see that you fought with everything you had in the semifinal, he said with a proud smile. Thank you, Todoroki replied, his tone indifferent. But Roronoa showed me that I still have a lot to learn. He glanced down at his left hand. I have yet to fully accept this power. That's the spirit, Todoroki Shonen. All Might nodded encouragingly before moving on to Bakugo. He gave the silver medal to the ash-haired student. Congratulations, Shonen. You impressed everyone with your quirk. Thank you, Bakugo muttered, still catching his breath from the competition. The gray-haired boy stood off to the side, too exhausted to bask in the glory alongside his teammates. Finally, All Might turned to Izuku, awarding him the gold medal. You gave everything until the end, and this medal proves it. You also helped a friend. You have shown what it means to be a hero. I congratulate you, Roronoa Shonen. Gracias, All Might. Izuku stammered, his heart swelling with pride. Yet, despite the number 1 hero's praise, a sense of frustration lingered within him. He couldn't shake the feeling that things could have turned out differently if not for the Bakans Momo had given him. All Might continued, there you have it. This year's 3 medalists. But remember, there was a place for everyone here. You all competed, motivated each other, and climbed to the top. The next generation of heroes will surely grow from the seeds planted today. With a dramatic flourish, he added, and along with this feeling, I will say another thing. Guys, say it with me now. Everyone took a breath, ready for the familiar chant. Good job /plus. Ta. The audience erupted in playful confusion, realizing that All Might had forgotten to conclude with plus ultra. The light-hearted moment elicited laughter from some students. After the festival, the students changed into their school uniforms before heading to their respective classrooms. As Izuku walked through the hall, noticed that a certain student was missing and decided to ask Uraraka about it. Ida-kun? He said he was leaving because his brother was attacked by a villain, she informed him. Huh. No, it can't be, it won't be. Izuku responded, a wave of concern washing over him. Don't worry. Apparently he was in critical condition, Uraraka reassured him, though her own worry was evident. Izuku felt a wave of worry wash over him as he spoke with Ida. The atmosphere shifted abruptly when Aizawa entered the room, commanding silence and attention. After this festival, you will have a rest for the next 2 days, he announced. He continued, I will organize the requests you received from the pro heroes and present them after the break. With that, he took his sleeping bag and exited the living room, leaving the students to ponder his words. The next day, at Todoroki's residence, Fuyumi approached her brother with concern. Shoto, are you sure about this? She asked, her brow furrowed with worry. Yes, Fuyumi. I must do this if I want to advance, Todoroki replied firmly. Is it okay not to tell Dad about this? Fuyumi pressed, her voice laced with uncertainty. See, Todoroki said quietly. With that, the half-and-half hero left the house, stepping out into the world that surrounded him. As he walked, he took in his environment, his mind racing with thoughts about the task ahead. Each step brought him back to the accident that left him with a scar on his eye, a reminder of his past. Before he realized it, he had arrived at his destination, a hospital. Inside, he approached the reception desk, inquiring about a specific person. After receiving directions, he traversed the sterile white hallways until he reached a room. He opened the door, and there she was, his mother, sitting and gazing out at the landscape beyond the window. The breeze stirred her white hair gently. When she sensed his presence, she turned to look at him. Hello, Mom, Todoroki greeted softly. Was her only response. Meanwhile, at Roronoa Dojo, Izuku found himself relaxing in a hot bath, as recommended by Recovery Girl. The heat eased the tension in his muscles, though it was a painful relief. After finishing his bath, he made his way to the dojo where Zoro and Tashigi were engaged in training. Zoro noticed him as he blocked an attack from Tashigi. "What's wrong, Izuku?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "Dad, I want to talk to you," Izuku replied, his tone serious. As dawn broke over the Roronoa house, Monet approached Izuku's room, ready to wake him. She knocked on the door a couple of times before entering. "Izuku," she called out. Finding the room empty, she recalled a likely place he would be. In the dojo, Izuku was hard at work, training with a bakken. Despite still nursing tight muscles in his arms, he pushed himself to train, albeit with moderation, something he found frustrating. Just then, Monet entered the dojo. "Izuku," she called, her voice breaking through his concentration. Izuku paused, slightly out of breath. "Super H," he replied, momentarily confused. "Come to breakfast," Monet urged, a playful tone in her voice. "But I already grew," Izuku protested, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Come on," Monet giggled, her laughter lightening the mood. "Why yes," Izuku stammered. He placed the bakken back in its stand and headed home for breakfast. Monet looked at him with concern. "How are your arms?" she asked, noting the strain etched on his face. "It still hurts." "But it's the price to pay to be stronger," Izuku replied, clenching his fist in determination. Monet's worry deepened. "By the way, where's Dad?" Izuku inquired. "He said he would go with Tashigi to look for a sword," Monet explained, glancing around the kitchen as they prepared for breakfast. Izuku sat in a contemplative silence, a gnawing sense of unease settling over him. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit warehouse, Tashigi and Zoro found themselves tied to chairs, the tension palpable between them. "I told you," Tashigi began, her frustration evident. Zoro, with a puzzled expression, simply replied, "But I didn't say anything." Tashigi rolled her eyes. "True, but you hit the gang leader in the face just for insulting you." Zoro shrugged. "It's just, I don't like being called Marimo." An awkward silence enveloped them until the door creaked open, and several band members entered, carrying Zoro and Tashigi's katanas. One man studied Zoro's swords, remarking, "He certainly has some appealing swords." Another, glancing at Tashigi, added, "Now that I see it better, she is quite appealing." Tashigi's disgust was palpable, and Zoro shot back, "Don't touch her." His protective instinct surprised Tashigi, causing her to blush, a reaction noted by Zoro, who wore a silly smile in response. Meanwhile, Izuku was lost in thought, his arms still healing from recent injuries. Monet, noticing his distress, asked, "What's happening?" He sighed, "I can't do anything now, unless my arms are healed." Monet suggested, "Could you help me with the cleaning?" Reluctantly, he agreed. As they cleaned the house, Kendo, the orange-haired girl, stepped out of her own home, calling back to her father, "I'm leaving, Dad." "Hey, daughter, take care of yourself," Mr. Kendo replied. Concerned about Izuku since the sports festival, Kendo walked toward his house, picking up some sweets along the way to share with Zoro and Monet. Upon arriving, she paused at the door, hearing noises from the dojo. Curiosity piqued, she opened the door to find Izuku and Monet tidying up. Izuku sensed her presence and approached her. "Itsuka?" She greeted him with a warm hug, asking, "How are you? Does it still hurt?" "I'm fine, it's nothing," he reassured her. Kendo touched his arm gently, and Izuku forced a smile, despite the discomfort he felt. "You're right," she replied, unconvinced. Just then Monet, having crept up unnoticed, touched his other arm. "Well, fine," she remarked, causing Izuku to stammer, "I'm sorry," while rubbing his arm. Kendo chuckled at the scene but quickly turned to help Izuku. Noticing a bag Kendo was holding, Izuku inquired, "What are they?" "Oh, I forgot. I brought something to accompany the tea," she replied. Monet chimed in, "Thank you, Kendo. Right now, I'll get the tea," and she took the bag from Kendo. "You are very kind," Kendo said, her gratitude evident. Izuku nodded, recalling, "Yes. Although it was a little scary when Daddy brought her to live here." Kendo then asked, "Speaking of him, where is he?" "I brought some sake from Dad." He went to help Toshiji with something. I hope it hasn't caused any problems, Izuku replied, a hint of concern in his voice. Back at the warehouse, chaos erupted as one of the band members screamed before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Zoro sighed, how weak. Toshiji, who had been watching the scene unfold, remarked, we would have saved problems if you let me speak, as she sheathed her sword. A moment of contemplation passed before she added, by the way, when you said, don't touch her. Zoro turned to her, his expression serious. Yes, those idiots took Wado Ikimanji without hesitation, he said, noticing Toshiji's thoughtful demeanor. What happens? He asked, sensing something was amiss. Toshiji looked away, her expression pouting as she contemplated something that weighed on her mind. Nothing, she muttered softly. Zoro, curious, raised an eyebrow. Anyway, why is that sword important? Toshiji's frown deepened. It's DMN. Zoro, puzzled, waited for her to elaborate. It is a sword that gives power to its wielder, but it will corrupt their mind. Its name is Shichisaken. Zoro nodded in understanding. I see. So in short, we either ask him about it, or we defeat him. Toshiji blinked, surprised by his directness. I'm going ahead, Zoro said, starting to move but stopped when Toshiji called out to him. Zoro, that's not where it is. Embarrassed, Zoro sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck. Sagim, Toshiji urged, and together they ran in search of the gang leader, knowing that Zoro was about to face a complicated battle ahead. Meanwhile, in another corner of the world, Izuku relaxed with his friends after a satisfying lunch. He and the girls were sipping tea, enjoying the warm day. Kendo smiled at him. See, Izuku? There are days when you should relax, and your arms are now an excuse for that. Monet chimed in, Kendo is right. Izuku sighed. I'll rest until my arms are completely recovered. Kendo hugged him tightly, leaning against his torso, and Izuku awkwardly returned the embrace. Monet giggled, teasing them. How cute! Izuku's face flushed with embarrassment, but he chose to ignore her comment and continued to enjoy the peaceful atmosphere. The Roronoa dojo had never felt so serene, with only the sounds of birds chirping and trees rustling in the gentle breeze. The tranquility shattered when the door creaked open. Izuku stood up, surprised to see who had arrived. P-Daddy? Roronoa Zoro appeared, barely standing and supported by Toshiji. Hello. Son, he managed to say, his voice exhausted. Izuku's concern grew. I guess the work didn't go well at all. Zoro shook his head. Everything. The opposite, he said, throwing something at Izuku. Izuku caught it, surprised to find it was a sheathed sword, but when he unsheathed it he was taken aback to see it was broken. The job was to destroy it? Toshiji interjected, no, the job was to recover it, but Zoro decided to destroy it. Zoro shrugged. It's better to destroy it than to have it fall into the wrong hands. Though Toshiji wanted to argue, she knew he was right. Let's heal you, she said, guiding Zoro to a chair. Could you bring me the first aid kit? Yes, Izuku replied, rushing off to fetch it. After retrieving the kit, Izuku returned to find Toshiji instructing Zoro to remove his shirt. As Zoro undressed, he revealed a series of cuts, burns, and bruises. Toshiji frowned. Now, stay still, she said as she began cleaning his wounds with alcohol. Zoro groaned in pain. Don't move, she insisted. I'm sorry, Zoro replied, forcing himself to stay still as Toshiji continued her work. Thank you, he said suddenly. Toshiji looked at him, confused. Why? For helping me with Izuku, putting up with my behavior. For everything. A smile spread across Toshiji's face. That's what friends are for. She finished cleaning and bandaging his wounds. Zoro stood up from the chair, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Thank you. Just then, Izuku re-entered the room. By the way, he tossed a bottle of sake toward Zoro. That's from Mr. Kendo. Zoro chuckled, uncapping the bottle and taking a swig. I'll thank him later, he said, exhaling with satisfaction. Much better. Toshiji rolled her eyes. Seriously, you like sake? It's obvious. If I could, I would live alone with sake, Zoro laughed. Well, I'm going to change my clothes. He headed upstairs to his room. Tashigi followed Zoro's departure with her gaze before joining Izuku, Kendo, and Monet in the garden. In the privacy of his room, Zoro sat on the edge of his bed, inhale. The sun was rising, casting a warm glow over the room. It was almost 5:30 when Izuku, their green-haired friend, got out of bed and began to remove the bandages from his arms. He moved his hands, closing them into fists with a sense of relief. Feeling much better, he made his way slowly down to the kitchen, dressed in black sweatpants and a green sleeveless t-shirt. Upon arriving, he found Zoro, who was pouring himself a cup of coffee. Zoro yawned, glancing over at Izuku. "Good morning, Izuku," he said casually. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. "P-Daddy?" "What? I always get up at this time to train," Zoro replied, shrugging off the confusion. Izuku nodded. I see. And Monet? She's in her room. She wakes up later. By the way, do you want to practice a little? Zoro asked, a hint of eagerness in his voice. Of course, Izuku replied, and they both exited the house, heading toward the dojo. Inside, they picked up some bakens, wooden swords used for training. Good. Before we start, use a jura, Zoro instructed. Yes, Izuku replied, focusing his mind. He calmed his breathing and managed to create the illusion of a jura. Zoro observed him closely. I see. You certainly control it well for the first time you use it, but you still have a long way to go, he commented. I understand, Izuku said, dispelling the illusion. Now do we start? Zoro took 2 more bakens. Let's begin, he said, readying himself. Meanwhile, Monet had woken up and, after tidying up, made breakfast for the 2 green-haired men. As she finished, she heard some noises coming from the dojo. Curious, she went to investigate. Upon opening the door, she found Izuku and Zoro engaged in an intense sparring match. Izuku, channeling a jura, shouted, Kyutoryu! Sambayaka Naiju yo Pondo Ho, unleashing a burst of energy toward Zoro. The attack was powerful enough to catch Zoro off guard, but he quickly discarded 2 of his 3 bakens, keeping 1 in hand. Itoryu! Sambayaku Rokuju Pondo Ho. Zoro countered, redirecting part of his attack toward Izuku. The green-haired boy instinctively blocked it using a jura. As he struggled to hold back the force, Izuku began to retreat, ultimately severing the energy burst and destroying his bakens in the process. Not bad, Zoro remarked, a hint of pride in his voice. You have improved, son. Thank you, Izuku replied, exhausted and now sitting on the floor. Zoro helped him up, a serious look in his eyes. I hope you do what we talked about before. Izuku nodded, still catching his breath. Guys, Monet called out, drawing their attention, come have breakfast? The mere mention of breakfast made both their stomachs growl, prompting a shared laugh as they walked back to the kitchen. As they went, Izuku pondered the conversation he had with Zoro 2 days prior. In his memory, Zoro had asked, Do you want to modify the sword style I taught you? Izuku had nodded silently, his heart racing with anticipation. Zoro looked at him seriously for a moment before shifting to a more relaxed demeanor. Do it, he said, a teasing glint in his eyes. Izuku had replied, confused. Zoro laughed softly. Did you expect me to tell you that you shouldn't change the 3-sword style? Izuku, nervous, had stammered, something like that. Zoro ruffled Izuku's hair affectionately. Don't worry. It's like you told your partner, you make that power yours or something like that. I taught you the Santoryu, now you must improve it in your style. I understand. But why does your sword style have so few Itoryu and Mutoryu techniques? Izuku had inquired. Zoro shrugged. Well, I never thought of times when I would be with only a sword. Besides, the techniques I possess are enough for me. Izuku had nodded, absorbing the wisdom. I expect great things from you, Zoro said, his tone serious. I promise not to disappoint you, Izuku had replied, filled with determination. With the memory fading, Izuku returned to the present, lost in the Izuku. At midnight, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation as the students gathered to decide on their hero names, a pivotal moment that would shape their identities in the world. Decide your names now and see hell ahead. Midnight proclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. The names they would choose would echo through the world, even among professionals. I'll let Miss Midnight evaluate your name choices, Izawa announced, his tone serious yet encouraging. The names they select will closely reflect the images they project in the future. Each student stood before a blackboard with a marker in hand, deep in thought as they contemplated their heroic identities. The first to present his name was Aoyama, whose choice was more akin to a phrase than a name. Following him, Mina confidently declared her name, Alien Queen, which elicited laughter as it reminded everyone of a popular movie. Izuku watched the unfolding spectacle, suppressing a facepalm at the absurdity of it all. Next, Tsuyu stepped forward, her adorably simple name, Froppy, instantly calming the nervous energy in the room. One by one, the students shared their names, most of which were well received, except for Todoroki, who simply used his own name, and Bakugo, whose ambitious title of the King of Murderous Explosions was promptly rejected by Midnight. When it was Ida's turn, he hesitated, recalling a conversation with his brother in the hospital. I didn't know whether to tell you, but I don't have feeling in my legs. It's probably the end of Ingenium, his brother had said, the gravity of those words weighing heavily on Ida's heart. But brother, you still have many people to guide. I can't stand this idea. Ida had protested. His brother's response had been resolute. That's why you would be the best to take it? As Ida stood in front of the class, he struggled with his emotions. This name. Could you use it for me? He asked, revealing his choice. Midnight raised an eyebrow. You will also use your real name, huh? She remarked. Ida's frustration was palpable as he returned to his seat, unable to fulfill his brother's legacy. Izuku then approached the front, his heart racing. When he displayed his name, the room fell silent in amazement, though Midnight seemed uncertain. Are you sure about that name? She inquired. Yes, Izuku replied firmly. My father hunted villains and mercenaries, and despite his flaws, he is kind and trustworthy. I have two goals in my life, to be a hero and to surpass my father. The name he revealed was bold, the villain-hunting hero, Kuroki. He demonstrated his power, using Kuro Itetsu on his arms, a spectacle that earned Midnight's approval. With the name selections complete, Izawa handed out lists of agencies for those without nominations. After class, the students began discussing their choices. I'll go with Mount Lady, Mineta declared confidently, only to be met with Tsuyu's disapproving gaze. Mineta has dirty thoughts, she accused. That's not true, he retorted, a hint of indignation in his voice. Best wishes, Mina, Uraraka said encouragingly. Mina scratched the back of her neck, turning to Izuku. Izuku-kun. Izuku, however, was lost in his own world, speed-reading the nominations as if they were a thrilling novel. Mina's expression shifted to one of mischief as she formulated a plan. Don't get involved, Kirishima, she told her friend, determination in her voice. Today I will surprise him. She silently approached the distracted Izuku. Kirishima sighed, sensing the impending chaos. Mina crept closer to Izuku, who was still engrossed in the hero agencies. Suddenly, she spotted the perfect opportunity. I got you, she thought, leaping toward him. But Izuku turned just in time to catch her in a warm embrace. Ito. Mina stammered, caught off guard. Good try, Izuku said playfully, giving her a gentle karate chop to the head. 3 seconds earlier and you would have made it. His signature grin lit up his face as he left the room. Kirishima looked at Mina, curiosity in his eyes. Mina? She was left speechless, a mix of confusion and embarrassment flooding her. The memory of Izuku's smile lingered in her mind, leaving her cheeks flushed. I was so close, she finally replied, laughing softly, her heart racing at the unexpected turn of events. Kirishima had confidently informed Izuku that he couldn't do something, leaving an air of anticipation hanging between them. The following day arrived with a sense of urgency. Zoro approached Izuku, inquiring if everything was ready. Izuku assured him that it was, reminding himself to keep the last item in his backpack. His preparations included his hero suit and a katana crafted by Momo. After bidding farewell to Zoro and Monet, he hurried to the station. Upon arrival, Izuku spotted his classmates, along with those from Class B. His gaze met Kendo's, and they exchanged distant greetings as she chatted with her friends. Just then, he felt a familiar arm drape over his shoulder. Kirishima, he recognized the voice. "Hello, Izubro. Anxious?" Kirishima asked, his cheerful demeanor radiating positivity. "To tell the truth, a little," Izuku admitted. "There's no need to worry. After all, in a few years, we will probably be working with them," Kirishima reassured him. "Probably," Izuku replied, his thoughts drifting. The two friends approached their peers, who were gathered around Aizawa. The teacher's voice cut through the chatter. "I hope everyone has their hero costumes. They are prohibited from using them unless their hero is nearby." Mina chimed in with a drawn-out, "Don't lengthen the tie." "Seriously?" Aizawa replied, irritation evident in his tone. Mina pouted in response. Once everyone boarded their respective trains, Izuku made his way to his own. On his journey, he accidentally bumped into Ida, whose aura felt unusually heavy. "Ida-kun," Izuku called out. Ida turned to face him, a hint of concern shadowing his expression. "Yes? We're going in the same direction. Should we sit together?" Izuku suggested. Ida nodded, and they settled into their seats for the trip to Tokyo. Silence enveloped them, and they each withdrew into their books, the train's rhythm creating a soothing backdrop. Izuku stole glances at Ida, sensing his unease. "Ida-kun," he ventured cautiously. Ida remained silent, lost in thought. "Your brother?" Izuku prompted gently. "He's fine," Ida replied, though his voice betrayed a deeper sadness. "But I don't think he can be a hero again." "I see," Izuku responded, absorbing the weight of Ida's words. Frustration bubbled within Ida as he clenched his fists. "But why did he do it?" Izuku tilted his head, confused by Ida's sudden shift. "The hero killer is the one who seriously injured my brother," Ida explained, anger creeping into his voice. "The hero killer?" Izuku echoed, realization dawning. "Many heroes were victims of that guy," Ida continued, his voice barely above a whisper. Izuku processed the information, sensing the turmoil within his friend. "You want revenge?" he concluded. "Yeah. I don't want him to do this to anyone else." "Permanently," Ida admitted, vulnerability seeping through his tough exterior. As the train driver announced their approaching station, Izuku gathered his belongings. Before stepping off, he turned to Ida. "If you need help with anything, you can always talk to me," he offered sincerely. Ida smiled, gratitude flickering in his eyes. "Thank you." Izuku exited the train and navigated through the bustling station, his mind still occupied with thoughts of Ida's situation. He marveled at the vibrant city, its colorful signs and enticing food stalls, before arriving at his destination, located far from the tourist attractions. The house appeared unremarkable, lacking the charm one might expect. Without hesitation, Izuku knocked on the door. In a moment, a voice called from within. A moment later, the door swung open, revealing the identity of the woman inside. She was Rumi, the sixth-ranked heroine among the top heroes, dressed in a gray sports top and shorts. She regarded Izuku with a curious stare. Izuku found himself momentarily speechless. "Who are you?" he managed to ask. "What are you doing here?" "Are you another one of those stalkers?" she replied, annoyance apparent in her tone. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. "No, He barely dodged a swift kick aimed at him. Rumi paused, recognition dawning. "It's you. The boy from the sports festival," she said, slightly taken aback. Izuku sighed in relief, his heart racing. "It's nice to meet you. My name is Izuku Rorinoa. Nice to meet you. Come." Rumi guided Izuku to the backyard, where he immediately noticed the well-maintained surroundings. The area boasted training equipment and a small carrot garden, prompting a small laugh from him, as he was reminded of the rabbit stereotype associated with Rumi. "Why yeah," he replied, feeling a mix of amusement and admiration. As they stood face to face, Izuku sensed that something was about to happen. He instinctively reached for his sword, but Rumi stopped him. "Leave her," she instructed, her tone firm. Izuku responded, confused. I want to see how strong you are with your katanas, Rumi explained. Okay, he said reluctantly, setting the sword near his backpack before returning to his fighting stance. When you want. Before he could finish speaking, Rumi surprised him by closing the distance and delivering a knee strike to his stomach. Izuku reacted quickly, using both hands to block the attack. That hurt, he said, stepping back and rubbing his abdomen. Good reflexes, Rumi acknowledged. You are the first to see my attack up close? Regaining his composure, Izuku counterattacked with a punch aimed at Rumi's abdomen. She dodged effortlessly and retaliated with a kick to the back of his head. Izuku managed to evade the blow and deflect her kick, causing her to lose her balance. Feeling confident, he attempted to use Kuroitetsu against Rumi, but she swiftly countered him. Cast, she called out, and Izuku's memory faltered for a moment. In an instant, Rumi landed a direct hit to his stomach, forcing him to kneel. I have to admit, kid, you have potential, but you trust yourself too much, she said, looking down at him. Gritting his teeth, Izuku pushed himself up. I understand. But don't take this the wrong way, she added, slapping him hard on the back. Like I said, you have potential. Thank you, he replied, feeling a mix of gratitude and determination. Good. Now let's eat, Rumi said, laughing lightly. I hope you like the carrot croquettes. She walked toward the kitchen, leaving Izuku to ponder her words. Why yes, he responded, though he had never tried them before. In another part of town, All Might was in his office discussing matters with Officer Tsukachi. What? All Might asked, his brows furrowing in concern. As I said, the Noma seems to possess 4 types of DNA. Its body was modified with drags to allow it to have multiple quirks, and its brain was disabled to control them. It's as if the ability to have several quirks is the result of one that grants them, Tsukachi explained, his expression serious. Hours later, back at Maruko's home, Izuku savored the last bite of his meal. It was delicious, he declared, a satisfied smile on his face. Rumi chuckled. Obviously. When it comes to carrots, I can create delicious dishes with pride. Izuku laughed lightly at her enthusiasm. Rumi cleared the dirty dishes and returned to him, her demeanor shifting as she prepared to address him seriously. Well, child, I'll explain. Your unarmed combat style is quite limited, and to make you stronger, I will put you through some pretty heavy training. Izuku nodded, understanding the weight of her words. I see that you have determination. I hope you don't escape, she warned, releasing a playful yet sinister aura, reminiscent of a final boss in a video game. Hagamaslo, Izuku declared, ready for the challenge ahead. Meanwhile, at the hero agency of the pro-hero best genist, Bakugo faced a stern lecture. Although you are skilled and talented, your behavior shows both sides, hero and villain. I'll show those eyes of yours what makes people heroes, Best Genist said, his tone unwavering. Bakugo, tied up and frustrated, gritted his teeth. I understand, calm down, but untie me, in it, he shouted, his anger boiling beneath the surface. Best Genist had successfully captured Bakugo, using his Fiber Emissar quirk to prevent the explosive student from unleashing his signature blasts. In the bustling environment of hero training, students from Class A and B were scattered across various agencies, with 2 exceptions, Kendo and Momo. Kendo-san? Momo exclaimed, her surprise evident. Kendo-san? Momo echoed back, equally astonished. Both had ended up under the tutelage of the same pro-hero, Iwabami. Ah, era. It seems like you already know each other, Iwabami remarked with a warm smile. Whyas, they both stammered, a bit taken aback. Good. I'm glad you chose my agency, Iwabami continued. I will explain to you that we heroes can have secondary jobs, despite the controversies. That's true, Kendo agreed. You are not only a heroine but also a celebrity. Exactly, Iwabami replied, her smile widening. But how is it related to our work? Momo asked, confusion clouding her features. Well, Iwabami began, I offered internships to young women because they are attractive enough to appear in my commercial. Kendo and Momo exchanged bewildered glances, unable to respond before a makeup and costume team arrived, bustling around them. Meanwhile, The morning sun was beginning to rise at 5:30 a.m. Rumi stretched and decided it was time to train the rookie. He threw on a long t-shirt as he got out of bed and made his way to the guest room where Izuku was supposed to be staying. He opened the door abruptly, only to find the bed neatly made, as if no one had slept there. How odd, Rumi muttered to himself. Suddenly, he heard a noise coming from behind the house. Curious, he went to investigate and found Izuku performing push-ups, but something was different. He was covered in Kuroitetsu, the heavy metal quirk he possessed. Then that's his quirk, Rumi noted, observing the sunken earth beneath Izuku. It's heavy. For 99, Izuku grunted, pushing through the final repetitions. Boy, Rumi called out. Izuku, startled, lost his concentration and collapsed, his face pressing into the ground. Good morning, he managed to say. Rumi chuckled. If you're talking to me, it means you're fine. By the way, what are you doing up at this hour? Izuku deactivated his quirk and pushed himself up from the ground. Morning training. Well, do you want to fight again? Rumi asked, his competitive spirit ignited. Whenever you want, Izuku replied, assuming a combat position. After a grueling session, Izuku gasped for air before collapsing onto the ground. You did well, Rorinoa, Rumi said, sitting beside the exhausted boy. He pulled out a couple of water bottles and handed one to Izuku. Tell me, what were you doing with your quirk before? I mean, that exercise, Rumi inquired. Well, I was training, Izuku explained, taking a swig from the bottle. The metal I generate with my quirk is quite limited. The more metal I use, the heavier my body becomes, which is why I've been focusing on imbuing it into weapons all this time. Then you're training to use more of your quirk, Rumi concluded. Izuku nodded, a spark of excitement igniting in him. In fact, I made an advance. Really? Show me. Rumi urged, his enthusiasm palpable. With determination, Izuku rose from the ground, concentrated, and crossed his arms. Suddenly, his body transformed into metal, glimmering in the morning light. You seem strong, Rumi observed. Let's try. Ha! Izuku could barely speak, exerting all his effort to maintain the quirk. Rumi launched a powerful kick aimed at Izuku's torso, but the impact barely moved him. Huh! He exclaimed, surprised by the lack of effect. My turn, Izuku declared, swinging a punch at Rumi, who skillfully dodged the attack, causing him to lose his balance. Undeterred, he quickly placed his hands on the ground and pushed himself forward, launching a double kick. The strike connected with Rumi, who managed to block it, but the force of the attack pushed her back slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku closed the distance and unleashed a flurry of strikes, yet Rumi evaded them all with agility. She retaliated with a swift kick to his abdomen, forcing him to stagger back. In a moment of desperation, Izuku grabbed her leg, pulling her closer as he set up for another attack. However, as he took a step forward, he tripped, and his face collided with Rumi's chest. This, he stammered, his concentration faltering and causing his quirk to deactivate. Rumi stood there, a vein throbbing on her forehead, clearly unimpressed. A few moments later, Izuku found himself sprawled on the ground, face down. Rumi cleared her throat and said, I'm sorry, but I don't tolerate perverts. The was accident, he mumbled, barely conscious. Okay, but avoid doing that next time, Rumi replied, her tone firm. Izuku thought to himself, how do I do that? Rumi continued, now, about your new ability. It is quite powerful, but you need to perfect it to improve your speed when moving. I understand. You really are incredible, Miruko-san, he said, admiration evident in his voice. Rumi laughed lightly and smiled. Thank you. Well, today you're coming with me on patrol, so let's take a shower, and you can go get your suit. You go first? Izuku nodded and headed into the house. Hours later, in a separate location, Momo and Kendo were in the dressing rooms, already dressed for a commercial with Iwabumi. The atmosphere was slightly tense. Kendo broke the silence. So, you like Izuku? Momo nodded, and Kendo continued, and you tell me this even though I'm dating him? Momo nodded again, prompting Kendo to ask, why? I couldn't keep it to myself. Also, take it as a declaration of war, Momo replied, her tone serious. Eh, Kendo said, surprised. Momo's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Well, Kendo took Momo's hand gently. Calm down, okay? Momo hesitated, then began to explain, he is kind to everyone. Despite being strong, he remains modest. He never gives up and always protects his teammates, no matter the danger. Kendo, Momo continued, when he kept the sword I made for him, his smile made me fall in love. I see. Kendo replied, processing her words. But thinking about it, it would be better to keep my feelings to myself, Momo said, a hint of resignation in her voice. In my opinion, Kendo started, but the conversation lingered in the air. Meanwhile, Fourth Kind, the chivalrous hero, was overseeing the internship students, Kirishima and Tetsu, as they cleaned a park. Kirishima lifted a can and asked, Hey, Tetsu, do you think Izuku will be stronger after this? Surely. But for now, I'll focus on being strong and getting revenge from Aniki. Tetsu replied, lifting a couple of bottles. Suddenly, both of them were struck on the head, but they managed to use their quirks to lessen the impact. Continue. Fourth Kind commanded. Yes, sir, they replied in unison, performing a military salute before returning to their work. Bakugo patrolled the streets of the city alongside Beast Genist, his frustration evident. He was not wearing his usual engraved bracelets, opting instead for blue jeans, and the most disheartening aspect for him was his receding hairstyle. As they moved through the city, a group of students shouted compliments at Beast Genist, who graciously responded with a handshake. You must show people who we are, Beast Genist said, emphasizing the importance of giving them peace of mind. It creates trust between those protected and those who protect them. Bakugo merely growled in response, his irritation growing. He wished to leave. As they continued their patrol, a boy in the crowd pointed at Bakugo, recognizing him from television but not from the festival they had recently attended. Isn't that the villain who almost cried? The boy exclaimed, his eyes wide with a mix of admiration and fear. Bakugo's hair suddenly returned to its normal style in an explosive manner, and he glared at the boy. What did you say? The boy, startled by Bakugo's shout, began to sob, teetering on the brink of tears. Beast Genist calmly addressed Bakugo, expressing his concern over the boy's comment. With a heavy sigh, Bakugo approached the children. Listen, that villain didn't get me. I was just thinking of how to beat him, he proclaimed, his anger mounting. It's not that I lost. I'm going to be the #1 hero. You kids don't have to worry. Instead of finding reassurance, the children cried and fled from him, leaving Bakugo feeling uncomfortable under the watchful gaze of Beast Genist. He's too proud, Beast Genist thought. It's good that he has those feelings to be a hero, but if it weren't for his personality. Meanwhile, each student in their class was engaged in various exercises. Some were dealing with hostage situations, others with smuggling, while a few were simply supervising and patrolling. However, Bakugo was having a particularly tough time. In a nearby 7-Eleven, chaos erupted as 3 robbers, dressed in sports clothing and traditional masks, held the store hostage. Among the 10 hostages were Izuku and Miruko. 5 minutes earlier, Miruko had suggested they stop for sandwiches. Come, let's look for a sandwich there, she pointed to the store. Izuku, exhausted, agreed. Good idea. I must admit, your suit looks good on you, Miruko complimented him. Thank you. Although it looks the same, the support group modified the material completely, Izuku replied. They entered the store, purchasing sandwiches and drinks. Just as they reached the register, the 3 assailants burst in. Miruko was ready to take action, but the robbers had a hostage they had caught at the entrance. They ordered Izuku to lower his katana, and he hesitated. Seeing the determined look on Miruko's face, he nodded in agreement. Izuku complied, handing over the katana, and was subsequently tied up alongside Miruko. In the present, one of the robbers barked orders. 3, we must hurry. You already got the key. 3, equipped with a stethoscope, was attempting to unlock the cash register. I'm one of them, he said, focused on his task. Good. 2 how? The police? One asked, stepping closer to Miruko. They haven't tried anything yet, 2 replied, glancing nervously outside. One approached Miruko with a smirk. Just look, the heroine Miruko as a hostage. We must be in luck. He reached out, taking her cheeks in his hand. I must admit, you are appealing. The tension in the store thickened as the situation escalated, leaving Izuku and Miruko to strategize their next move amidst the chaos. Miruko stood tense, her eyes wide with concern as she watched the scene unfold. Izuku, her ally, had just laughed lightly, prompting a scornful remark from one, who called him broccoli. Izuku's laughter was soon replaced by a serious tone as he confronted one about taking a girl hostage to capture Miruko. He glared at Uno, emphasizing that such actions were cowardly rather than lucky. His gaze shifted to two girls among the hostages, reinforcing his point. One, not one to back down, retorted with aggression. He brandished his katana, pointing it threateningly at Izuku. Keep looking at me like that, and I'll stab you, he sneered, fanning the sword close enough to cut Izuku's cheek. Miruko, angered by the situation, tried to break the ties that bound her, but Izuku's firm command for her to stay put calmed her, despite her reluctance. You want to be a hero, right? One asked, scoffing at Izuku's aspirations. Yes, that's why I'm at UA, Izuku replied, determination evident in his voice. One merely laughed, hitting Izuku with the blunt side of his sword, dismissing his resolve. Izuku endured the blows in silence, blood trickling from his lips, his expression unyielding. Frustrated, one decided to use Izuku as a punching bag, delivering hit after hit, but Izuku remained stoic, refusing to show pain. Miruko cried out for him to stop, her voice filled with desperation. One, momentarily distracted, slapped her, reveling in the chaos he was creating. His eyes gleamed with malice as he turned back to Izuku. That's the expression I wanted, he said with a sinister smile, raising his sword to threaten Miruko. The sound of the sword cutting through flesh echoed, and shock washed over the scene as Izuku was pierced by the katana. Izuku! Miruko screamed, her heart racing with fear. Meanwhile, on a sunny day, Zoro awoke first in his quarters. He dressed in worn clothes reminiscent of his early mercenary days and made his way to the kitchen, seeking a drink of sake. Toshiji, he murmured, still waking up. Good morning, Zoro, Toshiji replied cheerfully. Buenos dias. Toshiji? He exclaimed, surprised to see her. Why are you surprised? She giggled. You gave me a key for emergencies? Zoro calmed down, recalling the arrangement. What brings you here? I need a favor, she said, taking a seat opposite him. Zoro leaned inattentive. I need your help to destroy a sword. Destroy it? That's a first, Zoro replied, eyebrows raised. Believe me, it can't be in the wrong hands, Toshiji insisted. With a resigned sigh, Zoro agreed. Hey, I'll help you. Thank you. Let's go, she urged. Must it be now? He asked, hesitating. I won't let you go alone like last time, Toshiji stated firmly. Reluctantly, Zoro followed her as they set off towards the last known location of the sword. What's so important about this sword? He inquired. True, she began to explain, but was interrupted when a bullet shattered the windshield, narrowly missing them. Toshiji slammed on the brakes. Be careful, Zoro shouted, drawing Shusui and positioning it against the door window. A bullet struck the sword, and without hesitation, they both exited the vehicle. A man emerged from a nearby alley. What are you doing here? He demanded. Zoro unsheathed another sword, ready for confrontation. You'd better put away your weapons. My friends have you in their sights, the man warned. Zoro, though reluctant, sheathed his swords. They were quickly tied up, their weapons taken, and driven to what appeared to be a tool shop. Inside, they were escorted to an office where several men in suits awaited them. Behind a desk sat a man wearing sunglasses. Wow, look who we have here. Miss Toshiji, so appealing, he leered, then turned to Zoro. Sorry, do we know each other? I highly doubt it. Sir, Zoro replied curtly. Toshiji, is it? The man said, smirking. Suzuki Hajime, but you can call me Suzuki-san. He glanced at Zoro. Let me speak, Toshiji whispered urgently. Clear perfection, Suzuki said, leering at her, making Toshiji visibly uncomfortable. I would like you to give me those swords. Sasuke was fuming with annoyance. They had locked him up. 5 minutes later, Tashigi, exasperated, turned to Zoro. I told you, she said, her voice edged with irritation. Zoro looked at her, confused. But I didn't say anything. True, Tashigi admitted, but you hit the gang leader in the face just for insulting you. Zoro shrugged, it's just. I don't like being called Marimo. Tashigi fell silent, and at that moment, several members of the gang entered the warehouse, holding Zoro and Tashigi's katanas. He's certainly got some appealing swords, one man remarked. Now that I see it better, she is quite appealing, another said, glancing at Tashigi. Disgusted, Tashigi recoiled at the comment. Zoro intervened, his voice firm. Don't touch her. Tashigi was taken aback, a blush creeping onto her cheeks at Zoro's protectiveness. The man holding Shusui approached her, clearly trying to provoke Zoro. Zoro, with a silly smile, kicked the second man, who retaliated by swinging Shusui at him. Zoro dodged and managed to turn around, cutting his ties in the process. As the men attacked him with swords, Zoro skillfully evaded their strikes. Mitoryu! Tatsumaki, he shouted, unleashing a dragon-shaped tornado that sent the attackers flying, leaving them unconscious. Afterward, he used one of the swords to cut Tashigi's ties. One of the men groaned, "Gah," before collapsing. Zoro sighed, "How weak." Tashigi, sheathing her sword, said, "We would have avoided this mess if you'd let me speak. By the way." She fidgeted with her fingers, "When you said, 'Don't touch her'." Zoro replied, "Yes, those idiots took Wado Ikemanji without hesitation." He turned to Tashigi, concern etched on his face. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," she said, looking away, a pout forming on her lips. Zoro asked, "Why is that sword important?" "It's cursed," Tashigi explained. "How so?" Zoro inquired. "It gives power to its wielder, but it corrupts their mind. Its name is Shichisaken." Zoro nodded, "I understand. In short, either we ask for it back, or we defeat him." Tashigi was taken aback. I'm going ahead," Zoro said, starting to move, but Tashigi called out to him. "Zoro, that's not where it is." Embarrassed, Zoro followed her lead as they ran in search of the gang leader. As they exited the warehouse, they were surprised to find Sasuke waiting outside. "Those idiots. I guess I'll take care of you, Roronoa Zoro," she said, a predatory glint in her eyes. "You remember me," Zoro replied, steeling himself for the confrontation. Tashigi looked on in confusion as Sasuke commanded her gang, "Take care of the girl, leave the Marimo to me." Zoro sprang into action, attacking Sasuke with 2 katanas, but she blocked his strikes effortlessly. Meanwhile, Tashigi was fending off several criminals armed with bats, pipes, katanas, and guns, proving to be a formidable opponent. Zoro continued his relentless assault on Sasuke. "You certainly haven't changed, Zoro," she taunted. "You're wrong, Sasuke, or should I say, Shichisaken," he countered, determination in his eyes. Sasuke laughed wickedly. "Tell me whatever you want. In the end you will die." "Yojazen!" A dark flame slashed towards Zoro. "Santoryu!" "Tatsumaki," he countered, creating a tornado that absorbed her attack. "How come you are still intact? I saw you disintegrate, and I destroyed you when you integrated into Saga." "Only a part of me was destroyed," Sasuke replied. "I managed to recreate my body, but the blade broke. A blacksmith repaired it, and I regained control." "Enough talk, die," she shouted, unleashing a series of rapid strikes with her sword that transformed into a blue fire snake, biting Zoro on the left arm. Tashigi had managed to dispatch her attackers and rushed to help Zoro, but a criminal fired a gun, hitting her in the leg as she jumped to avoid the shot. "Tashigi!" Zoro shouted, alarmed. Sasuke seized the opportunity. "You got..." Zoro stood in silence, brooding over the unfolding events. Miruko called out, "Izuku!" An evil laugh echoed in the air, as one of the assailants believed he had killed the green-haired young man. However, Izuku quickly revealed his resilience, striking back with a Kuroitetsu-covered fist that knocked the villain unconscious. He had managed to free himself with the sword, using its edge to cut through the bindings that had restrained him. Miruko looked on, surprised. Izuku exhaled sharply. It was close. He removed the sword from his side, revealing a laceration on his abdomen that, while painful, was not as severe as it could have been. As the chaos continued, another assailant noticed his unconscious comrade and aimed a pistol at Izuku. But Izuku was quick. He deftly cut the bullets mid-flight and closed the distance, striking the attacker with the handle of his sword. Despite his injuries, the green-haired man pushed himself, though fatigue was beginning to take its toll. "Quick, release me," Miruko urged. "Hi," Izuku replied, focusing on the task at hand. Suddenly, a third assailant appeared, pointing a gun directly at Izuku's head. Without a moment's hesitation, Izuku turned around just as the man pulled the trigger. The bullet struck him but merely dented before falling harmlessly to the ground. "Itoryu Iai. Sure, son," Izuku declared, delivering a precise blow with the blunt side of his sword, causing the criminal to collapse unconscious. Later, in the hospital, a doctor finished treating Izuku's injuries. "Okay, I'm done. You should avoid any rough work for a few days." Izuku sat with the doctor while Miruko waited outside. "Thank you, sir. But what if I still have a job to do?" The doctor nodded knowingly. "I know you're doing your internship, young man." Izuku's eyes widened. "Wait, how do you know that?" The doctor smiled. "You're quite young. We are on an internship date, and I recognized you when I saw you with Miruko. She told me everything. We're friends." He retrieved a bottle of medicine from a closet. "Take this." Izuku examined the bottle. "And this? Just in case something happens. Take 2 of these, and you'll be able to move, though it might reopen your stitches." "Thank you." Izuku tucked the medicine into his suit. As they left the examination room, he noticed Miruko in her civilian clothes, blue jeans, boots, and a loose white blouse. "When did you change?" he asked, surprised. The doctor sighed. "She usually leaves some of her things behind." Miruko turned to Izuku, concern etched on her face. "Izuku, are you okay?" The doctor reassured her. "He'll be fine. He just needs to rest." "Thanks, June," Miruko replied, glancing at Izuku. Izuku gasped slightly, caught off guard by her concern. "What's going on?" "This is the second time you've called me by my name," she said, realizing her slip. "Let's go home," Miruko suggested, leading the way. Dr. June watched them leave, a look of surprise on his face. "It can't be," he muttered to himself, worried for his friend. As they arrived at Miruko's place, Izuku spoke up. "Miruko-san, this isn't necessary." "Let me do it," she insisted, and they began to bicker about who would prepare dinner. "Are you hurt?" she pressed. "It's just a cut. It's nothing serious," Izuku replied dismissively. "A cut? You got stitches?" Miruko argued. "Look," he said, shifting slightly, "I can move." They locked eyes for a moment before Miruko looked away, her frustration turning to contemplation. "Well, you cook?" she said, slightly annoyed. "Thank you," Izuku said, getting up to head to the kitchen. Miruko grumbled to herself, her thoughts swirling. Why are his eyes so pretty? She felt her cheeks warm. "What are you thinking, Rumi? The boy is only 15 anyway." As she watched him cook, she couldn't help but wonder if he had a girlfriend. Izuku hesitated for a moment before approaching Miruko. "Miruko-san," he said, his voice tinged with embarrassment. Her eyes brightened with curiosity. "Yes? Could you help me?" he asked, a hint of shame in his tone. Miruko smiled in response. "I told you to let me cook." "You're really lucky," Izuku's girlfriend. Meanwhile, in another part of the facility, Kendo rubbed her eyes and sighed. "Achis?" Momo, concerned, asked, "Are you okay?" "Yes." "Surely someone was talking about me," Kendo replied, a playful smile creeping onto her face. Momo chuckled lightly. "You're probably popular." Kendo shrugged. "Maybe, but I don't think as much as you." Just then, Iwabumi approached, her voice brisk. "Ready for the next commercial? You have 5 minutes." She walked away, leaving Momo and Kendo to ponder together. When will we do hero work? 2 days had passed since the hostage incident. Izuku was training, but it was different now. His injury limited him, and Miruko kept a watchful eye to ensure he didn't overexert himself. To his relief, his wound had healed remarkably well. The stitches had been removed, yet he was still mindful of sudden movements that could reopen the injury. Both Miruko and the doctor were impressed by his rapid healing. After finishing his training, they headed to the kitchen for a snack. Just as they were about to settle down, Miruko's phone rang. "Can you give me a moment?" she asked. "Sure," Izuku replied, munching on an apple. When she returned, the atmosphere shifted. "We need to go to Hosu City. The hero killer is there, and there's a chance the League of Villains might show up." Izuku's immediate instinct was to accompany her, but Miruko firmly refused. In a moment of determination, he pulled out his secret weapon, a tactic he had developed during their time together. "I'll buy you a carrot cake," he proposed, but Miruko declined, though her ears and tail betrayed her excitement. "Okay, how about 2 servings?" he persisted. Miruko considered it, her expression wavering. "All right, 3 servings and a movie," he added, hoping to sway her. With a resigned sigh, she relented. "Get changed. We're leaving in 10 minutes, but you'll just watch." Izuku hurried to the guest room, donning his hero suit and taking his sword. Just then, he recalled the medicine Dr. June had given him, deciding to add it to his backpack for good measure. When he returned, Miruko had changed into her costume, which consisted of a gray sweatshirt and cream-colored briefs. They set off for the station, but first, they made a detour to enjoy the cake Izuku had promised her. "But shouldn't we go now?" he questioned, glancing at her. "There are plenty of heroes in Hosu. We have time," she assured him. As night fell, they boarded the train to Hosu City. "I told you we would arrive," Miruko said confidently. "But it's already night," Izuku pointed out. "You're right, they probably already caught the villain." Before she could finish her thought, a creature suddenly burst in through the side of the train. Izuku's heart raced as he recognized the Nomu, but it looked different from the one they had faced at US. Miruko sprang into action, pushing both herself and Izuku off the train. He wanted to join her in the fight, but the pain in his wound held him back. "Wait a second. Ida is here. He probably came for the hero killer," he realized. Without a moment's hesitation, Izuku jumped from the train onto the roof of a nearby building. As he landed, he quickly took 2 of the pills June had given him. A sharp discomfort shot through his wound, but he pressed on. With determination, he began running and leaping from building to building, his eyes scanning the area for his friend. In a dark alley, the notorious hero killer known as Stain loomed over a pro-hero named Native, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Just as the situation seemed dire, a high-speed kick interrupted the scene, forcing Stain to retreat. The assailant was Ida, clad in a hero costume reminiscent of his brother Ingenium. "You know, your suit looks similar, but the design is different. What are you doing here?" Stain remarked, momentarily distracted. I came to stop you instead of my brother," Ida replied, removing his helmet. He activated the motors in his calves and launched an attack at the villain. Stain deftly dodged the assault, smirking as he acknowledged the familial connection. "I see he's your brother. I let him live so that people would know about me." Meanwhile, Izuku, the green-haired hero, was navigating the rooftops, desperately searching for his friend. Suddenly, a winged Nomu emerged before him. With swift precision, he executed an IAI cut, severing one of its wings and an arm, before continuing on his way. Back on the ground, Stain had Ida pinned, a blade piercing through his shoulder. "You and your brother are weak because you are false heroes," he taunted. Ida grimaced in pain, his voice rising in defiance. "Shut up, villain. Because of you, he can't be a hero anymore. To many people, he was an excellent hero. You had no reason to defeat him. I won't forgive you. I will kill you." Stain, unfazed, pointed at the wounded hero. "Save him first. Don't overthink things, save others. Using your powers for yourself, letting hatred carry you away, is the furthest thing from what a hero should be." He withdrew his sword from Ida's shoulder, liking the blood from the blade. "It is time for you to die." As darkness threatened to close in around Ida, he recalled the joyful moments shared with his brother. "No matter what you say, you are the criminal who hurt my brother," he shouted defiantly. Just as Stain prepared to deliver the final blow, a flash of movement interrupted him. His sword was deflected, stabbing into the ground inches from Ida. Stain was suddenly struck and thrown aside as Izuku landed in front of Ida, a determined look in his eyes. "I came to save you, Ida," Izuku declared, turning his gaze to Stain as he swiftly blocked the villain's next attack. "Can you move?" Izuku asked urgently, pushing Stain back. "We need to get to a crowded place and find a professional." "I can't, not since he cut me," Ida replied, struggling to maintain his composure. As Izuku contemplated the situation, he thought, will his quirk activate when he cuts someone? "I need to think of something." "Roronoa, don't get involved," Ida shouted, panic lacing his voice. "What are you saying?" Izuku replied, confused. Stain interjected, "Your partner came to save you. Doesn't that seem like a good phrase? But I have the duty to kill him. If we confront each other, the weakest will die." An ominous aura radiated from him. "Then, it will be me, or it will be you," Izuku declared, summoning his own intimidating presence. The two auras clashed, a palpable tension filling the air as they stared each other down. In the midst of this confrontation, Izuku discreetly reached for his phone, sending a message as the battle loomed before them. Izuku stood firm, gripping his sword tightly as he faced the notorious villain, Stain. A mixture of fear and excitement coursed through him. "I certainly should have brought help. But now, I don't know if I feel scared or excited," he said, pointing his sword at Stain. Stain smirked, clearly amused. "You impress me. This is not my style, but let's see how skilled you are." From the sidelines, Ida shouted, "Roronoa, run away. I told you, this has nothing to do with you." Izuku shook his head resolutely. "If you say that, the heroes won't be able to do anything. There are many things I would like to say. But I'll do it later, since—" He positioned himself, determination etched on his face. "Meddling when it's not necessary is the essence of being a hero." Stain raised an eyebrow, surprised by the young hero's conviction, and a smile crept across his face. Izuku took a step forward, closing the distance between them, and blocked Stain's sword with his own. Ida watched anxiously as Stain, quick as a flash, drew a knife with his free hand and lunged at Izuku. In a split second, Izuku deflected the blow with his metal-covered arm and retaliated with a headbutt. Stain staggered back, preparing to counter the next attack, but suddenly, Izuku vanished from his sight. "Heavy," Izuku muttered, gathering his strength. Stain blinked in confusion. "What?" With a fierce battle cry, Izuku unleashed an axe kick, striking down toward Stain. The villain managed to block the kick but forced Izuku off balance, sending him crashing into a nearby container. Seizing the moment, Stain hurled throwing knives at the green-haired hero. Izuku raised his arms for protection, feeling the sting of most knives as they struck him, yet he remained standing. Stain squinted, noticing the holes in his suit. "Armor? No, otherwise you wouldn't be able to move that fast." "It must be your quirk," he deduced. Izuku's expression hardened, ready for the next move. Stain charged forward, his serrated swords glinting menacingly. The two clashed, blades colliding with a sharp clang. Stain's skill proved formidable as he deflected Izuku's sword and delivered a knee to his stomach. With a swift motion, he lunged at Izuku with a knife, but the young hero barely evaded the strike, retreating as he felt an unfamiliar heaviness in his body. "What is it?" Izuku murmured, feeling a trickle of blood on his cheek. "He reached me." His gaze shifted to see Stain with the knife dangerously close to his mouth. "Now I understand. It's the blood." Stain chuckled darkly. You got it right. I must admit that you were quite skilled and strong. "You deserve to live," he said, stepping closer to Ida. "Since you are different from others. But not this false hero." With his sword poised at Ida's face, it seemed that the end was near for Tenya Ida. But then, Stain's attention was drawn to a flickering light at the alley's entrance. A flame approached him rapidly, forcing him to dodge and retreat. "One by one, they are getting in my way today," Stain muttered, frustration evident in his tone. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Next time you should give more detail in these cases." A figure emerged, showing his phone with the location that the green-haired man had sent him. "You made me late." Izuku's face lit up with relief. "Todoroki. Luckily you managed to understand the message." Todoroki nodded, his expression serious. "But next time, add more information?" Izuku chuckled lightly. "I'll do it when I can write without looking." Stain frowned, his patience wearing thin. "This is not the time for jokes," he said, rushing towards Todoroki. As he closed the distance, he hurled several knives at the half-and-half hero. In response, Todoroki swiftly conjured an ice wall that blocked the projectiles. He then retaliated with an ice pillar, but Stain managed to leap over it just in time, narrowly avoiding the flames that followed. "You are too persistent," Stain taunted as he pressed the attack. His blade found its mark, cutting Todoroki's left arm. Just as he prepared to draw blood, Todoroki unleashed a flare that ignited Stain's knife, drying the blood before it could spill. Meanwhile, Izuku lay on the ground, watching the chaos unfold. After a moment's hesitation, he began to move. "Can I move?" Did his quirk deactivate? No, there must be a time limit, he thought, determination flooding through him. He pushed himself up and called out to Stain, distracting the villain long enough to land a solid punch to his face, forcing Stain to stumble back. "Ida, can you move?" Izuku asked, glancing at his friend. Trying," Ida replied, struggling to regain his footing. Stain smirked. "So you're typo?" "Typo?" Izuku replied, realization dawning on him. "I see, the time we are paralyzed depends on blood type." "Whoa." He blocked another of Stain's attacks with his sword. "Okay, round 2. The two began to exchange blows, their movements almost evenly matched, but Stain's speed gave him the edge. Gradually, Izuku found himself losing ground. At this rate I'll have to use it," he thought, stepping back to gather himself. "Itoryu, Sanjuroku Pondo Ho." He unleashed a powerful slash, but Stain dodged, the attack slicing through the ice instead. Stain laughed. "Good intention, eh? We're behind you, idiot." Izuku shouted, launching a kick directly into Stain's side. Stain attempted to block, but the force of the blow pushed him back. "Heavy metal," Izuku declared, his entire body becoming encased in metal. He charged at Stain, attacking with his katana. Stain attempted to wrest it away, but Izuku's grip was firm. Signaling Todoroki, they coordinated their attack. Todoroki unleashed a flare, engulfing both Stain and Izuku in flames. Stain emerged first, his suit singed and his sword lost. Izuku, however, bore the brunt of the attack, his suit burned on the torso, but he now wielded Stain's sword. As he knelt, he felt his quirk waning under the pressure of his wound. Stain, relentless, threw several knives. Izuku retreated, but Stain appeared before him, wielding a wakizashi. He launched a diagonal strike, which Izuku barely dodged, though it left a superficial cut on his abdomen. Using both swords, Izuku executed a swift technique. "Nitoryu Nijirai. Hiramiki," he shouted, delivering 2 horizontal cuts. Stain retreated, but Izuku soared through the air, ready for more. "Maguma," he called, positioning his swords downward. Stain blocked, but Izuku pushed him back, then slashed upward with both swords. Stain parried with his own blade, but Izuku followed with a downward strike, breaking Stain's short sword in the process. "Diamen," Stain muttered in frustration. "Now, Ida," Izuku yelled. "Yes." Ida responded, launching a powerful axe kick at Stain's head. The villain sidestepped, pushing Ida into some containers. Seizing the moment, Izuku attempted another attack, but Stain anticipated it, applying a hold that sent Izuku crashing down. As he tried to stab Izuku, the green-haired hero blocked the attack with his quirk. Distracted, Stain failed to notice Ida's horizontal kick, which connected and pushed Stain away from Izuku and closer to Todoroki. The ice hero seized the opportunity, lifting Stain with an ice pillar and trapping him against a building. Izuku gasped, exhausted, and fell to the ground. "Rorinoa?" Ida rushed to his side, concern etched on his face. "He is burning." Todoroki nodded, and together they tried to apply pressure to Izuku's wound while Ida called for an ambulance. Suddenly, the ice exploded as Stain broke free, his eyes burning with fury. Izuku struggled to rise, knowing his. As the conversation unfolded, Ida approached the group with a deep bow, expressing his remorse. "Guys, I'm sorry for being blinded by anger," he said, his voice heavy with regret. "You got hurt." Although it was not immediately visible, Izuku noticed the tears welling up in the blue-haired man's eyes. "I'm sorry too, Ida," Izuku replied, his tone sincere. "I couldn't see how you felt about your brother's situation, even though we're friends." Todoroki interjected, his voice calm but firm. "Control yourself. You're the delegate, right?" Ida wiped his tears away, nodding in acknowledgement of Todoroki's comment. Although the fight had been brief, it felt like an eternity to them all. A tense silence hung in the air for a few seconds before they all lowered their guard. Suddenly, a winged Nomu appeared, its missing eye a testament to a previous battle with a hero. It seized Izuku, lifting him off the ground. He struggled to break free, grateful that the creature's grip held him by the uninjured arm. As part of the Nomu's blood dripped onto the villain's face, he liked it, momentarily rendering the creature immobile, causing it to begin to fall. Stain, always calculating, pulled a knife from the bracelet on his wrist. With swift precision, he cut the ropes binding Izuku and dashed towards the Nomu, pushing it away before plunging the knife into its exposed brain. Izuku watched in disbelief as Stain's white eyes revealed a primal instinct guiding his actions. Despite his injuries, he seemed to retain a flicker of consciousness as he kept Izuku pinned to the ground. Endeavor soon appeared, having pursued the Nomu. Upon seeing Izuku in the creature's grasp, he prepared to unleash a fireball, but Mirko intervened just in time. The society full of false heroes and the villains who wield their power recklessly must be eliminated, Stain declared, brandishing the Nomu's knife. His fervor was palpable. "I must correct things. Someone will be covered in blood. I will recover what it means to be a hero. Come for me, imposters. The only one I'll let kill me is the true hero. All might." His words dripped with bloodlust, and for a moment, everyone stood frozen, except for Izuku. But within seconds, Stain collapsed, unconscious from a broken rib that had pierced his lung. Hours passed after the chaotic encounter with the hero killer. The three young men found themselves in a hospital room, their wounds treated but still fresh. Izuku was bandaged from his abdomen to his cheek, while Ida had both arms and shoulders wrapped in slings. Todoroki emerged from the ordeal with fewer injuries, his left arm bandaged. As Izuku began to stir, Ida asked, "How do you feel, Roronoa?" With a groan, Izuku replied, "Better than other times." Todoroki added, "It's a miracle that you're alive with those wounds. Actually, they don't hurt that much. I think I could move in 2 days," Izuku responded optimistically. Just then, a doctor entered the room, interrupting their conversation. "In fact, you should rest for a week," he said, examining Izuku. "Normally, I would prescribe a few weeks, but your recovery history is impressive," he continued, noting the boy's resilience. Izuku managed a nervous laugh. "Thank you. You still need to rest," Doctor insisted before moving on to check on Ida and Todoroki. "I can't believe we came out of that fight alive," Ida said, still in disbelief. "It's true," Izuku agreed. "With these injuries, he could have killed us." Todoroki nodded. "He obviously let us go on purpose. It's incredible that you faced him directly when he attacked." Ida shook his head. "No, it wasn't like that." At that moment, Mirko entered, accompanied by Manuel, the hero that Ida had chosen for his internship. "You're lucky," she said, her forehead vein bulging in frustration. "If you weren't hurt, I would hit you right now." Izuku chuckled nervously. But first, you have a visitor," Mirko added, gesturing for someone to enter. Hosu's police chief, Kenji Tsuragami, walked in, resembling a dog. He issued a warning about using their quirks without supervision, acknowledging Endeavor for capturing the hero killer and preventing the young men from facing punishment. He also personally thanked them for subduing the villain. "It should have started with gratitude," Todoroki remarked under his breath. The fight that had erupted in the alley. Momo looked at Kendo with a puzzled expression. "Again?" she asked. "What do you mean, again?" Kendo replied, clearly confused. Momo sighed and gestured towards Izuku, who was sitting nearby. Izuku let out a soft sigh as the doctor entered the room. Problems with your girlfriend? The doctor said with a knowing smile. Izuku's cheeks turned slightly pink at the comment. He chuckled nervously. Not at all. Although when she gets angry, she can be dangerous, he recalled, remembering a few instances where he had felt the sting of her hits. The doctor nodded in understanding. I can relate. Sometimes my wife is the same. Let's complete this review, and I'll discharge you saying everything is fine. Izuku nodded, appreciative of the doctor's reassurance. He rose from the hospital bed and noticed two swords resting on the side. One was his, but the other was unfamiliar. As he picked it up and drew the blade, he recognized the jagged and damaged edge. Is something wrong? The doctor asked, noticing Izuku's hesitation. No, nothing, Izuku stammered, quickly sheathing the sword and moving closer to the doctor. Having passed his medical examination with no issues, Izuku left the hospital. He found himself at Mirko's house, intending to take a break. However, he soon discovered that rest would be elusive as he found himself lifting weights with one hand while Mirko was out shopping. 500, he muttered as he lowered the weight. I better put this back before she finds out, he thought, recalling the beating he had received the last time she caught him. As he set the weight down, his gaze fell upon Stain's sword. He picked it up and drew it once again. The weight is well distributed, he observed, bringing the blade closer to examine it. It's well tempered, but it's not maintained. Even if I try, the dents are too deep. He decided to take it to Toshiji, knowing she would likely have a solution for it. Just then, Mirko returned, bags of groceries in hand. Rorinoa, I'm here, she announced cheerfully. Izuku approached to help her with the bags. Welcome home, he said, taking them from her. As he carried the bags, Mirko noticed something. Didn't we just do a married scene? She thought to herself, feeling a blush creep onto her cheeks. Hey Mirko-san, what would you like to eat? Izuku asked, eager to help. Let me cook, you must rest, Mirko insisted. But, Izuku began to argue. The last time you tried, you couldn't lift an arm. I don't think you can do it now, she countered, a teasing smile on her face. Izuku sighed in defeat. Fine, I'll just set the table, he said reluctantly, placing the plates down. Rorinoa, Mirko called, launching something in his direction. Yes, he replied, catching a knife. A knife? Please cut the spinach and carrots, she instructed. Yes, he agreed, getting to work. After their meal, Mirko helped Izuku to the couch. I can move by myself, he protested. She merely shrugged and released him, watching as he walked the rest of the way. By the way, what about your daily patrol? Izuku inquired. I'll take the rest of the internship resting, Mirko answered casually. But Izuku started, surprised. From time to time, we heroes take breaks like this. Besides, someone has to keep an eye on you, she said, a teasing glint in her eye. What are you talking about? He stammered, feeling slightly nervous. I know you were using the weights I have, she stated matter-of-factly. Izuku felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. Why, you don't have to worry so much, he replied, trying to downplay it. I'm not worried, she retorted, crossing her arms. I just want you to recover quickly so I can train you a little. Izuku laughed softly, touched by her concern. Thanks for worrying, he said with a warm smile. Mirko felt her cheeks heat up at his response and quickly made her way to the patio. I'm going to stretch a little, she announced, stepping outside. Izuku watched her go before getting up and grabbing a book from the shelf. Guess I'll read a little, he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Mirko sat on the ground, covering her reddened face with her hands. How can he be so cute? She whispered, ensuring the green-haired boy couldn't hear her. As the rest of Mirko smiled as she mentioned Kuroki, her expression filled with amusement. In another universe, Shiro and Kirishima erupted into laughter, nearly collapsing from the hilarity of the situation. Bakugo, frustrated, shouted, Shut up, My hair got used to it, and it doesn't go back to normal even if I wash it. Try again, Raya in the middle. Shiro challenged, prompting Bakugo to exclaim, What did you say? In an instant, his hair burst into its usual explosive style before settling back down. He's back. Shiro and Kirishima cheered, pleased at the return of their friend. The students of Class 1A were deep in conversation about their internship experiences. Among them, Uraraka stood out, having undergone a noticeable transformation in just a week. Kaminari turned to Ida and Todoroki, asking, "Hey, do you know anything about Roronoa?" Mina chimed in, "True, true. We heard you were with the hero killer." Todoroki replied, "Endeavor saved us, but Roronoa protected us until he arrived. He's fine despite his injuries." The room fell silent in shock, not at the gravity of his words but at the fact that Todoroki was speaking more than usual. "Great, as expected of Izuku and Endeavor," Mina remarked, her tone light. Momo, however, felt a wave of concern for the green-haired boy. Class 1A had recently participated in a basic hero exercise, a rescue race designed to showcase their progress. All Might had noted that Izuku would take part another time, as he was currently recovering from his injuries. Meanwhile, in the dojo, Zoro and Izuku were training with Bakken, the wooden swords clashing in the quiet space. Izuku, dressed in a black t-shirt and matching breathes, focused intently as Zoro, in his long dark green coat secured with a red sash, initiated their training with simple attacks. "How do you feel?" Zoro asked, launching a straightforward attack. "Better, but the doctor recommended that I rest for another couple of days," Izuku replied, successfully blocking the attack. "Thanks for this training." Zoro nodded. "Even I know you're not in condition for more rigorous training. Besides, this will help you practice a bit of Toryu." "Good," Izuku said, countering with a basic movement. "What does Tashigi think about the sword?" Zoro paused, blocking Izuku's attack before responding. "She got angry when she saw the state of the sword, but it can be repaired. It'll probably take around 72 hours. "Great," Izuku said, launching another attack. "Where did you get that sword?" Zoro inquired, curiosity piqued. "It belonged to the hero killer. They probably thought it was mine, though it's strange that Ida or Todoroki didn't correct them," Izuku explained. "Well," Zoro said, lowering his bakken, "let's rest for now." Izuku nodded in agreement, and they made their way home, conveniently located beside the dojo. Upon arriving, they found Monet waiting for them with a snack. Izuku decided to take a bath to cool off and change his bandages. "He really looks like you," Monet remarked, observing Izuku. "Why do you say that?" Zoro asked, puzzled. "Well, they both exercise despite being injured. They're monstrously strong even without their swords and seem to get excited when facing someone stronger than themselves," Monet explained. Zoro looked away, pondering her words. "I'll take that as it's true," Monet smiled. Rising from his seat, Zoro went to fetch his sake, but as he turned, he heard a knock on the door. Changing direction, he opened it to find Kendo standing there, accompanied by several students from Class 1A, Mina, Kirishima, Momo, and Uraraka, all dressed in their civilian clothes. The moment they laid eyes on the green-haired man, they felt a wave of awe wash over them. Zoro greeted Kendo with a casual, "Hello, Kendo. Are you looking for Izuku?" Kendo nodded in response, holding out some notes from that day's class. "I see," Zoro replied, gesturing for her to join the others. "I guess you guys are coming to see how he is." The four students shuffled in, visibly anxious. Zoro smiled reassuringly, "Come in, don't be afraid." He welcomed them with a warm demeanor as they passed by Monet. After a brief greeting, Zoro guided them to a few armchairs and sofas. Monet handed Zoro a bottle of sake, and he settled into an armchair, taking a moment to open the bottle and take a sip. "Thanks, Monet," Zoro said, looking at the students. "Now, I want to know something. What is Izuku like at school?" Uraraka spoke up, her voice a bit timid. "It's quite nice and fun in certain ways." Zoro chuckled lightly, appreciating the response. The initial apprehension the students felt towards Zoro began to dissipate upon seeing him laugh. He took another sip from the bottle, causing some concern among those present. "Don't worry," Monet reassured them, noticing their unease. "He is resistant to alcohol." The boys nodded in understanding. "Excuse me, Roronoa," Kirishima said, his voice filled with anticipation. "Just call me Zoro." "I'm used to being called by my name," Zoro replied. Kirishima hesitated before asking, Zoro, can I borrow your sword? The other students exclaimed in surprise, Kirishima. Zoro shook his head. I can't lend you my swords because I feel a little uncomfortable if I don't have them by my side. He paused for a moment before drawing Shusui, revealing the black blade with red details. Great. Very manly. Kirishima exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Momo chimed in, it's the first time I've seen a black blade. Zoro smiled as he explained, its owner gave it to me after defeating him in a fight. At that time, one of my swords was broken by a man whose quirk allowed him to rust metal objects. Uraraka, curious, asked, what is your job? I was an ex-mercenary, Zoro replied. I left that job when I met Izuku. Mina leaned in intrigued. Do you know him well? Zoro's expression softened as he reminisced. He grew up in an orphanage and I adopted him when I saw him. His longing to be a hero is great. As they conversed, Monet returned with drinks for the guests. Just then, Izuku descended the stairs, dressed in dark green breathes and a navy blue short-sleeve t-shirt. How refreshing, he exclaimed, noticing the guests. Hello. His surprise was evident. Kirishima rushed over to him, shaking his hand enthusiastically. Izubro! Uraraka and Momo looked on with concern. How do you feel? Uraraka asked, worry etched on her face. Momo added, is it okay? Izuku reassured them, don't worry, I'll be back at UA in a couple of days. Still, it feels different when you're not in the room, Momo said, and the boys nodded in agreement. Izuku turned to the group, but before he could speak, he noticed Kendo approaching him. Itsuka, he stammered, bracing for a punch. Instead, she leaned her head on his shoulder. Itsuka, he asked, surprised. You worried me, she said, lightly tapping him on the chest. Baka, she added with a hint of a sob. I'm sorry, Izuku replied, hugging her tenderly. After their touching moment, the group began sharing their internship experiences with Izuku. Amidst the lively chatter, Kirishima suddenly had an idea. Zoro-san, he called out. Yes? Zoro responded, curious. You taught Izuku the Santoryu, right? Kirishima asked. Why? Zoro replied. Can you fight me? I want to see how strong he is, Kirishima challenged, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Zoro stood in the dojo, contemplating his next move. Well, he began, uncertain. You should do it, Zoro, Monet encouraged him. With a sigh, Zoro relented. Okay, he said, rising to his feet. But I will use Bakens. Kirishima, filled with excitement, exclaimed, what a thrill. Izuku, always the cautious voice in the group, warned, this is going to end badly. His words prompted a chorus of nods from the others as they made their way into the dojo. Upon entering, they took in the scene, noting a pile of broken Bakens in the corner. What happened? Momo asked, eyeing the mess. Izuku shrugged. Sometimes when we train, we don't control ourselves and break the Bakens. How scary, Uraraka remarked, shivering slightly at the thought. Izuku chuckled. That's the first thing people think when they hear about it. Zoro and Kirishima took their positions, ready for the upcoming match. Well, Kirishima, Zoro said, gesturing to the Baken, take one. I hope you're ready. Yes. Kirishima replied, activating his hardening quirk with enthusiasm. This will end badly, Izuku muttered under his breath, a worried expression on his face. Monet, acting as referee, signaled the start. Kirishima charged at Zoro, who readied himself for the attack. Itoryu! Daishinken Sambayaku! Zoro shouted, unleashing a powerful energy attack. Oh no, Izuku groaned, panic rising in his voice. Momo, confused, asked, what's happening? I'll go get the first aid kit, Izuku declared, already moving. The girls exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what to make of the situation. Zoro announced, I'm playing Ho, and unleashed the 360-pound cannon attack. The force of the energy struck Kirishima, sending him crashing through the wooden wall of the dojo. A moment later, Kirishima lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Stay still, Izuku instructed as he rushed back to help. Everyone returned to the house, where Izuku tended to Kirishima's injuries, relieved that most were minor thanks to his quirk. I think you went too far, Monet said, her tone a mix of concern and reproach. Zoro, however, remained unfazed. Seeing his quirk, I knew he would withstand that attack. Kirishima, still recovering, looked up at Zoro with admiration. Zoro-san really is strong. Thank you, Zoro replied, his gaze shifting to the others. Now I'll tell you the mistakes you made. Everyone listened intently as Zoro continued. You have a good spirit, boy, but you don't think enough. If you had taken some time to analyze my style, you probably would have given me more of a fight. You remind me of Izuku when he was training at 6 years old. He didn't think about any strategy and just charged ahead. Kirishima nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Well, next time, he raised his fist confidently, I will be stronger. Well said, Zoro acknowledged, glancing at the time in surprise. Wow, it's already late. Seriously? Time flies, Uraraka exclaimed. Izuku, ever the host, offered, if you want, you can stay the night. Can we? Mina asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes. I will help cook, Izuku replied. The girls chimed in, us too. No, you are guests. Don't worry, Izuku insisted with a warm smile before approaching Monet. Zoro watched as the girls gathered around the green-haired boy, fascinated by his cooking. After dinner, Izuku and Monet escorted their guests to their rooms. Monet led the women to a spacious room while Kirishima would share a room with Izuku, for obvious reasons. After they laid out the futons and provided pajamas, everyone settled in to rest except for the women, who chose to chat a little longer. So, you trained with Izuku? Mina asked, curiosity evident in her voice. Kendo, one of the women, replied, just for a few months. He wanted to improve his unarmed combat, so I offered to train him. And how did you meet? Uraraka inquired. Kendo hesitated before answering. Well, our meeting was a bit unusual. He was looking for his father. Momo's brow furrowed. Did Izuku get lost? Kendo nodded. In fact, his father is the one who got lost. Monet listened quietly to Kendo's story, well aware of the older green-haired man's lack of orientation from their time living together. Kendo recounted how a stranger had arrived at his family's dojo, mistakenly believing it was his own. This stranger met Kendo's father, leading to an unexpected confrontation that ended in friendship. When Izuku accompanied Kendo home, they found the man drunk and bandaged up, which sparked a fit of laughter among the girls present, including Monet. Could you tell us another story? Mina asked, her laughter contagious. The other girls leaned in, eager to hear more about Zoro and Izuku. Let's count, Kendo said, and the girls spent the rest of the night absorbed in his anecdotes. As dawn broke, Izuku stirred and checked the time. Well, seeing that it's 5:30, let's see. He reviewed his class notes, assuring himself it wouldn't be difficult. He carefully stepped over a snoring redhead on his way to the door. After cleaning up in the bathroom, he headed to the kitchen to grab a bite while checking his homework. 30 minutes later, he finished his assignments and felt an urge to run now that his wound was nearly healed. He changed into gray sweatpants, a dark t-shirt, and a black sweatshirt with red details. After dressing and having something to eat, he slipped out of the house quietly, making sure not to wake anyone. The streets were still and a cool breeze tousled his green hair as he increased his speed, feeling as though he were racing in the Olympics. The doctor said I should stay one more day, but I think I'm better now, he thought to himself. Turning a corner, he accidentally bumped into someone, causing his belongings to scatter. I'm sorry, he said, quickly helping the orange-haired girl to her feet. Annette, she exclaimed, launching a kick at him. Izuku dodged by stepping back. Excuse me, he protested. That's not enough, she retorted, her eyes blazing with anger. Sanji, stop, another voice called out, hitting the first girl on the head. Why, Nami-chan? Sanji protested. He's just a boy. It wasn't intentional. Nami insisted. Once the situation calmed, Izuku and Sanji gathered their things and exchanged goodbyes, parting ways. As Izuku walked through the streets for an hour, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had heard those names before. Upon returning home, he found Kirishima sitting at the breakfast table. Oh, Izubro. Where had you been? Kirishima asked. I went for a little run. I think I'll go back to school today, Izuku replied. Are you sure, Izuku? Zoro, sipping sake and munching on food, asked with concern. Sure. It doesn't even hurt anymore, Izuku said, pulling off his bandages to reveal the healed wound. Good, Zoro nodded approvingly. Izuku headed up to his room, but paused at the bathroom door. Wait, you didn't tell him, Kirishima said. What thing? Zoro responded, confused. A loud shriek echoed through the house. Kaya, Monet's voice rang out. You forgot to tell Izuku that the girls were in the bathroom. Oh right, Zoro replied sheepishly. Meanwhile, everyone was in Yaoyorozu's limo on the way to UA. Izuku had a noticeable handprint on his cheek, a clear sign of the earlier incident. I'm sorry, he said, blushing and feeling embarrassed. Now girls, you know that Izuku is not a pervert. On purpose, Kendo reminded them, recalling some awkward moments. The girls exchanged glances at the orange-haired girl before apologizing to Izuku, who accepted their apologies with a slight smile. When they arrived at the academy, they were greeted by some classmates at the entrance. Kiribro, Aniki. How do you feel? Sutetsu called out. I'm better. Thank you, Izuku replied. Mineta shouted, jumping toward the green-haired boy, who caught him mid-air. Enemy of women. What's wrong? Izuku asked, bewildered. You came to school with 4 girls. He thinks it's your H.O. Kaminari chimed in. Calm down, Mineta, Izuku sighed, trying to defuse the situation. Mineta was feeling extraordinarily unlucky, crying tears of frustration as he lamented his situation. Meanwhile, the green-haired boy, Izuku, couldn't tolerate Mineta's antics any longer. In an act of exasperation, he threw the purple-haired boy toward the entrance of the building. Kendo, who had witnessed the exchange, remarked that while she might have thought Mineta was exaggerating, the girls had confirmed that Izuku had indeed done the right thing. Thank you, Izuku responded, realizing it was time for them to head to their respective halls. As the group made their way to rooms 1A and 1B, Aizawa intercepted Izuku. Aizawa-sensei, Izuku acknowledged. It's good that you returned, Roronoa. I need you to come with me and change into your hero suit, Aizawa instructed. Confused but compliant, Izuku followed Aizawa to a training area that resembled a working-class neighborhood. It became clear that he would have to participate in the rescue race exercise that the other students had completed in his absence. Good. You will do the rescue race. All Might will wait for you at the finish line. Since you weren't there, you'll have to beat the others' times, Aizawa explained. I understand, Izuku replied, taking his position as Aizawa signaled the start of the race. The course was challenging and littered with obstacles. Utilizing his quirk, Kuroitetsu, he summoned metal to his fingertips, allowing him to scale a building. Once atop, he picked up speed, leaping from rooftop to rooftop. As he approached the final stretch, he spotted a large pipe and jumped toward it, then launched himself to the last building, where a cardboard cutout of All Might awaited him with the phrase, "You did it." Izuku finished with the 3rd fastest time, trailing Bakugo and Ida. Okay, Roronoa, you can go back to class now, Aizawa announced. Stretching, Izuku thought to himself that it felt good to be back. After changing back into his school uniform, he entered the classroom, where Midnight was conducting lessons. The day proceeded normally until it was time for hero classes. With Aizawa and All Might engaged in a meeting with the director, the students had a free exercise focused on quirk strengthening, overseen by the hero ectoplasm. Students formed groups to enhance their quirks, such as Kirishima teaming up with Ojiro and Tsuyu pairing with Uraraka. Izuku, however, sat quietly, lost in thought about his encounter with the hero killer. He recalled the moment vividly. Kuroitetsu, he had activated his quirk, swiftly gathering metal into his hand, forming a sword. Itorio Iai, he had leaped at Stain, executing a powerful attack. Now, in the present, Izuku closed his eyes, concentrating deeply. Unconsciously, he activated his quirk again, enveloping his body in metal. Extending his hand, he focused all the metal into a single point and, once he'd gathered enough, it expanded into a simple yet elegant katana. Better, he murmured, creating a pod to store the weapon. Kirishima, having just finished his sparring match with Ojiro, approached Izuku, curiosity piqued. Wow, Izubro! What is that? Kirishima asked. I'm trying to replicate something I did with my quirk a while ago. Now I can use Santoryu even without my swords. But Izuku trailed off as he lost concentration momentarily, causing the sword to lose its shape. Kirishima was left speechless, amazed at the versatility of Izuku's quirk. I wonder if it's useful. Izuku pondered aloud, watching as his weapon reverted to a katana with a sheath. Kirishima, searching for a way to assist his friend, recalled something and approached Ectoplasm. Excuse me, Ectoplasm-sensei, he said. What's wrong, Kirishima? Ectoplasm responded. After a brief discussion, Ectoplasm faced Izuku, who was now wielding the jet-black katana. How many do you want? Ectoplasm inquired. All that I can generate, Izuku replied earnestly. Ectoplasm nodded, summoning 30 Ectoplasm clones. Izuku's eyes widened with excitement as he realized the hero could create so many. The first clone charged at him, testing his mettle. Izuku dodged and launched an attack, but his sword deformed as he lost focus. Regaining his concentration, he managed to land a hit, but not before the clone struck back. Izuku glanced at his phone and, upon reading a message, felt compelled to act. You don't forget someone, he asserted, catching Mineta's attention. Who's? Mineta paused, ceasing his approach toward the wall. What about Jiru-san? Izuku asked, his expression earnest. Jiru? She has no charm, Mineta replied dismissively. I don't agree, Izuku countered. Oh yeah? What's so charming about her? Mineta challenged, crossing his arms. Izuku hesitated, searching for the right words. Her smile, he finally said, a thoughtful look crossing his face. What are you talking about? I've never seen her smile, Mineta scoffed. That's because if she smiled all the time, she would lose her charm, Izuku explained, his tone firm. Mineta fell silent, his attention drifting. But just then, as he gazed at what he considered the treasure of the ancestors, a cylindrical gold bar struck him, sending him tumbling to the ground in pain. It's good that they found it, Izuku remarked, glancing down at Mineta. What are you talking about? Kirishima asked, confused. I told the girls what Mineta found and gave them time to close it, Izuku said, showing his phone to Momo, revealing a conversation that confirmed his words. I just had to buy time. Then you didn't see Jiru smile? Kaminari questioned. I actually saw her once, Izuku recalled, a smile creeping onto his face. I was listening to music in the library. She really is cute when she smiles. But when she saw me, she hid her face behind a notebook. She's really cute. He chuckled, remembering the moment. Anyway, who takes Mineta? The group exchanged glances before deciding to settle the matter with a game of rock, paper, scissors. In the girls' locker room, Uraraka sighed in relief. It's a relief that Izuku let you know. Momo nodded, then turned to Jiru. Thanks for helping me, Jiru. Jiru? The purple-haired girl was blushing deeply, covering her face in embarrassment. She had overheard Izuku's comments about her while using her quirk to check if Mineta was near the hole. I'm not cute, she thought, her cheeks burning from Izuku's words. The other girls remained oblivious to the reason behind Jiru's unusual behavior. As classes ended and students began returning home, Izuku found himself accompanied by Kendo, who had apparently forgotten something at his house. He insisted on walking her home, but she declined. As they approached the Rorinoa dojo, an explosion erupted nearby. Izuku and Kendo rushed toward the source of the noise, reaching the entrance just in time to hear a voice shout, Team Marimo. Demon Arrow Cook, came another voice, filled with frustration. Izuku recognized the voices, his heart racing. That voice? Stop! An orange-haired woman shouted, her tone urgent. On the dojo roof, Zoro and a blonde were locked in combat. Zoro was fighting without wielding the edges of his katanas, blocking a powerful kick from the blonde. What's wrong with you? I didn't do anything. Zoro protested, his brow furrowed in annoyance. Tashigi, her face flushed with anger, retorted, You must have done something to him. Zoro deflected the blonde's kick and countered with a strike from his swords, knocking the blonde off the roof. The blonde composed himself mid-air, landing deftly on his feet. Zoro leaped toward him, ready to attack as he descended, while the blonde prepared to counter with a kick. The clash of metal echoed through the air, a resounding bang marking the intensity of their confrontation. Zoro stood in a state of confusion as he glanced around the room, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Huh! He muttered, trying to comprehend the intensity of the moment. Izuku, struggling to parry the powerful attacks aimed at him with his metal-covered arms, felt the weight of the situation. He thought, recognizing the strength of his opponents. Izuku, step aside. Zoro commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos. Why are you fighting with him, Dad? Izuku asked, bewildered. A tense silence enveloped the room, with the air thick with uncertainty. Both, Dad? Came the astonished response from the other two. After the tumultuous events of the previous chapter, everyone had taken to the couches, though two individuals still sat in shock. Wait. Like he, one of them stammered, pointing exaggeratedly at Zoro. Is your father? I think you should introduce yourself first before asking, Cook, Zoro retorted, a smirk playing on his lips. Stop calling me that, the other shot back, their eyes narrowing in fury. The tension between them was palpable, and everyone present could feel the heat of their stares. Nami, observing the scene, decided to intervene. Looking at the green-haired young man, I know we've seen each other before, but while they discuss, I will make the introductions. My name is Nami, and this, she said, pulling Sanji's ear to stop his antics, is Sanji Vinsmoke. Kuroshi, Sanji grumbled. I don't like that last name. Izuku. Sanji. Nami, Izuku said slowly, piecing together the connections. We are. Exactly, we were in the same group of mercenaries, Nami confirmed. That explains why they were here, Izuku mused. Zoro's brow furrowed further. How did they know where I lived? Well, let's say a certain meat lover told us, Nami replied with a knowing smile. Zoro and Izuku exchanged a glance. Captain/Luffy-san, they both said simultaneously. Then, a son, Nami said, turning to Tashigi. I see you didn't waste your time. Anna. Tashigi stammered, her cheeks flushed. Zoro cleared his throat. He's my stepson. I adopted him. Yavio. Nami said, nodding in understanding. Sanji leaned forward, addressing Izuku. Dime Izuku. Yes? Izuku replied, curious. How do you keep it from getting lost? You know, his sense of direction. Isn't the best, Sanji said, a teasing glint in his eye. Zoro's expression darkened. Hey! Izuku shrugged, a hint of frustration in his voice. He keeps getting lost. I can't do anything. Nami interjected, we understand you. Zoro sighed. What brings you here? Hey, don't be in that mood. We came to see you after a long time, and this is how you behave. Nami chided gently. I believe you, Zoro replied, but I'm sure Sanji came just to protect you. Nami giggled. No, he also wanted to see how you were doing. Sanji remained silent, his expression unreadable. I doubt it, but I'm glad to see you, friend, Zoro said, extending his fist in a gesture of camaraderie. Sanji's stance softened, and he bumped the green-haired man's fist in return. Izuku observed the interaction, thinking to himself, they really get along. Nami leaned closer to Izuku, whispering, believe it or not, they really are good friends. As the conversation flowed, Kendo approached Monet, who handed him an object he had forgotten. Thanks for saving it for me, Kendo said gratefully. Don't worry, I know it's very important to you, Monet replied, a warm smile on her face. The item was a necklace that Kendo had given to the orange-haired girl long ago. Although the chain was different due to the original breaking, the pendant remained the same. For a moment I thought I had lost it, Kendo said, visibly relieved. Suddenly, a muffled sound caught Kendo's attention, causing him to blush as he turned to look. Nami was hugging Izuku tightly, his head nestled between her chest. Izuku stood there, his face flushed, while Tashigi reassured Kendo. Don't worry, Kendo. She gets like that from time to time, especially when there's something or someone cute around. Kendo admitted, I admit that Izuku's face is cute, prompting Monet to add, cute and tender smiles. After the earlier commotion, Izuku couldn't shake off his embarrassment. Zoro remained stoic, unfazed by the situation, while Sanji erupted in frustration. "How dare you achieve something with Nami-chuan that I couldn't?" he exclaimed. Nami, clearly irritated, smacked Sanji on the head. "Shut up. I'm still angry at you for hurting him just because he bumped into me." Sanji, sporting a comical bump on his head, sulked off to the kitchen to assist Monet with the food. Izuku took a moment to break away from the warmth of the hug and retreated to his room to change. A few minutes later, he returned clad in a loose white short-sleeved t-shirt emblazoned with the words t-shirt and dark green shorts. Nami couldn't help but be impressed. The green-haired young man's muscles were a stark contrast to his innocent face. "Are you okay, Nami?" Zoro asked, noticing her silence. "Why yes," she stammered, still taken aback. "I didn't expect to see him like this," she said, pointing at Izuku's arms. Zoro shrugged casually. "It's normal. After all, I taught him the Santoryu." Nami's eyes widened. "Wait, does that mean he's a monster like you? Who are you calling a monster?" Zoro retorted, irritation flashing across his face. "One of the monstrous trio of our group," Nami replied with a teasing smile. Zoro felt a vain throb on his forehead. He couldn't deny the truth in her words. That monstrous trio referred to Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, known for being among the strongest combatants in their crew. "Why don't you bother the arrow cook too?" he suggested, trying to deflect attention. Nami laughed. "No matter how much I do it, I never get that kind of response." Zoro sighed, exasperated but somewhat amused by her persistence. Amid their banter, Sanji observed the scene. Izuku turned to him, concerned. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Huh." Sanji nodded. "Don't worry. I just had some nostalgia. It reminds me of the times when we had adventures." "I see," Izuku replied with a smile. "By the way, what was your role in the group?" "I heard you were a cook." "Not to brag, but I'm a great cook," Sanji boasted, "not to mention one of the strongest in the group." Izuku nodded. "I could see that. When I managed to block your attack, I felt the power. It was overwhelming, just like Dad's." Sanji, pouring curry onto a plate, looked impressed. "I honestly didn't think you could block it when I first saw you. But I can say this." He handed the plate to Izuku. "You really are Zoro's son, whether by blood or not." "Thank you," Izuku said, gratefully accepting the dish. He then helped Sanji deliver plates of food to everyone, the curry proving to be the most delicious they had ever tasted, solidifying Sanji's reputation as the cook of the group. As the evening wore on, Zoro offered them the guest room to stay overnight, while Izuku accompanied Kendo to his house. "Kendo, are you okay?" Izuku asked, noticing his friend's silence. Kendo remained quiet, ignoring him. "Why are you angry?" Izuku pressed. Kendo finally responded, "I see you enjoyed Nami's hug." Izuku paused before admitting, "I must admit that I liked it." Izuku stood beside Kendo, their hands intertwined. He gazed into her eyes, feeling the warmth that only she could provide. Normally, he could express his feelings without hesitation, but today was different. A slight blush crept across his cheeks as he spoke. Kendo, sensing the moment's intimacy, leaned in and placed a tender kiss on his lips. Izuku responded, and when the kiss ended, she nestled her head against his chest, feeling safe and cherished. "I like it when you tell me those things," Kendo admitted, her cheeks flushed. Izuku's face turned a deeper shade of red. They continued their stroll, Kendo hugging his arm, the warmth of their affection keeping them both blushing. When they reached Kendo's house, they exchanged a final kiss before parting ways. Upon returning home, Izuku was greeted by the sight of a messy dining room. "What a mess," he muttered, his frustration cut short by a loud explosion outside. Curiosity piqued, he stepped out to find Tashigi and Nami watching a chaotic scene. "Why?" Izuku began, bewildered, as he observed Sanji and Zoro engaged in a drunken brawl. "They insulted each other after eating and drinking," Tashigi explained, rolling her eyes. "It's a classic drunk fight," Nami added with a chuckle. Both men were clearly intoxicated, exchanging punches and kicks as their rivalry escalated. Should we stop them? Izuku asked, concern etched on his face. No. Let them fight for a while. They'll probably calm down in a few hours, Nami replied, though her laughter was tinged with uncertainty. I don't think they'll ever stop, Izuku sighed. The girls, along with the green-haired boy, retreated into the house to rest, leaving the chaos outside behind. Later, as dawn broke, Izuku stretched and rose from his slumber. He made his way to the kitchen, eager for breakfast. Upon entering, he stopped short, surprised to see Sanji preparing food while sporting a face full of bandages. When did they stop the fight? Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. About 20 minutes ago, Sanji replied, yawning. Your father is sleeping in the dojo. He handed Izuku a plate of breakfast. How are things at UA? Izuku hesitated, collecting his thoughts. Well, Tashigi filled me in when we came. She's proud of you, Sanji encouraged. I'm doing fine, but I still don't fully understand my quirk, Izuku admitted. Sanji leaned forward, intrigued. What do you mean? My quirk lets me cover my body in metal, like armor, but it also increases my weight, making me slower. I can cover anything I hold as well. Wow, that's really convenient with the Santoryu. What's the problem? Sanji asked. I found out I can make a katana with my quirk, but it takes time to create and is hard to maintain. Do you have any advice? Sanji pondered for a moment. You could practice. Keep the sword out as if it were breathing. Izuku nodded, a spark of understanding lighting up his face. He concentrated and created a sword with a sheath using his quirk. Finding a sash, he secured it around his waist, realizing that as long as the sword touched his body, it would stay. Sanji chuckled. You really look like Marimo. Suddenly, Zoro appeared, equally bandaged from the previous night's altercation. What did you call me? He asked, his tone a mix of annoyance and confusion. Sanji called Zoro a Marimo, and for a moment, it seemed like a fight was about to break out between them. However, after exchanging a few choice insults, they both sat down and began to enjoy their breakfast together. Izuku, who had finished his meal, smiled at their banter, realizing that Sanji had 2 plates in front of him. Just as Izuku was about to change his clothes for school, his phone rang. Checking the message, he discovered that there would be no classes that day due to a teacher's meeting. With this news, he decided to head down to the dojo for some training. Zoro commented, You shouldn't have gone to school. Izuku responded, We won't have classes today. Zoro nodded in understanding. As Izuku left for the dojo, Sanji remarked, The girls should have come down by now. Zoro replied, Let them rest. By the way, what about the others? Sanji thought for a moment before saying, Let's see. Brook is giving a concert in America. Usopp is probably with his friend. I don't know anything about Chopper and Robin. Zoro then asked, What about Frankie and Jinbei? Sanji shrugged. Frankie is probably at a carpentry shop. As for Jinbei? Zoro sighed, still missing. Yeah, Sanji agreed. He moves around a lot at sea, so I couldn't tell you his exact location. Zoro sighed again, it can't be helped. He quite likes the sea. Sanji nodded. Yes. Hey, do you want some sake? Zoro asked, pulling a bottle from seemingly nowhere. Where, forget it, just give me some, Sanji replied. They both enjoyed the sake for a while until the girls finally started to come down. Sanji got up to prepare breakfast for them. Zoro noticed that Tashigi looked particularly exhausted. Are you okay? He asked. Upon hearing Zoro's voice, Tashigi blushed and quickly covered her face. Zoro then turned to Nami. Nami, what did you do to her? Nothing. I just asked her a few questions, Nami said innocently. Confused, Zoro looked back at Tashigi, who was still trying to avoid eye contact. As the girls settled down for breakfast, someone knocked on the door. Zoro approached and opened it. Yaoyorozu? He said, surprised to see Momo standing there. Yes. Be good morning, Momo stammered. If you're looking for Izuku, he's training at the dojo, Zoro informed her. Thank you, but I would like to talk to you, Momo replied. Sure, but let's go to the dojo. There are too many people in the house, Zoro suggested as they walked toward the dojo. Zoro noticed that Momo was wearing her school uniform and raised an eyebrow. Hadn't they said that there wouldn't be classes today? Momo explained, well, I was on my way to UA when I received the message. I understand. By the way, what brings you to the dojo? Zoro asked. Momo tried to respond, but suddenly an energy attack shot out from the dojo towards her. Zoro instinctively blocked it with his sword. Be more careful, Izuku. We have guests. Zoro shouted. What? Oh, Momo? Izuku said, noticing her presence and looking a bit sheepish. Hello, Izuku, Momo said, smiling nervously. Izuku asked, what are you doing here? Momo replied, well, I wanted Zoro-san to train me. Both Izuku and Zoro were taken aback. Huh, they exclaimed in unison. Inside the dojo, Zoro faced Izuku and Momo, both sitting in Seiza. So you want to learn Santorio because you are not good at close combat? Zoro asked. Yes, Momo said, frustration evident in her voice as she clenched her fists. At the festival, I couldn't do anything against Ibra. Zoro stood in the dojo, contemplating a decision. Well, he began, but was interrupted by Izuku. I think you should accept it, Izuku urged. Momo, confused, tilted her head. Zoro, she questioned, seeking clarification. Izuku continued, she is quite talented and would make a great heroine. Not to mention, it would be interesting to have a partner to train with swords. His words caused Momo to blush slightly. Zoro nodded. In fact, I have no problem teaching her. But you should start by mastering Itoria first. Santoryu is a style that takes a few years to master. Momo understood and nodded in agreement. Zoro handed her a black and white hakama. First, get dressed in this. There are some changing rooms in the back. Momo took the hakama and headed to the locker room. Izuku turned to Zoro. Thank you for accepting it, Dad. No problem, Zoro replied. Now I'm going to get someone to help teach Momo the basics. With that he left the dojo, leaving Izuku to wait. Moments later, Momo returned, ready. I'm ready, she announced. Izuku hesitated. Is something wrong? And no, he stammered. It's just, you look cute. Thank you, Momo replied, her face flushing with embarrassment. Well then, let's start, Izuku said, shaking off the awkwardness. He handed Momo a bakken and they both positioned themselves to fight. Izuku held one bakken in his hand and had 3 more tucked in his sash, one crafted with his quirk. Momo only had the bakken in her hand. Do you have a list? Izuku asked. Yes. Momo affirmed, determination shining in her eyes. Show me what you know, he instructed. Momo charged forward and attacked, but Izuku easily blocked her strike. She retreated and attempted a side attack, but he stepped away. Momo tried again, but her balance faltered, and she fell. You move well, but you put too much weight behind your attacks, which makes you lose control, like just now, Izuku noted as he helped her up. Momo sighed, absorbing his feedback. I see. But you have potential. You think too much about your movements, making them somewhat predictable, he added. I understand. One more time, Momo requested, her resolve strengthening. Okay, Izuku replied. Meanwhile, Zoro walked with Tashigi toward the dojo. And that's why I want you to teach her your technique, he explained. I don't know, Zoro. I never thought about having a student, Tashigi hesitated. Remember, you owe me some favors. You could train her in my dojo, Zoro pressed. Tashigi sighed but finally agreed. It's okay. Thank you, Zoro said with a smile, which made Tashigi look away, feeling flustered. As they entered the dojo, they found Momo lying on the floor, exhausted, while Izuku sat nearby, cleaning the bakken. What does it look like? Zoro asked, raising an eyebrow. Her skills are common, but she learns quickly, Izuku replied. Good. Can you get up, Yairose-san? Zoro called. Momo struggled to her feet. Why yes, she said, seeing Tashigi. Hello, Tashigi-san. Hello. I guess I'll be your teacher, Tashigi announced. Really? Momo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, Tashigi confirmed. As their conversation unfolded, Zoro's thoughts drifted. Why is she more excited about Tashigi than me? He wondered. Well, they both became friends when they visited, Izuku explained. I see, Zoro replied, a drop of sweat forming on his brow. Throughout the weekend, Momo trained alongside Izuku and Zoro. On Sunday, while training, she observed the intense regimen the two green-haired men followed. Do you train like this all the time? Momo asked, astonished. Yes, although sometimes we train less with swords and more with weights, Tashigi responded. Incredible, Momo breathed as she watched Izuku and Zoro exchange attacks without pause. Let's see if you've mastered it, Zoro said, stepping back and assuming an attack position. Izuku mirrored him, and the two swords seemed to bend under the force of their stances. What are you doing? Momo exclaimed. You'll see, Tashigi replied, watching intently. Tashigi sighed as she looked at Momo. Can you help me? You take Izuku, she requested. Sure, Momo replied, lifting the green-haired boy and assisting him toward the house. Tashigi shook her head in frustration. Seriously, you have no solution. Zoro remained silent, observing the two. Come, let me help you, Tashigi said, reaching out to assist Zoro to his feet. Thanks for training, Momo, Zoro acknowledged. Don't worry. You also indirectly admitted that I'm better at Itoryu, Tashigi teased. Zoro chuckled lightly. If I were in good condition, I would show you who's really good. Tashigi laughed at his words, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Zoro watched her for a moment, finally mustering the courage to voice a thought that had been nagging at him. Let me compensate you for the help, he offered. You don't have to worry about that. After all, I owed you a favor, Tashigi replied. Let's have dinner tonight. Just the two of us, Zoro suggested. The streets fell silent at that moment, amplifying the weight of his words. Wait, you said dinner? Tashigi asked, surprised. Yes, Zoro confirmed. Outdoors, she pressed. Yes, he replied, slightly confused by her reaction. Just us, she continued. Zoro nodded, still puzzled. In a restaurant? Tashigi inquired. Or if you prefer, at a food stand, and we can go to the park. It's up to you, Zoro said. Nice, she stammered, still in shock. But, are you free on Tuesday? He asked. Tashigi nodded. Well, see you at 6 p.m., he concluded. When they arrived home, they found Monet tending to Izuku's wounds. How come you have fewer injuries than me? Zoro asked. It was because of my quirk. I managed to block some of your attacks, but I couldn't block them all, Izuku explained. I understand. Well done, Zoro said with a smile. Thank you, Izuku replied, wincing slightly. Monet interjected, I'm sorry, but hold on just a little longer. Okay, Izuku agreed. Well, Momo and I will take a bath, Tashigi announced. Both Zoro and Izuku nodded, and Zoro grabbed a bottle of sake, taking a swig. Are you really going to drink sake now? Izuku asked. Nothing tastes better than sake after training, Zoro replied. Izuku sighed, knowing Zoro's habits well. By the way, I may not be home on Tuesday, Zoro added, looking away. Another mission? Izuku asked. Something like that, Zoro responded vaguely. Moments later, Momo emerged from the bathroom dressed in her casual clothes. Izuku invited her to stay for dinner, but she informed him that her limo was already on its way. As the limousine arrived, Izuku bid her farewell. See you tomorrow? Yes, Momo smiled before getting into the car. Izuku watched the vehicle depart before returning to the house, where he noticed Tashigi acting clumsier than usual. Are you okay, Tashigi? He asked, concerned. The next day, Monday, Izuku arrived at UA, accompanied by Kendo, as they discussed their weekend events. Really? Kendo replied, intrigued. Yes. Momo now trains in the dojo, Izuku confirmed. Incredible, and she is skilled? Kendo inquired. Quite a bit. Despite only training for a few days, Tashigi believes she has an innate talent, Izuku explained. I see. Wait, Zoro doesn't train her? Kendo asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, he doesn't admit it, but he is very good with Itoryu. He can only beat Tashigi with strength and skill, Izuku clarified. Kendo listened attentively as they walked toward their classrooms. You know, when you talk about Momo, you usually smile, Kendo pointed out. Really? Izuku replied, slightly confused. Well, she's a great friend, and she helps me a lot with my homework as class president. But there are not many, Kendo observed. I'm not good at that, Izuku admitted, laughing nervously as he scratched the back of his neck. But I'm already getting into the rhythm, he added, determined. Kendo chuckled at his reaction but felt it. As the green-haired man entered the living room, he was met with the familiar scene that had become a staple of his daily life. Bakugo was in the midst of insulting Kirishima and Kaminari, while Momo engaged in a conversation with Jiraiya. Mina and Hagakure were huddled together, sharing the latest rumors, and the rest of their friends were preoccupied with their own issues. Izuku settled into his usual spot and decided to immerse himself in a book. Mina leaned in closer to Hagakure and whispered, I have an idea. What's happening? Let me guess, a plan to make Roronoa blush? Hagakure replied, raising an eyebrow. When Mina nodded, Hagakure asked, why do you want to make Roronoa blush? Have you ever wondered what Roronoa looks like blushing? Mina mused, and Hagakure found herself imagining the green-haired boy's cheeks turning red. The thought made her blush as well, though her embarrassment was invisible, manifesting only as steam. What should we do? Hagakure asked, glancing around. Mina shuddered at the possibilities. Meanwhile, Izuku continued reading his Sherlock Holmes book, a recommendation from Todoroki, when Mina interrupted, Izuku. HM? What's happening, Mina? He replied, looking up from his pages. Do you want to play the Pocky game? She asked excitedly. The Pocky game? Izuku repeated, puzzled. I'll explain it to you, Mina said, launching into a lengthy description. After a considerable amount of time, Izuku finally said, I see. But why should we play it? Well, Mina hesitated. If you want, I owe you a favor, Hagakure interjected. A favor from Mina, Izuku pondered. And if I win, do I owe you a favor? Exactly, Hagakure confirmed. Izuku thought for a moment. Well, I don't lose anything by trying, he finally decided, unaware that Mina and Hagakure felt relieved. They had only explained how to avoid losing rather than how to win. In the next moment, Mina had one end of a Pocky stick in her mouth while Izuku held the other end. As they leaned closer, the Pocky began to dwindle, and Mina found herself captivated by the calmness in Izuku's eyes. With each passing second, her nerves intensified, grateful that no one else was watching them, at least, that's what she thought. Their lips drew dangerously close, though the distance was still subtle. Hagakure watched the scene unfold, her own cheeks flushed with a mix of anxiety and excitement. Just when Mina began to worry that Izuku wouldn't stop, the Pocky snapped in half. HM? I guess it's a tie. The cookie probably had a weak point, Izuku remarked, oblivious to the tension in the air. Probable. Mina? Hagakure called out, noticing that Mina had turned a deep shade of purple, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Are you okay, Mina? Izuku asked, genuinely concerned. Why, she stammered, steam escaping from her face. Before Izuku could inquire further, Aizawa-sensei entered the classroom, signaling the start of their lessons. Well, I know you're excited about the upcoming holidays, but it wouldn't make sense for you to be resting all month, so, Aizawa began, prompting the students to tense with anticipation. What could UA have in store for them? During the holidays, we will have a training camp, he announced. Excitement erupted in room 1A, but Aizawa quickly quelled it with his quirk, ensuring the students regained their composure. He explained that they would take a test the following day as a mock for the written exam. In a week, there will be the exam, which will be divided into 2 parts. Now, Aizawa continued. Time for English classes. Present Mike burst in, swinging the door open dramatically. Later, Izuku found himself lying on the cafeteria table, his head throbbing. My head, he groaned. Uraraka leaned over him, a sympathetic expression on her face. English is quite difficult, she remarked, echoing the sentiments of many in the room. Izuku sat at the table, his head resting on his arms, struggling to comprehend the complexities of history and other subjects. These are the most difficult for me to understand, he mumbled. Uraraka noticed his distress and offered a reassuring smile. Cheer up, Izuku. We can pass these exams. Thanks for the encouragement, Izuku replied, his voice a mix of gratitude and hesitation. I know a way to learn, but I don't want to ask for help. Ida, curious, leaned closer. Is this someone you know? Yes, Izuku admitted, a hint of trepidation in his voice. But his teaching method is Spartan, he added, shivering slightly at the thought. Both Ida and Uraraka exchanged puzzled glances. Who is this? They asked in unison. The next day at UA High School, the students had completed their classes and the exams. The results were announced immediately, and Izuku's name was among the top 10. The list included Momo Yaoyorozu, Izuku Orinoa, Tenya Ida, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, Tsuyu Azui, Kyokager, Mishiro Ojiro, Minoru Mineta, Mizo Shoji. The rest followed as in the anime and manga. Kaminari raised an eyebrow. How come you're not last? Mina chimed in, I thought he was one of us. Mineta shrugged, a relaxed grin on his face. I guess it's just one of those things in life, he said, pleased to find himself among the top 10. Momo, looking at Izuku, suggested, maybe I can help you with classes. Kaminari and Mina cheered, Yao Momo. Izuku approached Momo, his expression earnest. Can I help you teach classes? Really? Momo exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Izuku nodded. And we could also train practically. I will help you with the practical aspects too. As they spoke, Mina, Ojiro, Kyoka, Siro, and Kaminari all agreed to accept Momo's help. Momo, brimming with excitement, began to discuss various types of tea and a large training room. The boys were captivated by her enthusiasm and chose to remain silent. During lunch in the bustling cafeteria, Izuku sat down with a katsudon, a look of relief washing over him. What a relief! I avoided the Spartan class. Ida, sitting nearby, asked, so you used Yaoyorozu? No, Izuku clarified. I want to help her with classes while she helps me with history and English. I would also like to have a sword duel, since I won't be able to go to the dojo with this exam. Ida blinked in surprise. Uraraka looked confused. Huh. Todoroki raised an eyebrow. Izuku noticed their puzzled expressions. What's wrong? Uraraka asked, is she going to the dojo Rorinoa? Yes, Izuku replied confidently. Todoroki pressed further, since when? Since Friday? Izuku thought aloud. That's amazing! Uraraka exclaimed. Izuku continued, after giving classes to the others, I will help her train with the sword, and probably help the boys with simulated combat. Ida offered encouragement, extending his fist. Good luck, Rorinoa. Thank you, Izuku replied, bumping fists with Ida. Are you sure they don't want to join us? Uraraka shook her head. Ida-kun has agreed to give me some classes. Really? Izuku asked, surprised. Ida nodded earnestly. Hi, I'm going to help her as best I can, he said, moving his arms robotically. The others watched the exchange with bemused expressions, a bead of sweat forming on their brows. Just then, Izuku ducked instinctively to avoid an elbow from a passing student. How? The student stammered, caught off guard. Do you need something? Izuku asked, looking up. I heard that you guys found the hero killer. As always, class likes to attract attention, right? How scary. One of these days, we could be in trouble. The student sneered before trailing off, suddenly struck down with a single blow. Kendo, a fellow student, shook her head disapprovingly. Seriously, you should think about what you say. You don't know what happened. Izuku felt a sense of reassurance as he considered that the issue at hand did not lie with the heart. Kendo, turning her attention to another topic, asked him if he knew anything about the upcoming practical exam. She had heard that they would be fighting robots, similar to what they faced during the entrance exam. How do you know? Izuku inquired, curious about her source. An older friend told me, Kendo replied with a casual confidence. Minoma, overhearing their conversation, interjected, frustration evident in his voice. What are you doing, Kendo? We had the information advantage. This was our chance to beat that nasty class. Before he could finish, Izuku swiftly knocked him out, mirroring Kendo's earlier action. Thanks for the information, older sister of Class B, Izuku said playfully. Kendo lightly punched the green-haired boy on the shoulder. Don't call me that. Izuku offered, do you want me to help you with that? Kendo shook her head. Don't worry, I can take care of it myself, she said, dragging Monoma toward another table. A short while later, the scene shifted to Yaoyorozu's mansion. Izuku was making his way toward the grand house after getting off the bus. After a brief walk, he encountered the others standing in front of a large gate, all uncertain if they had arrived at the right place. To clarify, Izuku decided to send Momo a message. This is your house, he typed, attaching a photo of the entrance, which Mina eagerly posed in front of. I don't think that was necessary, Mina, he added with a chuckle. Mina giggled. I wanted to do it worse. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out from a small wireless doorbell, followed by the sound of the gates opening. Entering the grounds, the boys were awestruck by the size of the mansion. After a 5-minute walk, they reached the main entrance, where Momo greeted them with a bright smile. Make yourselves comfortable, I'll bring the tea, she said, excitement evident in her tone as she hurried away. Shiro expressed his discomfort, saying, I feel a little out of place. Izuku nodded, admitting, the truth is that this place is quite dazzling. Ojiro, puzzled, asked, how come you are so calm? I've trained with my father so many times that I suppose one gets used to these moments, Izuku replied. As they settled in and began pulling out their notebooks, Momo returned with tea and a selection of sweets. The boys relaxed, drawn in by Momo's warmth and welcoming demeanor. Time passed, and Izuku focused on reviewing Mina's notes, marking the sections where she had made mistakes while Momo explained another topic to the rest of the group. He glanced at his phone, noting the time was 6:15 p.m. Dad must be on his mission now, he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, in Tashiji's apartment, she was preparing to go out with Zoro. Glancing at the clock, she stretched and remarked, it's already late. He probably got lost as always, she chuckled to herself. Unbeknownst to her, the unfolding of events was influenced by a powerful narrative. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Tashiji approached and opened it, revealing the green-haired boy standing on her doorstep. Oa, Tashiji, Zoro greeted, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Tashiji looked at Zoro, curiosity etched on her face. How come you didn't get lost? She asked, her voice light. Zoro shrugged, a hint of annoyance flashing across his features. Why does everyone say that? He replied, glancing away. Tashiji paused for a moment, then a playful smirk crossed her lips. Wait, if you got lost? That's not true, Zoro interjected, his gaze still averted. She let out a laugh, the sound bright and infectious. Sorry, it's just funny to see you deny it. Zoro finally allowed a small smile to break through. Just this once, I won't say anything, he said as he offered her his hand. Shall we go? With a smile of her own, Tashiji took his hand, and together they set off for their date in the city. Meanwhile, at the Yaoyorozu mansion, the atmosphere was filled with the remnants of a challenging study session. Izuku stood in front of his friends, explaining the solution to a complex problem. And this is how this problem is solved, he concluded. Mina, exhausted, let herself fall forward, her head landing on the table. Thank you, she murmured, her voice muffled. How difficult. Momo, ever the supportive teammate, smiled at her friends. Good job, everyone. Let's rest a little. Izuku, stretching his arms above his head, turned to Momo. Hey, do you want to practice? Momo nodded, her eyes sparkling with determination as she guided Izuku to the mansion's patio, beckoning the others to follow. Upon reaching the back of the house, they discovered a sprawling piece of land, comparable in size to the front of the mansion. A swimming pool shimmered nearby, surrounded by meticulously cared-for plants and greenery. Momo pointed out a section where they could train without damaging any of the flora. The area was a wide plain, perfect for their practice. With a flick of her wrist, she conjured 2 bakens and handed one to Izuku. They positioned themselves in opposite directions, ready to begin. Momo attacked first, and Izuku successfully blocked her strike. Anticipating his move, she slid her sword along the edge of his weapon, pivoted, and aimed for his abdomen, managing to graze his clothes. I trusted myself. You've improved a lot, Izuku acknowledged, impressed. Thank you, Momo replied, her cheeks slightly flushed from the exertion. Now it's my turn, Izuku declared with a grin. He approached Momo, launching an attack from above, but executed a feint, instead delivering a horizontal strike. Momo stepped back, attempting to counterattack, but Izuku jumped over her, striking her bakken with enough force to make her drop it. That attack was very strong, Momo admitted, shaking her hands slightly. I feel a tingling in my fingers. Izuku's expression shifted to concern. I'm sorry, Momo. I got a little too excited. He took her hands gently in his. Don't worry. It was fun, she reassured him, a shy smile returning. Mina approached Momo, her eyes wide with admiration. That was incredible, Yamamoto. You managed to fight Izuku for quite some time. Kaminari chimed in, clearly impressed. That was surprising. Izuku nodded, eager to keep the momentum going. Good. Now show me what you know. Everyone, except Momo, exchanged confused glances. They all chorused. Izuku continued, they say we'll fight robots in the exams, but we're not sure about that. I want to help you all even a little in passing that exam. Now show me what you know. Some hesitated, unsure of how to approach the challenge of sparring with Izuku. Finally, Kaminari stepped forward, determination in his eyes. I will accept the help, Rorinoa. The blonde moved closer to Izuku, prompting him to back away from Momo to avoid any collisions. As Kaminari approached, he attempted to touch Izuku, but the green-haired boy evaded him easily. Let's see. You try to get close to electrocute me with your quirk. Good idea, but the execution was not acceptable. You are predictable, Izuku pointed out. Kaminari slumped, his face pressed to the ground in defeat. I understand. Izuku encouraged him. Could you use some object to extend your attack range? Kaminari raised his thumb in acknowledgement, and Izuku glanced at his companions, ready to see who would step up next. Meanwhile, Zoro and Tashigi observed as Smoker attempted to entertain the children at the orphanage, only to end up making them cry. Zoro found humor in Tashigi's recounting of the situation, laughing heartily. Tell him that if he wants, I can give him 1 or 2 pieces of advice, he said, a playful glint in his eye. Tashigi shook her head, her expression serious. I don't think that's a good idea. Zoro raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Why not? I think you'd scare them more, Tashigi replied, stifling a giggle. Zoro let out a groan, feigning defeat, while Tashigi chuckled softly. The conversation shifted as Tashigi turned to Zoro, curiosity evident in her gaze. Zoro, why did you invite me? His confusion was palpable. Did you not expect that from me, considering who I am? No, you decide, she stammered, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Don't worry, Zoro reassured her with a grin. It's normal to think that. I felt it was time. Tashigi's brow furrowed in confusion, and she began to ask a question, but Zoro interrupted her, raising his arm to signal the waiter. As Tashigi watched him, a swirl of thoughts raced through her mind. What was Zoro hiding? Hours later, at the Yayarosa mansion, the atmosphere buzzed with energy. Most of the boys sprawled on the ground, some lying down, others sitting up, while Mina struggled to maintain her balance. Momo and Izuku were engaged in a spirited exchange of attacks with their bakkens. As their weapons collided fiercely, the simulated edge of Momo's bakken nearly brushed against Izuku's arm. Good job, huh? Izuku exclaimed, only to see Momo collapse in exhaustion moments later. Thank you, Momo replied, breathless. Izuku patted her on the head, smiling. Now, well done, he said, causing Momo to blush slightly. As he glanced at the time, he realized they needed to leave. After allowing a few moments for everyone to recover, they bid farewell to Momo and headed home, each taking their separate paths. As Izuku walked, he pondered a new technique he had thought of during their practice, a move that could enhance his Itoryu. Meanwhile, as the sun began to set, Tashigi sat on a park bench, deep in thought and waiting for Zoro, who had gone to fetch drinks. I think I made a mistake, she murmured to herself. As she watched the sky transform with hues of orange and pink, a can suddenly brushed against her cheek, startling her. She turned to see Zoro, who chuckled at her reaction. Taking the can from him, she pouted slightly, and Zoro settled beside her, apologizing for startling her. Together, they gazed at the emerging starry sky, sipping from their cans. "Seriously, you'll drink now," Tashigi remarked. Zoro exhaled in satisfaction after taking a long sip. "I wanted some. Don't worry, I'm not going to get drunk. That much." Tashigi narrowed her eyes, determined. "Zoro, don't try to evade the question this time. Why did you invite me?" Zoro averted his gaze, clearly uncomfortable. "Don't ignore me," she pressed, her voice firm. "You invited me to a restaurant, we visited a renowned blacksmith, and now we're here watching the sunset. You even brought me. Do you remember when we met?" Zoro interjected, changing the subject. "Yes," Tashigi replied, taken aback. "You were angry because you thought I had tricked you into getting some swords," he recalled. "When you found out I was a mercenary, you challenged me to a duel. And when you defeated me, you refused to kill me, even when I asked you to," Tashigi added, a hint of realization dawning on her. "Surely it was because I'm a woman?" Zoro shook his head. "Actually, it was because you reminded me of my best friend, my rival." Tashigi blinked in surprise. But you don't need to worry about that," he said, glancing back at the starry sky. "It's in the past." Tashigi frowned, still unsatisfied. "Wait, you changed the subject again." Zoro chuckled softly. "You discovered my secret? Don't use sad memories to change the subject," she scolded, playfully tapping his arm. Under the vast expanse of the starry sky, the park was enveloped in a serene quiet, punctuated only by the gentle breeze and the distant hum of cars. Zoro stood close to Tashigi, a tension lingering between them. He felt uncomfortable until just a few days prior, and he decided it was time to confront that unease. "I understand," he began, gripping Tashigi's wrist to steady the moment. "I like you." Tashigi's reaction was immediate. Her eyes widened in surprise as the can she held slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground and breaking the silence. "Huh," she exclaimed, her voice a mix of shock and disbelief. "Could you say it again?" she asked, her heart racing. "I like you," Zoro repeated, his voice steady but sincere. "Zoro, how much did you drink?" she queried, her brow furrowed with confusion. "I'm not drunk, I'm serious," he replied, his gaze unwavering. "But why me?" Tashigi stammered, still caught off guard. "Because it's you," he answered simply. Tashigi's mind raced back to their earlier conversations. "Wait, you said I looked like your childhood friend. Wouldn't that be why?" Zoro took a breath, gathering his thoughts. "At first, I thought so. But as I got to know you, I realized I was growing fond of you, and eventually, I fell in love with you." Tashigi felt her eyes mist over, the emotional weight of his words almost too much to bear. She wanted to cry but fought to maintain her composure. "Tashigi?" Zoro's voice broke through her reverie. In a moment of vulnerability, she buried her face against his chest, seeking solace. "I can stay like this for a minute. I don't want you to see my face," she mumbled, her blush evident. Zoro noticed the telltale red hue creeping up her ears, a clear sign of her embarrassment. "Sí, claro," he managed to say, feeling protective as they stood together, the world around them fading away. He radiated a quiet intensity that kept any unwelcome intrusions at bay. As moments passed, Tashigi's heart gradually settled. She lifted her gaze to meet Zoro's, the connection between them palpable. "Zoro," she whispered, and they leaned in, sharing a tender kiss that sealed their unspoken feelings. When they finally separated, Tashigi smiled shyly. "I like you too, Zoro." "Then, do you want to be my girlfriend?" he asked, his expression hopeful. "Of course," she replied, her smile widening as she hugged him tightly. Together, they stood in the glow of the starry night, savoring the moment. A week later, Izuku walked to school, his mind still occupied with thoughts of training and the upcoming exam. He had spent the week studying at Momo's house and engaging in combat practice with his classmates. "I hope our training wasn't in vain," he thought, worry gnawing at him. "Are you okay?" Kendo asked, noticing his distraction. Yes, sorry, Kendo. I'm just nervous about the exam, he admitted. Don't worry, she reassured him, hugging his arm and pulling him closer. You'll pass. Izuku felt a blush creep up his cheeks as he leaned over and kissed her gently on the forehead. Kendo smiled, snuggling closer to him, and he felt a warmth spread through him. By the way, did you notice anything strange between Zoro and Tashigi? He asked, curious. What do you mean? Kendo replied, tilting her head. Do you remember the time you came to my house? Izuku prompted. Yes, she answered, recalling the day. Well, he began, and the scene shifted back to the dojo. Flashback. Izuku had been walking alongside Kendo when he spotted Tashigi demonstrating Itoryu techniques to Zoro. It was an unexpected sight. Zoro, often aloof and rough around the edges, was now focused and listening intently. Izuku couldn't comprehend what was unfolding before him, but the orange-haired woman nearby seemed to sense the significance of the moment. As the flashback faded, Kendo decided it was best to let the others discover the situation on their own. No, I didn't notice anything strange, he replied casually. Izuku walked alongside his friends, lost in thought, when suddenly, someone jumped onto his back. Whoa, he exclaimed, startled. Aizu! Mina called out, her voice filled with excitement. Izuku responded, surprised to see her. Mina? What are you doing? He stammered, taken aback by her unexpected gesture. I'm thanking you, Mina said, her tone sincere. If it weren't for you and Yamamo, I wouldn't remember anything. Izuku, feeling the pressure around his neck, gasped, Thank you, but could you get off? I can't. Breathe. Realizing her grip, Mina quickly climbed down and apologized, her cheeks slightly flushed. As the three of them arrived at their destination, Mina hurried ahead to enter the room. Izuku turned to Kendo, wishing him luck for the upcoming exam before parting ways. Hours later, the boys completed their written exams, which had spanned 3 grueling days of classes. Izuku was surprised at how quickly the time had passed. On the final day, Mina let out a relieved sigh as she collapsed on her table. Thanks for the classes, guys, Kaminari said, looking gratefully at Izuku and Momo. They made the problems not so difficult. It was a pleasure to help, Momo replied with a smile, while Izuku gave a thumbs up in agreement. The students felt a sense of relief wash over them, but soon Aizawa's voice cut through the chatter. Well, take 10 minutes to rest, go change, and then you will head to the central square of the training area? Yes, the students chorused in unison. After changing into their hero costumes, they gathered at the designated site, where their teachers awaited them. To their surprise, a small koala rat dog emerged from Aizawa's scarf. Izuku wondered who the creature was, but Aizawa quickly announced, now we will start the practical exam. It is possible to fail this exam, but if you want to go to camp, I recommend not making mistakes. I hope you have gathered information ahead of time and know what we will do. Kaminari chimed in, we will fight against robots, right? Mina shouted in excitement, eager for the camping activities. Nizu, stepping down from beside Aizawa, explained, actually, for various reasons, this exam will be different this time. Momo asked curiously, what do you mean, director? Izuku recognized Nizu immediately and listened closely as the director detailed the changes. To better simulate a real battle, the students would be facing off against their teachers in teams of 2. Aizawa had already selected the teams based on various factors, maintaining the same pairings as in the anime. Izuku hesitated, do we have to? Bakugo interrupted, work. With him? He pointed incredulously at Izuku. Yes. And your opponent? Aizawa replied, his tone steady. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed above them. Save them. All Might descended from the sky, landing heroically. Izuku thought, superhero landing, bad for your legs, as he watched the number 1 hero stand before them. Work together if you want to defeat me, All Might instructed, a smile on his face. Izuku and Bakugo exchanged worried glances, fully aware of the challenge that lay ahead. Nizu continued, now we will announce the teams and who they will fight against once and for all. He listed the matchups. Uraraka and Aoyama vs 13. Azui and Tokoyami vs Ectoplasm. Kirishima and Sato vs Cementos. Jiru and Koda vs. Present Mike. Ida and Ojiro vs. Power Loader. Mina and Kaminari vs. Nizu. Mineta and Siro vs. Midnight. Hagakure and Shoji vs. Snipe. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu vs. Aizawa. Roronoa and Bakugo vs. All Might. The time limit will be 30 minutes, Nizu explained. Your goal is to place these HNDCFFS on your teacher or allow one of you to escape. Kaminari pondered aloud. We can really escape? Nizu nodded, confirming his query. But, Present Mike interjected, this time you. The hero displayed an array of bracelets, each one gleaming under the light. Present Mike's voice rang out, exclaiming, ultra-compressed weights. All Might, with a determined expression, began strapping on the weights. We will carry half of our weight, which will be an advantage for you. It may be old-fashioned, but it complicates movement and wastes energy. As he secured the last weight, the hero felt the burden slow him down significantly. Bakugo scoffed, they underestimate us? All Might chuckled but quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Really? Izuku, the green-haired boy, interjected, giving Bakugo a zap. Don't complicate it, idiot. Bakugo, infuriated, snapped back. Dimon. What did you tell me? He lunged at Izuku, but Aizawa swiftly intervened. Save your energy for the exam, Aizawa advised, his tone firm. The exams commenced, and each duo encountered their own challenges, but most managed to advance. However, some teams faced setbacks, like Kirishima and Sato, who were defeated by Cementos in a test of endurance, and Kaminari and Mina, who fell short against the director. Meanwhile, Siro and Mineta were cautiously retreating from Midnight, who was enveloped in a swirling pink mist. Siro held Mineta back, hiding behind a rock. We must think of a plan, he whispered. I say we go straight ahead. She moves slowly because of the weights. We can avoid her, Mineta suggested. Siro shook his head. Even though they are carrying weight, I don't think we should underestimate her. At that moment, Siro noticed that Mineta had vanished. Peeking out, he saw Mineta attempting to attack Midnight by hurling hair spheres, but it was a futile effort. Within seconds, Mineta was engulfed by the fog and fell unconscious near the heroine. Mineta! Siro hesitated but then noticed that the spheres had blocked Midnight's path. Seizing the opportunity, he locked his helmet to prevent the gas from entering and rushed forward. Grabbing two loose rocks, he hurled them at Midnight. She deflected them with her WHP, which distracted her just long enough for Siro to leap over her, carrying the unconscious Mineta. Midnight turned to pursue him but mistakenly stepped on one of the hair spheres, becoming trapped. Siro managed to cross the barrier, still cradling Mineta. Thanks to you, Mineta, I was able to dare to move forward, he said, though Mineta remained unaware, still unconscious. Elsewhere, Todoroki and Momo navigated the urban streets, ducking into alleys. Are you nervous? Todoroki asked. No, even if our opponent is Eraserhead, I'm not, Momo replied confidently. Todoroki smirked. Well, I have an idea. Come on. Momo nodded, and they quickened their pace. Todoroki ignited flames on his left side while Momo conjured small matryoshka dolls. I heard you trained with Roronoa, Todoroki remarked. Yes. He and Tashigi told me that my progress is good, Momo responded. Suddenly, Momo noticed something. Todoroki-san, your quirk? Todoroki realized he could no longer access his flames. Here it comes, he warned as Aizawa appeared from the shadows, launching an attack. Todoroki attempted to counter with a kick, but Aizawa skillfully retreated. Get out of here, Yaoyorozu! Todoroki shouted. No. I won't let you fight alone, Momo insisted, pointing her hand toward Aizawa and creating a long tube directed at him. Aizawa dodged but lost sight of Todoroki, giving him the chance to retaliate with ice, forcing Aizawa back. Momo moved to Todoroki's side as he acted an ice wall, reminiscent of the festival. Momo checked to ensure Aizawa was not nearby. Todoroki-san, I have a plan to capture Aizawa-sensei. Todoroki considered her suggestion before agreeing to listen. Meanwhile, Aizawa observed from above, noting that they must be heading to the exit. He moved stealthily along the rooftops and poles. Spotting Momo using cloaks for cover, Aizawa lunged forward, attempting to ensnare her with his bandages. However, he failed to notice Todoroki approaching from behind with a catapult loaded with bandages. As Aizawa tried to evade, he found himself unable to move. Enzen. Todoroki approached Momo with a concerned expression. "Are you okay, Momo?" he asked gently. Momo stammered. "Weiss." Aizawa, who was tied up nearby, interjected. "Could you untie me?" "I'm sorry, Aiza-sensei," Momo replied, quickly cutting the bandages with a knife. After her exam, Momo made her way to the observation room where several of her classmates who had finished their exams were gathered. "Cheers, Momo!" Uraraka exclaimed, while Tsuyu nodded in agreement. "You were great." Momo smiled appreciatively. "Thank you, girls." "How was the rest?" Uraraka hesitated before answering. Well, Tsuyu continued. "Kirishima, Sato, Kaminari, and Mina failed so far." Momo's expression fell slightly. "What a shame," she said, her mood dampening. Uraraka quickly added, "According to Izuku, they could pass if they had other teachers." "Surely the teachers knew that," Momo replied. "Speaking of which, where is he?" Tsuyu shrugged. "He said he had to solve something." At that moment, the monitor in the room crackled to life, announcing, "Team Bakugo and Rorinoa, practical exam." The cameras focused on the two young men, both sporting scratches and bruises on their faces, causing the girls to react in. "What happened?" Momo, Uraraka, and Tsuyu gasped in unison. Meanwhile, Izuku and Bakugo were engaged in a heated exchange. "You know, Demon Ronin," Bakugo growled, "I hope you keep your promise." "I will," Izuku replied, trying to think of a better strategy. "Can't you think of another hint?" "What did you say, DMN broccoli?" Bakugo shouted, his voice echoing in the air. "That is an insult, Bomberman." Izuku shot back, matching Bakugo's volume. As the announcement rang out, "Ready. Out," both young men prepared to begin their practical examination. Earlier, before the events unfolded, Izuku had been walking toward the area where he would take his practical exam. On his way, he spotted Bakugo, the very person he had been searching for. "Bakugo," he called out. "Huh? What do you want?" Bakugo barked. "First, don't scream, or I'll go deaf. Second, if we want to pass, we must work together," Izuku insisted. "I don't need your help to pass. I can defeat him alone." Bakugo retorted defiantly. "We're talking about the symbol of peace. Why don't you want to cooperate?" Izuku pressed. "Why are you a demon nuisance?" Bakugo snapped. "What the hell are you talking about? I don't remember bothering you before." Their argument grew heated, both on the verge of exchanging blows. As they fought, Bakugo's deep-seated resentment toward Izuku surfaced. He resented Izuku for consistently overshadowing him in high school. Minutes passed, and they finally collapsed on the ground, breathing with exhaustion. "Well, I guess we're fine now, right?" Izuku said, trying to catch his breath. "Shut up," Bakugo replied, exhaling sharply. "So, let's do this." "A fight," Izuku suggested, managing to draw Bakugo's attention. "Come to my house on the weekend. There we can fight without someone stopping us. But for now, let's focus on passing." He sat up, determination in his eyes. "I understand," Bakugo said, standing up and turning his back. "Then send me the location and time." In the present, the announcement echoed once more, "Ready." The two young men began walking toward the exit. "What's the plan?" Izuku asked. "Easy. We attack him head-on," Bakugo replied confidently. "Really?" Izuku said, confusion creeping into his voice. "We should think of a better plan." Meanwhile, All Might stood in front of the exit door, ready to oversee the test. Seeing that the examination had begun, the hero positioned himself by moving his arm backward, preparing for the challenge ahead. All Might declared his arrival with enthusiasm, throwing a punch into the air. The sheer force of his power sent a ripple of pressure across the exam stage, which was set in a cityscape. Meanwhile, Izuku Midoriya turned to his rival, Katsuki Bakugo, and said, "Think about it a little, Bakugo. They didn't give him the title of Symbol of Peace for nothing." Bakugo retorted defiantly, "I remind you that I will be the next #1 hero, and for that." Suddenly, Izuku interrupted him. "Wait. Do you hear that?" They both turned their attention forward, spotting what appeared to be a sandstorm approaching them. Reacting quickly, Izuku plunged the Hero Slayer sword into the ground while holding onto Bakugo with his other hand. The pressure from the approaching storm intensified, but Izuku managed to withstand it until it dissipated. With a sigh, he expressed his gratitude. "I have to thank Tashigi and his friend. The sword is impressive." He pulled it from the ground and asked, "Are you okay, Bakugo?" "Shut up," Bakugo snapped back. "I'll take that as a yes," Izuku replied, smirking. Then, a voice broke through the tension, exclaiming, "What does it matter to destroy the city?" Izuku and Bakugo reacted in unison. "What is this? Bullying?" Emerging from the dust, All Might unleashed a powerful stomp that created a gust strong enough to clear the remaining clouds of dust. Without hesitation, Bakugo charged at the hero, unleashing a series of explosions. However, All Might remained unfazed and simply grabbed Bakugo by the face. Instead of trying to escape, Bakugo continued to unleash explosions, surprising All Might. The hero deflected Bakugo's hand and slammed him to the ground. "With such weak consecutive blows, you won't hurt me," All Might stated confidently. Izuku, hovering in the air, responded, "You're right." He then called out, "Nitoryu Nijirai. Auru." As he attempted to strike All Might with both swords, the hero retreated, initially fearing a potentially fatal blow. However, All Might soon realized that the blades were covered by Izuku's quirk, rendering them harmless. "Don't worry, All Might. You will not receive mortal blows," Izuku assured him, his words sending chills down the hero's spine. Seizing the moment, Bakugo attempted another attack, but All Might reacted swiftly, delivering a blow to Izuku's stomach that made him spit out saliva. Izuku countered, but All Might was quicker, appearing behind him to strike his side. Despite blocking the attack with his quirk-covered arm, the sheer force drove Izuku into a nearby building, shattering the wall. Dazed but determined, Izuku stood up, aware that his quirk had increased his defense but unable to fully shield himself from the pain of All Might's attack. Bakugo, recovering slightly, was caught off guard when All Might charged at him. Izuku intervened, blocking a blow aimed at Bakugo's stomach with one of his swords. "Now!" Izuku shouted as he held tight to All Might's arm, preventing him from escaping. Bakugo leapt over Izuku and launched a powerful explosion from above, momentarily blinding All Might. But when the smoke cleared, Izuku stood before the hero, gripping one of Bakugo's grenade bracelets. "See you," Izuku said as he removed the safety, and a concentrated explosion struck All Might directly, causing Izuku to dislocate his shoulder in the process. After launching the attack, Izuku and Bakugo sprinted toward the exit. As they ran, Izuku grimaced and pushed his shoulder back into place, gritting his teeth against the pain. A moment, he gasped. "What's happening?" Bakugo asked, concerned. "I could have handcuffed him when I managed to hold him," Izuku admitted. "And why didn't you do it?" Bakugo demanded. "Because you have the HNDCFFS. You took them from me because you didn't want to beat him that way," Izuku explained. "And what do we do now?" "I doubt he'll fall for that again," Bakugo said, frustration evident in his tone. "I don't know. For now, let's cross the exit," Izuku replied. "Byun plan Roranonen," All Might called out, positioning himself between the two students. Both boys prepared to counterattack, but All Might swiftly destroyed Bakugo's grenade bracelets and pushed them into different buildings. The impact knocked the wind out of both boys, sending them crashing to the ground. Because of these weights, Izuku stood poised, his focus sharp as he executed his moves. "Nitoryu Nijirai. Turu," he announced, making two upward cuts that All Might skillfully blocked. "Aoturu," he continued with two downward cuts, then transitioned to Hiramiki, delivering two horizontal slashes. Just as he prepared to strike again, All Might interjected, holding both of Izuku's swords in a firm grip. "Nice try, Shonen," All Might said with a hint of amusement. Izuku lunged to grab All Might's arm, but the hero deftly dodged and used a burst of air pressure to shove him back. In that moment, Bakugo intervened, positioning himself between Izuku and All Might. He unleashed a barrage of explosions, their power escalating with each blast. Izuku glanced at Bakugo, alarmed to see that the explosive force was injuring him. Idiot, we must go, Izuku urged, his voice urgent. You go. Stop him. Bakugo shouted, but his words were cut short as All Might struck him with a knee. The sheer force sent Bakugo flying towards Izuku, who instinctively caught him, losing sight of the hero in the process. Dandi, Izuku muttered, sensing imminent danger. He jumped just in time to evade a devastating blow from All Might, whose fist slammed into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku grabbed one of All Might's swords and shouted, Itoryu! Sanjuroku Pondo Ho! He released a powerful wave of energy aimed at the hero before sprinting towards the exit. All Might attempted to pursue him, but the strain of the battle was taking its toll. Steam began to emit from his body as the weights and the relentless attacks weighed him down. With a barely conscious Bakugo at his side, Izuku finally crossed the exit. We did it. Baku, he gasped before collapsing, unconscious from exhaustion. Both boys lay on the ground, utterly spent from the fierce encounter. Recovery Girl approached, her tone sharp as she struck Toshinori with her cane. You went too far. I'm sorry, Toshinori replied, his voice filled with regret. I was moved by their determination. No excuses, she admonished, hitting him again. I couldn't use my quirk because they are exhausted, and one of Izuku's ribs is cracked from your hits? I truly apologize, Toshinori said, bowing his head in contrition. Izuku lay on a stretcher, curtains drawn around him. Though fatigued, he could hear the conversation between the two adults. He wanted to laugh at their banter but found the pain too overwhelming. I see you woke up, young man, Recovery Girl noted. I feel like I've been hit by a bus, Izuku replied, his voice weak. Don't worry, it was just this idiot, she said, gesturing to Toshinori. Hey, Toshinori protested, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Who is it? I thought I was talking to All Might, Izuku said, confusion evident. He just left. I'm Toshinori, a friend of his, Toshinori explained. Recovery Girl couldn't help but think, I don't think anyone would believe that. Sauka, it's a pleasure to meet you, Izuku said, smiling despite his condition. She believed it, Recovery Girl thought, impressed. After a sufficient PRD of rest, Izuku returned home, still feeling the effects of the battle. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a scene he had never expected. Zoro was kissing Tashigi goodbye. See you, Tashigi smiled as she turned to leave. Zoro, caught off guard by Izuku's sudden appearance, fell silent. Izuku forced a grin, though fatigue weighed heavily on him. I really would like to joke a little, but now I'm exhausted. He entered the house, adding, by the way, congratulations, Tashigi, before heading up to his room. Thank you, Tashigi replied, her voice warm. Zoro watched her walk away, his expression contemplative. Just then, Monet approached him, a teasing smile on her face. I really bother you, she remarked playfully. Zoro began, trailing off. I had already finished training at the dojo. Why didn't you tell me about you? She asked, a glint of curiosity in her eyes. Well, Zoro scratched the back of his neck, unsure of how to respond. Monet laughed, finding it amusing to see him nervous. Zoro merely sighed, a mix of exasperation and amusement in his demeanor. Monet continued to tease Zoro a little, enjoying the light-hearted banter between them. The following day, Izuku lay asleep in his room, his alarm clock ringing insistently. With a groggy effort, he managed to hit the snooze button and silence it. A sigh escaped his lips as he reluctantly decided to get out of bed. He shuffled to the kitchen, still half asleep. Good morning, Izuku, Monet greeted him cheerfully. Good morning, Izuku yawned in response. He made his way to the refrigerator, grabbing a bottle of juice, when a thought struck him. Wait a minute, Dad and Tashigi are dating, he exclaimed, suddenly wide awake. It took you a while to notice, Monet replied, serving him breakfast with a smile. I wonder who took the first step? Izuku pondered aloud. Probably Tashigi. Zoro isn't usually very expressive, Monet said, a knowing look in her eyes. Probably, Izuku agreed, still mulling over the revelation. Just then, Zoro entered the kitchen, greeting them both with a casual, "Good morning." "Good morning." Izuku and Monet replied in unison. "Dad, congratulations." Izuku beamed, excitement filling his voice. "You figured it out," Zoro responded, a hint of surprise in his tone. "With what I saw yesterday, even I would realize it," Izuku said, crossing his arms. "That's what you say, but it took you a while," Zoro teased, ruffling Izuku's hair affectionately. "Don't mess up my hair." Izuku protested, trying to swat Zoro's hand away. Monet watched the exchange with a serene smile, appreciating the rare moment of warmth between the two green-haired men. After finishing breakfast, Izuku was eager to show Zoro the new abilities of his quirk. He demonstrated how his body could be completely covered in metal, which impressed Zoro to some extent. However, what truly amazed him was when Izuku created black metal swords. Zoro wanted to test his son's skills, and they headed toward the dojo, but Monet stopped them. "No, Izuku, you have to go to school." "Look at the time," she reminded him. "Huh." Izuku checked his phone, realizing he was running late. "You're right. Thanks, Smoot. See you, Dad." He dashed out the door, rushing to school. "It had been a while since he got up late," Zoro remarked, chuckling softly. "Although he doesn't show it, he's nervous and happy for you," Monet said, looking at Zoro with a hint of concern. "Why nervous?" Zoro asked, puzzled. "You'll see," she replied mysteriously. At UA, Izuku arrived feeling relaxed after completing the practical exam. However, his calm demeanor vanished as he entered the living room and was greeted by a scene of distress. "Guys, don't forget to bring photos." Mina sobbed, her pink hair bouncing with her tears. She appeared more upset than those around her, including Kirishima, Kaminari, and Sato, who looked equally disheartened. "I'm sure I also disapproved," Mineta moped, his aura heavy with sadness. "Don't think about it like that. They will probably take your sacrifice into account," Siro tried to reassure him. "I hope so," Mineta responded weakly. Mina continued to cry until she felt a comforting hand on her shoulder. Turning around, she saw Izuku standing there. "Don't worry. There will probably be a last-minute surprise," he assured her. "Don't say it out loud. It could lose its effect," Siro cautioned. "You're right," Izuku said thoughtfully. "If you don't remember, failing the exam means we would miss the camp. And since we failed the practical exam, they still don't understand it. They are dumber than monkeys," Kaminari exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. As he spoke, he attempted to poke Izuku's eyes, but Izuku swiftly closed them and activated his quirk, causing Kaminari to wince in pain. The tension in the room was palpable as everyone processed the situation, but there remained a glimmer of hope for the surprises that might still come. The classroom door swung open suddenly, revealing Professor Aizawa. The students quickly took their seats, falling into a hushed silence. Aizawa greeted them with a curt, "Good morning." He continued, addressing the elephant in the room. "As you know, some of you failed the practical exam." The mood shifted as the students who had not passed appeared glum, their faces clouded with disappointment. However, Aizawa lightened the atmosphere by adding, "As for the camp, everyone will go," a sly smile creeping onto his face. Kirishima, Mina, Sato, and Kaminari exchanged surprised glances at this unexpected news. "Are you serious?" Kirishima blurted out, his excitement palpable. Mina chimed in, "Can we go?" Aizawa clarified that although no one had failed the written exam, those who had struggled in the practical, Kirishima, Sato, Kaminari, Mina, and Mineta, would still have a chance to attend camp. Mineta slumped in his chair, his face a picture of resignation. "I knew it," he muttered, a cloud of depression hanging over him. Aizawa reassured them that they would have an opportunity to pass the exam, but the glimmer of joy quickly dimmed when he mentioned that they would also need to attend extra lessons. After class, the boys gathered to discuss their plans for the camp. Ida informed them, apparently, it will be a week of camp. Izuku chimed in, "We'll need to gather some supplies." Kaminari lamented, "I don't have a swimsuit." Mineta, muttering to himself, mentioned night vision glasses. "I guess I'll have to look for some weights and another backpack," Izuku said, determined to prepare. Toru suggested, "Guys, we have the day off tomorrow for the exam. Why don't we all go to the mall?" Kaminari agreed enthusiastically. You're right, it's a great idea. It will be the first time we all go together. Uraraka nodded in agreement. Kirishima then turned to Bakugo. Are you coming, Bakugo? Bakugo dismissed the idea with a wave of his hand, like I want to do something boring. Izuku turned to Todoroki, asking, will you come? Todoroki replied, I'll go see my mother during the break. Izuku nodded, understanding the importance of family. Mineta piped up, don't be boring. Understand the situation. The next day, as Izuku prepared to head to the mall, he was stopped by Monet, who needed to pick up a few things. The two of them set off together. Upon arriving at the mall, they split up to find their respective items, but soon Izuku reunited with the rest of his classmates. Kaminari teased him, you took your time, Roronoa. Izuku apologized, explaining that he had been helping Monet. Mineta, curious, asked where Monet had gone, but his question was cut short when Izuku pointed a bakken directly at his forehead. Why do you want to know? Izuku asked, a fierce aura surrounding him. Mineta stammered, Just then, a civilian recognized the group. They are the festival boys. Uraraka, blushing with embarrassment, exclaimed, wow, they still remember it. Jiraiya added, it's a bit embarrassing. Izuku chuckled, you just have to put up with it all day, Jiraiya. Jiraiya, recalling a compliment Izuku had given her earlier, playfully hit him on the arm and tried to distance herself. Izuku winced, why was that? Momo interjected, Izuku, do you remember what Kyoka's quirk is? Izuku paused, Yes, she can hear. I think I know where you're going. Momo pressed further, what did you say when you were distracting Mineta? Izuku hesitated before confessing, well, and then he recounted the compliment he had given Jiraiya about her smile. Momo's cheeks flushed with color. I must admit that I didn't expect that, she stammered. Izuku added, she's probably angry about that. Momo shook her head. I think not angry, more like, I doubt she would be upset with someone who thought that. Izuku smiled, thank you. That's what friends are for, Momo replied, her expression warm and understanding as they continued their day at the mall. After those who remembered the festival departed, Izuku separated from his group to search for a Machika, as the others had different errands to run. He wandered into a store, browsing through various backpack designs. As he was contemplating his choices, he noticed Kyoka walking toward an instrument store. Curiosity piqued, he decided to follow her inside. The moment he entered the store, he was taken aback by the wide array of instruments on display. Just then, a young woman called out to him. She had brown hair and stood slightly shorter than Izuku. Excuse me, she said. Izuku turned to face her. Hello, my name is Kyeko. Are you looking for an instrument? She asked. Well, since I'm here, I would like to see some guitars, Izuku replied. Sure. Follow me, Kyeko said, guiding him deeper into the store where the guitars were displayed. The selection was impressive, featuring everything from acoustic to electric guitars and basses. Incredible. Izuku marveled. I'm glad you like our selection, Kyeko responded with a smile. He picked up an acoustic guitar and attempted to play a string, but struggled a bit as it was his first time. Kyeko chuckled softly at his nervousness. Let me help you, she offered, taking another guitar and teaching him some chords. For the next hour, they practiced together, with Kyeko growing increasingly impressed by Izuku's rapid progress. Wow, that's impressive, Roronoa-san, she exclaimed. Thank you, Kyeko-chan, he replied, using an affectionate suffix. Please, just Kyeko, she said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. But, so you can call me Izuku, he offered. See, she confirmed. Izuku hesitated for a moment. You know, I think I can play something. Can I? Well, we've been here for an hour. Why not? Kyeko encouraged. Thank you, he said, feeling a bit more confident. He began to play a song that a classmate had taught him in high school. Kyeko watched in amazement as Izuku played, her eyes widening with each note. I seriously can't believe this is your first time playing the guitar, she said. I guess it was just luck, Izuku stammered, blushing at the compliment. No, I'm serious, Kyeko insisted, taking his hands in hers. You're incredible. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Thank you, he replied shyly. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Ranona? Izuku turned to see Jairu approaching. Jairu-san, hola, he greeted. What are you doing here? She asked, brows furrowed in curiosity. You see, I saw you coming in here and thought I would say hello. I was curious about the store and… He explained briefly, revealing how he ended up learning guitar with Kyeko. Kyeko pout, she interjected playfully. I'm sorry, Izuku said, laughing nervously. So you were the one playing the scientist? Jairu queried, glancing back at the older woman who stood behind her, sharing similar features. Boss, the woman exclaimed. Izuku stood up from the chair he had been sitting in. I'm sorry if I shouldn't have played the guitar, he said, feeling a bit guilty. Don't worry, young man. In fact, I like the song you played and your skill. Would you mind playing another song? The woman asked. Izuku stuttered, taken aback. Mom, I don't think this is a good idea, Jairu said, concern etched on her face. Mom? Izuku echoed, surprised. I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. I'm Mika, Kyoka's mother, the woman said warmly, extending her hand to Izuku. Izuku smiled warmly as he met Mika for the first time. I see. A pleasure to meet you, he said, his green hair catching the light. Mika replied with enthusiasm, actually, the pleasure is mine. You play the guitar great? Game. Izuku started, but Kyeko interrupted her. Eyes wide with excitement. Right? In fact, it's the first time he plays. Both Mika and Kyoko were taken aback by the revelation. Kyoko looked at Izuku in disbelief. Is it serious, Roranoa? The green-haired boy nodded, confirming their surprise. Mika then offered, you know, Roranon, I can give you the guitar if you want. Oh, really? Izuku's eyes lit up with excitement. Kyoka interjected, are you sure, Mom? Mika nodded, though she added, I would like to ask you a small favor. Izuku responded earnestly, if it's something within my reach, I can do it. Great. You see, Mika explained, I want to make a little promotional video for the store, and I would like you and my daughter to play a song. But I said, Kyoka began, but Izuku cut her off, glancing at the time on his phone. Do I have time now? He asked, looking at the violet-haired girl, who nodded. Sure, but the lyrics? Mika reassured him, oh, don't worry. They just have to make the melody. Okay, what song is it? Izuku inquired. It's from a popular video game these days that Chi-chan showed me, Mika replied. The nickname Rorano-san gave you suits you well, Mika added, glancing at Kyeko, who blushed, clearly embarrassed by the mention. Izuku accepted the offer, and together with Mika and Kyoka, they made their way to a small studio behind the store. Once inside, Mika showed Izuku the video of the song they would play and left them alone to practice. Kyoka felt a twinge of discomfort being alone with the green-haired boy, while Izuku focused on practicing with an electric guitar. Roranoa, Kyoka began hesitantly. Before she could continue, Izuku quickly interjected, Jairu, before you say anything, I'm sorry if what I said made you uncomfortable or upset. Don't worry, it didn't bother me. In fact, it made me happy that you said that. When Mineta mentioned me, she trailed off, her voice wavering. Do you like Mineta? Izuku asked, genuinely curious. Not at all, Kyoka replied immediately, her tone firm. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the store, Mineta clutched his chest, feeling a pang of worry as Kaminari looked on, concerned. Are you okay? Kaminari asked. Why, it's just that. I felt like someone said something very hurtful about me, Mineta admitted, a look of distress crossing his face. Back in the studio, Kyoka continued, the thing is, he didn't say anything similar to what he said about the other girls. I felt like he was telling me that I'm not attractive or that I'm not feminine at all. But it made me happy when you said that about me. Izuku placed his hand gently on Kyoka's shoulder. You shouldn't let that get to you. You are perfect the way you are, he said, his voice encouraging as he removed his hand and tuned the guitar slightly. Kyoka felt her cheeks warm at his words, a blush creeping across her face. After a brief conversation, they practiced together. Izuku listened intently to Kyoka's advice and instructions, which helped him learn the song almost instantly. When it came time to record, Mika watched with delight as the two of them created a perfect duet, their synchronization flawless as they played together. Izuku and Kyoka had just finished recording their latest song when Mika congratulated them both. Izuku felt a strong longing to continue the conversation with Mika, but as he glanced at the time, he realized he had to leave. "Wait, your guitar?" Mika called after him. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry. It was a pleasure meeting you. See you," Izuku replied, rushing out of the store. Kyoka chuckled softly, watching the green-haired man's hurried departure. "Yes, I was in a hurry too," she said, a hint of amusement in her voice. Mika sighed. "I really would have liked to talk to him more. He seemed very friendly." Kyoka felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she agreed, "Yes, he really is." As Izuku reached a bench near the main entrance, he spotted Monet talking to one of her companions. To one side of them lay an unconscious Mineta, which made Izuku chuckle. "Hey Monet," he greeted. "Hello, Izuku. Mina says she will arrive a little later, so I stayed to talk to Momo and Uraraka," Monet explained. Izuku nodded, glancing at Mineta. "And Mineta?" Monet's expression hardened slightly. "I taught him a lesson," she said, a hint of annoyance in her voice. For the first time, Izuku felt a twinge of sympathy for the purple-haired boy. While they waited, Izuku took the opportunity to engage more with the girls. Uraraka and Momo laughed at one of Monet's anecdotes about him, which made him blush with embarrassment. Their light-hearted banter continued until it was time to head home. Izuku said his goodbyes and left with Monet. "If you wanted, you could stay with them a little longer," Monet suggested. "I'm sorry, but you come back." "I must visit someone," Izuku replied, his tone serious. Monet nodded in understanding and headed home while Izuku took the train to a place he hadn't visited in a while, a place he knew he needed to go. He had been there before but hadn't stayed long. He wasn't emotionally ready for it then. On the way, he picked up a bouquet of roses and walked until he reached his destination. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he stood in front of a tombstone that bore the name Midoriya. "Hello, Mom. It's been a while," he said softly as he approached the withered flowers at the base of the stone. He gently replaced them with the fresh roses. "I'm sorry I didn't come sooner, but I wasn't ready. I honestly wasn't going to come, but seeing Miss Jiru reminded me of the times when we were a family." A tear slipped down his cheek as he continued, "I met Zoro. He's taking good care of me, and sometimes I take care of him too. He came with me a while ago, but he got lost," he laughed lightly. "I really wanted you to meet him. There's also Tashigi and Mona. They look after Zoro when I'm at UA. That's right, I managed to get into the academy, so I'm one step closer to being a hero." His voice trembled as he fought back tears. "I really wish you were with me. I miss you." As the tears flowed freely, memories of his mother's warm smile flooded his mind. Suddenly, he felt a comforting hug from behind. He turned around, but no one was there. The warmth of the embrace lingered, calming the green-haired man in his moment of sorrow. Izuku stood up from the ground, wiping away his tears as he gently cleaned the tombstone before him. "I promise to come more often, Mom," he murmured, his voice filled with emotion. "And I will tell you a little more. I love you." It was the day of camp, and Izuku had been training with Monet while Zoro and Tashigi were away on a job. The green-haired boy found solace in the training, and Monet had expressed her happiness that he was visiting his mother. As they practiced, Izuku found himself backing away, struggling to keep up with Monet's unpredictable two-sword style. "We're not done yet," Monet insisted, her eyes focused and determined. "I told you that you had to land an attack right or we weren't finished." Izuku thought to himself, how can Zoro fight her? He placed two bakens at his waist, one on each side, just as Monet swiftly approached him. "Notorio Iai. Rashomon," he shouted as they crossed swords. Despite his effort, Izuku was the first to fall, and Monet soon followed, holding one arm in pain. "Well, Izuku, you could have hit me," she remarked, her tone light but teasing. Izuku groaned, clutching his abdomen. "That hurts. When you can land a blow without dying in the process, let me." "No," Monet replied, a smirk on her face. "I'll make it," Izuku said, determined as he pushed himself up from the ground. Just then, Monet's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she called out, "Izuku, it's 10. She tossed the phone to him, and he caught it, checking to see that Yaoyorozu was calling. "Hello." Izuku answered, slightly out of breath. "Izuku, where are you?" Momo's voice came through the line, urgent and slightly panicked. "Why?" he replied, confusion creeping in. "The bus is coming in 20 minutes. Izuku's eyes widened in realization as he glanced at his phone. "Oh no. I'm on my way." He hung up and hurriedly made his way to the showers, quickly washing up and changing into his uniform. He grabbed his backpack, ensuring he had everything he needed, including the sword Momo had given him. As he rushed out, he ran into Kendo, who was also in a hurry. "Now I really saw everything," Izuku breathed, running alongside her. "Isn't it funny how embarrassed you are about what happened?" Kendo teased. "I was training with Monet." "What about you?" he asked, trying to catch his breath. "I fell asleep," Kendo admitted, slightly sheepish. "That's weird coming from you," Izuku replied, surprised. "I trained too much yesterday," she explained, and Izuku nodded in understanding. They sprinted hard, pushing themselves to reach the train to UA, arriving with just 5 minutes to spare. However, their tardiness did not go unnoticed, and they were promptly scolded by their teachers in their respective classrooms. As they approached their classmates, Ida spoke up, his voice authoritative. "As president of the hall, you should set an example," he chastised. "In my defense, I didn't want the position." "But you're right," Izuku replied, feeling a mix of remorse and resignation. As the bus approached, Izuku organized his companions to board. A part of him was reluctant about this experience, but he kept his thoughts to himself. Meanwhile, in Class B, Kendo settled into her seat, trying to catch her breath from the run. Setsuna plopped down next to her, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Tell me, Kendo, did you enjoy the night with the green-haired boy?" she asked, smirking. "What are you talking about?" Kendo responded, taken aback. "Please. You arrive late with your clothes slightly disordered, not to mention together," Setsuna teased, clearly enjoying the moment. When the green-haired girl shared her thoughts in detail, Kendo began to understand her perspective. His blush intensified, making Kirishima's vibrant hair color seem almost absurd in comparison. Kendo explained, "It's not what it seems. We both met on the road, that's all." "Oh really?" Setsuna mocked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, really," Kendo insisted, and as the blush faded, Setsuna realized he was speaking the truth. Setsuna continued, "I understand, you're telling the truth. But part of you would like to be hugging that green-haired man, right?" Kendo hesitated, whispering a quiet, "yes," as he imagined himself in the arms of the green-haired man. The moment was interrupted when Setsuna exclaimed, "Kendo!" "Oh, Kendo," before falling asleep in her seat. Kendo stayed close to her to ensure she didn't topple off. Meanwhile, in Class A, Izuku was practicing with his quirk, creating small objects in secret from Aizawa. The noise from his classmates made it easy for him to concentrate. In one of his attempts, he fashioned a bracelet that encased his entire forearm and, with a bit more focus, added spikes to it. This could improve unarmed combat, Izuku thought aloud, before undoing the bracer and creating a sword instead. "You never know when you might need it," he mused, before reverting the sword back into nothing. Kirishima noticed Izuku's creations and approached him. "Bro, your quirk is really unique." "Do you think so?" Izuku replied, slightly surprised. "Please, you can create swords now. If you keep this up, you might surpass Endeavor," Kirishima encouraged. Izuku dismissed the idea. "That's ridiculous. He is the number 2 hero, and our styles are different. Don't think like that. With a manly will, nothing is impossible," Kirishima declared, raising a fist in the air. Just then, a voice from outside the bus called out, "Yes." Both boys leaned out the window to see it had come from the Class B bus. Izuku laughed, exclaiming, "You guys are in sync." Aizawa, still sleeping, thought to himself, they better have fun now since they won't have time at camp. A few minutes later, the bus came to a stop beside a large rock, revealing a breathtaking view. The students disembarked, with Mineta darting off in search of a bathroom. "What are we doing here?" Izuku asked, stretching his legs. We will rest to stretch our legs, Aizawa replied. Oh, I see, Izuku said, relaxing. Uraraka chimed in, huh? Where is Class B? Mineta, still on his quest, asked, where is the bathroom? As they admired the landscape and loosened up, a car approached, and its occupants emerged. Hello, Eraser, one of them called out. How long? Aizawa replied, his tone flat. In the sights with shining glances, another voice chimed in. Sharply cute and cat-like, a third added. Wild wild. Pussycats, the group declared in unison, leaving everyone watching in confusion. Aizawa explained, they will be the heroines who will be with us, the pussycats. Izuku's eyes widened as he recalled what he had read. Pussycats? I read about them. They are a team of 4 people who founded their own agency. Veterans specialized in mountain rescue. Before he could finish, one of the heroines grabbed his face, playfully introducing herself. I'm 18, she said, extending her claws from her gloves. I'm sorry, Izuku stammered, struggling to make himself heard as his friends sounded desperate for help. Mandalay stood at the foot of a towering mountain, announcing to the group that their camp would be set up there. The rest of the students, except for Izuku, gasped at the sight of the daunting distance ahead. Uraraka's confusion surfaced as she asked, so why did we turn here? Slowly, Izuku retrieved the sword he had left inside the bus. He understood that remaining in the bus would only lead to a worse situation. Siro suggested they return to the vehicle, and Kaminari, stuttering slightly, agreed that it was a good idea. Mandalay informed them that it was now 9:30 a.m., and if they hurried, they might reach their destination by noon. Run, shouted Mina as the boys took a few steps toward the bus. Suddenly, Pixie Bob used her quirk, pushing Izuku away just as a landslide occurred, sending everyone except Aizawa and Mandalay tumbling off the cliff. Izuku, drawing his sword, grabbed the closest person to him and managed to slow their fall by wedging the blade between the rocks, ensuring a less painful landing. After extracting his sword from the stones, he inspected it and noticed the edge had dulled but was otherwise intact. Mandalay's voice broke through the tension, reminding them that they could use their quirks since they were on private property. She informed them they had 3 hours to cross the forest of beasts. Confusion spread among the group, with Shoji expressing disbelief at the name of the forest and Kaminari likening it to a Dragon Quest level. Mina couldn't help but complain about Yue's penchant for such challenges. Kyoka turned to Izuku, her tone hesitant. Thank you for helping me avoid the fall, but could you let me go? Izuku realized he had been hugging her waist and quickly apologized, releasing her from his grasp. Kyoka reassured him, don't worry. If I didn't know you, I would think you were going after all the girls at you. Izuku responded with a sarcastic laugh, but their light moment was cut short by Mineta's terrified scream as he faced a giant creature. Koda attempted to use his quirk to stop it, but it was futile. Just as the beast was about to crush Mineta, someone used tape to pull him to safety. Izuku observed the beast more closely, noticing something peculiar protruding from it. Earth? He mused, drawing his sword again. Meanwhile, Pixie Bob hummed a tune while adjusting her glasses, checking on her beasts. Mandalay commented on the busy schedule they had set for the students, to which Aizawa replied that it was a normal part of their training. With the rise of active villains, the students needed to learn how to defend themselves. Todoroki sprang into action, using his ice quirk to freeze the creature's legs, followed by Ida and Bakugo attacking its arms until they detached. Izuku then employed Kuroitetsu on his sword, slicing the creature in half with precision. Aizawa counted on Pixie Bob as they prepared for the next challenge. Count me in. My skin crawled, she exclaimed with enthusiasm. Izuku rallied his classmates, urging them to take the shortest route to ensure they could have lunch. Shoji, Jair, locate the beasts. The rest of you form groups and let's finish off those who get in the way, he instructed, and everyone nodded in agreement. Classe, let's go. With a unified shout, the students mobilized. Momo commented on how Izuku had embraced the role of class president, to which he responded, I don't like directing, his enthusiasm slightly waning. Yet, the prospect of battling giant beasts excited him. He loosened his tie and adjusted his shirt for better mobility before running ahead with the others. With Shoji and Jiru's help, they located 7 beasts. Shiro tackled the winged creature, tying its wings to bring it crashing down, while Sato and Kirishima delivered the finishing blow. Mina used her acid to melt the legs of 2 beasts, which were dispatched by Momo and Bakugo. As more creatures appeared, Ida, Izuku, Todoroki, and Bakugo advanced. Ida shouted, "Reciproburst," attacking a beast head-on. Todoroki immobilized 2 others with ice. "Don't interfere, Broccoli," Bakugo snapped at Izuku. "You're not Muslim either," Izuku retorted as they both leaped toward the immobilized beasts. "Nitoryu," Izuku began, creating another sword, while Bakugo shouted, "Shine," obliterating a creature with his explosions. Koda turned away from the green-haired boy, his silence speaking volumes as he walked off. Aizawa had sent his children to retrieve their belongings from the bus, instructing them to take everything to their rooms in preparation for dinner. The students responded in unison, eager to comply. In the cafeteria, Class A savored their meals with the enthusiasm of a Last Supper. Afterward, they made their way to the bathrooms, which were designed like hot springs. Izuku slipped into the warm water, exhaling with satisfaction. "Ah, how relaxing," he sighed contentedly. "I agree with you, Izubro. This is life," Kirishima chimed in, reveling in the experience. Suddenly, Minetta's voice pierced through the ambience. "They're cool and all, but why am I tied?" The purple-haired boy was submerged in the water, restrained as if on a leash by a combination of his own quirk and Shiro's. "Because we know you would climb that wall to see the forbidden land," Izuku replied with a smirk, referring to the women's bathroom. Minetta pleaded, "Please, let me go." "No," Izuku said firmly. "By the way, thanks, Shiro, for the tape." "From Nada, Rorinoa," Shiro responded with a grin. The boys enjoyed their soak, though the sounds of laughter and chatter from the girls on the other side sometimes made them uncomfortable. "That's it, fall into the charms of the forbidden land," Minetta mused, his eyes glinting mischievously. "Shut up," Todoroki said, taking some of Shiro's tape and covering Minetta's mouth to restore some peace. To break the tension, Kirishima noticed a small sauna in the corner and proposed an endurance competition. While some declined, a handful of boys accepted, including Sato, Shiro, Kaminari, Todoroki, Shoji, Ojiro, and, after some convincing, Bakugo. Kirishima set the sauna temperature close to maximum, and the competition began. Shiro surrendered within the first 10 minutes, followed by Kaminari and Shoji shortly after. Then Todoroki decided to bow out as well. An hour passed, and the remaining contestants were Bakugo, Kirishima, Sato, and Izuku. Bakugo noticed the sweat beading on Izuku's forehead. "What's wrong, Broccoli? Maybe you already cooked," he taunted. "Are you kidding? This is just a breeze for me," Izuku smirked. "Why do you ask, Muslim? You giving up?" This is nothing." Bakugo shot back defiantly. The boys who had previously left listened in, bemused by the friendly rivalry. "How manly! Don't you think so, Sato?" Kirishima exclaimed. Sato shook his head, his face flushed. "Oh, I can't take it anymore," he said before stepping out of the sauna. Izuku, sensing a shift, proposed, "So, how about we turn this up? For the first time, I agree with you. Hair on end. Turn this up to the max." Bakugo urged. Kirishima obeyed, but as the temperature soared, he too had to exit after just 5 minutes, already at his limit. Meanwhile, the girls emerged from the waters, feeling relaxed, and encountered Ojiro. "Hey, Ojiro-kun, where is the rest?" Hagakure asked. "Well, most of them are in the room. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Ida are taking care of Bakugo and Rorinoa," Ojiro replied. Kyoka tilted her head in confusion. What happened to them? Before Ojiro could explain, Ida called for him, prompting Ojiro to step inside. Moments later, Kirishima and Kaminari emerged, carrying Bakugo, who had a pink hue to his face and was unconscious. Ojiro and Ida followed, both of them supporting the equally dazed Izuku, each wearing their robes. "What happened to them?" Uraraka asked, eyes wide with concern. Ojiro quickly explained, They had an endurance competition in a sauna. Though brief, his explanation was enough for the girls to understand the chaotic events that had unfolded. The second day of camp brought a surprising turn of events after the chaotic first day. At 5:45 a.m., Class B stood outside the Pussycats building, still groggy and struggling to wake up. Kendo initiated the conversation, curious about developing their quirks. Vlad, their instructor, affirmed that Class A was already engaged in such training and encouraged them to follow him. Setsuna raised a valid point, expressing her concern about the diversity of quirks among the 20 of them and how they could determine what needed improvement. Kamakiri asked for more specifics, to which Vlad explained the process of breaking, strengthening, and hardening muscle fibers, indicating that their quirks would be similar in this regard. As they arrived at their training location, the students were taken aback by the sight of Class A in action. Vlad urged them to push their quirks to the limit and to break through their barriers. Class B collectively sighed in resignation, feeling overwhelmed. Aizawa, their teacher, called them together, but Kendo pointed out the challenge of organizing 40 students with just 2 teachers. Vlad reassured them, mentioning the support they had from the Pussycats. Mandalay announced their arrival with enthusiasm, followed by Ragdoll and Tiger, who added their own flair. Pixie Bob concluded the introduction, and together they shouted, "Wild Wild! Pussycats!" The full version. After the Pussycats explained their quirks, Tiger took the boys with power-type quirks under his wing. Kendo then noticed that someone was missing. Pixie Bob speculated that Kendo was referring to the green-haired boy, and just as Kendo nodded, an explosion erupted from the forest. Izuku, the green-haired boy, burst out of the trees, pursued by large beasts. He quickly created a katana with his quirk and managed to cut down 2 of them, but a third beast struck him from behind. Regaining his footing, Izuku retaliated with a powerful punch. Gasping for breath, he called to Pixie Bob, asking for 10 more creatures to be summoned. Pixie Bob complied, conjuring 10 more beasts that charged at Izuku. As Aizawa explained to Class B, Izuku was training to improve his reaction time against faster attacks. The students couldn't help but feel the weight of the situation. It was indeed a grueling challenge. Meanwhile, Izuku continued to evade the monstrous creatures, using the trees to slow them down. However, 2 beasts managed to reach him, landing blows that forced him against a tree. Quick to react, he ducked under an incoming attack and stabbed one of the beasts with his sword, watching it dissolve before others closed in. As the day wore on and darkness began to creep in, the boys in Class A finished their training, utterly exhausted and looking forward to a hot meal. Instead, they were met with a large array of raw ingredients. Pixie Bob explained that they had only helped with the food the day before, and starting today, they would be responsible for preparing their own meals. The morale was low, but Ida rallied the group, reminding them that rescuing someone also meant satisfying their hunger and spirit after a disaster. Great UA, they really think of everyone. Let's make the most delicious curry in the world, he declared, igniting a spark of enthusiasm among his classmates. Under Aizawa's watchful eye, Todoroki and Momo set to work lighting the wood for cooking, while others peeled and chopped vegetables. Among them, Bakugo and Izuku stood out, both cutting ingredients with exceptional speed. Bakugo employed traditional methods, while Izuku, having honed his skills during training, tossed the vegetables into the air and sliced them with 3 swords created by his quirk. Uraraka watched in awe, noting their dedication, while Hagakure commented that they were likely competing again. Mina expressed curiosity about the dynamic between Bakugo and Izuku, who seemed to understand each other well. Meanwhile, a green-haired girl observed Bakugo intently as she peeled vegetables, her gaze drawn to him for reasons she couldn't quite understand. "Forgiveness," she mumbled, focused on her task, while Ibra continued to peel vegetables blindly, lost in thought. Kendo turned to the green-haired girl, gently touching her face with her finger. "Are you okay?" she asked, concern etched on her features. Ibra looked startled. Why, she stammered. "You seem distracted. What's wrong?" Kendo pressed. "And nothing," Ibra replied, her fingers moving faster as she peeled the vegetables. Kendo frowned. "Oi, take care of yourself." "I will," Ibra responded, though her nerves betrayed her. In her haste, she cut her finger. Kendo instinctively reached out to treat her wound, but their moment was interrupted by a loud voice. "What the hell are you making, Thornhair?" Bakugo exclaimed as he entered the scene, carrying vegetables for the boys in charge of cooking. He clicked his tongue in annoyance and took Ibra to Momo, who quickly assembled a first aid kit. After ensuring Ibra was in good hands, Bakugo returned to his duties, unaware that two onlookers had witnessed the entire exchange. Hagakure turned to Mina, her eyes wide. "Did you see that?" Mina nodded slowly. "It's possible." Meanwhile, Kendo approached Izuku, her expression serious. "Oi, Izuku," she called out. What's up?" Izuku replied, glancing up from his task. "By any chance, is Bakugo interested in someone?" Kendo asked, her curiosity piqued. Yeah, not me," Izuku replied, a hint of confusion in his tone. Kendo raised an eyebrow. Izuku continued, "Since the exam, we're always competing to see who will be the #1 hero." Kendo shook her head. "I don't mean that." "Oh, Sauka. Then," Izuku said, still puzzled. "I mean if you think he's interested in someone." Romantically, Kendo clarified. Izuku burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. "Pffff. Hey, don't make fun." Kendo scolded playfully. I'm sorry," Izuku said, trying to regain his composure. "But Bakugo is human. I doubt he can't fall in love." "Why do you ask?" Kendo shrugged. "For nothing." Izuku feigned sadness. "Do you not like me anymore?" "Don't say that," Kendo replied, her tone softening. Izuku chuckled. Just bro," but before he could finish, Kendo leaned in and gave him a tender, short kiss on the lips. "Remember that I only have eyes for you," she said with a smile. "Itsuka," Izuku murmured, placing his hand on her cheek. They shared a moment filled with warmth and affection, but it was abruptly interrupted when a boy from Class B called out, pulling the lovebirds back to reality. Both of them blushed and returned to their work, the moment lingering in their minds. Once they finished cooking, everyone helped themselves to a serving of curry. Though it wasn't the most delicious meal, the exhaustion from training made it taste irresistible. Kirishima exclaimed, "This food fills the spirit and the stomach." Izuku laughed at the redhead's enthusiasm. As he ate his curry, he noticed two things. One was his Muslim classmate staring at a table in Class B, and the other was Koda, who was struggling with something that looked all too familiar. Koda grunted as he attempted to wield a sword, but it was clearly a challenge for him. He muttered, dropping it several times. "Are you holding it wrong?" Izuku asked, concerned for the little boy. Koda jumped at the voice. What are you doing here? I saw you taking my sword. You must be hungry." "Here," Izuku said, setting his plate of curry down on a nearby stone. "Lend me the sword and I'll show you." Izuku took the time to explain the proper way to brandish a sword, ensuring he kept it engaging. After a few minutes, Koda was swinging the sword in the air, practicing the movements. "Well, you did it, Koda," Izuku encouraged. Koda beamed with pride. "Gee, thank you." "I'm sorry," he said, sheathing the sword and handing it back to Izuku. "Take the sword," Izuku urged. "You should eat some." "Why?" Koda asked, tilting his head in confusion. "Because it's necessary to feed the," Izuku began, but Koda interrupted. "Why do you want to be heroes so much?" The question hung in the air, heavy with meaning. Izuku felt a pang of confusion. Izuku smiled as he and Koda took in the breathtaking view from the secret base. The landscape stretched out before them, a vivid reminder of the beauty surrounding them. "I know how it feels to lose your parents," Izuku said, removing his cap and ruffling the boy's hair. "But you shouldn't hate the gift they gave you." Koda looked up, puzzled. "What gift?" "Your quirk, your life, and a future," Izuku explained earnestly. "You should treasure what they gave you, right?" Koda nodded slowly, a small siege escaping his lips. On the third day of camp, Koda let out a scream that echoed off the mountain. He shouted, his voice full of excitement. Meanwhile, the quirk training had intensified, leaving a group of stragglers exhausted from late-night sessions that lasted until 2 a.m. Many were still groggy, struggling to keep their eyes open. Izuku found himself dodging attacks from the beasts. Is it me, or are these things faster? He asked, breathless. They are faster, Pixie Bob replied, her voice steady. With yesterday's training, I realized I shouldn't hold back with you. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. Were you holding back? He exclaimed just as he caught the fist of a beast and destroyed it. Take this, he shouted, hitting the creature with his fist, which was now covered in kuroitetsu. Just as he was about to rest, he noticed all the beasts gathering together, compressing into one formidable entity. What a day, he muttered. I've seen that it was easy for you to fight my beasts, Pixie Bob said, a hint of challenge in her tone. But let's see how you deal with my earth elemental. Izuku smirked confidently. How easy, he replied as he created a sword with his quirk. Sanjuroku Pondo Ho. The attack landed, but to his surprise, the elemental took no damage. I see, Izuku said, his brow furrowing in thought. Scared? Pixie Bob called from a distance, her voice teasing. Are you kidding? This will be exciting, he declared, a determined smile on his face. Though confused by his enthusiasm, Pixie Bob continued the training. Meanwhile, Mandalay was advising the students from both classes when she felt a gentle tug at her suit. She turned to find Koda looking up at her. What's the matter, Koda-kun? She asked. Could you tell Tsuchikawa-san to create a wall my size? Koda requested. Mandalay, slightly puzzled, nodded and used her telekinesis to ask Pixie Bob for the wall. It materialized in front of them, and Koda approached, beginning to use his water quirk. Mandalay watched in awe, a tear forming in her eye. Incredible, he's using his quirk, she thought, marveling at his progress. Suddenly, Izuku came crashing down next to Mandalay, hitting the ground hard enough to create a crater. Ah, he exclaimed as he stumbled out of the hole he had created. Pixie Bob laughed. Nyaha, are you lost? I haven't given up yet, Izuku replied, getting to his feet. As he emerged from the crater, he noticed Koda diligently training with his quirk. I'm glad you're using your quirk, he said with a smile. Koda nodded, focusing on his training. Mandalay approached Izuku, her expression serious. Did you talk to Koda? She inquired. Izuku nodded. It's still not quite right. I mean, I was able to get him to accept his quirk, but he still hates the ideology of heroes and villains. I understand, Mandalay replied thoughtfully. But it's still a great advance. Thank you, Roronoa-san. She leaned in and kissed him on the cheek, her gratitude evident. Seriously, thank you, she added, her eyes shining with appreciation. Izuku stammered. As night fell, and after a hearty meal, Class A gathered together, enjoying games like cards and ping-pong. Ojiro gasped, clearly exhausted. Come on, he exclaimed, while Ida chimed in, you are incredible, Shonin. The camaraderie and laughter filled the air, a welcome end to a long day of training. They had both suffered defeat in a game of ping-pong against Shoji, who had impressively wielded 6 rackets. As they regrouped, Hagakure asked, Where is Roronoa? Tokoyami replied, he said he would go to the hot springs. He picked up one of Hagakure's letters, while Uraraka chimed in. She really likes hot springs, as she took one of Tokoyami's cards, muttering to herself as she picked up the joker. Tsuyu added, well, he trains more than us. Meanwhile, in the serene waters of the hot springs, Izuku let out a contented sigh as he dove in. How relaxing, he murmured to himself, savoring the tranquility of the moment since he was alone. After a few minutes of solitude, he heard the sound of someone entering the water. Someone came in? Who could it be? He thought, curiosity piqued. As he approached the newcomer, he greeted them. Hey, hot springs are really relaxing, aren't they, huh? His voice trailed off in shock when he realized the person who had entered was none other than Kendo. She exclaimed, startled. Sit down? Izuku stammered, taken aback. Kendo quickly covered herself with her arms, her face flushed. The green-haired boy turned away quickly, feeling a rush of embarrassment. What are you doing here? He asked. That's what I should be asking you. Kendo shot back, her confusion evident. A few minutes earlier, Mineta had been standing at the entrance of the bathrooms, mischievously suching the signs for the boys' and girls' restrooms. My plan is ready, he thought with a perverted grin. Now I just have to wait for one of the pussycats to return the signs to normal. However, Aizawa appeared, capturing Mineta in his bandages. Oi, he said. You need extra classes more than anyone. Wait. My plan. Mineta protested helplessly as he was dragged away. Meanwhile, Izuku arrived at the hot springs just in time to see Mineta being pulled away. Only in these moments, I feel sorry for him, he reflected before confidently entering the boys' bathroom. 5 minutes later, Mandalay arrived and, noticing the signs had been tampered with, returned them to their rightful places. Just then, Kendo entered the hot springs, sighing in relief. Exhausted? Nothing better than hot springs to eliminate exhaustion, she thought. Silence enveloped the bathroom, broken only by the gentle rustling of trees in the wind and the soft sound of a shurshuro doshi. Both Izuku and Kendo turned their backs to one another, the awkwardness of the situation hanging heavily in the air. After a moment, Izuku broke the silence. Itsuka, what are you doing here? Next door was supposedly the women's bathroom. That's what I should say. This is the women's bathroom, Kendo replied, a hint of frustration in her voice. But, wait a second. Mineta. Izuku's anger flared as he connected the dots. Anyway, I think you should go out. The girls won't take long to arrive, Kendo suggested. You're right, Izuku agreed, preparing to stand. Just as he did, however, he suddenly slipped, tumbling toward Kendo. They both landed in a heap, their faces mere inches apart, their eyes locking in an unexpected moment of intimacy. Kendo hesitated for a beat, then said softly, "Oh? We didn't have time to talk," as she leaned closer. Itsuka? Izuku breathed, his heart racing. In that charged moment, they shared a tender kiss, filled with unspoken feelings, oblivious to the world around them. Izuku wrapped his arms around Kendo, pulling her closer, as they surrendered to the warmth of the moment. Itsuka broke away from the kiss, her eyes sparkling with relief. I really needed this, she admitted softly. Izuku chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. The awkward moment alone? Just kidding, he replied, a grin spreading across his face. Kendo, her cheeks flushed, gently tapped the green-haired boy's arm before laying her head against his chest. A moment with you, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Since the internship, we haven't gone out. You're right, Izuku nodded thoughtfully. Let's do this. After camp, let's have a date, okay? Kendo smiled brightly at the suggestion. Yes. But for now, you should get out of here before someone else arrives. Izuku nodded again, ready to rise, but then hesitated. Could you turn around? Kendo looked surprised, her blush deepening. I'm sorry, she stammered before turning away. He quickly got up and headed for his clothes, but as he reached for them, he heard the voices of girls approaching. In a panic, he ducked behind a nearby rock that was partially submerged in the water. Thanks, hot spring designer, he thought to himself, grateful for the cover. Kendo, still oblivious, called out, What's happening, Izu? Suddenly, Setsuna's voice rang out, Kendo. Kendo jumped, clearly startled. Setsuna, Ibra. Ibra greeted her nervously. Hello, nervous? Kendo's curiosity piqued. What happens to him? Setsuna leaned in closer, her excitement bubbling over. Well, we had to enjoy this place a little more and escape from Komori. Both girls settled next to Kendo, bringing their laughter and chatter dangerously close to Izuku's hiding spot. He felt his heart race, knowing they were all naked, and instinctively, Kendo shifted closer to the rock to shield the girls from discovering him. Izuku's mind raced as he repeated to himself, Don't look, don't look, don't look, his anxiety mounting. Kendo finally asked, Tell me, what are the others doing? Setsuna replied, Let's see. The boys challenged Class A, and now they are playing ping pong. The girls are playing truth or dare. We played with them, and they gave the most dangerous challenge to Ibra. Really? What was it? Kendo pressed, intrigued. Ibra hesitated, her cheeks turning a deeper shade of red. Well. Kendo and Setsuna leaned closer, eager to hear their friend's embarrassed confession. Ibra stammered, BB. Come on, spill it. Kendo insisted, her curiosity piqued. Izuku tried to edge closer to the exit, but it seemed impossible to escape unnoticed. Setsuna finally revealed, I had to kiss Bakugo on the cheek, or hug him. Both Kendo and Izuku were taken aback. It can't be. Kendo gasped. But you won't believe what happened next, Setsuna teased, enjoying the suspense. What are you talking about? Kendo demanded. You'll see, Setsuna replied, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she began to recount the story. In a flashback, Komori had issued the challenge with a mischievous grin. You must kiss or hug Bakugo. The girls had been stunned into silence, Reiko voicing her disapproval. I don't think it's a good idea. Setsuna had quickly agreed. I agree with Yanagi-chan. You already saw what that boy's personality is like. Komori, unfazed, had insisted, you're right. I'm sorry, Shio. She noticed the blonde's blush and smirked. No, you have to do it. The flashback faded as Kendo's voice returned to the present. I'm sure they convinced Komori-san to change the challenge. Right? Setsuna shrugged. Well, we tried, but I don't make the truth easy. Kendo crossed her arms, a playful smile on her lips. What question should I answer? Setsuna smirked. Yes, I was in love. Kendo raised an eyebrow. Knowing you, Ibara, you chose truth over dare. Right. Right? Ibara remained silent, her face a deep crimson. Kendo raised her hands in exasperation. Seriously? How are you still alive? It's weird to see you talk like that about someone, Setsuna teased, enjoying the moment. Kendo's expression turned serious. That boy's personality is scary. In the game room, Shoji relaxed as he watched Koda engage in a spirited ping-pong match against Ida. Meanwhile, Bakugo had ventured downstairs to grab a soda. At the vending machine, as he pondered his choices, Ibara appeared unexpectedly. What happens, thorn hairs? Bakugo remarked upon noticing the young woman. Ibara, however, didn't respond. She approached him slowly, her hair veiling her eyes. Sensing something amiss, Bakugo prepared himself to react defensively. Ibara seemed distracted, her actions disconcerting her, and in a moment of clumsiness, she tripped over an unseen obstacle. What are you doing? Bakugo exclaimed as they collided, both ending up in an unintended embrace. Ibara's head rested against Bakugo's chest, while he attempted to navigate the tangled mess of her blonde hair without causing harm to himself. What the hell is wrong with you? Bakugo asked, bewildered. Bibaku-sen, Ibara stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. Bakugo raised an eyebrow, his tone turning threatening. In an unexpected turn, Ibara kissed Bakugo on the cheek before retreating to her friends, leaving him in a state of confusion and shock. The boys nearby, witnessing the incident, were about to tease Bakugo, but he quickly unleashed a couple of explosions, sending them scurrying away in fear. As the flashback faded, Setsuna recounted the story to her friends. Kendo looked shocked, while Ibara sat in silence, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the memory. Izuku, still hidden, fought back laughter at the unfolding drama. Well, Setsuna stretched, I think I'll head out, as she took a towel to cover herself. While waiting for Kendo's signal to leave, Izuku noticed a strange glow filtering through the trees. Determined to investigate, he used his quirk to break off a piece of the dense rock where he hid and hurled it toward the light. HM? Did you hear that? Ibara asked, her curiosity piqued. Kendo, nervous, inquired, Oh, hear what? I think it was nothing, Ibara replied, sighing in relief. So, Bakugo? Kendo ventured, glancing at Ibara, who nodded, still embarrassed. It was certainly peculiar that someone as gentle and composed as Ibara would be drawn to someone as impulsive and aggressive as Bakugo. I think you should get to know him better, Kendo suggested. He seems dangerous. Ibara, blushing, responded, You're right, but he has a kind side even if he doesn't show it. When has he ever shown that? Kendo asked incredulously. Well, Ibara hesitated, recalling moments that hinted at Bakugo's softer side. Meanwhile, Izuku was growing weary. The heat was overwhelming, and he felt on the brink of losing consciousness, prompting him to consider an alternative escape plan. Really? Kendo exclaimed, surprised by Ibara's perspective. Yes, although he can be aggressive, he still offered clear instructions to the transfer student, Ibra defended. Who would have thought Bakugo has a kind side? Kendo mused, her disbelief evident. Ibra nodded, I think I'll go too. The heat is getting to me. I understand, Kendo replied, I'll leave in a few minutes. Ibra made her way to the locker room, while Kendo sought out Izuku. Izuku, can you come out now? She called, but received no response. Izuku, she tried again, growing concerned. Her eyes scanned the area and spotted the makeshift hole in the wall that separated the men's and women's bathrooms. She hurried into the locker room, rifling through the baskets for Izuku's clothes, only to find they had vanished. Are you okay? What are you looking for? Ibra asked, reappearing. And nothing, Kendo stammered, relieved to deflect the inquiry. Meanwhile, Izuku was deep in the forest, closer to the bathrooms. His suspicion grew as he pieced together what the shiny object he had thrown could be. After a few minutes of searching, he finally found it, and a vein throbbed on his forehead as he processed the implications of his actions. On the fourth day of camp, the sky was clear, and the students continued their rigorous training. Izuku was preparing to face Pixie Bob's Earth Elemental, but first, he felt compelled to speak with Bakugo. Izuku called out, Bakugo, what do you want, DMN broccoli? Bakugo replied, his irritation evident. Do you like Ibra? Izuku asked directly, catching Bakugo off guard. What are you talking about? Don't bother me, let me train. Bakugo snapped. I'll take that as a yes, Izuku said, smirking. Stop with the hassles. Bakugo shouted, clearly annoyed. I'll stop if you admit that you like her, Izuku pressed on. Bakugo, reaching his limit, placed his hands on a nearby barrel of water and aimed at Izuku, launching a powerful explosion in response. Izuku managed to shield himself from most of the blast with his quirk. Okay, we'll talk about this another day. But until then, you should think about it a little, Izuku warned as he walked away. With that brief and explosive exchange with Bakugo behind him, Izuku made his way to the designated area for his fight against the elemental. The place was a barren plain, devoid of grass and isolated from the rest of the camp to avoid disruption. On his way, he encountered Kendo. They greeted each other but quickly recalled the awkwardness of the previous day, leading them to distance themselves slightly. Upon arriving at the fighting area, Pixie Bob presented Izuku with a challenge. Fight against 200 creatures. Without using a sword. Why? Izuku exclaimed, bewildered. I've seen that you're good with swords, but I've never seen you fight hand to hand, except at the festival, Pixie Bob explained. I want you to train in hand-to-hand combat because there may be times when you cannot use your sword. Understanding her intentions, Izuku accepted the challenge without hesitation. He watched as the beasts emerged from the earth in various sizes, some as tall as he was, while others towered like giants from the forest. With determination, Izuku advanced toward the creatures, activating his quirk to cover his body in heavy metal. He increased his speed, charging toward the nearest beast and leaping onto the head of a large creature, defeating it with a single blow. However, this left him vulnerable, and another beast struck him hard, sending him crashing into the ground, creating a crater. Thankfully, his quirk absorbed most of the impact. He grunted, thinking, it's difficult to move in this state. But not impossible. Dodging the next attack from the large creature, Izuku climbed up its arm to get closer to its head. Unfortunately, he was ambushed by 3 smaller beasts that had been lurking nearby. The giant creature raised its other hand to crush him, and in that moment, everything seemed to slow down. Damn, am I really useless without my swords? I'll be defeated just for lacking my weapons. Wait, my quirk, he realized. Concentrating hard, Izuku redirected the metal covering him to reinforce his arms. Just as the giant hand descended upon him, it suddenly exploded, surprising Pixie Bob, who was watching intently. As the dust settled, Izuku emerged, wounded but covered in black metal spikes. That was too close, he exhaled, shaking off the shards. The metal then encased one of his fists, allowing him to strike down one of the creature's arms before it collapsed to the ground. Well done, Roranoa. You were quick to adapt, Pixie Bob praised. Thank you, Izuku replied, catching his breath. Come on, let's head to the infirmary to treat your wounds. I'll undo the beast, Pixie Bob suggested. Don't worry, I can still continue, Izuku said, stretching a little before returning to face the remaining creatures. Pixie Bob watched him with admiration. Incredible. I'll wait for you in 3 years. Izuku felt a sudden chill that distracted him just as a powerful blow struck him squarely in the face. Pixie Bob, witnessing the incident, exclaimed, "Ouch." Sorry. As the green-haired boy trained, Mandalay communicated with all the students through her telepathy, announcing that there would be a test of courage that night. Some students were thrilled, eager for a break from the rigorous training that had consumed their days. The most excited among them were those who had been attending extra classes, as they would finally have a night free from their demanding schedule. For now, however, they had to endure another round of intense training. Izuku took a moment's respite from battling the creatures, having already defeated them all. Pixie Bob was busy crafting a special terrain for Tsuyu and Ida, leaving him time to observe Tiger's training. How old-fashioned, he thought to himself, watching Tiger encourage one of his students, Juroda Shishida, who was preparing to attack using his beast quirk. With impressive agility, Tiger dodged the attack and countered with a punch that left Juroda nearly unconscious. Izuku marveled at the display of strength and skill, recognizing the remarkable abilities of his classmates. Eventually, training came to an end, and both classes gathered to cook. Koda was helping Izuku by peeling vegetables while Izuku chopped them. As they worked, they chatted about sword techniques and the training Izuku had received from Zoro. The young boy listened intently, his excitement palpable as he shared his dream of visiting the Rorinoa dojo one day. Izuku couldn't help but feel delighted by the thought. Great. By the way, are you okay? Koda asked, glancing at Izuku with concern. Yeah. Why? Izuku replied, slightly puzzled. Well, you look dirtier and more hurt than the rest. You also have bandages on your head and arms, Koda pointed out. Izuku waved off the concern. Don't worry, I just went overboard with my training, he said, though he knew it was Pixie Bob who had pushed the limits with the number of creatures she had conjured. Once they finished cutting the vegetables, Izuku carried them over to where Uraraka was cooking. On his way, he stumbled upon a surprising sight. Ibra was standing next to Bakugo, who was keeping a watchful eye on her to ensure she didn't cut herself again. Izuku couldn't help but think, you should go out with her, Bomberman. After completing his task, Izuku noticed Koda heading toward Mandalay, prompting him to find Kendo and offer his assistance with the vegetables. Upon reaching her, he discovered an unconscious Monoma sprawled beside her, and he quickly pieced together what must have happened. Hello, Itsuka. What did he do now? He asked, nodding toward the unconscious figure. The usual, Kendo replied, her tone laced with amusement. Izuku chuckled softly, moving closer to help with the remaining vegetables. I don't need you to help me, Kendo stated, but there was a hint of playfulness in her voice. Then, Izuku hesitated, gathering his courage. I want to spend more time with you, even if it's just cutting vegetables. Kendo was taken aback for a moment but then leaned against Izuku's arm, a smile creeping across her face. You are so cute, she said, her tone warm and teasing. Izuku's face flushed, and he frowned slightly, caught off guard by her compliment. What's happening? Kendo asked, noticing his reaction. In that moment, Izuku leaned in and shared a soft kiss with her, the world around them fading away as they enjoyed a brief connection amidst the chaos of their training camp. Izuku gazed into Kendo's eyes, the intensity of his green-haired stare captivating her and causing her to pause her task of cutting vegetables. They remained locked in this moment for several minutes until the sound of someone clearing their throat broke the spell, pulling them back to reality. Kendo's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, while Izuku silently chastised himself for not taking the opportunity to be alone with her. As night fell, the students gathered in front of the forest, accompanied by the pussycats. Excitement buzzed in the air as the 5 kids from the extra classes anticipated the bravery test, but Aizawa quickly whisked them away for additional training, feeling that their earlier efforts had been lacking. The pussycats briefed the students on the path they would need to navigate through the forest, with Class B tasked with scaring them along the way. Class A paired up through a draw, but with an odd number of participants, one student was left alone. Izuku turned to Koda, concern etched on his face. "Will you be okay crossing the forest alone?" he asked. Koda nodded, a hint of nerves flickering in his eyes, but he was determined not to let that stop him. The pairs formed were as follows: Tokoyami and Shoji, Bakugo and Todoroki, Jairu and Hagakure, Rorinoa and Yayorozu, Uraraka and Azui, Bajiro and Siro, Ida and Aoyama. Even. Bakugo, ever the instigator, clapped a hand on Ojiro's shoulder. "Hey, Tail, SW with me," he demanded. Bajiro stammered, "I'm sorry, but I can't." Izuku chimed in, "Bomberman isn't that bad." Bakugo retorted, "Oh? That's because you have a ponytail. Bet you'd want to change partners if you met someone annoying." Izuku contemplated this, imagining if it had been Bakugo's turn, and reluctantly agreed. "You're right," he admitted. Bakugo's frustration bubbled over as sparks crackled from his hands. "For some reason, I feel like exploding your face." Before a fight could break out, the imposing aura of Tiger intervened, urging them to wait their turn. Momo spoke up, her voice tinged with worry. I hope we can cross without problems." Izuku nodded in reassurance. "Don't worry, I don't think Class B is that scary." 9 minutes later, Izuku and Momo neared the halfway point. Momo clung to Izuku's arm, her nerves heightened by the tricks Class B had set up to scare them. Izuku was startled when Yui's head suddenly popped up from the ground, but he managed to keep his composure. "Momo, we're almost there," he said, trying to instill confidence. Momo, slightly embarrassed, apologized. "I am sorry if it bothers you that I'm stuck to you." Izuku smiled, reassuring her, "Don't worry, it doesn't bother me." Despite his calm demeanor, Izuku was internally battling his own thoughts. "Concentrate, it's not the first time you've been in this situation. You felt this way before with Itsuka." As they reached the halfway point, they encountered a table with their names, but something was off. The table was covered in blood. Momo gasped, "Are the pussycats really tried hard?" "This looks very realistic," she said, stepping away from Izuku to inspect it. Izuku, relieved that she had moved away, approached the table and realized that the blood was startlingly real. Just then, a light mist began to rise in the forest, and Izuku caught a whiff of a pungent scent. He quickly covered his mouth and nose. "Mother!" he exclaimed as Momo also detected the smell. She quickly fashioned 2 gas masks, handing one to Izuku. "What is this?" he asked. "I don't know. How is it possible for a poisonous fog to appear in the forest?" Momo pondered. Their thoughts were interrupted when Tetsu appeared, carrying an unconscious Ibra in his arms. Momo sprang into action, creating additional gas masks. "Momo, go to Tetsu and hand him the gas masks," Izuku instructed firmly. But she hesitated. "It doesn't matter, just go," he insisted. They nodded, rushing to assist their fellow students while Izuku stayed back, examining the bloodstained table. Still fresh, he muttered, glancing around for clues. He spotted a trail and decided to follow. 4 cuts marred the creature, 2 behind its knees and another on the Achilles tendons. It fell to the ground, struggling to rise. Izuku appeared behind the Nomu, swiftly drawing blood from his katana with a single motion before sheathing it as he approached Ragdoll. He examined her closely. Although her wounds did not seem serious, she had lost a significant amount of blood. "Don't worry, I'm here," Izuku reassured her. "That's what I should be saying." "I am the heroine," Ragdoll replied, attempting to maintain her composure. Izuku chuckled lightly, trying to lighten the mood. "Hee, for now, you will take the role of the rescued." He turned his attention back to the creature, which lay incapacitated. "Thank goodness he doesn't have regeneration." "Wait a second. Koda," he exclaimed. "Ragdoll, you can get on my back." With the strength she had left, Ragdoll nodded and managed to climb onto Izuku's back. "Hold on. Run towards the camp," he instructed. Aware of the poisonous mist still lingering in the air, he inhaled deeply, removed his mask, and placed it over Ragdoll's face. Minutes passed as they navigated through the forest. Finally, they emerged, only to find 2 villains confronting Tiger and Mandalay while Pixie Bob lay on the ground, having sustained a blow to the head. Mandalay. Izuku called out, noticing the situation. Ragdoll? Mandalay shouted, her voice filled with concern. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Izuku reassured them before darting past the two heroes. As he assessed the scene, he realized that the extra clades would be a safer place for his friends, but the two villains stood in his way. One of them attacked with a colossal weapon crafted from numerous knives. Knowing he couldn't afford to fight at full strength while protecting Ragdoll, Izuku devised a plan. In a swift motion, he threw Ragdoll into the air, evading the villain's attack with agility reminiscent of a lizard. Ignoring the other assailant, he leaped to catch Ragdoll, continuing their escape. The villains attempted to pursue, but Tiger and Mandalay intervened, blocking their path. Meanwhile, inside a nearby building, Aizawa was restraining Dabi, who suddenly began to melt away. I hope you can protect your students. We don't see. Dabi trailed off as he dissolved before Aizawa's eyes. Aizawa! What was that? Shiro exclaimed, arriving with Ojiro, Ida, and Koda. The hero wasted no time, sprinting towards where the villains were attacking. Izuku soon reunited with his companions. Ojiro, he called out. Is that Ragdoll? Shiro asked, astonished. Guys, did you see Koda? Izuku inquired, a sense of urgency in his voice. I thought he was with Aizawa, Ida replied, confused. Izuku paused, contemplating. I think I know where he is. Take care of her, he instructed Ragdoll, handing her over to his friends. I must go to Koda. With determination, Izuku dashed toward the location he believed the young boy would be. Meanwhile, Koda was fleeing, gripping Izuku's katana tightly. He was bewildered, wondering how he had ended up with a weapon in his hand. Flashback, a few minutes before the attack. Izuku was on his way to the bravery test, carrying the katana crafted by Momo. Along the way, he encountered Koda. What's happening, Koda? Izuku asked. I can't find anything to use as a sword, Koda replied, panic evident in his voice. Noticing the boy's distress, Izuku had an idea. He quickly fashioned a makeshift sword from a rope he had on hand, securely tying the sheath with the guard. Ready. Use my sword, but never take it out of the sheath. It's dangerous, Izuku instructed. Can I really use it? Koda asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yes. In fact, I don't feel comfortable leaving my sword here, so I'm entrusting it to you, Izuku assured him. Thank you. Koda replied, relief washing over him. And a flashback. Koda had descended from his secret base, now fleeing from a villain he recognized all too well, the one who had killed his parents. As the villain lost sight of him, Koda hid behind some bushes, his heart racing. Where are you? The villain shouted, cutting down a nearby tree in frustration. Koda edged closer to the camp, but Koda was searching for a good vantage point to witness the destruction unfolding around him. However, as he lost his way, his focus shifted to a more immediate threat, the looming figure of a villain intent on killing him. The villain leaned in closer, his hand reaching towards the frightened boy's face. Rornosan! Koda shouted desperately. With a powerful cry, he unleashed Sanjuroku Pondo Ho. A surge of energy erupted from him, striking the villain with enough force to make him stagger back and release his grip on Koda. The boy's savior, Izuku, swiftly caught him before he could hit the ground. Are you okay? Izuku asked, his voice filled with concern. Koda recognized the familiar tone and felt tears of relief streaming down his cheeks. Aranoa, he stammered, overwhelmed with joy. I'm glad you're okay, Izuku replied, a smile breaking through the tension. Thanks for taking care of the sword. Koda nodded, still trembling from the encounter. Izuku gently set him down and turned towards the villain, his demeanor shifting to one of determination. You are from the League of Villains. The villain exhaled sharply. And what if I am? Izuku pressed on, what is your plan? Why are you here? Why should that matter to you? The villain retorted dismissively. Okay, this will make it easier, Izuku said, his resolve strengthening. He began to untie the guard of his sheath, unsheathing his blade. With a swift motion, he created a black katana using his quirk, surprising both the villain and Koda. This will make my fight easier. Since I won't have to hold back with you, Izuku declared. The villain laughed at his words, a sound that echoed with menace. That was very nice of you. But you only delay the inevitable. He enveloped himself in muscle fibers, preparing for the confrontation. Izuku took a fighting stance, his eyes locked on the villain. You think so? I believe I can stop you. He began to close the distance between them, and the villain mirrored his actions. As they charged at each other, the world seemed to blur around them. They collided fiercely, each delivering strikes with precision. The villain attacked first, and Izuku dodged by skidding across the ground, managing to leave a crosscut on the villain's back. However, the wound barely registered, as the muscle fibers quickly began to regenerate. "Diamen," Izuku muttered, frustration creeping into his voice. "I have you now," the villain taunted, spinning around to strike. Izuku blocked with both swords but was sent flying into a tree, colliding hard against its trunk. "My shoulder," he groaned, feeling the wound from a previous encounter open further. The villain laughed mockingly. "What happened to the confidence from before? Hey, can I ask you something?" Izuku called, trying to buy time. "Now," the villain responded, his confusion evident. "Is your name Muscular?" Izuku inquired. "How do you know?" Muscular shot back, his anger bubbling beneath the surface. "I had a feeling it would be something unoriginal," Izuku replied, a hint of bravado in his voice. Muscular's fury ignited, and he lunged at Izuku. Anticipating the attack, Izuku leaped, dodging the blow and using the villain's arm as leverage to land a hit to Muscular's face. The impact caused an artificial eye to pop out, further enraging the villain. "Biasudi," Muscular growled, grabbing one of Izuku's legs and slamming him into the ground. Izuku managed to shield his back with his quirk, but the force still caused pain. Desperate to escape the grip, Izuku focused his energy and molded the metal from his leg into needles, stabbing them into Muscular's hand. He finally broke free, both fighters exhilarated by the challenge. Izuku could sense Muscular's excitement. It had been a long time since he had faced such a worthy opponent. But he knew he needed to end the fight quickly. "Nitoryu! Iai," he declared, ready to unleash his final move. Izuku vanished and reappeared behind the muscular villain, his voice steady as he called out, "Rashomon." A deep vertical cut appeared on Muscular's chest, marking the surface of his body. But Izuku knew it wasn't over yet. "Not yet," he declared, turning to launch another attack. However, Muscular was quicker, striking Izuku's arm, the one wielding the black katana. The force of the blow sent Izuku flying several meters before he crashed to the ground, groaning in pain. His arm was broken. "I'm not done with you yet," Muscular taunted, leaping toward Izuku. The green-haired hero braced himself, activating his heavy metal quirk to shield his body. Muscular landed, unleashing a barrage of devastating blows. Each strike pushed Izuku deeper into the ground, creating a growing crater around him. Izuku's thoughts raced. Isn't he tired? He's been at this for a while. But the relentless assault showed no signs of stopping. Izuku could feel his strength waning. Soon he would be unable to maintain his quirk. "It's over," Muscular declared, halting the flurry of punches. His muscle fibers coalesced into a single, colossal arm. "Die." The blow landed with a thunderous impact, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. As the dust settled, Izuku was seen falling through the air in slow motion, his hair obscuring his eyes and his quirk deactivated. Muscular laughed maniacally. "It was fun, but I have to finish off a child." Izuku lay in the crater, barely conscious. A line of blood trickled over his eye, and he clutched his sword tightly with his only functioning arm. "Is this my end? Did I really try so hard to end up here?" Memories flooded his mind, faces of loved ones. "I'm sorry, mother, sir." "Tashiji." "Many." Muscular walked away from him, unable to hear the whispered regrets. Izuku's thoughts drifted to a certain orange-haired woman. "Itsuka. Will it really end like this?" Before him, a light flickered, drawing his gaze. "Don't go there." "Nah lie, not that kind of light," he thought, bemused. "Am I dead?" he wondered aloud. "Don't joke about it. I didn't raise you like that." Izuku recognized the voice. "Would you let your friends fight that villain?" You have the strength to overcome this obstacle. Izuku pondered, I think I hit my head too hard, I'm starting to hallucinate. But you're right. The dream you chose to follow will be full of obstacles like this. With newfound determination, Izuku struggled to rise from the ground. But remember that like all your friends, I support you. Muscular heard a noise from the crater and turned to see the battered green-haired boy standing, his hair shadowing his eyes, his clothes torn, and his body marked with wounds and blood. Don't think about fulfilling what you promised me because… Izuku covered his broken arm with his quirk, clenching his fist. He felt the sting of flesh as blood seeped from the injury, yet he could still move it. You are now my hero, he whispered. Muscular grinned wickedly and charged at Izuku. With both hands, he grasped Momo's katana, positioning himself as he had during his confrontation with the Nomu. I can do it, Izuku thought, resting the sword behind his head and pointing the edge upward. Itoryu, Muscular, closed the distance, and Izuku unleashed his spiritual energy, which split into 4 streams and surged toward Muscular. The villain leaped, but Izuku mirrored the action, advancing toward him. As he moved, his sword guided the energy. Confusion flickered across Muscular's face. Would that energy harm him if he touched it? Before he could process the danger, Izuku's sword pierced his chest. Kantan to Shidasuki. Izuku shouted, invoking the name of his technique. Momo's sword shattered, leaving the blade embedded in Muscular while the hilt remained in Izuku's grip. The villain leaned against a nearby tree, groaning in pain as he attempted to grasp the blade. I wouldn't if I were you, Izuku warned. The blade is in the aorta. If you pull it out, you will bleed to death and die. Muscular chuckled, his voice dripping with mockery. Worthy of a hero. In response, Izuku took a deep breath, his resolve unwavering. I only did what I had to. Stop you? Muscular raised an eyebrow in surprise. Izuku continued, determination etched on his face. Consider it a pre-professional courtesy. Now, if you'll excuse me. He turned away from the villain, his mind focused on a more pressing concern. I have to find my girlfriend. As he sprinted towards where the others were, Muscular watched the green-haired hero vanish into the distance. Though Izuku masked his fatigue, his body was nearing its limit. The new Itoryu techniques he had employed were still unrefined and had drained his stamina significantly. The only thing propelling him forward was the adrenaline coursing through his veins. I hope Kota and Itsuka are okay, he muttered, worry lacing his thoughts. Suddenly, a telepathic message resonated in his mind. Everyone from Class A and B. In the name of the pro-hero Eraserhead, you are allowed to fight. Izuku let out a soft laugh, though it quickly turned into a grimace from the pain it caused him. A little late, Mandalay, he thought, shaking his head as he pressed onward. In that moment he leapt instinctively, narrowly avoiding a dark claw that slashed through the air. What the… he exclaimed, recognizing the shadowy figure behind the attack. Tokoyami, Dark Shadow? Dark Shadow lunged at him, and Izuku jumped back, but his legs faltered upon landing. Just as the Quirk threatened to take advantage of his weakness, Shoji arrived and intervened, grabbing him just in time. What happened to you, Roronoa? Shoji asked, concern etched on his face as he took in Izuku's battered state. That's what I should ask you. What happened to Tokoyami? Izuku replied, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. Tokoyami lost control of his quirk. It was already difficult to manage him in the dark, but when they wounded me… Shoji showed Izuku one of his bleeding arms, the anger evident in his eyes. I completely lost control. Izuku's gaze shifted to the berserk Dark Shadow, worry flooding his thoughts. This is bad, he said. We must find Bakugo and Todoroki to calm Dark Shadow, Shoji insisted, urgency in his tone. You're right. The light would weaken him, and then Tokoyami could regain control. Izuku paused, a plan forming in his mind. Shoji, you can do it? Shoji replied, puzzled. Izuku pointed towards a large mass of ice jutting out from the forest. Take him there, he instructed, his voice firm. They're sure to be there. He then turned to take another path. Where are you going? Shoji called after him. I'll go see how the rest are, Izuku replied, determination reigniting within him. Shoji nodded, steeling himself to draw Dark Shadow's attention away as Izuku moved on. Meanwhile, Kendo stood with Tetsu, distributing masks to their classmates. The gray-haired boy had entrusted Ibra to Momo, hoping she would lead him to safety among the heroes. However, the situation was growing increasingly dire as the fog thickened around them. "We have permission. Come on," Tetsu urged, his excitement palpable. "Wait, you don't understand about the gas?" Kendo interjected, her voice urgent. "It's dangerous, isn't it?" Tetsu asked, concern creeping into his tone. "Not that. Mandalay didn't mention anything about the gas. It likely hasn't dispersed here," Kendo explained, her eyes scanning the area. Tetsu's expression shifted as realization dawned on him. "That's strange. Could it be?" Kendo nodded, her instincts kicking in. "There must be a villain using his quirk. Look, the gas is denser here than where we were." "You're brilliant," Tetsu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "We must go now." With their mission clear, they prepared to face the encroaching danger head-on. Izuku stood in shock, grappling with the unfolding situation. Kirishima, filled with determination, proposed a bold idea. "Let's save him," he urged, his voice brimming with urgency. "What are you talking about?" Izuku replied, still trying to process the gravity of the moment. Ida interjected, his tone firm. "We can't do that, Kirishima. We should leave it to the professionals." Kirishima's frustration was palpable. "I understand that. But..." His voice trailed off, yet those present could grasp the weight of his unspoken thoughts. They had witnessed the villains take their friend, and the sense of helplessness gnawed at them, especially for those who had been there during the abduction. "If I don't do something, I can't call myself a hero or a man," Kirishima declared, extending his hand toward Izuku. "Therefore, lend me your help, Izubro." Izuku found himself in a moral dilemma. On one hand, using his quirks to save his friend, his partner, could jeopardize Aizawa, who was responsible for their class. On the other hand, they had the power to change the outcome. "But how do you know where Bakugo is?" he asked, seeking clarity. Kirishima explained, "Ragdoll is in this hospital. When we visited her yesterday, we saw All Might and a police officer talking to her. Apparently, another member of the League of Villains injured her, but she managed to use her quirk and knows where Bakugo is now." "I see," Izuku replied, his mind racing. Todoroki, who had been quietly listening, chimed in, "And Kirishima-san got that address?" Kirishima pressed, "That's why, Rorano, lend me your strength." Izuku hesitated, "Let me think about it." "I understand," Kirishima said, determination still shining in his eyes. "We will wait for you tonight in front of the hospital." "Shall we wait?" Izuku echoed, still uncertain. Todoroki added, "I'll go help him too." Izuku nodded, "I understand. I'll think about it." With that, Kirishima and Todoroki departed, leaving only Mina and Tsuyu in the room. "So, you will do it?" Mina inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Probably. If there is even a slight chance to save him, I will do it," Izuku replied, his resolve forming. Tsuyu, her expression serious, challenged him. "Even if you are about to do something similar to a villain?" Izuku looked at her, confusion etched on his face. "We are all surprised by Bakugo's kidnapping. But think about it calmly. No matter what you feel, if you decide to fight them again, you will break the rules. It's the same as acting like villains." A heavy silence enveloped them. Izuku's gaze drifted to a melon that Mineta had left beside a plate of apples. Moments later he rose to his feet. Mina instinctively moved to stop him, but he was already standing. He approached Tsuyu, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "You're right. I know you said that because you're worried about us, but you don't have to be. We'll just get Bakugo out of there and avoid fighting as much as possible." Tsuyu opened her mouth to respond, but ultimately decided to stay silent. Izuku noticed the lingering worry in her eyes. Drawing closer, he hugged her gently, whispering, "Calm down." He stroked her hair in a comforting gesture. Tsuyu, flustered, said, "All right. Could you let me go? It's a little embarrassing." Izuku nodded and released her. Mina watched the exchange, feeling a bit embarrassed herself. After a brief conversation, the two girls left the room just as the doctor entered to check on Izuku's condition. I don't know whether to praise you or worry about you, the doctor said, removing the bandage. Self-inflicting a wound to accommodate the bone is impressive. Thanks, Izuku replied sheepishly. But you should be more careful. If you had bled longer, it could have been serious. I understand. I'll be careful next time, Izuku promised. Just don't do something like that again, the doctor warned as he finished removing the bandages. Most of Izuku's wounds had healed, leaving only scars, something he didn't dwell on. Try to move it, the doctor instructed. Izuku complied but winced. It hurts a little? That's normal. For now, you will wear a cast for a few days. Izuku nodded, and the doctor proceeded to cast his forearm. Hours passed. Izuku's lips met Kendo's in a brief but tender kiss, silencing her concerns. Don't worry, he reassured her, a soft smile playing on his face. Remember, we have a date after this. Kendo's cheeks flushed a vibrant shade of red as she nodded, excitement and shyness mingling within her. Just as Izuku turned to leave, he felt a tug on his shirt. Itsuka? He questioned, glancing back to see Kendo looking at him with wide eyes. Can you kiss me again? She stammered, her blush deepening. Of course. Izuku replied, leaning in to fulfill her request. Meanwhile, Kirishima and Todoroki waited for Izuku, engaged in their own conversation when Ida suddenly appeared before them. Ida, Kirishima acknowledged. What are you doing here? I thought you refused this idea, Todoroki remarked, a hint of confusion in his voice. I still do, Ida insisted, his expression resolute. But I care about my friends, and I will accompany you to prevent you from doing something dangerous. Kirishima nodded in agreement, and the trio prepared to leave when Izuku called out, Do they forget about me? The three turned to see the green-haired boy, a cast on his arm. What did the doctor say? Kirishima asked, eyeing the plaster. I basically have to wear this for a couple of days, Izuku explained. It was supposed to be weeks, but because of what I did with my quirk, it's less time. For a moment, I thought he was going to hit me like Recovery Girl. With that, the boys set off toward their destination, now on a train bound for Kanagawa Prefecture. We will arrive in no time, Kirishima said confidently. Are you sure it's the right address? Izuku inquired, a hint of doubt creeping in. Yes, Kirishima replied, recalling a past encounter. I saw it clearly when I clashed with All Might. Izuku reacted, surprised. When he left Ragdoll's room, I bumped into him and could see the direction clearly, Kirishima explained. Izuku approached him, placing a hand on the redhead's shoulder. You are a genius. Thank you? Kirishima responded, slightly taken aback. After a few minutes, the boys arrived in Kanagawa, but Ida halted Izuku's movements. Wait, we need to disguise ourselves. With the festival and the camp, the villains or someone else could recognize us. Ida was right. Todoroki noticed the attention they drew from their classmates and pointed toward a nearby clothing store. They entered, searching for outfits to conceal their identities. Kirishima picked out a piece of clothing. Perfect, he declared. This may actually work, Ida added, inspecting his choices. You really seem like someone different, Todoroki commented, looking at Izuku. Kirishima and Ida echoed, You are someone different? Are you ready? Izuku asked, adjusting his cast. Kirishima teased, Hey, Izubro, I can still recognize you. Don't worry, Izuku replied, pulling up his hood and putting on a mask. I can use this. It may work, but... Ida hesitated. You look like a criminal, Todoroki stated, sweat trickling down his brow. Izuku, feeling determined, said, Believe me, it will work. As they left the store, Kirishima noticed the bandages on Izuku's arms. Why the bandages? Izuku shrugged. I wanted to look cool. I understand. Well, you're right, you look manly, Kirishima complimented. Thanking him, Izuku and his friends continued to navigate through the streets, careful to avoid drawing attention. Upon reaching their destination, they quickly hid in an alley, spotting several police officers and heroes surrounding a building. There it is. This is the address, Kirishima whispered. What's the plan? Ida asked, scanning the scene. Honestly, I hoped we would arrive before the police, Kirishima admitted. Okay, this is a problem, Izuku said, worry creeping into his voice. Todoroki pointed. Look. Everyone turned to see a police officer approaching the door. Knock knock. Excuse me, I'm from Pizzala from Kamino, the officer said, confusion evident. Suddenly, All Might burst through the building shouting, Smash! The heroes sprang into action, swiftly capturing the villains and rescuing Bakugo. Relief washed over the young heroes. They had likely dodged a bullet by not intervening. The atmosphere was tense as the gray-haired boy approached the green-haired man. Impressive, your reflexes are good. Maybe you're a good candidate for the league, a voice remarked, filled with a sense of menace. I will never join the villains, Izuku replied firmly, his resolve unwavering. I see. At least I'll take your quirk. It seems very useful, the stranger continued, advancing closer. Suddenly, Bakugo's voice pierced through the air. DMN. Get down. He urged as he noticed the threat looming over Izuku. The gray-haired boy was trying to escape, but Izuku, distracted, was stepping away from Tamura's teacher, who was ready to seize him. Just then, a powerful voice boomed. All for one. All Might charged in, striking the villain directly. Yet, the villain managed to catch both of All Might's fists, creating a shockwave from the collision that pushed everyone present back several meters. In the chaos, Bakugo managed to break free from Izuku. What the hell? Bakugo muttered, scanning the scene around them. We must get out of here, Izuku urged, realizing they were surrounded by the League of Villains. Drawing from his quirk, he created a katana and launched an energy attack into the sky, a signal of desperation. What the hell are you doing? Bakugo shouted in disbelief. That doesn't matter. For now, we must resist, Izuku insisted. He knew that if they stayed in one place, All Might would be unable to fight at his full potential. As All Might battled all for one, Izuku and Bakugo stood back to back, vigilant, observing the movements of their enemies. A young woman with a pair of knives lunged at Izuku, but he deftly blocked her attack with his katana. At the same moment, Compress tried to capture Bakugo, but the gray-haired boy soared into the air to evade him. Reacting quickly, Izuku crouched down, causing Compress to miss and inadvertently lock himself up with the villain. Toga-chan! Twice shouted, frantic as he witnessed the unfolding chaos. How? Close, Izuku muttered, glancing at Bakugo. Let me know next time. Shut up, broccoli. Bakugo retorted, irritated. Maldito Bomberman. Izuku exclaimed in frustration as he landed a punch to Compress's stomach, forcing him to retreat. Just then, Twice attempted to come at them from behind, but Bakugo countered with an explosion aimed at his face, shouting, Shine. Despite their differences, Izuku and Bakugo had learned to anticipate each other's moves, allowing them to fight cohesively. Still, their dodges often led to accidental collisions. Be careful, Izuku warned, pushing Bakugo aside just in time to receive a knife stab. That was close, he thought as he managed to cover the intended wound with metal. Toga, eyes gleaming with madness, exclaimed, You are cute. Can I see your blood? Izuku recoiled mentally. No thanks, he shouted, swinging his blunt katana at her, but she evaded the attack with agility. Bakugo, frustrated, pushed Compress with an explosion. I didn't need your help. I know, but I did it anyway, Izuku shot back, unfazed by Bakugo's anger. In a fit of rage, Bakugo launched an explosion aimed at Izuku, but the green-haired boy dodged just in time, causing Twice to take the blast head-on. Don't dodge my explosions. Bakugo yelled, exasperated. This is not the time to discuss this. Izuku replied, their tempers flaring. What did you say, broccoli? Bakugo challenged, their foreheads nearly touching as they glared at each other. Izuku pointed the tip of his katana at Bakugo while sparks crackled from Bakugo's hands. Meanwhile, the villains, nursing their wounds from the battle, watched the exchange in disbelief, their expressions a mix of confusion and irritation. How was it possible that they couldn't capture these two? Both Bakugo and Izuku were holding their ground against the villains, successfully evading capture. However, All Might was beginning to falter. His immense power was slowly depleting. "What's happening, All Might? Did you get weak?" FO taunted, a smirk on his face. The hero's smile vanished, replaced by a fierce expression. In a swift motion he charged at AFO, ready to deliver a blow. But AFO countered by extending his arm, launching an air bullet that sent All Might crashing into a nearby building. Meanwhile, Izuku and Bakugo, though exhausted, managed to defeat the remaining villains, leaving only Shigaraki standing. As the blue-haired man approached them, menacing protuberances with red details suddenly shot out, stabbing Izuku in the shoulder. Izuku gasped in pain. "Stay away, Bakugo." Bakugo stepped back, watching in horror as Izuku's quirk activated, producing thousands of needles that erupted from his body. All for One was manipulating Izuku's power. "Your quirk is quite interesting. Can I take it?" FO asked with a malicious smile. Izuku struggled to regain control, but it felt impossible. "Dreams," he shouted, spinning and generating a small tornado that pushed Shigaraki back, tearing away his protrusions. The green-haired boy fell to his knees, wincing in pain. FO attempted to stab Izuku again, but All Might reappeared, shouting Carolina Smash. He struck AFO's torso, forcing him to retreat. Izuku tried to stand, but blood continued to flow from his shoulder. Bakugo, noticing this, tore a strip from his shirt to use as a makeshift bandage. "We must use this opportunity to escape," Izuku urged. Bakugo hesitated, glancing at the villains rising again. "You're right. But how?" Suddenly, an ice ramp formed in the distance. From above, Kirishima's voice rang out, "Let's get out of here." Recognizing the voice, Bakugo scooped Izuku up like a bag and propelled himself toward his friends with a powerful explosion. Kirishima caught them midair. "Bakubro, Izubro!" Kirishima exclaimed. "What the hell are you doing here?" Bakugo shouted. "We came to rescue you." "Thanks for the sign, Izubro," Kirishima replied. Izuku sighed in relief. "Thank goodness you saw us." "I don't think I could have continued fighting," he admitted, gritting his teeth against the pain of his broken arm and stabbed shoulder, both on the same side. All for One watched as they attempted to escape, preparing to strike with his protrusions, but Izuku intercepted them with a powerful Sanjuroku Pondo Ho. The group narrowly managed to save Bakugo. All Might observed the scene with a smile. "Now," he said, drawing AFO's attention, "I can fight without holding back." The battle unfolded with epic intensity. All Might, still wielding the power of One for All and having not yet faced the Nomu, moved at high speed, exchanging blows with AFO. The villain used his protrusions to ensnare the hero and unleashed a barrage of air cannons. All Might countered, gripping the protrusions tightly as he closed in on AFO. He delivered 3 powerful smashes, 1 to the abdomen and 2 to the face, shattering AFO's mask. Though the villain appeared to be defeated, he quickly combined several quirks into his left arm, forcing All Might to retreat. AFO's arm grotesquely deformed from the numerous quirks he had absorbed. All Might steeled himself, uncertain of his ability to win, yet refusing to back down. Concentrating all his power into a single arm, he charged at AFO, launching a devastating punch. FO narrowly evaded the blow, but the bone spears protruding from his arm grazed All Might's arm, leaving a mark. Knowing that a simple attack wouldn't suffice, All Might pushed his body to its limits, turned his back, and prepared to unleash his ultimate move. "United States of Smash," he cried, channeling all his strength into the climactic strike. Izuku Midoriya delivered a powerful blow to the villain's face, sending him crashing to the ground. The force of the attack unleashed a shockwave that caused an explosion, sending dust and debris flying into the air and fragmenting the earth beneath them. Although All for One had been halted, All Might had reached his limit. In front of the news cameras, he reverted to his skeletal form. Yet, in a bid to demonstrate his victory, he raised his right arm, transforming back into his hero form, albeit with diminished muscularity. Despite witnessing All Might's true form, the civilians continued to adore him. Hours passed since the monumental battle. Bakugo had been taken to the police, while Izuku returned to the hospital to address his shoulder injuries, though no doctor was present to treat him. With permission, a voice called out as Dr. June entered the room, carrying sewing equipment. Izuku, Dr. June? What are you doing here? I assumed you would be here, June replied, looking slightly confused. Rumi told me you would be here. The camp was a disaster, wasn't it? Izuku raised an eyebrow. How? Rumi, June explained. She has a friend at UA. She was one of the very few who knew the location of the camp. As June carefully stitched Izuku's wound, the young hero recounted how he had sustained the injury. June couldn't help but wonder if Izuku was truly a magnet for trouble. And, done, June said at last. For now, don't move too much, it will take 3 weeks to heal. Thank you, doctor, Izuku replied gratefully. Don't mention it, June said as he bandaged Izuku's shoulder. Just try not to make any sudden movements, or the wound could open. I understand, Izuku said, rising to his feet and heading toward the door. Take care. June nodded and bid farewell to the green-haired boy. Once outside the hospital, Izuku encountered the gray-haired man. They walked together to the station and boarded the train. Throughout the journey, they remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Bakugo absorbed in his phone while Izuku read a book he had purchased earlier. Upon arriving at their destination, they went their separate ways. Bakugo muttered a quiet thank you, just loud enough for Izuku to hear. As darkness set in, Izuku arrived home only to be taken aback by the scene before him. His house and dojo were partially destroyed, marked by charred scars. In the garden, Zoro sat calmly in front of 2 individuals. One man had black hair tied in a bun, a goatee, and wore a distinctive black and white kimono, striped on the left side and orange on the right. Behind him stood a woman with cascading aqua-green hair. Both had visible wounds and scrapes, likely from a recent confrontation. What the hell? Izuku gasped. Oh, Izuku, Zoro greeted him with a hint of relief. How are you? Oh, well, I only hurt my left arm. Wait, explain to me what happened here? And who are they? Izuku exclaimed, conjuring a sword with his quirk and pointing it at the strangers in front of his father. Zoro sighed. Well, I am Kinemon, the man introduced himself, a serious tone in his voice. I come for the sword that your father stole. Izuku blinked in disbelief. Izuku approached his father with a mix of curiosity and concern. Dad, did you really steal a sword? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Zoro shook his head, a frown creasing his brow. I didn't steal it. The owner gave it to me. Kinemon, standing nearby, interjected, Don't lie. That man has been dead for many years. He drew his sword, preparing for a confrontation. He returns the sword. Just then, a voice interrupted, Wait, Kinemon. But it was too late. Kinemon lunged at Zoro. As Zoro readied himself to block the attack, Izuku leaped in front of him, taking the brunt of the strike. Kinemon stepped back, adjusting his stance and preparing for battle. Despite his injuries, Izuku was determined to defend Zoro with a single sword. Kinemon charged at the green-haired boy, calling out his technique. Kitsunebi Ryu. Izuku swung his sword, drawing a circle with the tip. Itoryu. Kinemon unleashed a vertical cut, a flash of fireworks erupting from his blade. The attack struck Izuku, igniting the wound, but in an instant, he vanished, leaving Kinemon bewildered. A diagonal cut appeared on Kinemon's back, and Izuku reappeared behind him. Yabanasuki, Izuku declared, the edge of his weapon carefully removed before the attack. Kinemon fell, clutching his wound in pain. A voice arose from the sidelines, Kinemon. A figure rushed to his side. Don't worry, Izuku reassured. Remove the edge of the weapon. I'll fetch the first aid kit, and then we can talk civilly. Understood. He glanced at Zoro, who looked taken aback. Why are you looking at me? Zoro snapped, irritation creeping into his tone. Izuku shrugged it off, heading to retrieve the first aid supplies. Later, they all gathered in the dojo. The young man worked to treat both Kinemon's and Izuku's wounds, using one hand as his left arm was injured from the shoulder. Zoro, nursing his own wounds, attempted to assist as best he could. Then, could you explain how Zoro stole Shusui? Izuku asked, breaking the tense silence. You will see, a young woman replied, stepping forward. She began to recount the tale of the legendary sword, explaining that it had belonged to a samurai who protected his country from invaders. After his death, his sword was placed alongside his body, but the tomb was later looted, and the sword was stolen. It was probably Moria, Zoro interjected. When I invaded his hideout with my crew, I faced one of his zombie generals who wielded a sword just like this. You're lying surely, Kinemon retorted, but the young woman confirmed Zoro's words. He's telling the truth, she insisted, surprising Kinemon. I've seen Roronoa-san, and I know he doesn't lie. Really? Izuku asked, his eyes widening. The young woman nodded. I have an ability you call a quirk. Mine allows me to see people's auras, enabling me to discern whether they are lying or not, even their personalities. He tells the truth. You should listen to her more, Kinemon, Zoro added, a hint of frustration in his voice. Kinemon remained silent, taken aback by the revelation. Roronoa-san, the young woman continued, could you return the sword to the country of Wano? I can't, Zoro replied, his expression turning somber. Having it reminds me of a worthy opponent I would have liked to face in life. Besides, I would never find a sword of this quality again. A smile flickered across his face as he recalled his fight with Ryuma. I understand your attachment to the sword, Hiyori said, but since it was stolen, many evils have plagued the country. Please, she said, performing an unexpected gesture that left Kinemon in shock. Zoro felt uncomfortable witnessing her antics. Izuku, sensing his father's discomfort, tugged at his sleeve, drawing Zoro's attention. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. With a sigh, Zoro relented. I understand that the sword is important to your country. He unsheathed Shusui and placed it in front of Hiyori. Take good care of this sword if it is truly a national treasure. As Hiyori took the sword, her posture shifted. The weight almost toppled her, but Izuku stood anxiously beside his father, Zoro, as they surveyed the remnants of their home and dojo. The destruction weighed heavily on Izuku's mind. Tell me, Dad, now that the house and the dojo are destroyed, what will we do? He asked, searching for reassurance. Zoro, ever the optimist, replied, a friend I know is coming to repair the house. For today, we will sleep here, but tomorrow. The dawn broke as the two green-haired men made their way, luggage in hand, to their temporary abode. Izuku hesitated, his brow furrowed in concern. I seriously think that's a bad idea, he admitted. Zoro shrugged, unfazed. Why are you worried? I thought you would be happier than both of us. Izuku sighed, I admit it's a good solution. But a part of me thinks this isn't a good idea. Don't worry. I doubt anything bad will happen, Zoro reassured him. Izuku remained unconvinced, muttering under his breath, why many? Zoro continued, I was with Tashigi when Kinemon and Hiyori came. They'll both live together until my friend fixes the house. They soon arrived at the Kendo dojo, where Mr. Kendo stood waiting for them. Welcome, he greeted warmly. Thanks for letting us stay here for a few weeks, Zoro replied. Mr. Kendo chuckled, ha ha, anything for a friend. Although I'm surprised you asked me, I thought you were going to stay with your girlfriend or something? Zoro fell silent, and Izuku whispered, maybe. Frustration flickered across Zoro's face as he covered it with one hand. Izuku and Mr. Kendo shared a knowing look. It was clear Zoro hadn't considered that angle. With a sigh, Zoro said, anyway, I hope you don't have problems fixing my house in the dojo. At the Roronoa residence, a man, dressed in a Hawaiian shirt and a thong, ambled past, eyeing the older man. Excuse me, young man, did they assault you? He asked, pulling some breathes from a shopping bag. Breathes? Not that, the man exclaimed, music suddenly playing as a stage light illuminated him. If I wore that, ouch. It would be a disgrace for perverts. He began dancing, completely unfazed. Back with Zoro and Izuku, Izuku commented, I don't think he'll get into trouble. Zoro replied, remember that we were in the same group. Izuku groaned, good heavens. Mr. Kendo interjected, by the way, Izuku, Itsuka-chan doesn't know you're here. Izuku asked, surprised. Mr. Kendo smiled slightly. It's a surprise. Come on, come in. As they entered the living room, Mr. Kendo went to fetch sake for himself and Zoro, while he poured orange juice for Izuku. Zoro explained to Mr. Kendo how their house had been destroyed. I understand. I hope you beat him, Mr. Kendo said. Zoro shook his head. No, it was left unfinished because of Izuku and Hiyori. Izuku interjected, huh? But I came after their fight. Zoro clarified, correction. First for Hiyori and then for Izuku. As they conversed, Kendo, still groggy, emerged from the hallway. She wore an oversized shirt that reached her knees, her hair a tangled mess. Noticing the two green-haired men, she stammered, "Good morning." "Good morning, daughter," Mr. Kendo replied. Kendo made her way to the kitchen for some orange juice. When she returned to the living room and spotted Izuku and Zoro, her face flushed bright red. I, she stuttered. "Good morning. Itsuka-chan," Izuku greeted, causing Kendo to bolt back to her room, her face burning with embarrassment. Mr. Kendo chuckled. "Okay, I'll take you to your rooms." He led them down the hallway, where he pointed out 2 guest rooms. Although they appreciated his hospitality, he warned them they would need to clean as the rooms had not been used in years. Both Zoro and Izuku accepted the challenge, determined to tidy up. 30 minutes later, Izuku sighed in relief. "It was difficult, but I did it." The room was simple yet cozy, equipped with a desk, a closet, and a futon that was remarkably clean. After settling in, he sat on the floor to rest when a knock interrupted him. "Go ahead," he called. Izuku noticed Kendo's father and felt a cold sweat break out across his brow. Mr. Kendo's expression was serious as he gestured for Izuku to follow him. The green-haired boy rose from the floor, casting a glance at Kendo that conveyed a silent message of encouragement. "Good luck." As Izuku entered the living room, he found Mr. Kendo seated on the sofa, his demeanor unchanged. Izuku attempted to project calmness as he took a seat beside him. Mr. Kendo placed a white box on the table, startling Izuku. When Mr. Kendo's hand emerged from the box, revealing a red cross, Izuku realized it was a first aid kit. "I'll change your bandages," Mr. Kendo stated firmly. "Thank you." "And Dad?" Izuku stammered. "In the dojo," Mr. Kendo replied. He said he would clean up. Meanwhile, Zoro was busy in the dojo, taking up 3 brooms to expedite the cleaning process. Back in the living room, as Mr. Kendo attended to Izuku's injuries, he broached a sensitive topic. "About what I saw." Izuku's gaze dropped. "I'm sorry. I would bow, but I don't want to interrupt the BLNDFLD. Mr. Kendo's gaze intensified, his aura shifting. "I understand that my daughter likes you, but..." He paused, releasing a palpable tension. "Try to maintain control." Izuku nodded solemnly. "All right. Why did it take you so long to respond?" Mr. Kendo continued, tightening the bandages with a firm grip. "Gee, thank you," Izuku managed to say, grateful yet anxious. Mr. Kendo shifted the conversation slightly. "I've seen that you're skilled with Santoryu, but what about hand-to-hand combat?" "Good. I train with Miruko," Izuku replied, his confidence rising. "Good. How long until you can fully move your arm?" Mr. Kendo inquired. "A couple of days for my arm and a week for my shoulder," Izuku answered. "I understand. In a week, we will fight so you can demonstrate your abilities," Mr. Kendo said, and Izuku nodded in agreement. They made their way to the dojo to check on Zoro and were met with an unexpected sight. The dojo gleamed with cleanliness, and Zoro sat relaxed, sipping a drink. "How are you?" Zoro greeted. Mr. Kendo raised an eyebrow. "What? When did you finish?" Zoro glanced at his wrist, feigning a watch. 5 or 6 minutes ago." Mr. Kendo sighed. "Anyway, I'll cook today. Do you want something?" "Let me help you," Izuku offered eagerly. "You are badly injured." "You will not cook," Mr. Kendo insisted. "They told me not to fight, but not to cook," Izuku countered. Mr. Kendo relented. "All right, come with me." They moved to the kitchen and began preparing a meal, though Izuku was oblivious to the 2 unread messages waiting on his phone. The day had been intense, as the students of the Kendo dojo had witnessed an exhilarating match between Mr. Kendo and Roronoa Zoro. The 2 had faced off with Bakens, ensuring a fair fight since neither could use their quirks, and Zoro was explicitly barred from employing his Santoryu techniques. Now, both men bore bandages and gauze, watching their students practice while reflecting on the fight. 20 minutes earlier, Mr. Kendo and Zoro stood face to face, weapons at the ready. Ready. Start, the students called out. Zoro launched a direct attack, but Mr. Kendo expertly blocked it and countered with a swift blow to Zoro's abdomen. The green-haired man stepped back, retaliating with a powerful slice. Zoro dodged, but then executed the Maguma technique, known as Bear Demon. Their weapons clashed, forcing Mr. Kendo to retreat slightly, though he remained on his feet. Is that all? Mr. Kendo taunted. Zoro smirked, you'll see. He retreated, preparing his next move. Nanajuni Pondo Ho. He unleashed two powerful cuts. This time, Mr. Kendo did not seem inclined to dodge. Instead, he flexed his arm, gathering energy in his fist. Great, he exclaimed, readying himself for the next exchange. Both attacks seemed poised to collide, but instead, they simply passed by. Zoro raised an eyebrow in confusion. Huh, he muttered. Senior Kendo echoed his surprise with a simple, eh? A sudden boom shattered the moment as both combatants absorbed the force of each other's attacks. They staggered from the impact, suffering significant damage. For a brief moment, it appeared that they might continue the fight, but after a few seconds, their bodies slumped to the ground, their eyes vacant. Zoro, nursing a drink of sake, broke the silence. Impressive ability, but why that name? Mr. Kendo chuckled. You should blame your captain's stories. You know, the ones you told me when you were drunk. Oh, those, Zoro replied, a hint of realization dawning on him. Kendo continued, I was already practicing concentrating energy, but I didn't know how to use it beyond strengthening my body. Then you told me that your captain basically attacked with his fists. So, I created that ability. Sauka. Interessante. Zoro mused, intrigued. Kendo smirked, releasing a dark aura. Now I would like to fight a little with a certain green-haired man. Without missing a beat, Zoro forced a bottle full of sake into the gray-haired man's mouth. Stupid, 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 he muttered as Kendo promptly fell unconscious, only to wake moments later, completely drunk. Zoro laughed, watching him as if he were a robot rebooting. While the two were supervising the students, Izuku was in the courtyard, performing one-armed push-ups, careful to avoid aggravating his wound. Bored since Kendo had gone out with friends, he continued counting. I wonder what he's doing. 300. Just then his phone rang. He got up, grabbed the phone, and noticed he had received thousands of messages from Momo. True, I forgot to tell her about the dojo, he muttered as he dialed. Her number. Izuku. How are you? What happened? Why is there a man in a thong and a Hawaiian shirt repairing your house? Momo's voice was a mix of concern and confusion. I'm sorry. It happened so fast that I couldn't tell you, he explained, carefully omitting details about the Enma sword. The perverted man is a friend of Zoro's. He's skilled with carpentry, so he'll be in charge of repairing the house and the dojo. I understand. Momo replied, her tone softening. I'll send you to Shiji's address. I'll let him know that you'll be there tomorrow. I'm sorry I made you go to my house in vain. Don't worry. Although now I'm afraid of the day off. Hey, don't you want to hang out? I mean, if you have nothing to do. Izuku paused, considering her offer. Sure, wait for me there. I'll be there in a few minutes. I understand. See you, she said before hanging up. After the call, Izuku sent to Shiji a message explaining why Momo hadn't come. He then took a shower and changed the bandages on his arm and shoulder. Dressed in a gray t-shirt, a brown leather jacket, and black breathes, he completed his look with his favorite red shoes. Grabbing his phone and wallet, he headed to the dojo to inform his father. As he walked, he noticed the students filtering out of the dojo. It struck him as odd since they still had a couple of hours left, leading him to suspect they had started drinking again. Sighing, he concluded that Zoro and Mr. Kendo were likely at it again. Meanwhile, Momo was in a small park, scrolling through social media. Interesting, she noted to herself, you were in Egypt? Momo and Izuku sat together in a cozy cafe, their surroundings filled with the soft murmur of conversation and the comforting aroma of freshly brewed coffee. Momo, her petite frame almost dwarfed by the green-haired boy beside her, looked up at him with concern. Yes, she was very small, but... She paused, glancing at Izuku, who was smiling reassuringly. "Izuku," she said, leaning in closer and wrapping her arms around him in a gentle hug. Izuku tilted his head slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his features. "M-type?" he asked, trying to understand her worry. "I was very worried," Momo admitted, resting her head on his shoulder. "I wanted to accompany you to the hospital, but—" "I know," Izuku replied softly. "Your parents had gone to look for you when you recovered." Momo hesitated, then continued, "Actually, it's not just that." Izuku raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What do you mean?" With a nod, Momo explained, "They tried to convince me to leave UA because of the multiple attacks by the League of Villains. They wanted to transfer me to another academy, like Shiketsu." Izuku's expression turned serious. "Sauka. And you?" "I managed to convince them to let me stay at UA," she said, a hint of pride in her voice. "What a relief," he replied, feeling the weight lift slightly from his chest. "Relief?" Momo echoed, tilting her head in confusion. "Class A wouldn't be the same without our vice president," Izuku stated with a smile, his expression brightening. Momo took Izuku's hand, which was resting on the table, and he felt a slight blush rise to his cheeks. Confused yet flattered by her gesture, he thought to himself, "She certainly is cute. I only know that Jairu and Mina convinced their parents, but I don't know about the others," she continued, her tone now more serious. Izuku's heart sank slightly at the thought of losing his classmates. Despite the short time they had spent together, they had formed a bond even with Bakugo, who often hid his feelings behind a tough exterior. Momo shifted her seat to sit closer to him, resting her head gently on his shoulder while she caressed his curly hair. The moment was comforting for both. The secluded corner of the cafe provided them with a small bubble of intimacy, away from prying eyes. Izuku felt grateful for the poor visibility, as it kept his embarrassment at bay. After a moment of silence, Izuku remembered that Momo had trained with Tashigi recently. Curious about her progress, he suggested they engage in a simulated combat training session. Momo enthusiastically agreed. "We could go to my house," she proposed. Izuku hesitated for a moment, his mind racing with possibilities. "Wait, think carefully about what you're going to suggest," he reminded himself as a vivid imagination took hold. In his mind, he visualized a scene with Mr. Kendo. "So are you my little Itsuka?" the teacher exclaimed, bearing down on him with a fierce expression. Izuku quickly snapped back to reality, a cold sweat forming on his brow. "That's a good idea," he replied, albeit nervously. Momo noticed his unease but chose to ignore it. As they awaited a ride, she noticed that he was not moving his arm much and soon discovered that he had a serious injury to his shoulder. "Don't worry, Momo. I can still use my other arm," Izuku reassured her. "I think it's better to postpone the simulation," she suggested, concern lacing her voice. "No," he insisted. "Like I said, I can use my other arm. Besides, only one is enough for me to face you." Momo smiled confidently. "I see. I'll make you regret telling me that." After a few minutes, they arrived at Momo's house. Stepping out of the limousine, Izuku gazed in awe at the expansive mansion before him. The grand structure seemed to stretch endlessly, leaving him speechless. "Shall we?" Momo said, her excitement palpable. "Wise?" Izuku stammered, still taking in the sight. As they walked towards the backyard, Izuku's eyes wandered over the interior of the mansion. Meanwhile, Momo felt her cheeks heat up when one of the butlers recognized them, a knowing smile on his face. The situation seemed to suggest something more between them, which only intensified Momo's blush. "I really can't stop being impressed by your house," Izuku remarked as they entered. "It's really strange," Momo replied, feeling a bit self-conscious. "It's not that," he laughed lightly. Izuku smiled confidently as he prepared for the match. He was the first to attack, swinging his weapon in a horizontal slash. Momo blocked it effortlessly and stepped back, quickly launching a powerful counterattack. Izuku countered with another power outage, neutralizing her offensive move. "Impressive, you've made a lot of progress," he remarked. "Thank you," Momo replied, determination shining in her eyes. She charged at Izuku, unleashing a flurry of successive attacks. Izuku skillfully blocked and dodged, searching for an opening, but Momo showed none. The sparring match stretched on for several intense minutes, and soon Momo began to tire. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku delivered a weak blow with the hilt of his weapon, causing Momo to lose her balance. 1-0. "Not bad, Momo," he said, a hint of pride in his voice. Momo steadied her breathing, determined not to give up. "I'm not done yet," she insisted, rising to her feet and taking a defensive stance with her sword. Izuku felt a surge of surprise at her perseverance. As the match continued, the score climbed. 3-1, "You have improved," Izuku said, handing her a bottle of water. "Thank you," Momo replied, exhausted as she lay on the floor. "I'm impressed, you were able to use a power outage," he noted. Momo sighed, "That technique is difficult to use." "I understand," he said, sitting down beside her. "If you practice a little more, you'll MSTR it completely." "Yes, but my goal is to MSTR one of the 3 Tashigi techniques," she explained. Izuku chuckled, "When you do, I'll be happy to face you again." His smile was infectious, and Momo felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. Just then, Yaoyorozu's butler arrived with some snacks, and both of them thanked him as he left. While they enjoyed the food, Momo's attention shifted. "Izuku, your injury," she exclaimed, noticing the blood seeping from his wound. He looked down, realizing the wound was bleeding. "DMN." He groaned in pain. Without hesitation, Momo applied pressure to the wound with a tissue and called for the butler. It turned out he had a healing quirk, although its effectiveness varied with blood type. After a few tense minutes, Izuku's bleeding finally stopped. "It's a relief," the butler said, sitting down as exhaustion from using his quirk washed over him. "That probably won't happen again." "I really appreciate it," Izuku said gratefully. "Don't worry. Now hand over your shirt," the butler instructed. "Hey!" Izuku exclaimed, instinctively covering his body with his arms, causing Momo to break into a nervous sweat. "Don't get me wrong," the butler clarified. "Let's wash your shirt before it gets ruined by blood. Yayo-sama, could you change the green-haired boy's bandages?" Momo felt her face flush at the suggestion but nodded in agreement. They moved into the mansion, where Izuku handed over his shirt. A maid soon arrived with a fresh dress shirt and a first aid kit before retreating with the butler. Now alone in Momo's room, she began changing the bandages while Izuku tried to avert his gaze, feeling increasingly nervous in their close proximity. "Focus on something else," he thought to himself. "I know, subtract 1000-7. Izuku?" Momo asked softly as she finished wrapping the bandages. His eyes were closed, murmuring numbers under his breath with a serene expression. Momo couldn't help but act on impulse. "What is this soft feeling?" Izuku wondered as Momo suddenly hugged him. The unexpected movement caused them both to lose their balance and tumble onto the bed, landing with Momo on top of Izuku, her face buried in his chest. "Momo, are you okay?" he asked, surprised. "Ooh," she stammered, her heart racing. Izuku attempted to rise, but Momo held him down. "Wait, we can be like this for a while longer," she suggested softly. "Sí, claro," he replied, both of them settling into the moment. They remained like that for several minutes until the sound of the door opening broke the silence. "Mr. Rorinoa, here is your shirt," the butler announced. Startled, they both sat up on the bed, their faces flushed. Izuku stood to take the shirt, thanking the butler for washing it. With a nod, the butler left, leaving an awkward tension in the room. "Momo," Izuku began. "I'm sorry." Momo and Izuku were settled in the cozy living room. The atmosphere relaxed as they prepared to watch a movie. Izuku, with a hint of excitement in his voice, asked, "Can I turn on the TV?" Momo shyly nodded, her response barely audible. With the press of a button, the screen flickered to life, revealing a large poof positioned in front of it. "Who would have thought you would have one of these?" Izuku laughed softly, glancing at Momo. She explained, stammering slightly, that it had been a gift from Mina during a sleepover. The poof was spacious enough for two, and Izuku gently guided Momo to sit in it as he selected a movie to play. Despite feeling a twinge of sadness over Izuku's misunderstanding, Momo found comfort in his presence beside her. As the hours drifted by, Izuku succumbed to sleep, the warmth of the movie and Momo's company lulling him into slumber. When he stirred awake, he realized he couldn't move. Momo had fallen asleep next to him, clutching him tightly. "Momo," he murmured, attempting to rouse her, but his efforts were in vain. Just then, the butler appeared, observing the scene with a knowing smile. "She has deep dreams. Conventional methods are not effective with her," he stated, causing Izuku to jump in surprise. "How long have you been here?" Izuku asked, startled. 10 minutes. "I see that you get along very well with Momo-sama," the butler replied, his tone light. Izuku looked at Momo's peaceful face, admiration shining in his eyes. "Well, she is incredible. In many ways," he said, a smile spreading across his face. Impressed by Izuku's response, the butler watched as the young man carefully lifted Momo like a princess, placing her gently on her bed. After several attempts, he managed to free himself from her embrace without waking her, and he left the room alongside the butler. As Izuku stepped out of the mansion, he was greeted by the sight of the sun setting on the horizon. He bid farewell to the butler, thanking him once more for the shirt he had lent him. Just before leaving, the butler asked, "Tell me, young man, what do you think of Momo-sama?" Well, like I said, she's incredible. Her perseverance and hard work will lead her to be a great heroine," Izuku responded thoughtfully. The butler smiled, then continued, "Can I ask you something? If she confessed to you, I mean romantically, what would you say?" Izuku fell silent, the question hanging in the air. He had an answer, but when he opened his mouth to speak, no words came out. "And he started, but before he could finish, one of the maids called to the butler, interrupting the moment. With a wave, the butler departed, leaving Izuku in a state of confusion. As dusk settled, Izuku made his way home, his mind occupied with the butler's question. "If she confessed to me," he pondered, opening the door to find Kendo waiting for him. "Welcome back," Kendo greeted, her voice bright. "I'm home," Izuku replied, feeling a warmth in his chest. Zoro, who was nearby, chimed in teasingly, "You guys sound like a married couple." Kendo blushed, flustered by the comment as she exclaimed, "Raranu." Izuku chuckled to himself, wondering about the weight of the butler's question. In a moment of impulse, he wrapped an arm around Kendo, pulling her into a gentle hug. She felt embarrassed but never turned down his affection, much to Zoro's amusement. A week earlier, the dawn light streamed into the room as Izuku stirred awake, his eyes landing on Kendo, who stared back at him with an indifferent expression. "Good days?" he ventured, his voice still groggy. "I must stop trying to wake you up," Kendo replied, clearly annoyed yet also somewhat amused. She lay there, trapped in Izuku's embrace, unable to escape. "Good. But you don't seem to dislike this," he noted, sensing her slight blush. Kendo turned her gaze away, but Izuku, playful as ever, decided to tease her further. He leaned in slowly, stealing a kiss, which caused her cheeks to flush crimson. "Hee, my good morning kiss," he said with a grin. Embarrassed by his words, Kendo playfully struck him before fleeing the room. Who would have thought that the president of Class B would react like that? Izuku mused. Frankie had envisioned adding a personal touch to the dojo, but his designs were far from suitable for such a space. The idea of a dojo decorated like the Thousand Sunny was amusing yet absurd. "All right, then I'll make it look like nothing happened," Frankie declared as he approached with a hammer, ready to continue his work. Zoro, grateful for the assistance, simply replied, "Thank you." Meanwhile, in another part of the dojo, Mr. Kendo was checking on Izuku. "How do you feel? I mean, how's your shoulder?" he inquired. "I'm better now. I'll be able to resume my training," Izuku responded, his determination evident. "I understand. Then we can fight, mister," Kendo said with a hint of enthusiasm. Izuku was taken aback. "Don't you remember? It would help you train in unarmed combat once you're fully recovered," Mr. Kendo reminded him. "That's true," Izuku said, rising to his feet. Let's go. Wait, let's have breakfast first, Mr. Kendo suggested. Grr, Izuku's stomach growled, prompting a laugh from Mr. Kendo. You're right, Izuku admitted, slightly embarrassed. After they had breakfast, Izuku and Mr. Kendo headed to the courtyard. Although they could have gone to the dojo, Mr. Kendo knew it was better to fight Izuku in a more open space when facing Zoro. The green-haired boy was prepared to fight bare-handed, while Mr. Kendo had come equipped with tonfas. What a day, Izuku remarked, noticing the tonfas in Mr. Kendo's hands. You will train in hand-to-hand combat, and also how to fight against opponents with weapons. Two birds with one stone, Mr. Kendo explained. I understand, Izuku nodded. I've seen your quirk, boy. You are allowed to use it, but you cannot use weapons, Mr. Kendo instructed. Izuku nodded again, channeling his quirk to cover his forearms and legs. Mr. Kendo charged towards him, attacking with one of his tonfas. Izuku blocked the strike but was too slow in his counterattack, resulting in a blow to his stomach that forced him to retreat. The fight continued for several minutes. Although Izuku managed to land a few hits, they were ineffective. Mr. Kendo expertly blocked his attacks and countered with precision. Time out, Mr. Kendo called, as Izuku collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. I've seen the problem. Really? Izuku asked, still catching his breath. Mr. Kendo nodded. Your body is too used to Santoryu? Basically, you can't use any style based on hand-to-hand combat. Zoro created the Mutoryu for emergencies, but it's no different from using a sword, Mr. Kendo explained. So, if by some miracle I learn a new style, could it affect my Santoryu? Izuku questioned. Unfortunately, yes, Mr. Kendo replied, sensing the disappointment in Izuku's demeanor. I understand, Izuku said, feeling disheartened. However, I can teach you some moves so you can defend yourself, Mr. Kendo offered. Thank you, Izuku said gratefully. They began to practice, with Izuku focusing on Mr. Kendo's explanations. Minutes passed, and after a combat simulation, Izuku successfully grasped the basics. He just needed a bit more practice. Seeing that he had some free time, Izuku decided to refine his quirk. He recalled his training sessions with the Pussycats, particularly with Pixie Bob. I think I understand it now, Pixie Bob. My quirk only has two limits, my concentration and Izuku extended his hand, accumulating metal to form a sphere. My imagination. With that, he molded the metal into the shape of a Dao saber. He brandished the weapon, practicing various movements before creating another saber and executing some Nijirai techniques. It seems that Zoro's style is not only used with katanas, he mused. It is true, a voice suddenly chimed in, startling him. It was Zoro, who appeared with an unusually large backpack. But it's more comfortable for me to use them than other weapons? You scared me, Izuku exclaimed, trying to steady his heartbeat. If you're scared by that, you should train your perception more, Zoro replied, his tone teasing. I'm sorry, Izuku said. The man's comment caused both women to blush deeply. Mr. Kendo turned to Tashigi, offering her a warm invitation. By the way, Tashigi, if you want, you can stay and eat. Tashigi stammered her gratitude. Thank you. As the two green-haired men entered the training area, they finished their warm-up exercises and moved on to simulated combat. Zoro observed that the boy with green hair had weakened but not significantly. Izuku, determined, called out, Turu. He made two upward vertical slashes, but Zoro skillfully blocked the attack. Otaru. Izuku followed up with two downward cuts. Zoro deflected Izuku's strikes and countered with his own, executing the Nitoryu Nijirai Turu. Although Izuku could not fully block the attack, he managed to lessen the damage using his quirk. He swiftly retreated and launched an attack of his own with the Nanajuni Pondo Ho. Zoro cancelled the assault with a swift movement of his Bakken, but in the process, he failed to notice that Izuku had closed in, using his attack as a distraction. Izuku shouted, Santoryu Gyuki Yusen. The Bakken clashed spectacularly, forcing Zoro back, though his defense held firm. I see that you still have your strength. Do you want to end this? Zoro asked, a hint of challenge in his voice. Izuku smiled confidently. Just look at this. He stepped back, both fighters taking their stances, their bakens bending under the tension. Embama. Izuku began, while Zoro responded with, Yanazu. In an instant, they both surged forward, moving with explosive speed. Onigiri, they shouted in unison. When their swords clashed, only Izuku's bakken shattered under the impact. The green-haired boy knelt down, exhausted. Zoro looked down at him, offering praise. You did well. Izuku caught his breath, replying, Thank you. But I still have a long way to go. If it weren't for my quirk, I would have lost a long time ago. Hey, Zoro said, ruffling the young man's hair. You're pretty strong right now. Don't overexert yourself. Understood? Wise. Izuku managed. Good. Let's go eat. I need sake, Zoro said with a grin. Once inside the house, Zoro greeted Tashigi, who seemed eager to speak with him privately. Zoro found it normal, it was likely about some mission needing his attention. Meanwhile, Izuku checked his phone, remembering something important. Ah, that's right. Hey, it's Suka, he said, approaching the orange-haired girl who was serving some juice. Kendo looked up, curious. What's happening? Do you want to go to Island? He asked hesitantly. Kendo fell silent for a few seconds, suddenly dropping her glass. Izuku managed to catch it just in time. Wait. Island, the artificial island where more than 10,000 scientists dedicated to quirk research are gathered, she exclaimed. Izuku quickly checked his phone. Nah. He read aloud, confirming, yes, that same one. Kendo leaped for joy and hugged Izuku tightly. He placed the glass safely on the table before returning her embrace. Really, can I go? Wait, how are we going? She asked, excitement bubbling over. Izuku explained, apparently, I won 2 tickets to the pre-opening of the Island Expo. We can take a plane. Great! Kendo exclaimed, hugging him even tighter. Izuku chuckled softly. I see that you are excited. How could I not be? I've always wanted to go to Island, but I never had the time. Or something always happened when everything was going well, she replied, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I see. So, as long as you are with me, nothing bad will happen, he reassured her, feeling a surge of confidence and warmth. Once Zoro and Tashigi returned, everyone gathered to enjoy the food. As the evening wore on and darkness began to settle in, Zoro walked Tashigi home, their hands intertwined. Meanwhile, Izuku watched them from a distance, unease creeping into his thoughts. I don't think it's a good idea, he murmured. Kendo, who stood beside him, nodded in agreement. I agree, but they should do couple things from time to time. Izuku sighed, still unconvinced. But still, Kendo suggested, come, let's prepare things for Island. She headed to her room to pack clothes, while Izuku spotted Mr. Kendo and approached him. Promise me you will take care of her, Mr. Kendo said with a serious expression. Izuku nodded, though he felt a wave of anxiety. I'm sorry I can't take it. Don't worry, Mr. Kendo replied, laughing nervously. I don't really like flying anyway. It's good to see that my daughter traveled safely with you by her side. Kendo-san. Izuku started, but Mr. Kendo placed a firm hand on his shoulder, tightening his grip. But, he continued, don't overdo it. Wise. Highly strung, Izuku stammered, feeling the weight of the conversation. Once the discussion concluded, Izuku retreated to his room to pack. Though he tried to hide it, excitement bubbled within him about the trip to Island. It was clear that Itsuka's enthusiasm had rubbed off on him. I hope nothing goes wrong, he thought. Time passed, and soon both young people found themselves on Island. After navigating through the advanced security system and leaving their belongings in a designated area, Kendo exclaimed, Great. Impressive. Izuku agreed, gazing at the expansive Expo. The venue was a sight to behold, filled with attractions, musical events, and a fountain that playfully spelled out, welcome, with streams of water. What should we do first? Kendo asked, her excitement palpable. Izuku chuckled at her eagerness. Whatever you want. They began to walk, but after just 2 steps, a voice cried out, It's you. A civilian pointed excitedly at Izuku. You are the samurai of the sports festival, another shouted. Samurai? Izuku echoed, puzzled. Soon, a group of civilians gathered around him, pulling Kendo away. "You were incredible in the one-on-one fights," one exclaimed. "Can you give me your autograph?" another asked. "Take a photo with me," a third chimed in. "Can you give me your number?" yet another shouted, overwhelming Izuku. With determination, Izuku managed to break free from the crowd, grasping Kendo's hand as they fled from his enthusiastic fans. After 10 minutes of running, they finally lost them. Finally, Izuku gasped, breathing with exhaustion. "You really became famous," Kendo said, her tone slightly irritable. "Why are you angry?" Izuku asked, confused. "For nothing," she replied, looking away. Are you jealous?" he ventured. "Why would I be?" she retorted, avoiding his gaze. Though some of Izuku's admirers were undeniably cute, Kendo knew her heart belonged to him. He hugged her from behind, playful affection in his voice as he said, "You shouldn't be jealous." He pressed a gentle kiss to her cheek. "Let's go and enjoy the expo." Kendo felt a blush rise to her cheeks at his tenderness. "Well," she replied, turning to meet his gaze, "but first." They locked eyes, the moment stretching between them. Kendo's blush deepened as she held his gaze. Understanding her silent wish, Izuku cupped her cheek, leaned in slowly, and shared a tender yet slightly passionate kiss. They remained in that embrace for nearly a minute, parting only when the need for air became urgent. Fortunately, they were in a relatively quiet area, with passers-by oblivious to their moment. As they composed themselves and waited for their blushes to fade, they resumed their stroll through the expo. Izuku occasionally caught glimpses of Kendo's eyes sparkling with wonder at the various inventions around them. Though he didn't share her level of excitement, he found himself intrigued by the displays. So much so, that he didn't notice he had drifted away from her side. "Tell me Dad's lack of guidance didn't rub off on me," he thought, feeling a mix of amusement and concern. The green-haired man, Izuku Rorinoa, stood amidst the bustling atmosphere of the expo, contemplating his next move. He had decided to enjoy the event, holding on to the hope that he might miraculously encounter someone special. "It's a good plan," he muttered to himself, a faint smile crossing his lips. However, as he took his first step forward, disaster struck. He inadvertently collided with someone, but his well-honed reflexes, developed through years of intense training, kicked in. He managed to grasp the person and steady the box she was carrying just in time. Looking into her eyes, he found himself captivated by her aqua-blue gaze. "Thank you," she stammered, her surprise evident. "I'm sorry," Izuku replied, his voice sincere. "I should have paid more attention to where I was going." "No, it's my fault," she countered, laughing nervously. "Let's say it was both of our faults," he proposed with a chuckle, extending his hand. "I'm Izuku Rorinoa. Melissa Shield," she introduced herself, shaking his hand. "Where have I heard that name before?" Izuku pondered aloud. "Probably from my father, David Shield. He's a renowned scientist and researcher," she explained. "I see," Izuku replied, intrigued. "And what brings you to the Expo?" Melissa inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Oh, I came with my girlfriend. I won tickets from the sports festival," he answered. "Wait, the Utada Sports Festival?" she asked, her eyes widening with realization. Izuku nodded, and she continued, "You must be incredible." "Not really. I only managed to win because my opponents let me use some Bakens. If they hadn't, I would have lost in the semifinals," he modestly admitted. "Really? If I had seen the festival, I would have a different opinion," she remarked. "You study here, right?" he asked, and she nodded. "Yes, at I-Island Academy. It's where the children of the island's scientists learn to develop their talents. I have some plans and parts for the invention I'll present in this box," she said, gesturing to the container she carried. "That's genius." Izuku responded, genuinely impressed. "You know," Melissa offered, "I have some free time. If you want, I can give you a tour." "Really? I would be grateful. I think I got a bit lost," he admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Melissa laughed lightly at his admission and gladly led Izuku through the various attractions of the island. They marveled at the latest technological advances, From diving suits designed for the deepest depths to helmets connected to over 36 different sensors. Wow, this really is the latest in technology, Izuku exclaimed, removing his helmet for a better view. All the inventions here are based on my dad's patented designs, she explained, her pride evident. Incredible, Izuku said, walking alongside her. Speaking of which, Melissa continued, your suit doesn't have any supporting equipment, and you're carrying a sword. Well, Izuku replied, my quirk doesn't require any support equipment. As he spoke, he created a small black metal sphere. I only have one sword with me because the others were broken in fights. He recalled how the sword crafted by Momo had shattered against Muscular, and the other swords gifted by Tashigi had also met their end in various battles. The only one he had left was Stain's sword. How did you manage to bring the sword in? Melissa asked, raising an eyebrow. It was thanks to a friend, he said, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. A few hours earlier, at the airport entrance, Izuku had faced a dilemma. A guard had stopped him because he was carrying Stain's sword. He had asked Itsuka to come forward, anticipating a lengthy discussion. I'm sorry, young man, but I can't let you in with, the guard began. Wait, a voice interrupted. Izuku turned to see Tashigi, wearing her classic flower print t-shirt. Tashigi-san? He exclaimed in surprise. What do you need? She asked. Let him pass, she instructed the guard, flashing a card. I will take full responsibility. After examining the card, the guard fell silent and allowed them to proceed. I have thousands of questions, Izuku said to Tashigi, but I'll just say thank you for doing that. Don't even mention it, she replied, dismissing his gratitude. By the way, where's Dad? Izuku asked, glancing around. Tashigi hesitated. Izuku pondered the whereabouts of Zoro, his curiosity piqued. Beside him, Melissa leaned forward, her eyes fixed on the black metal sphere resting in Izuku's hand. Can I see that metal closer? She asked, her interest evident. Sure, Izuku replied, moving the sphere closer to her. As she reached out to grab it, the moment she separated from his hand, the sphere fell apart and returned to Izuku. I'm sorry, he said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. The metal I make doesn't separate from me. Melissa smiled, clearly intrigued. Your quirk is very interesting. Thank you, Izuku replied, nervously scratching the back of his neck. Just then, a voice interrupted their conversation. I see you're having fun, Izuku, said Itsuka Kendo, who had just approached them. Izuku turned in surprise. Itsuka? Where were you? Kendo chuckled. I see you're having fun. Izuku noted the repetition of her words but didn't dwell on it. The atmosphere shifted as Momo and Jairu joined the group. Izuku our, Momo announced playfully. Jairu raised her jacks and added, we heard everything. Izuku's eyes widened. Your quirk is very scary. After the confusion had settled, the group decided to head to a nearby cafe to continue their conversation. Izuku found himself at a separate table, lost in thoughts about the limits of his quirk. Just then, his order arrived, and the voice of the waiter sounded familiar. It was Kaminari and Mineta, who had come to Island for part-time jobs. Surely you came for the women, right? Izuku teased. Mineta grinned. You know me. Also, he said, glancing at the girl's table, that blonde girl looks very Cece, she showed her to me. His sentence was abruptly cut off when Izuku pointed a straw at his eye, the tip covered by his quirk. You really bring out my dark side, Izuku said, his expression cold. I still haven't given you your punishment for the camera I found at the camp. WWW what camera? Mineta stammered, clearly nervous. Meanwhile, at the girls' table, Kendo asked Momo, how did you come to the pre-opening? My father is a major shareholder, Momo replied. He gave us 2 tickets to come. And who did you bring? Kendo inquired. Well, Jairu and Momo was interrupted by the arrival of Mina Ishido, who brought back a wave of memories. Girls. Where were they? Mina shouted, turning to them. Jairu chimed in, you got lost. We looked for you for a few minutes and found Roranoa. Izuku is here? Mina exclaimed, jumping in surprise as she turned to see him. A flurry of memories flashed through her mind. Baka, she pouted, her cheeks flushed. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at her expression. Melissa chuckled lightly. These are the days at UA. Only when we have free time, Jairu added. Or when the villains don't attack us, Momo remarked. I see. Melissa replied, absorbing the camaraderie. Just then, a blue-haired boy sped in, scolding Kaminari and Mineta for not taking their job seriously. It was Ida Tenya, who had come to Island alone, his family too busy to join him. Suddenly, an explosion echoed in the distance, prompting Izuku to react with concern. He moved to investigate, but Melissa stopped him, explaining that it was part of a game testing the speed of heroes. As they approached, Izuku spotted a familiar figure. Kirishima, he called out. The announcer's voice boomed. Impressive, 33 seconds. 8th place. On the screens, Izuku's red-haired friend was shown in his hero suit, demonstrating his hardening quirk. Rorno, that's... Melissa began. Yes, he is also a UA classmate, Izuku confirmed. The announcer continued, now, the next challenger. Izuku's expression changed. It just can't be. A gray-haired boy in his hero suit stood at the starting line. The announcer signaled the start, and Bakugo obliterated all the enemies in record time, 15 seconds, finishing in first place. Izubro! Kirishima shouted, waving at Izuku. But Bakugo's gaze landed on them, and he lunged. Momo looked around, noticing that her friends had all received the same invitation. Kirishima scratched the back of his neck, a sign of his confusion as he adjusted to the unexpected situation. Jairu, eager to engage, turned to Rorinoa. Hey Rorinoa, why don't you try this activity? She suggested. Izuku raised an eyebrow, unsure of what to say. He replied, caught off guard. Bakugo, ever competitive, chimed in, come on. You'll see that I'm better than you. Izuku sighed, resigned to the challenge. It's okay. Anyway, I want to try something. He made his way toward the activity but was halted by a sudden figure in jet black. With determination, the green-haired man jumped down and approached the young announcer. A new challenger has arrived on the spur of the moment. Are you ready? The announcer called out. Yes, Izuku replied, taking his sword and assuming a guard position. Ready. Let's go, the announcer shouted. In an instant, Izuku dashed forward, his speed propelling him up the hillside as he leaped from rock to rock. Once he reached the summit, he soared into the air, activating his quirk to create a second sword and elongate the blades of both weapons. Notorio, he declared, surveying the positions of the surrounding robots. Perfect. Nanajuni Pondo Ho. He unleashed two powerful energy cuts, the force amplified by the extended length of his swords. The strikes obliterated most of the robots in their path. Upon landing, one of his swords broke, but he remained undeterred, sprinting toward the last few remaining robots. Incredible! 14 seconds, a new record, the announcer exclaimed as the audience erupted into applause. Yet, Izuku remained focused, muttering to himself, still not enough, as he tightened his grip on the sword. When the competition concluded, he made his way back to the platform where his friends awaited him. Kendo rushed forward, embracing him tightly. Congratulations, she exclaimed. Thank you, Izuku replied, returning the hug. Mina jumped in, excitement lighting her face. That was incredible. You went fwash, she mimicked, waving her arms as if wielding a sword, and they went boom. Melissa, impressed, added, you didn't say you could throw energy. Izuku chuckled, scratching the back of his neck. Hee, it's not a quirk, that's thanks to the Santorio. Watching the interaction between Izuku and Melissa, Kendo felt a pang of jealousy. Though she understood that Izuku's kindness was simply part of who he was, it still troubled her. She approached him, wrapping her arm around one of his. Itsuka? He questioned, sensing her discomfort. Kendo looked away, a hint of sadness in her expression. Izuku couldn't help but think how cute she looked, even in her discontent. Suddenly, the temperature dropped, drawing everyone's attention. Todoroki had arrived, his ice powers freezing all the remaining robots in an instant. Incredible, it was also 14 seconds long. We have a tie for first place, the announcer declared, excitement in the air. Bakugo leaped over to them, eager to challenge both Todoroki and Roronoa again. However, Todoroki ignored Bakugo's outburst and instead approached the others to greet them. "Good job, Todoroki. By the way, thank you," Kirishima said, acknowledging his friend. "Don't worry," Todoroki replied coolly. Mina, curious, tilted her head. "HM? Why do you thank Todoroki?" Kirishima smiled sheepishly. "He gave me 2 invitations to come to the pre-opening." Izuku joined the conversation, a knowing look on his face. "Let me guess." Kirishima cut him off, shaking his head. "I know what you're about to say." "No, he doesn't know." Izulu found the situation amusing, a small laugh escaping her as the group of young people enjoyed the artifact exhibitions until sunset. Melissa had invited them to the reception party, and Ida took on the responsibility of informing Mineta and Kaminari that they were also welcome. Everyone agreed to meet in the lobby of the central tower before separating to prepare for the evening. As Izuku and Kendo walked toward the hotel, they held hands in a comfortable silence. However, Kendo suddenly broke the peaceful moment. "Oh no," she exclaimed. "What's happening?" Izuku asked, concern creeping into his voice. "I didn't bring formal clothes," Kendo replied, her tone laced with worry. Izuku sighed, glancing at his watch. "Diamond, neither do I." "Come on," he said, taking Kendo's hand and leading her away. "Where are we going?" Kendo asked, surprised but intrigued. Izuku simply smiled and guided her to a nearby store. After a brief time skip, they found themselves at the hotel. Izuku sighed deeply, feeling a mix of anticipation and anxiety as he waited for Kendo to finish dressing. Minutes passed with no sign of her, and he began to practice controlling his quirk to distract himself. The door finally swung open, and Kendo stepped out. For a moment, the black metal sphere in his hand slipped from his grip, but it quickly returned to his body. Izuku was mesmerized, unable to take his eyes off her. "It's embarrassing if you stare at me," Kendo said, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. "I'm sorry," Izuku stammered, blushing as he looked away. He approached her and took her hand gently. But you look very appealing." Kendo blushed deeper, their eyes locking as they slowly moved closer. Izuku leaned in and pressed a brief kiss to her lips. She was momentarily taken aback but then wrapped her arms around his neck, deepening the kiss. They lost themselves in the moment, pausing only to catch their breath. Without thinking, Izuku gripped her waist, pulling her closer, and Kendo let out a soft at the sensation. As the kisses grew more passionate, a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. Startled, they pulled apart, their faces turning crimson as they realized what had just transpired. Another knock followed, and Izuku, regaining his composure first, moved to answer the door while Kendo adjusted her dress, still flustered. What just happened? She thought, her cheeks still flushed. Upon opening the door, Izuku was greeted by Kirishima and Bakugo, both already dressed for the occasion. "Kirishima?" Izuku exclaimed. "Izubro? Ready to go?" Kirishima asked enthusiastically. "Yeah," Izuku replied, glancing back at Kendo. You guys go ahead. I'll catch up with you in 5 minutes." "Got it." "Come on, Bakugo," Kirishima said, turning to leave. "Don't give me orders." Bakugo grumbled, following Kirishima out. As they waited for Kendo to finish, Izuku felt the tension in the air. After 5 minutes, they finally left the hotel together. As they walked toward the central tower, some young people cast admiring glances at Kendo, prompting Izuku to unleash a subtle aura of intimidation that sent them fleeing. The silence between them felt heavy, with neither knowing how to address what had just occurred. Finally, Izuku broke the stillness. "It's okay. I'm sorry for what happened before." "You don't have to apologize," Kendo replied, taking his hand gently. "After all, I liked it." Izuku's cheeks flushed at her words, and Kendo noticed, smiling at him. She hugged his arm, making him feel both nervous and warm. "It's strange to see you nervous," Kendo teased, laughing lightly. "Baka," he mumbled, covering his face with his hand in embarrassment. Kendo just tightened her embrace, and together they walked toward the central tower. As they arrived at the meeting point, they found Ida waiting for them, ready to deliver his usual lecture. Just then, Momo and Kyoka arrived. Momo, Jiraiya-san, Kendo greeted, raising her hand in excitement. It's Suka, Momo replied, reaching out to hold Kendo's hand in a friendly gesture. Jiru, Izuku said, nodding at her. Roranoa, Jiru responded with a smirk. Val, the vest, Izuku began. Ridiculous. I know, Jiru cut him off. I wasn't going to say that, Jiru thanked Izuku while playing with her jacks, her violet hair catching the light as she focused on her game. Izuku, unable to resist the moment, took out his cell phone to snap a photo of her. What are you doing? Jiru asked nervously, her eyes widening as she reached for the phone. When I go to that store again, I'll show this photo to your mother, he replied playfully, raising the phone high above her reach with his metal quirk. You wouldn't dare, she exclaimed, trying to snatch the phone from him. Momo and Kendo watched the playful exchange, sharing a quiet laugh at Jiru's flustered demeanor. They seemed to get along well, Momo observed. Yeah. About Izuku, Kendo said, her tone shifting to something more serious. Don't worry, I won't do anything, Momo assured her with a nod. Really? Kendo asked, surprised. I wasn't going to do it anyway. If I told him, it would probably confuse him, Momo explained, glancing over at the green-haired boy. Plus, he has an appealing girlfriend who is also my friend. Momo? Kendo started, concerned. I just don't want to ruin your relationship or my friendship with him, Momo said, her voice trembling slightly as she fought back tears. Kendo hugged her tightly. I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize. I would have to do it? Momo replied, her emotions spilling over. Meanwhile, Ida observed their exchange with confusion, while Jiru remained focused on stunning Izuku with her quirk. It was too late for Izuku to delete the photo. It had already been uploaded to the cloud. Hold on, he muttered, glancing at Jiru. They're fine, she said nonchalantly as she disconnected his jacks. Just then, Kaminari, Mineta, and Mina arrived. Wow, Mina, you look good, Jiru complimented. Thank you, Mina responded, smiling brightly. Mineta, unable to control himself, began to comment on Mina's attire. That suit is very but before he could finish, Izuku, back in action, struck Mineta on the head with a bat formed by his quirk. I think you went too far, Jiru said, sweat beading on her forehead. Mineta, if you say anything perverted again tonight, I'll give you purifying training myself, Izuku warned. Wise, Mineta stammered, looking scared and barely conscious. Kaminari chuckled. I'm curious to see the training. Please say something. DDMN. Mineta groaned, rubbing his head. Minutes later, Melissa arrived with Todoroki, who seemed a bit lost on his way there. Kaminari exclaimed, Is he an angel? Dramatically pretending to cry. She is a very serious angel, Mineta replied, quickly remembering that Izuku was nearby. I didn't say anything. These two have no solution, Jiru remarked, shaking her head. Unfortunately, Izuku agreed, sharing her sentiment. At the reception, Might greeted scientists and heroes in his civilian form. Although he still possessed the power of one for all, his body could no longer support being in his hero form for long periods. He knew he could hold it for 30 minutes but preferred not to push himself. Suddenly, the former symbol of peace was called to the stage to say a few words. Though he felt a bit embarrassed by the attention, his friend David encouraged him to step forward. As the young people waited for the rest of their group, Ida sighed in frustration. It's useless. Kirishima doesn't answer the phone. Izuku frowned, pondering to himself, is it just me, or is everyone getting lost lately? What is Dad doing? Zoro sneezed while sitting at a restaurant with Tashigi. Concern flickered across her face as she asked, Are you okay? Yes, Zoro replied, a hint of mischief in his voice. Probably someone is talking about me. Tashigi laughed, clearly amused. Their presence at the restaurant was unexpected, but it stemmed from Tashigi's dual invitation to the I-Expo. Though her primary role was to help with security on I-Island, she seized the opportunity to bring Zoro along, feeling confident that he wouldn't get lost. How could you get lost as soon as we got off the plane? Tashigi teased. I didn't get lost, Zoro insisted. I was just looking at the exhibitions. Toshiji replied sarcastically. Well, at least I was able to find you. Zoro shot her a sideways glance. Quite the opposite. Toshiji raised an eyebrow. Zoro continued, no matter how many times I get lost, I always end up by your side. His words caught Toshiji off guard, stirring a mix of emotions within her. She felt warmth flush her cheeks as she laughed shyly, delighted by his unexpected sentiment. Since when are you so romantic? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Well, Zoro said, placing his hand over hers on the table. Since I've been with you. At that moment, Toshiji's face turned crimson. The sincerity in Zoro's gaze made her heart race. Zoro, she murmured, squeezing his hand tighter. Suddenly, a security alert blared across the island, jolting them from their moment. They quickly stood up, leaving the restaurant to find chaos unfolding outside. Thousands of robots were issuing directions, or so it seemed. What's happening? Zoro questioned, scanning the scene. I'm not sure, Toshiji replied, her voice steady despite the confusion. We must find out. They both sprinted toward the central tower, hoping to uncover the source of the disturbance. However, a group of robots blocked their path. Zoro instinctively reached for his swords, but Toshiji grabbed his arm. Wait, we should know what? Careful! Zoro shouted, pushing her aside just in time to slice through the cables the robots were using to attack. BSTRDS, he muttered, noting the lack of civilians around. With determination, he unsheathed one of his swords. Itoryu. Sanbyaku Rokuju Pondo Ho. The energy blast sent the robots flying through the air. Zoro sighed as he approached Toshiji. Are you okay? No, she replied, brushing herself off. You pushed me. I'm sorry, he said, offering her a hand. What happens to those things? It seems someone managed to take control of the I-Island servers, Toshiji explained, her expression serious. But the security of I-Island is similar to that of Tartaro's prison, Zoro countered. Toshiji nodded. So, to take control, they had to invade I-Island. Where are the servers? Zoro asked urgently. In the central tower, she answered. Good. Come on. Zoro said, already starting to run. Wait. Toshiji called after him. What happens? He asked, turning back. It's this way. She pointed in the direction of the central tower, realizing Zoro was running the opposite way. Meanwhile, at the reception area, Izuku and his companions were anxiously discussing the unfolding situation. Concern for the guests weighed heavily on them, but Melissa stepped in, guiding them to a safer vantage point. They arrived at a skylight, where they could observe the chaos without endangering themselves. Below, terrorists had captured the guests, and the heroes were ensnared by the malfunctioning security system. Among the terrorists, one stood out, a towering figure with red hair and a face obscured by a metal mask, exuding an intimidating presence. The hero, Izuku, spotted his friend upstairs. The green-haired boy gestured for him to speak quietly, aware that Jiru was listening in. Once he had gathered everyone, Izuku explained the dire situation they were facing. As they contemplated their next move, different ideas emerged among the group. Some considered escaping, but Melissa quickly reminded them of the security system in place. Others thought about waiting for help, but that raised an important question. As aspiring heroes, was it acceptable to do nothing? I already know what I'm going to do, Izuku announced, capturing everyone's attention. Let's save them all. But we can't do that, Mineta replied nervously. If we confront them directly, then we will save them by avoiding direct confrontation, Izuku countered confidently. The group's confusion lingered until Melissa spoke up. It's possible. Think about it. If the security system captured the heroes, then the villains are in control. But it seems like they aren't used to handling us. Izuku's eyes widened in realization. You're right. If they were accustomed to us, they would have already captured us. Momo chimed in. So you're suggesting we regain control of the systems? Exactly, Melissa affirmed. But to do that, we need to reach the control room. Where is it? Izuku asked. In this tower, on the 200th floor, Melissa replied. D200? Mineta exclaimed. But even if we know where it is, the villains still control the cameras and the system, Kaminari pointed out. Even if it's difficult, I want to try, Izuku declared, his determination surprising his teammates and Melissa. If you want, you can help me, he added. I won't force anyone to do anything. Silence fell over the group for a moment before Todoroki spoke up. I understand your plan. I will go with you. Thank you, Izuku said gratefully. Momo approached Izuku, using her quirk to create 2 swords. I will support you as much as I can, she said, handing him the blades. Thanks, Momo, Izuku replied, accepting the swords. I heard what happened to the sword I gave you. These are better, plus you will need them, she insisted. Izuku unsheathed both swords, marveling at their beauty. I give them to you. They're yours. Don't give them back to me, she said, her tone slightly irritated. Why yeah, he muttered, realizing she wasn't going to let that go. As he took off his vest to secure the swords at his waist, Izuku suddenly remembered he had left Stain's sword at the hotel. He briefly pondered how he could have forgotten it but decided to set that thought aside for now. With their plan in place, the young heroes began their ascent to the 200th floor. Meanwhile, in the control room, the terrorists were skirting Dave's shield and his assistant to a security man. I already brought it, one of the terrorists announced. Good. Hurry up and unlock the vault, the other instructed, working with the system. The first terrorist, feeling arrogant, activated his quirk, transforming his hand into a blade, and threatened Dave. Do it? Dave glanced at his assistant and reluctantly complied. Back with Izuku and his friends, they continued climbing the stairs. However, reaching the 70th floor, they encountered an obstruction. What do we do? Ida asked, looking for guidance. Todoroki stood resolutely, ready to unleash his fire quirk. Destroy it, he commanded, but Melissa intervened quickly. No. If you do, the system will react, and the villains will know our location, she warned. Meanwhile, Mineta, unable to resist the allure of a door he spotted, opened it despite the boys' attempts to stop him. They pressed on, ascending to the 80th floor, only to find that the walls blocking their path had been deactivated. They're probably trying to lead us into a trap, Melissa said, her voice laced with concern. Izuku, undeterred, replied, there's no other option. We must quickly reach the 200th floor. Just then, the shutters in front and behind them began to close ominously. Ida, spotting a door on the other side of the shutter, alerted Todoroki, who swiftly created an ice barrier to block the closure. The group rushed forward, with Ida kicking open the door using his quirk. Let's cross here, Ida urged, and they all dashed into a plant factory. What is this place? Izuku asked, looking around. It's a plant factory. They investigate how quirks influence vegetation, Melissa explained. Suddenly, Juro exclaimed, wait, the elevator. Everyone turned their attention to the elevator, which had just descended. They quickly hid in some bushes, spotting 2 figures emerging. Their attire confirmed it. They were the terrorists they had seen at the reception. Hey kids, what are you doing here? One of the terrorists called out, startling them. But then, an unexpected voice rang out. It was Kirishima and Bakugo confronting the terrorists. Kirishima attempted to reason with them, mistaking them for a security team, but one of the terrorists revealed his quirk, showcasing his webbed hand and firing an air bullet at Kirishima. Reacting swiftly, Kirishima blocked the attack, although his suit's sleeves were torn in the process. Todoroki quickly acted an ice wall, separating the boys from the terrorists. What are you doing here? Bakugo shouted. That should worry you, Bomberman. Are you okay, Kirishima? Izuku asked, concern evident in his voice. I'm fine, Izubro, don't worry, Kirishima replied. Team. Don't ignore me. Bakugo growled. Kendo interrupted, there's no time for this, we must move. Altogether, Todoroki instructed, creating an ice pillar that lifted everyone except Bakugo, Kirishima, and himself. We'll take care of it. You continue. Todoroki-san. Momo started, but Izuku cut in. Be careful. Once they reached the next door, Ida smashed it open, but they were met with more shutters. There's no way out, Ida announced grimly. What do we do? Mineta whimpered, clearly frightened. Izuku, his eyes obscured by his hair, approached the shutter. They already found us. There is no other option. Izuku, Melissa called, sensing his change in demeanor. There is no. Kendo began, but Mina interjected, what's happening to Izuku? He got angry. Kendo observed as Izuku drew both swords, enveloping them with kuroitetsu. Notoria Nijirai, he muttered, focusing intently. That's not a maintenance hatch, Jairu noted, puzzled. Oh, yes, Melissa began, but Izuku shouted, "Two!" With a powerful crash, the shutter was obliterated by his attack. Ida attempted to intervene, but Izuku was in a trance, and no one could comprehend what was happening to him. The shutters fell one by one under his onslaught, leaving everyone astonished by his strength. In the control room, V2 nervously communicated with Wolfram. "Yes, sir, the young people are advancing." "What? And what about those two?" Wolfram inquired. "They're fighting 3 young men on the 80th floor. The others escaped." "A green-haired guy is destroying the shutters," V2 reported. Wolfram's expression hardened. "Deactivate the shutters and send the robots to capture them." "Understood," V2 replied, following the order to prepare a trap. On the 100th floor, Izuku continued his rampage, destroying locks from the 81st to the 99th floor. As he reached the 100th, the locks began to deactivate. Izuku sighed in relief. Mina pointed out, "Look, the blockages are gone." Wolfram summoned multiple pillars that surged toward the green-haired man, Izu. He steeled himself and began to advance. With a leap, he cleared the first pillar and ran forward, dodging beneath the second one and using it to propel himself upward. As he reached the top, 2 more pillars descended upon him. He deftly avoided them and pushed himself closer to the villain, but Wolfram aimed his gun at Dave, halting Izuku's progress. "Don't worry about me, run away," Dave urged, fear evident in his voice. Wolfram grinned maliciously. "Wow, it's a problem being a hero, isn't it?" he taunted, creating another pillar aimed directly at Izuku. In a swift motion, Izuku drew his other sword and sliced through the pillar with ease. However, he quickly retreated, evading further attacks, still hampered by his injuries. Izuku found himself in a precarious situation. He couldn't draw near, knowing Wolfram could harm Dave, yet dodging and destroying the relentless pillars was becoming increasingly difficult due to his condition. I didn't do much, and you can barely move," Wolfram mocked, sending more pillars into the fray. Izuku fought back, cutting the pillars as they emerged, but they kept coming like the heads of a hydra. Realizing he needed to act decisively, Izuku summoned another sword, clenching it in his teeth. He positioned himself and unleashed a technique known as Tatsumaki, creating a small tornado that obliterated the pillars that surrounded him. Holding on against the odds, Izuku sensed Wolfram's impatience mounting as the villain prepared to launch another attack. Suddenly, a figure burst onto the scene. "I'm sorry for the delay, Roranen," came the voice of All Might, cradling Dave in his arms. "P-Daddy!" Izuku exclaimed, astonished to see the hero. "I see you're in trouble, son," Zoro remarked, observing the chaotic scene. "Not at all," Izuku replied, trying to project confidence despite his exhaustion. Just then, Tashigi, Momo, Kendo, Melissa, and the rest of Izuku's companions appeared, rushing down the stairs. Momo and Kendo hurried to assist Izuku, checking on his injuries. The arrival of reinforcements spurred Wolfram into action. He decided to unleash his last resort. The ominous sound of a container being engaged filled the air as everyone turned to see Wolfram activating a Quirk amplification device. With a flick of his wrist, he used wires and other materials to pull Dave back, simultaneously crafting a golem. All Might launched an attack against Wolfram, but the villain effortlessly blocked it with a massive piece of metal. What was that, All Might?" Wolfram taunted, reveling in his power. The former number 1 hero struggled to close the distance, feeling the weight of Wolfram's strength. Sensing the imminent danger, Wolfram turned his attention to the others. As the pillars advanced toward them, Zoro stepped forward, slicing through them as if they were nothing, leaving the young heroes in stunned silence. "What the hell?" Kaminari gasped, astonished. "He cut metal like it was butter," Mineta added, wide-eyed. Zoro approached Izuku, Concern etched on his face. I would ask how you are, but I think I already know. I did it, Izuku replied, as Momo began wrapping bandages around his wounds. What do you mean? Zoro queried, intrigued. Rising from the ground, Izuku approached a large piece of debris, drawing his sword. With a swift, controlled movement, he sliced through it effortlessly. Maybe, Zoro mused, impressed. I can now cut steel, Izuku declared, a newfound confidence surging through him. Zoro placed a hand on the young man's shoulder, pride shining in his eyes. Well done, boy, he said, smiling. Izuku thanked his father, expressing his determination to confront the villain. He took a step forward, but Zoro intervened, insisting that Izuku needed to rest. Izuku countered, recalling Zoro's own battles against formidable opponents like Hachi and Mr. One, where Zoro had never held back. Zoro fell silent, realizing the truth in Izuku's words. The young hero understood that if he wanted to grow stronger, he had to push beyond his limits. Their intense exchange was interrupted when they noticed All Might had been captured. The retired hero was ensnared in a metal sphere, surprised to learn that Wolfram had been granted a second quirk by All for One. The villain aimed to stab All Might with multiple stakes, but Zoro and Izuku quickly launched an energy attack that freed him. All Might returned to stand alongside the two green-haired men. Zoro, with a hint of concern, asked if Izuku would reconsider his decision. Izuku firmly replied that he would not. With a sigh, Zoro addressed All Might, who responded with a simple acknowledgement. Zoro then declared that he and Izuku were ready to assist him. All Might expressed his gratitude, admitting that he found himself in a difficult situation. The trio turned their attention to the imposing structure controlled by Wolfram. All Might regained his full strength, while Izuku prepared his swords, even creating a third one to hold in his mouth. Zoro removed the top part of his coat, donned a black bandana, and brandished his swords, ready for battle. Come on, All Might urged. Izuku and Zoro responded in unison, Iche. They charged towards the villain as Wolfram conjured multiple pillars aimed at them. The three heroes worked in unison, destroying the pillars and attacking from various angles. All Might deftly navigated above the pillars, evading and demolishing obstacles with powerful strikes. Zoro launched energy cuts from the right, but Wolfram acted walls to block them and hurled those same walls at Zoro. Santoryu. Zoro began as the walls approached. Tatsu. Maki. He unleashed a whirlwind that sliced through the walls effortlessly. Meanwhile, Izuku scaled one of the pillars, dodging Wolfram's compressed metal projectiles with agility. With a determined shout of Karasuragari, he severed the projectiles and landed on another pillar. As they pressed forward, Wolfram intensified his attacks, directing some projectiles toward Melissa, Kendo, and the A-class boys. Tashigi anticipated this and stayed behind to protect the students, skillfully cutting down any threats that approached. Momo watched in awe at her teacher's prowess. Frustrated by the hero's resilience, Wolfram accumulated all the metal around him, forming a massive cube. Izuku, Zoro, and All Might regrouped, with All Might lifting both young men and leaping towards the villain. They witnessed the colossal metal cube being formed as Wolfram created a pillar to strike at them. All Might braced himself against the pillar, using his leg to block it, but the force pushed them away. In a moment of quick thinking, Izuku and Zoro drove their swords into the pillar to prevent their fall. Ascending the pillar, the three heroes prepared for their final assault. Mina gasped at the sight of the massive cube, while Jairu expressed her disbelief that they could succeed. Tashigi reassured the anxious students, stating confidently, "They are going to make it." "I know." Zoro readied himself as Wolfram compressed the cube further, solidifying the metal. "All Might, launch me," he commanded. All Might, slightly taken aback, responded with a simple. Zoro insisted, "Do it." With a powerful throw, All Might propelled Zoro straight toward the projectile that Wolfram hurled at them. As Zoro spun his swords at high speed, he called out, "Santoryu Oji." The battle was far from over, and the clash between heroes and villain was about to reach its peak. As he approached, Zoro's katanas began to emanate a faint purple and black aura. "Ikidai Zansen," Zoro declared, capturing the attention of everyone around him. Daisen Sekai, he shouted, referring to his technique, which was known by various names. In an instant there was barely a flash, but then the cube created by Wolfram was sliced in half with a precise horizontal cut. The air was tense as Kaminari, Kirishima, Mineta, Mina, and Ida watched in awe. "Lightning I passed," Zoro remarked as he moved swiftly past the scene. Before falling into the void, he managed to embed one of his swords into the edge of the building. Wolfram, losing some control, felt the structure beginning to destabilize. "Oh no, Dave," All Might exclaimed, concern etched on his face. "Come on, All Might," Izuku urged. "Yes," replied All Might, and together they rushed toward Wolfram. Sensing their approach, the villain encased himself in metal to shield against their attack. Izuku shouted, "Santoryu?" "Detroit," All Might added, both of them closing in on the villain. Just a few meters away from Wolfram, Izuku unleashed Gyuki Yuzum. All Might followed with a powerful smash. Their combined assault shattered Wolfram's defenses, with Izuku's attack slicing through the structure and leaving 3 superficial wounds on the villain. Zoro, still clinging to some cables, managed to prevent himself from falling. I can't control it well," Izuku thought, realizing he had to act quickly. He intended to rush toward Dave for a rescue but became momentarily complacent, failing to notice that Wolfram was still a threat. Just as the villain prepared to strike All Might, Izuku shouted defiantly, "I won't allow it." "What?" Wolfram began, but Izuku interrupted him with a swift downward attack, Nitoryu Nijirai. Seimin. This time, the attack did not leave any cuts, but it was effective enough to knock Wolfram unconscious. With the structure demolished, the young heroes were safe. Tashigi and Kendo hurried after Zoro. He skillfully climbed to the roof, where he was greeted with a warm hug from his partner. "You don't have to worry," Zoro started, but Tashigi cut him off. "Shut up. Enjoy your girlfriend's warm hug," she replied, her words making Zoro blush slightly. Mineta watched from a distance, feeling a pang of jealousy toward the older green-haired man. Zoro sensed the glare directed at him and, without knowing it, Tashigi felt a flush of embarrassment at her own words. From the rubble nearby, Izuku emerged, looking as if he had just risen from the dead. "I'm exhausted," he muttered, attempting to stand, only to be knocked down again by 2 girls. "Momo? Itsuka?" he recognized, noticing the concern on their faces. "I'm sorry for worrying you," he added, returning their embrace. After a few moments, he winced. "Could you let me go? My whole body hurts." "Sorry," they replied in unison, helping him to his feet. In the distance, All Might appeared, assisting Shield as they made their way through the chaos. Melissa spotted them and rushed over to lend a hand. The security team soon arrived, arresting Wolfram and his men. They took Dave and the young heroes to a medical center for checkups. Although Sam was taken into custody along with the villains, Dave managed to convince the officers to reduce his sentence significantly as a final act of friendship. A couple of days later, once the central tower had been repaired, the doors opened to the public for the Expo. At the medical center, Izuku was getting dressed, having been cleared by the doctor to leave. "Thank goodness medical science here is very advanced," he thought as he put on his clothes. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Izuku looked up to see his girlfriend standing there, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she stared at him. Kendo stammered. "Perverted," Izuku feigned embarrassment, quickly covering himself with his shirt, still cradled in his arms. Kendo's face flushed as she let out a surprised sound. After sharing a couple of laughs and exchanging playful hits, she turned to Izuku with a concerned expression. "How do you feel?" she asked, her voice laced with genuine worry. Izuku rubbed his head, wincing slightly from the pain. "Apart from the pain in my head, I'm good," he replied, managing a smile. Kendo sighed in relief. "What a relief. Seeing you in that state worried me a lot." Feeling the warmth of her concern, Izuku wrapped his arms around her in a hug. "I'm sorry for worrying you," he murmured. Kendo embraced him tightly, and they remained locked in that moment of comfort. Minutes passed, and it seemed they would have stayed that way if not for the sudden entrance of the nurse, who broke the spell. After putting on his characteristic shoes, Izuku and Kendo left the medical center, heading towards the area where their friends were gathered. On their way, they bumped into Dave and Melissa. The professor expressed his gratitude to Izuku for saving him, and although Izuku wasn't quite accustomed to such praise, he accepted it with a nod. Melissa seemed eager to join them, but it quickly became apparent that Dave and All Might had something to discuss with her. Curiosity piqued, Izuku felt a twinge of intrigue but chose to push it aside as he continued walking with Kendo. After a few minutes, they arrived where most of their classmates had gathered. It appeared that they had been in the residential area during the villain's assault. "Roranoa?" Shiro called out, waving enthusiastically. Izuku replied, acknowledging his friend. "Is it true? Did you face the villain?" Shiro asked, eyes wide with excitement. "Yes, along with my father and All Might," Izuku confirmed. "You are incredible!" Shiro exclaimed, his admiration evident. Sato chimed in, "I heard that your father cut metal." Izuku nodded. "It's true. It's something difficult to explain." As the students bombarded Izuku with questions, the girls surrounded Kendo, eager to hear more about her experiences. Watching his girlfriend seamlessly connect with her classmates brought a smile to Izuku's face, but suddenly, a serious thought crossed his mind. Remembering the events in the warehouse, he couldn't help but reflect, "I still have a long way to go." Meanwhile, in Dave Shield's laboratory, Melissa entered to find All Might, her uncle and a former hero, waiting for her. "Uncle Might, what's going on?" she asked, sensing the urgency in his tone. In his civilian form, All Might looked at her with a serious expression. "Melissa, I would like to talk to you." "About my quirk,"